Lu Xiaochuan drowns while rescuing someone from water, only to wake up reborn back in high school. Using stock subscription warrants, he secures his first pot of gold. Knowing he lacks true business talent, he simply wants to quietly trade stocks, buy property, make a fortune under the radar, do good deeds discreetly, fulfill his past life dream of becoming a doctor, and live a life without regrets. Chapter 1. He emerged from the water. As the old saying goes, those who drown are usually the ones who know how to swim. Lu Xiaochuan never believed that, until the very moment he drowned. During a holiday trip to the seaside with his wife, Lu Lin, they were resting on the beach when she spotted a child struggling in the water. As a regular at the local pool and runner-up in the middle-aged category of his community swimming competition, Lu Xiaochuan naturally rushed in to save the child. He succeeded, but ended up losing himself to the sea. At Dongdae Beach, Lu Xiaochuan swam furiously toward the drowning child. After an exhausting struggle, he finally pushed the boy into the arms of a young man who came to help. Just as he was about to catch his breath, he suddenly felt his foot yanked downward, as if something had grabbed it. Turning back, he saw a whirlpool forming behind him. What the hell is this? Before he could react, a wave crashed over him, flooding his mouth with seawater. Choking violently, his head buzzed, and he lost consciousness. When he came to, he was being dragged ashore, vomiting dirty water onto the bank. Strange, why doesn't this seawater taste salty? He opened his eyes to blinding sunlight, in complete disorientation. He was lying on grass beside a small river, surrounded by several boys shouting, "Xiaochuan! Xiaochuan! Wake up! What's going on? Wasn't I just drowning in the ocean after saving that kid?" Memories flashed through his mind, and suddenly he realized this is exactly the scene from 30 years ago when I nearly drowned swimming in this very river and was rescued. Looking around, he saw his childhood friends, and his own body was that of a teenager. Am I time traveling? Reborn? Or just dreaming? He bit his finger hard. The sharp pain confirmed it. This is real. I've truly been reborn. Xiaochuan, you're awake. Thank goodness you're okay, his friend said, helping him sit under a tree in the nearby woods. Dazed, Lu Xiaochuan stared blankly at everything around him. His past life replayed in his mind like a film. Born in Liutin Village, Xinping County, Beiliao Province, he was the only son in a family with 2 older sisters. In their male-preference rural community, he'd been pampered since birth, and once a source of pride when he entered the county's elite high school in 1990. But once in the city, the country boy was dazzled by arcade games, pool halls, and other distractions far more exciting than class. His grades plummeted. Worse still, he fell in with the wrong crowd. In his second semester of grade 10, he got into a fight defending a bro, seriously injuring a classmate, whose father happened to be the deputy director of the local education bureau. Though only a low-ranking official, that man was an immovable mountain to a rural kid like Lu Xiaochuan. To avoid expulsion, his family paid 8,000 yuan in compensation, a fortune for them, and begged endlessly just to get him advised to withdraw without it appearing on his official record. Later, his father pulled strings through a distant uncle, and Lu Xiaochuan transferred to the town's ordinary high school. To scrape together that 8,000 yuan, his father borrowed heavily, and even withheld 3,000 yuan of his eldest sister, Lu Xiaoyin's dowry. Her wedding nearly collapsed. Her husband reluctantly accepted the situation, but her status in her in-laws' home suffered ever after. She barely spoke to her natal family again. That same year, his second sister, Lu Xiaoning, took the college entrance exam, but their father refused to pay for her tuition. Enraged, she ran away from home, met a scoundrel on the road, who became her husband, and lived unhappily ever since. Lu Xiaochuan eventually reformed, studied hard for 2 years, and enrolled in a normal, teacher training college to save money. He worked part-time throughout university and later returned to teach in his county. But his meager salary couldn't sustain him, so he quit and moved to the provincial capital to join the private education industry. His father was furious. He'd thrown away an iron rice bowl job and died early from overwork and stress. His mother was taken in by his eldest sister and passed away a few years later. Lu Xiaochuan caught the boom in private tutoring and made decent money. He married a kind wife, had children, and built a comfortable life. Yet he always carried deep guilt toward his parents and sisters. Even when he later tried to make amends, both sisters refused his help. The broken family ties haunted him. Now, fate had granted him a second chance to heal those wounds and prevent past tragedies. According to his memories, it was now 1991. He'd just been pulled from the river during summer vacation, the very incident that marked his teenage near drowning. Suddenly remembering something critical, Lu Xiaochuan leapt to his feet, dressed quickly, and ignored his friend's stunned stares. "Xiaolong, Xiaohu, Zhang Chao, I have to go home, right now." And he sprinted toward Liutuan village. His friends, Lu Xiaolong, Lu Xiaohu, brothers, and Zhang Chao, were alarmed. Had the drowning damaged his brain? They scrambled to dress and chased after him, yelling, "Xiaochuan, wait for us. Don't run so fast." But Lu Xiaochuan didn't hear them. He ran like a madman, his mind racing. As a Zhongshengge, reborn person, he had insider knowledge, but he knew his limits. Rebirth didn't make him omnipotent. In his past life, he'd spent decades in education, a simple, sheltered world. He wasn't cut out to become a business tycoon, giving advice to future billionaires. Pure fantasy. He knew he lacked that caliber. But with foresight, he could still profit. Buy stocks, bet on football matches. He remembered World Cup and Euro winners. Snap up real estate. Enough to hit a small goal and achieve financial freedom. Still, those opportunities were years away. Right now, he needed seed capital. Unfortunately, his hometown was poor. Barren mountains with only a few pheasants or rabbits, and rivers too shallow for fish. Stone Pagoda Town, where Leodoin was located, was purely agricultural, with only one half-dead brick factory as its sole township enterprise. Clearly, he needed to go to the city. With years of teaching experience, he could start with tutoring, earn some quick cash. But first, he thought, I gotta fix the immediate crisis. Panting heavily, he burst into his house and saw his father, Lu Jinyu, about to toss several sheets of paper into the kitchen stove. Chapter 2. A Life or Death Ultimatum. Seeing his soaking wet, breathless son rush in, Lu Jinyu froze mid-motion. Lu Xiaochuan lunged forward and snatched the papers, his heart sinking as he recognized them. His second sister, Lu Xiaoning's college application forms. What are you doing? Lu Jinyu shouted angrily. Dad, don't burn them. Lu Xiaochuan cried. He rushed into the inner room. There sat Xiaoning on the Kong, brick bed, tears streaming, eyes swollen like peaches. Their mother, Zhao Tsuaping, sighed helplessly beside her. Dad, you can't stop second sister from going to college. Lu Xiaochuan declared loudly. His father slapped him across the face. It's all because you messed up. Now we're drowning in debt. Even if I sold everything, I couldn't afford both of you. Your sister's a girl. What does she need college for? Finishing high school is already plenty. She should help with farm work. You focus on your studies. That's how you repay her. Zhao Tsuaping saw the red handprint on her son's cheek and snapped. Why hit the child? Can't you talk calmly? It's all you're spoiling. None of them listen. Lu Jinyu grumbled, lowering his arm. Xiaoning watched coldly, silent. Her parents had always favored Xiaochuan, and her brother had always been selfish. Yet today, he stood up for her. Lu Xiaochuan dropped to his knees. Mom, Dad, I know you want to go to college, but have you thought about this? Because of my mistake, we're in debt. Eldest sister still resents you. If you now rob second sister of her chance at university, even if I graduate and get a great job, I'll carry guilt for life. Do you really want me to bear that burden? His parents were stunned. At 17, their son spoke with unexpected maturity and logic. Lu Jinyu turned to his wife. Then what do you suggest? Go borrow more from your brothers. Zhao Tsuaping shook her head quickly. After Xiaochuan's last trouble, my sisters-in-law nearly cut ties. They won't lend again, and they're not well off either. Xiaoning sobbed. Stop arguing. I won't go to college, okay. You see, even she agrees. It's not that we won't support her. It's that we simply can't. Lu Xiaochuan looked up firmly. Then let me work in the city for 1 year. I'll earn her tuition myself. I'll study on my own. Guarantee my exam scores will satisfy you. If my grades don't improve, I'll repeat a grade. Is that fair? Impossible. Lu Jinyu scoffed. You're just a kid. Even I, a grown man, can't find work. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing reason wouldn't work, Lu Xiaochuan grabbed a pair of scissors from the sewing machine and pressed them to his throat. Zhao Tsuaping screamed. Son, what are you doing? Dad, I'm 17, no longer a child. I'm taller than you. Let me go to the city. I know what I'm doing. If you block second sister's education, I won't study either. But if you let me work, I promise I won't neglect my lessons. Force me to stay, and I'll have no heart to learn. Let him go, Zhao Tsuaping pleaded tearfully, then turned to her son. Just put the scissors down, please. Xiaoning panicked. Xiaochuan, I know you care, but please put them down. Second sister, this isn't just for you. Whether you go or not, I'm leaving to work. Dad, give me 1 year. Treat it like I'm taking a gap year. If I fail, if I earn nothing or fall behind, then I'll obey you in everything afterward. Lu Jinyu glared, fuming. Fine, you're grown now, full of big ideas. Don't come crying later, and don't blame us for not stopping you. You won't learn until you hit a wall. Today, I'll let you hit it. Then you agree? A gentleman's word is binding. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and lowered the scissors. Lu Jinyu turned away in anger. Zhao Tsuaping exhaled in relief. Your father agreed. At dinner, Lu Jinyu remained silent. Neither Xiaochuan nor Xiaoning dared speak. The Lu family home had 3 rooms, kitchen in the center, bedrooms on either side, typical of northern rural homes. Parents slept in the east room, Xiaochuan in the west, and Xiaoning in a small side room. That night, lying on the Kong, Zhao Tsuaping whispered, Are you really okay letting Xiaochuan go work? We already promised. Let him try. Boys should venture out. If he succeeds, great. If he can't handle hardship, he'll be back before school starts, like a learning trip. Hitting a wall might make him settle down. You're right. Supporting 2 kids through college would break our old bones. Oh, and your nephew works as a chef in the provincial capital, right? Tomorrow, visit your parents and ask your elder brother for his restaurant's address and phone number. Xiaochuan can stay with his cousin. He'll look after him. I will. And tomorrow's market day in Shida town. I'll buy him new clothes so he doesn't look ragged in the city. I'll hitch the donkey cart, sell some corn at the supply store, and scrape together travel money. Unaware of his parents' worries, Lu Xiaochuan lay staring at the ceiling, planning how to make money. He recalled a line he'd once read online: any problem solvable with money isn't a real problem. But for ordinary people, every problem is solvable with money. If not, it's just that you don't have enough. Once he secured his first pot of gold, everything else would follow. Yet he also remembered telling his students repeatedly in past lectures, "I regret not studying harder. If I could go back, I'd give it my all." Now, given that chance, he vowed to keep that promise, and even if he became rich, to never lose that Chushin original aspiration. He silently swore, "Beyond making money, I must study hard, do meaningful things, cultivate myself in poverty, and help others when prosperous." Chapter 3. Departure to the provincial city. The following day, Lu Xiaochuan arose early. His father, Lu Jinyu, was busy loading corn onto the donkey cart, and Lu Xiaochuan quickly lent a helping hand. The father and son exchanged no words, merely cooperating silently as they lifted the burlap sacks. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative in the town, they sold the corn, after which Lu Jinyu urged the donkey cart toward Lu Xiaochuan's uncle's home, while Zhao Zuiping took Lu Xiaochuan to the market to purchase clothing. As he prepared to seek employment, Lu Xiaochuan was determined to present himself as more mature. He acquired a pair of long trousers made of gauze, a checkered shirt, and a pair of warrior shoes, spending a total of 15 yuan. On the return journey, he encountered his brother Lu Xiaolong and Zhang Chao. Lu Xiaolong, who was also in the second year of high school and shared a class with Lu Xiaochuan, noted that the local high school had only 2 classes per grade, one for the arts and one for the sciences. Lu Xiaohu was in the 3rd year of junior high, as Shida Town Middle School encompassed both high school and junior high. Zhang Chao, having dropped out of high school, was now idle at home. They expressed envy at Lu Xiaochuan's new attire, and upon inquiring, learned of his plans to work in the provincial city. Lu Xiaolong exclaimed, "With only a little over a month of summer vacation, you intend to work?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Indeed, if I secure a good job, I may not return to school when the term starts. I'll have your uncle speak to the principal for me, and I'll come back for the final exams." Lu Xiaolong's uncle was a teacher at the town's middle school, and it was he who had facilitated Lu Xiaochuan's transfer back from the county high school. "When are you leaving?" Lu Xiaolong inquired. "You go first. Once you find a good job, I will also head to the provincial city to work." Zhang Chao, feeling restless at home, began to entertain the thought of joining them. "There is no time to waste. I plan to set off tomorrow. Once I'm settled, I'll call the village office to have someone inform you." In the afternoon, Lu Jinyu returned from his brother-in-law's house and handed Lu Xiaochuan a note with his cousin Zhao Lijun's address and phone number written on it. Zhao Zuiping had made a phone call to the village office, informing her nephew of Lu Xiaochuan's intention to work in the provincial city. Zhao Lijun readily agreed to meet Lu Xiaochuan upon his arrival at the train station. With her nephew's assurance, Zhao Zuiping felt a sense of relief and began preparing Lu Xiaochuan's belongings for his journey. Naturally, his new clothes were to be packed away. The train would be crowded and the environment rather unsanitary, making it more prudent to wear his old garments. He also needed to bring his textbooks, for Lu Xiaochuan had promised to continue his studies alongside his work. Before dawn had fully broken, Lu Xiaochuan finished his breakfast and set out with a large backpack slung over his shoulders and a cloth bag in hand containing boiled eggs, steamed buns, and a small enamel tea mug. Rejecting his parents and sisters pleased to accompany him to the town, the young Lu Xiaochuan embarked on the journey alone, taking a bus from the town to the Xinpingshan train station. Xinpingshan train station was modest in size, yet frequented by numerous passing trains. Just in time, he caught the 9 a.m. train heading to the provincial city. Having traveled this route frequently in the past, Lu Xiaochuan was quite familiar with it. He swiftly purchased his ticket and settled in the waiting room, where only 5 or 6 other individuals awaited their train, as the early hour did not draw many travelers. At 9:20, Lu Xiaochuan finally boarded the green train, having only experienced a delay of 20 minutes, which could be considered a stroke of good fortune. The train was sparsely populated, and at this hour, seating arrangements were rather casual. He chose a window seat, across from which sat a mother and her son. The mother, in her 30s, was stylishly dressed and wore spectacles, exuding an air of intellect. Her son appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, clad in sporty shorts and a tank top. The young boy was visibly excited, humming a tune. "You carry the load while I lead the horse," welcoming the sunrise and bidding farewell to the evening glow. The 1986 adaptation of Journey to the West is a classic that is rebroadcast every summer, and its ending theme is well known to many. Noticing Lu Xiaochuan's gaze, the little boy grew a bit shy and ceased his singing to inquire, "Big brother, have you watched Journey to the West?" "Of course I have. It's replayed every year," Lu Xiaochuan replied. "Yes, I've seen it several times too." With that, the boy mimicked Tang's song, clasping his hands together and declaring, "The humble monk comes from the eastern Tang, seeking the scriptures from the west," followed by hearty laughter from everyone in the carriage. The atmosphere became lively, filled with chatter alongside the rhythmic clattering of the train. "Big brother, let me test you. Are we in the Tang dynasty here?" The boy asked with a mischievous smile. Certainly we are. However, if you go further east, past the provincial capital, you would enter the territory of Goguryeo. Of course, Goguryeo was eventually defeated by the Tang dynasty, and it all became our domain. The boy's mother glanced up at Lu Xiaochuan before lowering her gaze again. A middle-aged man seated next to Lu Xiaochuan interjected, Goguryeo refers to the present-day Koreans. Lu Xiaochuan responded, Goguryeo is not the same as Koreans. It is a minority ethnic group in China. The nation established by the Koreans is called Goryeo. Though the names are similar, they are distinct. Goguryeo, also known as Gaohua, was founded by the Bio people, while the later Goryeo was established by the Koreans, whose origins trace back to the Samhan tribes in the southern part of the Korean peninsula, namely Mahan, Jinhan, and Bayanhan. Beech and Silla, during the Tang dynasty, were also nations they founded. Bai Ling raised her head in astonishment. Lu Xiaochuan, not yet 20, was dressed in worn athletic pants and a faded blue t-shirt. Yet he possessed an impressive breadth of historical knowledge. It was notable, especially in an era devoid of the internet, where knowledge was primarily gleaned from books, and few were acquainted with such obscure historical facts. She asked, Are you a university student? Lu Xiaochuan hesitated to admit he was still in high school, as it would complicate explanations, and instead replied, Yes, Annie, I am a student at a normal university. In retrospect, it wasn't entirely a lie, as he had indeed been a student at a normal university in his previous life, and now he was merely a few years ahead. Are you in the history department? She inquired. No, I am in the physics department. I just enjoy reading history books, Lu Xiaochuan answered with a smile. Ah, then we are alumni. You need not call me Andy. You should refer to me as senior sister. I graduated from the history department at the normal university and now teach history at a middle school. Oh, I see that the senior sister is from the history department. No wonder the little boy wanted to test me. It seems this is a family legacy, and here I am, showing off my limited knowledge. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled awkwardly. As the journey continued, Bai Ling and Lu Xiaochuan engaged in a lively discourse, traversing topics from the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties to the Yuan, Ming, and Qing, and from the Western barbarians to the Eastern Hu, and from the Turks to the Nanzhao. Lu Xiaochuan exhibited a remarkable breadth of knowledge, offering insights that left Bai Ling utterly astonished. She had not anticipated his erudition. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, I stand behind an entire network, with countless history enthusiasts online disseminating knowledge, complemented by platforms such as Douyin and Weibo. The avenues for acquiring knowledge are far more expansive than what we have today. We could easily converse for 3 days and nights without running out of topics. Chapter 4. Cousin and cousin-in-law. As noon approached, Bai Ling offered to treat Lu Xiaochuan to a boxed meal from the train, but he politely declined, opting instead for the steamed bun and boiled egg he had brought along. Bai Ling handed him an apple, which he initially hesitated to accept before finally taking it. Their engaging conversation made the time fly, and by mid-afternoon, the train, which had made several stops along the way, finally arrived at the provincial capital. Just before disembarking, Bai Ling provided Lu Xiaochuan with her office telephone number, which he diligently noted down in his notebook. Emerging from the station with his large backpack, he gazed at the low-rise buildings and desolate streets, contemplating that in a decade or so, this place would be dominated by towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. This truly is an era of abundant opportunities. Lu Xiaochuan had set his sights on his first pot of gold, determined to toil hard and accumulate capital for the imminent opportunity that awaited him. Upon exiting the station, he located the bus line 217, famously known for its swiftness, and after purchasing a ticket, boarded the nearly empty vehicle. True to its reputation, the 217 bus covered the 6-stop distance in a little over 10 minutes. After alighting, he walked a few hundred meters before finally arriving at the entrance of Tali Restaurant. At that moment, it was not mealtime, and the restaurant was devoid of customers. A female server, leaning against the door while trimming her nails, hesitated to greet Lu Xiaochuan, who appeared rather unassuming in his attire. Taking the initiative, he addressed her, Hello. Could you please help me find Zhao Lijun? I am his cousin. The server called out, Master Zhao, your cousin is here. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaochuan spotted his cousin Zhao Lijun, dressed in a white uniform and wearing a chef's hat, emerging with a cigarette in his mouth. Zhao Lijun welcomed him inside, where a few individuals were seated at a table playing mahjong, and an empty chair evidently belonged to him. The middle-aged man seated further inside was the restaurant owner, whom Zhao Lijun introduced as Brother Wang. Lu Xiaochuan greeted him, and the owner nodded, inviting him to sit wherever he pleased. Zhao Lijun proceeded to introduce the others to Lu Xiaochuan, and he recognized one fair-skinned, slightly plump young woman as his cousin-in-law, Wang Jing, who was presumably in a relationship with Zhao Lijun. Zhao Lijun encouraged Lu Xiaochuan to call her sister Wang, to which the other servers teased. Shouldn't you call her sister-in-law? Lu Xiaochuan blurted out, Hello, sister-in-law, causing the room to erupt in laughter, with some giving him a thumbs up. Wang Jing's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned to retreat into the kitchen. Zhao Lijun chuckled, Don't be silly, your sister Wang feels shy. Yet he too bore a smile. Wang Jing soon returned from the kitchen, carrying a glass of water for Lu Xiaochuan, advising him, Don't call me that, or else sister Wang might get upset. Lu Xiaochuan nodded obediently and said, "All right, sister-in-law." The room erupted in laughter, and the boss remarked to Zhao Lijun, "Your cousin is quite amusing, haha." In his previous life, Lu Xiaochuan often joked with his sister-in-law, Wang Jing, who, despite her fiery temperament and sharp tongue, harbored a kind heart and treated him well. He recalled that when he first arrived in the provincial capital for university, his cousin and sister-in-law visited him at school. Noticing he was merely clad in a school uniform over a wool sweater during the frigid winter, they promptly took him to the market to purchase a down jacket, which cost over 80 yuan, equivalent to a month's living expenses for Lu Xiaochuan. That down jacket was the first he ever owned, and he wore it until graduation, fostering a deep sense of gratitude towards his cousin and sister-in-law. Zhao Lijun, the head chef at the restaurant, was held in high regard by the boss, who, upon seeing his cousin's arrival, requested Zhao to prepare an extra meat dish for the evening staff meal. After enjoying the staff meal, it was time for dinner service, and the restaurant began to bustle with activity. Lu Xiaochuan eagerly assisted in serving dishes and performing various tasks. The boss praised Zhao Lijun, saying, "Your cousin is quite perceptive. Isn't he here to work? He could start as a server in my restaurant. The catering industry is busiest in the evenings." And they worked tirelessly until past 9 o'clock, after which Zhao Lijun took Lu Xiaochuan back to their dormitory. The so-called dormitory was a rented building with several rooms, segregated into male and female quarters. As the head chef, Zhao Lijun had a small room to himself. He relayed the boss's words to Lu Xiaochuan and asked whether he preferred to be a server or work in the kitchen. Lu Xiaochuan scratched his head and replied, "Cousin, I actually wish to find another job. I need time to self-study alongside working, so I am looking for a tutoring center where I could serve as an assistant. This way, I can earn some money while attending classes. If I cannot find a job within 3 days, I will return to the restaurant to work. What do you think?" Zhao Lijun considered this and agreed, saying, "That makes sense. You should look for other opportunities. After all, the restaurant work is demanding every evening, leaving you little time to study. By the way, do you have any money? If you're short, don't hesitate to tell your brother." Lu Xiaochuan replied, "When I came, my mother gave me over 100 yuan. It's sufficient for now. Oh, cousin, may I borrow your pair of leather shoes from under the bed tomorrow? Wearing them will make me appear more mature and might prevent others from dismissing me due to my age while job hunting." Lu Xiaochuan had his eye on Zhao Lijun's leather shoes from the moment he entered the room. "Of course, wear them. I'm at the restaurant every day and hardly go out, so I don't really need them," Zhao Lijun responded. "It's getting late. Go wash up and get some rest." With that, Zhao Lijun took a towel and headed to the bathroom. The shared bathroom in the building was communal, and there were several faucets in the kitchen. Lu Xiaochuan took out his toothbrush and towel from his backpack and quickly washed up. The small room contained only a single bed, making it impossible for both brothers to sleep comfortably. So Lu Xiaochuan spread out on the floor, and soon, the two were enveloped in the sounds of slumber. The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan rose early, washed up, changed into fresh clothes from his backpack, donned Zhao Lijun's leather shoes, and put on a pair of black plastic-framed glasses. This ensemble indeed rendered him considerably more mature-looking. One could easily believe he was in his early 20s. Since Lu Xiaochuan needed to disguise himself as a student from the normal university in order to seek employment, he deliberately avoided the northern part of Fengyang City, intending to search for work near the municipal government. After more than half an hour on the bus, he finally arrived at the vicinity of the municipal square. Disembarking, he strolled leisurely until he came upon a quaint 3-story building. The first floor housed a police station, while an external iron staircase led to the second and third floors. A large sign adorned the third floor, proclaiming Chunfeng Education in bold letters. Lu Xiaochuan smiled. In his previous life, he had worked here as a part-time teacher during his sophomore year, earning enough to cover his living expenses. Now, he had returned, albeit 3 years earlier. After calming his emotions, he ascended the staircase. Chapter 5. The interview. Wang Tongwang stood in the corridor on the third floor, gazing out the window with a beaming smile. Filled with ambition, amid the wave of entrepreneurship, he had bravely resigned from his school position last year to establish this tutoring center. And it seemed he had made the right decision. The current market rate for college student tutors was typically around 5 yuan per hour. However, the teachers he recruited were either former educators who had left their positions or part-time graduate students. For a one-on-one session lasting an hour and a half, the starting price was set at 30 to 50 yuan, several times higher than that of college student tutors, targeting affluent families with a high-end approach. To his surprise, the enrollment had been remarkably successful. While he wouldn't dare claim to be raking in gold, his daily earnings during this summer surpassed his previous monthly salary. Yet, there were some delightful troubles, as the demand for teachers was outpacing supply, and it appeared he would need to recruit more exceptional educators. In the midst of his worries, a staff member at the front desk called out to him, "Principal Wang, there's a young man outside who says he wants to apply for a position." Wang Tongwang hurried to the front desk and saw a young man in a crisp white shirt and glasses, his polished shoes gleaming. He appeared very youthful, likely not over 20. The young man greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Principal Wang. Are you still in need of teachers?" Wang Tongwang surveyed Lu Xiaochuan and inquired, "Are you a university student?" "Yes, my name is Lu Xiaochuan. I am a student at the normal university, about to enter my sophomore year." Indeed, we are in need of teachers, but our part-time instructors are all graduate students with considerable teaching experience. You are just entering your sophomore year. Principal Wang. Although I am an undergraduate, I possess substantial teaching experience. I worked as a tutor for a year during my freshman year. Furthermore, as long as one can teach effectively, being an undergraduate does not necessarily imply inferiority to a graduate student. I have also inquired about your salary structure, which consists of a base salary plus commission. I would prefer to forego the base salary and only receive commission. Ah, you are quite confident. But why not pursue tutoring on your own instead of coming here? Wang Tongwang questioned further. Quite simply, to earn more money. When I tutor privately, no matter how well I teach, I can only make a maximum of 10 yuan per hour, and I have to travel to the students' homes. You are indeed situated on a prestigious platform, where the prices are considerably higher than those elsewhere. The convenience of not having to conduct in-person lectures saves a great deal of time, allowing one to teach significantly more classes each day. Thus, no matter how exceptional one's abilities may be, lacking a commendable platform renders them futile. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Xiaochuan spoke eloquently. I concur with your sentiments. My establishment serves as a distinguished educational training platform. We have deliberately set elevated prices, refusing to negotiate or lower them, as this elevates our stature. Naturally, the quality of instruction must correspond with our pricing. Wang Tongwang thought to himself, the young man possesses considerable insight. However, merely speaking without action is futile. Therefore, Principal Wang, allow me to demonstrate my teaching abilities. If you find my lecture lacking, I shall take my leave immediately. If you deem it satisfactory and worthy of our esteemed platform, we can then discuss further matters. Very well, please share your area of expertise. I excel in both physics and mathematics. Our prestigious platform requires instructors to specialize in a single subject to emphasize professionalism. I understand. I shall focus on physics, as I am more proficient in it. Excellent. Follow me. Let us find an available classroom, and you may treat me as your student. With that, Wang Tongwang led Lu Xiaochuan to a small classroom, partitioned from a larger space, measuring merely 5 square meters, furnished with 2 desks and chairs, and adorned with a small blackboard on the wall. Please select a passage to teach. Are you capable of instructing middle school material, or can you tackle high school content? Wang Tongwang inquired. Without false modesty, I am capable of teaching the senior year of high school, and I prefer it. As for the content, I would rather not choose myself, as it may not showcase my capabilities. Principal, please designate a topic, whether it be a new lesson or problem solving. Feel free to choose. Lu Xiaochuan replied confidently. Very well, since you are so self-assured, I shall select a topic. Wang Tongwang retrieved a physics textbook and casually flipped through its pages, stating, let us discuss Coulomb's law. Lu Xiaochuan stood at the blackboard, not taking the book, and began his lecture. Students, in the previous class, we learned that like charges repel and opposite charges attract, indicating the existence of a force between charges, which we term the electric field force. Now, what does the magnitude of this electric field force between charges depend upon? Imagine there are 2 charges, one in China and the other in a distant land. Is there an electric field force between them? Certainly not, for the distance is far too great. Even if one were in the northern part of the city and the other in the southern part, the force would be negligible. Therefore, the closer the charges are, the greater the force. The force is inversely related to the distance between charges. Wang Tongwang nodded discreetly, appreciating the aptness of the example. Furthermore, regarding the interaction between charges, without charge, there can be no force. The greater the charge, the greater the force. The force is positively correlated with the magnitudes of both charges. What is the specific relationship? Coulomb derived his conclusions through torsion balance experiments, resulting in the formula on the blackboard, known as Coulomb's law. Let us examine this formula, which bears a striking resemblance to the gravitational formula we studied last semester. The format is identical. The gravitational formula contains a gravitational constant, a value measured by Cavendish using a torsion balance. In contrast, the constant in Coulomb's law is termed the electrostatic constant, a value not measured but rather deduced by Maxwell. Let me share an intriguing tale. Both Cavendish and Coulomb conducted experiments using a torsion balance. But who actually invented this apparatus? Could it be that one borrowed from the other? The answer is that they both independently invented the torsion balance within a few years of each other. One hails from Britain while the other from France, and they were entirely unacquainted. Thus concludes our discussion on Coulomb's law. We shall engage in some exercises based on the formula shortly. Have you grasped the concept, students? Wang Tongwang had to concede that Lu Xiaochuan was indeed speaking the truth. His explanations were quite clear, and he understood them well. Next, Wang Tongwang retrieved a mock college entrance examination paper and pointed out 2 questions for Lu Xiaochuan to elucidate. Lu Xiaochuan merely skimmed the questions and, without a moment's pause, proceeded to inscribe the problem-solving process onto the blackboard while narrating eloquently and understandably. At that moment, a tall, slender teacher stood at the doorway of the small classroom, holding a book. He had been eavesdropping for a while, and, upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan conclude his explanation, stepped inside and applauded, saying, "Young man, that was quite well done." Lu Xiaochuan recognized him. It was Liao Hongwan, the mathematics teacher who had been a stalwart of the Spring Breeze tutoring program during his tenure here. You also found it commendable, Didn't you, Teacher Liao? Young Teacher Lu truly possesses exceptional skills, Wang Tongwang remarked, already addressing Lu Xiaochuan as Young Teacher Lu. Chapter 6. The dazzling debut of young teacher Lu. Wang Tongwang was thoroughly impressed with Lu Xiaochuan's teaching prowess and promptly decided to hire him. Spring Breeze Education employed both full-time and part-time instructors. The compensation structure for full-time teachers comprised a base salary plus commission, while part-time teachers received a modest base salary with commissions varying according to performance, calculated as 40 to 45 of the tuition collected. Lu Xiaochuan proposed to forego the base salary in favor of a 45 commission, which Wang Tongwang considered and ultimately accepted, for he, as the proprietor, had the final say. A simple completion of an employment application sufficed for Lu Xiaochuan's onboarding, and there were no contracts involved. Thus, he became a member of Spring Breeze Education. Wang Tongwang believed Lu Xiaochuan too youthful to manage high school students effectively, opting instead for him to instruct middle schoolers. Should he find it challenging to handle high school students, he would step in. Although Lu Xiaochuan was reluctant, he acquiesced to the arrangement. At this stage, the tutoring classes were not nearly as competitive as those in later years. Students primarily sought assistance in mathematics, physics, chemistry, English, and Chinese. Spring Breeze Education employed instructors solely for these subjects. There were renowned teachers for both mathematics and English, while physics and chemistry each had 2 instructors. Wang Tongwang, being originally a chemistry teacher, would personally step in when overwhelmed. In addition to the teaching staff, there was a receptionist and a cleaning lady. These constituted the entirety of Spring Breeze Education's personnel. After familiarizing Lu Xiaochuan with the environment, he encountered several teachers on break. Among the other 2 physics teachers, one was a male instructor who had resigned from a rural middle school to come to the provincial city, surnamed Qian and classified as full-time, while the other was a female graduate student, surnamed Zhang. Lu Xiaochuan had not heard of either in his previous life, likely due to their departure within 3 years. Both of them had a full schedule, teaching 5 major classes each day. By noon, Lu Xiaochuan descended to a small eatery, where he spent 2 yuan on lunch. He then purchased 2 ice creams and ascended again, presenting one to the front desk attendant. Sisterly, it's sweltering outside. Please enjoy this ice cream to cool off. Oh, thank you. Sisterly was pleasantly surprised by Lu Xiaochuan's thoughtful gesture, especially since he had only just arrived. Lu Xiaochuan understood that the front desk staff at the tutoring center were responsible for welcoming parents and could influence which teacher to recommend. Hence, fostering a good relationship with them was certainly advantageous. Shortly after 1 in the afternoon, as most teachers commenced their classes, a mother and her daughter arrived. The mother, in her 40s, was dressed elegantly and ascended the stairs in high heels, followed by a young girl in a lovely white dress, who was quite charming. Sisterly promptly greeted them. The mother explained that her daughter was about to start the 9th grade, but had struggled with physics in the 8th grade, particularly with the section on pulleys, and was seeking tutoring, preferably from a female teacher. Unfortunately, the only female physics teacher, a part-time graduate student named Zhang, was currently engaged in a class. Thus, Sisterly had no choice but to invite Zhang to conduct a brief 10-minute demonstration during the intermission. Perhaps Zhang's explanation was too hurried, or perhaps the girl was not sufficiently astute, as she conveyed her confusion. The mother, slightly displeased, remarked, "Your fees are quite high. Yet the teacher's competence seems lacking." Sisterly thought to herself, no matter how skilled the teacher, if the child struggles to grasp the concepts, it won't matter. Of course, she could not voice such sentiments aloud. "Madam, you specifically requested a female instructor, but in the realm of sciences, male teachers often excel. We do have a young male teacher who teaches exceptionally well. Would you consider allowing him a chance?" As the front desk attendant, Sisterly recognized that retaining students was her primary responsibility, as her salary predominantly depended on enrollment commissions. "All right then, since we are here. If he does not meet our expectations, we can always explore other tutoring centers." In truth, the mother and daughter had already visited 2 other tutoring centers, making this their 3rd stop. Sisterly hastily called Lu Xiaochuan to take the stage. The mother, noticing Lu Xiaochuan's youth, questioned, "Is this teacher just starting university? Is he capable?" Sisterly quickly interjected, "You'll find out soon enough. It's just 10 minutes of your time." The mother nodded in agreement, signaling Lu Xiaochuan to commence. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, "It's time to showcase my true skills." The young girl, named Wuhan, expressed her confusion regarding how pulleys facilitate effort reduction. "This is quite simple. Let us use your backpack as an example. With all those books inside, carrying it yourself must feel heavy, right? Imagine there's a pulley. If we each hold on to one end of the rope and suspend the backpack from the pulley, wouldn't I be assisting you, making it feel less burdensome?" Lu Xiaochuan gently probed. "Indeed, that would certainly reduce the effort by half. But the pulley is mounted on the ceiling, which is different from our current situation." Lu Xiaochuan responded, "Now, if I stand up, keeping my arm still while holding one end of the rope, and you pull the other end upwards, am I not still assisting you? Wouldn't that also lessen your effort by half?" "Yes, but so what?" she inquired. "My arm remains stationary. You can simply consider my arm as a beam. Therefore, whether it's mounted on a beam or the ceiling, the effect remains the same. Now, I find myself assisting you. The ceiling above serves as your support. Whether it is a person or an object, anything that aids you alleviates your burden, does it not? I comprehend. Dear teacher, truly I do. Wuhan appears to have gained insight. Excellent. You are quite astute. Let us proceed to the next question. The parents, having confirmed several times, Wuhan firmly asserted that he indeed understood and expressed a strong desire to learn under Lu Xiaochuan. Seizing the moment, Sister Li remarked, "Look, the child seems quite pleased. Shall we proceed with the payment and establish the class schedule?" The parents nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, let us make the payment and also confirm the class schedule. Since it is summer vacation, we should not overburden the child. Let us have classes every other day." Certainly. Each session here comprises 2 academic hours, with payment required for 10 classes, totaling 20 academic hours. Here is your receipt. Should you find any dissatisfaction during the course, you may request a refund for the remaining sessions at any time. After receiving the 100 yuan bill from the parents, Sister Li expertly issued the receipt. It is worth noting that in 1991, the majority of the salaried class in the provincial capital of Fengyang earned merely over 200 yuan a month. Wuhan's parents readily produced a 100 yuan bill, as if it were a mere 10 yuan note, indicating that their financial situation was indeed favorable. Having arranged for classes to commence the following afternoon, Wuhan departed with his mother. Sister Li gave Lu Xiaochuan a thumbs up, to which he responded, "It is primarily your excellent cooperation, Sister Li. In the future, we will collaborate even more effectively. When new students arrive, I will ensure to recommend them to you." Lu Xiaochuan expressed his gratitude once more, suggesting he would treat Sister Li to a meal. Sister Li politely declined, saying, "How can a new colleague treat me? Wait until you receive your salary, and then you can treat me. I fancy KFC. Is it not just KFC? No problem." Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself. Sister Li certainly knows how to ask for a generous treat. KFC is rather pricey these days. However, fostering a good relationship with the front desk is worthwhile. Chapter 7. The cousins' doubts. Throughout the afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan engaged in conversation with Sister Li, whose full name was Li Yan. At the age of 26, she remained unmarried, which in this era renders her somewhat of a leftover woman. As a seasoned gossip, Li Yan had nearly acquainted Lu Xiaochuan with the entire staff situation at Chuanfeng Education. Several new students arrived for trial classes, and Lu Xiaochuan assisted Li Yan with various tasks, such as pouring water for parents and handing out enrollment forms. He successfully retained 3 or 4 new students, although some opted out due to the high fees, which truly are unaffordable for the average family. Teachers without classes could leave by 5:30 p.m., while those with classes might not finish until after 9 p.m. After work, Lu Xiaochuan dined at a small restaurant, opting to walk back leisurely instead of taking the bus, treating it as exercise. He also wanted to avoid the staff meal at Taliju restaurant, as he did not work there and felt it inappropriate to mooch off their food, even though Zhao Lijun had considerable influence, and the owner was generous enough to accommodate him. By around 7 p.m., he returned to Taliju restaurant, where his cousin Zhao Lijun was busy cooking in the back kitchen. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Lijun was free, Lu Xiaochuan requested the key and headed to Zhao Lijun's dormitory. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Xiaochuan extracted his English book and dedicated some time to memorizing vocabulary. He began to devise a plan for his studies. There was no need to focus on physics. With a stroke of luck, he could achieve a perfect score in the college entrance examination. Mathematics also remained manageable. He simply needed to engage in fewer exercises regularly to secure a score of around 120 or 130, which posed no challenge. The high school mathematics of the 1990s was relatively straightforward, whereas over the past 2 decades, it had become increasingly complex, incorporating topics like derivatives and calculus that were once reserved for university-level courses. Chemistry, however, had been neglected for quite some time, and he had largely forgotten it. Yet, with a solid foundation in mathematics and physics, self-study should present no significant hurdles, with ample practice. He could likely score in the vicinity of 120 or 130 in the examination. Chinese literature required long-term accumulation, and Lu Xiaochuan had a commendable grasp of the language, bolstered by the wisdom of middle age. Thus, scoring just over 100 in Chinese should not be overly difficult. The most daunting subject was English. In his previous life, Lu Xiaochuan had only managed to score in the 60s, losing over 80 points and severely impairing his overall performance. His poor command of English had deterred him from contemplating postgraduate studies during university. Now, given a second chance at life, he was determined to master English and had resolutely dedicated the past 2 years to rigorous study. After careful consideration, Lu Xiaochuan set his sights on a target score of 580 to 600 for the college entrance examination. While this score might not be particularly remarkable in later years, it would undoubtedly be considered high at present, sufficient for admission to a prestigious university. After all, in this era, surpassing 600 points could potentially secure a spot in a top-tier institution. In the face of the later generations achieving scores exceeding 700, Lu Xiaochuan had once believed that the examination had become easier, leading to inflated scores. However, after years of teaching and discussions with colleagues from other subjects, he had to concede that the students of subsequent generations were simply performing better. The post-90s and post-00s students enjoyed superior learning conditions, employed more advanced study methods, and exhibited commendable diligence, making them exceptionally competitive. Now, as he returned to the 1990s and prepared to take the college entrance examination, he felt he was facing a competition of diminished dimensions. Failing to gain admission to a key university would be tantamount to a fate worse than death. Lost in his thoughts, he was interrupted by his cousin Zhao Lijun, who had just returned and inquired, "How did your job search go today? Why didn't you go back to the restaurant for a meal?" "Oh, I found a job today and have already eaten outside. I didn't want to take advantage of the restaurant's hospitality again," Lu Xiaochuan replied. "What is the big deal? It's just a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks. I have a great relationship with our boss. By the way, what kind of job did you find?" Lu Xiaochuan knew that his cousin was not exaggerating. His connection with the restaurant owner was indeed strong, as the owner was the son of Wang Jing's uncle, making him Zhao Lijun's elder brother-in-law as well. "I found a position as a teaching assistant at a tutoring center, where I help prepare teaching materials and grade assignments. And I can also attend classes." The owner said he would pay me 150 yuan a month. He also mentioned that if I tutor middle school and elementary students, I could earn a commission, so I might make around 300 yuan a month. Lu Xiaochuan refrained from mentioning his pretense of being a university student. After all, he was still a high school student, and even if he dared to say it, Zhao Lijun would hardly believe him. "That is quite good. It's definitely better than helping out at the restaurant, and it won't interfere with your studies." Lu Xiaochuan claimed that he could earn 300 a month, which Zhao Lijun found hard to believe, considering that a salary of 150 was already quite commendable. As the head chef, Zhao Lijun earned 350 a month, placing him among the higher earners among laborers, surpassing the wages of many employees in state-owned enterprises. Wang Jing, the boss's cousin, received a monthly salary of 180, while most other waitstaff earned only 150. Thus, Zhao Lijun remained skeptical of Lu Xiaochuan's assertion and inquired about the location of the tutoring class and the bus routes to get there. Lu Xiaochuan answered each question, making it seem plausible. Concealing his thoughts, Zhao Lijun pondered that he should find time to verify this in person, especially since his aunt had entrusted Lu Xiaochuan to him. Any misstep would be difficult to explain. Lu Xiaochuan was unaware of the depth of Zhao Lijun's thoughts. After exchanging a few more words, the two retired for the night. The next day, Lu Xiaochuan chose not to wear his cousin's leather shoes, opting instead for his own canvas shoes, having successfully completed his interview. There was no need to don formal footwear, especially in the sweltering summer heat. Shortly after 8 in the morning, the teachers began to arrive at the training center. Sister Li enthusiastically introduced Lu Xiaochuan to everyone, and he greeted each person in turn. The camaraderie among colleagues at the training institution was straightforward and amicable, with minimal competition among teachers of the same subject, provided there was an ample student base. Even when competition existed, it was merely a matter of individual merit. Teachers of different subjects often referred students to one another, fostering a mutually beneficial environment, which contributed to a friendly atmosphere. As the teachers settled in, the students for supplementary classes also arrived, each heading to their respective classrooms. Only 2 teachers without early morning classes gathered at the front desk to chat. Moments later, a mother and her son entered. The young man was over 6 feet tall and appeared more mature than Lu Xiaochuan. Sister Li promptly attended to them. The mother explained that her son was about to enter his senior year and that they wanted to self-study physics over the break to keep up with the comprehensive review once school resumed. Since Principal Wang Tongwang had instructed that Lu Xiaochuan primarily teach middle school students, Sister Li had to ask the mother and son to wait while she checked if Teacher Qian could spare a few minutes for a trial lesson. The diligent young man took out a set of exercises and began working at the desk. He spent 6 or 7 minutes contemplating a celestial mechanics multiple-choice question, scribbling on a piece of scrap paper but unable to arrive at an answer. Lu Xiaochuan glanced over and could not help but quietly suggest, "Choose B or C." The young man looked up at Lu Xiaochuan, mistaking him for another student in need of tutoring. He whispered, "Hey, do you know the answer?" Lu Xiaochuan merely smiled without responding. Chapter 8. A further victory. Sister Li stood outside Teacher Qian's classroom for a moment. Teacher Qian was engaged in teaching a small class and was in the midst of an explanation, making it inappropriate to interrupt. She returned to the parents and said, "The teacher is currently conducting a lesson. Would you and your child mind waiting a little longer?" The parents nodded in resignation. At that moment, the boy glanced at the answers at the back and, indeed, chose options B and C. He turned to Lu Xiaochuan and exclaimed, "Impressive, my friend. You solved this problem in just a glance. Which school do you attend?" Li Yin quickly introduced, "This is our new teacher, Lu, a student from the normal college. His lectures are exceptionally engaging." The boy, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Oh, so you're also a teacher here. No wonder you're so impressive." It was understandable. Lu Xiaochuan was actually a year younger than him. A parent, puzzled, inquired, "Since Mr. Lu is such a good teacher, why not arrange for him to give us a trial lesson?" Li Yin explained, "We were concerned that you might think Mr. Lu too young, so we plan to assign you a more experienced teacher." The parent laughed, "Why worry about youth? In education, the capable should lead. As long as the teaching is effective and the children enjoy the lessons, nothing else matters." Lu Xiaochuan couldn't help but internally applaud her open-mindedness. Thinking how insightful she was, no wonder she was affluent. Since the parents were unconcerned, Li Yin quickly consulted Principal Wang Tongwang in his office. Naturally, he agreed and instructed her to arrange for Lu Xiaochuan to conduct a trial lesson. The boy, named Su Ming, sheepishly said to Lu Xiaochuan, "I'm sorry, teacher. I genuinely thought you were here for supplementary lessons like me, which is why I called you buddy. That's perfectly fine. Our ages aren't too far apart, so calling each other buddy is not out of place. How about I explain how I approached the problem we just tackled?" Lu Xiaochuan suggested. "Sure. I'm curious about how you solved it so quickly," Su Ming replied, his face brimming with curiosity. Actually, during exams, not every question requires extensive calculations, especially multiple-choice questions. We must learn to make educated guesses, you know? There are many techniques involved. Relying on guesses? Su Ming questioned. First, you need to understand the concepts to guess effectively. For instance, this question is a multiple-choice one, right? It presents numerous conditions primarily describing the planet's revolutions around stars. We can only calculate the mass of the central celestial body since the mass of the planets will cancel out in the equations. Therefore, option A, which pertains to the planet's mass calculations, must be incorrect, so we can eliminate it. After a brief pause, Lu Xiaochuan continued, now regarding option D, which involves calculating the planet's rotation period. We don't even know if this planet rotates, so how can we compute its rotation period? Thus, it cannot be correct either. By eliminating options A and D, we are left with B and C. Su Ming nodded in understanding, enlightened. Don't rush. During exams, we approach problems this way. But now we are practicing to grasp the knowledge points, so we should also calculate options B and C. The section on celestial bodies can be daunting due to the extensive calculations, mostly involving letter-based computations, which are prone to errors. Conversely, it is simple because most problems utilize a single formula, gravitational force acting as centripetal force. After another pause, Lu Xiaochuan added, although we rely on just this one formula, the centripetal force must be expressed in various forms depending on the calculation's intent. Therefore, as long as one has a solid grasp of circular motion and strong mathematical skills, the content of this chapter on celestial bodies can almost be mastered without extensive study. Under the guidance of Lu Xiaochuan, Su Ming calculated the results of option BC on scrap paper, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Lu Xiaochuan pointed out that Su Ming's calculation skills and speed were lacking and needed improvement. Otherwise, he might struggle to complete the examination in due time. In his heart, Su Ming had already inscribed a great word of admiration for his teacher, holding Lu Xiaochuan in high regard. Su's mother listened attentively, even though she could not fully comprehend, sensing the young teacher's impressive teaching style through her son's expressions. Seizing the moment, Li Yin inquired if Su's mother wished to secure the lessons. Without hesitation, Su's mother promptly paid the fees and scheduled daily classes to commence immediately. Acknowledging the urgency as the start of the third year had arrived and her son had considerable gaps in his studies, Li Yin thought to herself, yet another significant client. Subsequently, Lu Xiaochuan introduced Su Ming to Kepler's laws and the binary star problem, guiding him through some exercises, leaving Su Ming feeling enriched by the experience. In the afternoon, the young girl Wu Han arrived punctually for her lesson, marking a commendable start to Lu Xiaochuan's work. Around 2 in the afternoon, after the lunch rush at Tao Liju restaurant, Zhao Lijun, who had opted not to play mahjong that day, borrowed a bicycle from the owner and inquired for directions to the Yuchuan Street police station. Upon arriving, he spotted the prominent sign of Chunfeng Education next door and, with a mixture of apprehension, made his way to the second floor. Upon encountering Zhao Lijun, Li Yin found him neither resembling a student nor a parent. Could he be here for an interview? He certainly did not appear to be an intellectual, so she asked, "Excuse me, are you here for Lu Xiaochuan?" "Yes. Teacher Xiaochuan is currently in class. May I ask who you are?" Zhao Lijun exhaled in relief, realizing that his cousin had indeed told the truth. "Oh, I'm his cousin, just came to check on him. No need for further discussion, I'll take my leave now." Just as Lu Xiaochuan finished his class, he overheard the conversation between Zhao Lijun and Li Yin. Stepping outside, he indeed found his cousin waiting by the door. Zhao Lijun initiated the dialogue. "I was merely passing by and thought to see how you were doing." Lu Xiaochuan understood that Zhao Lijun was skeptical and had come to verify his claims, which demonstrated his cousin's genuine concern for him. At that moment, Wu Han emerged with her backpack, waving goodbye to Lu Xiaochuan. "Goodbye, teacher. See you the day after tomorrow." After bidding farewell to Wu Han, he turned to Zhao Lijun. "Cousin, don't just linger at the door. Come inside and take a look." Zhao Lijun quickly waved his hand, expressing his lack of interest in the learning environment. Scratching his head as he replied, "I just wanted to see you. It's all right, I'm heading back. By the way, don't eat out tonight. Return to the restaurant for dinner." "All right, no need to see me off. I'm leaving." With that, he hurriedly descended the stairs. On his way back, Zhao Lijun pedaled the bicycle swiftly, finally at ease, realizing that Lu Xiaochuan had indeed been truthful and was teaching classes. He resolved to call his aunt in the village to reassure her. With no classes that evening, Lu Xiaochuan planned to return to Tao Liju restaurant for dinner. Wanting to honor his cousin's respect, Passing through a small market, he purchased a 15-pound watermelon for 2 yuan and a few pounds of apples, carrying them into the restaurant. Boss Wang is known for his straightforward nature. However, his wife does not express it openly. She feels a twinge of discomfort at Lu Xiaochuan's frequent visits for meals. But as soon as she sees him bringing in fruit, that discomfort dissipates. She remarks, "This child is so courteous. Why bother with fruit?" Lu Xiaochuan responds, "Boss Wang, sister-in-law, it's hot, so I thought a watermelon would quench everyone's thirst." As he hands the fruit to the boss's wife, Zhao Lijun reflects that last year, Lu Xiaochuan was quite unruly, having incurred considerable expenses due to fights at school. This year, however, he seems to have matured, securing a job and becoming more considerate. He has truly transformed. Chapter 9. Getting into the groove after enjoying dinner at Taoliju restaurant. Lu Xiaochuan swiftly changed his clothes and washed them while the restroom was unoccupied, ensuring he would be ready for the next morning. After all, he only possessed this one formal outfit and could not possibly attend classes in his high school uniform. In the following days, enrollment at the Chunfeng tutoring class surged, particularly as Su Ming's parents referred several friends' children, specifically requesting Lu Xiaochuan for physics lessons. Lu Xiaochuan suddenly became highly sought after, causing some jealousy among the other 2 physics teachers. However, their classes were nearly full, so it did not significantly impact their earnings. Mathematics and science are inherently interconnected. Students struggling often require assistance in multiple subjects. Those who can learn in one institution prefer not to disperse, as a one-stop service is far more convenient. Consequently, not only did Lu Xiaochuan gain more students, but he also brought new pupils to other subject teachers, fostering a friendlier atmosphere towards him. His youth and charm, often addressing his colleagues as brother or sister, quickly endeared him to his co-workers. The way he addressed Wang Tongwang shifted as well. He no longer referred to him as Principal Wang, but rather as Brother Guang, just like the other teachers. Wang Tongwang, observing the flourishing tutoring class, felt elated. Recognizing the need for more teachers, he considered hiring university students part-time. He personally went to the bookstore to recruit, but unfortunately, the candidates fell short of expectations. He managed to hire 2 who could only assist with questions, as their teaching lacked structure. He planned to train them for a few days before they could start. Lu Xiaochuan's schedule gradually filled up. In addition to one-on-one sessions, he also took on a small class, leaving him occupied with lessons nearly all day and occasionally adding evening classes. One afternoon, after finishing a class, Lu Xiaochuan approached Wang Tongwang's office. "Is there something you need?" "Xiaochuan?" Wang Tongwang inquired. "Yes, I have 2 matters I would like to discuss with you, Brother Guang." Lu Xiaochuan feigned hesitation. "Go ahead, don't hold back," Wang Tongwang replied, lighting a cigarette. "The first matter is whether I could request an advance on my salary. I didn't bring much money when I started working this summer, and it's running low. The second matter is that my residence is quite far, making it inconvenient to return home after evening classes. Would it be possible for me to stay at the tutoring center? I could arrange 2 desks for a bed. After all, it's summer, so I wouldn't mind the heat." Wang Tongwang nodded and said, "There is no issue with advancing your salary. As for staying at the tutoring center, it is not impossible, but the conditions are rather rudimentary. I fear that you may not rest well, which could hinder your classes and ultimately prove counterproductive." He mentioned that teacher Wang Dong and his students had rented a house nearby. It was said that one of his classmates had moved out and was currently seeking a new roommate. "Perhaps you should consider co-renting with him. Of course, if you insist on living at the tutoring center, I will not object. Then I shall inquire with teacher Wang Dong about the co-renting arrangement." "Thank you, Brother Guang." After receiving the advance payment of 200 yuan from Wang Tongwang, Lu Xiaochuan went to the main office to find Wang Dong, who happened to be free and was sipping tea. Upon explaining his intentions, Wang Dong hesitated and asked, "Xiaochuan, you will be starting school in September, correct? Are you planning to return to the school dormitory, or do you intend to rent for just a month or for a longer period?" "Rest assured, Brother Dong, I plan to rent long-term. After all, I will still need to come to work on weekends once school starts, and I may also have evening classes. Living nearby would be more convenient." Wang Dong was relieved to hear Lu Xiaochuan's intention for a long-term rental, sparing him the trouble of finding a new roommate in a month. "That is splendid. My classmate and I are renting a 2-bedroom apartment for 70 yuan per month. How about we split the rent? My classmate has already paid this month's rent and has moved out, so you need not worry about the rent for the remaining days. You can move in any time." "Thank you, Brother Dong. I will move in tomorrow. Do you need any help with moving my belongings?" Wang Dong, pleased to have found a new roommate to share the rent, was very enthusiastic. No, it's just one backpack. I have little else, haha." "Very well. After work tomorrow, we shall return together, and I will give you the keys." After discussing the co-renting arrangement, Wang Dong's students arrived, and he went to teach. Having resolved his accommodation, Lu Xiaochuan felt quite pleased, especially since Wang Dong was a chemistry teacher. He could now self-study chemistry and consult him whenever he encountered difficulties. From Li Yin, Lu Xiaochuan had already gathered some preliminary insights about Wang Dong. After graduating, he was assigned to teach at a rural middle school, had broken up with his girlfriend, and after 2 years of feeling that the job held little promise and unwilling to seek a partner in the countryside, he boldly resigned and returned to the city. He was now a full-time teacher at Chunfeng Education and spent his spare time self-studying for the postgraduate entrance examination. Wang Dong's experiences mirrored those of Lu Xiaochuan in his previous life, as if he were witnessing a reflection of himself, both following similar paths. The difference was that Wang Dong appeared to be more ambitious than Lu Xiaochuan had been in his former life, with the goal of pursuing further studies. Lu Xiaochuan had not encountered Wang Dong during his time at Chunfeng Education, indicating that Wang Dong would likely leave within 3 years, probably having succeeded in gaining admission to graduate school. Upon returning to his cousin Zhao Lijun's dormitory that evening, Lu Xiaochuan mentioned his plan to move out. Zhao Lijun reacted with irritation, saying, "Just stay here. Finding another place would only waste money." Lu Xiaochuan had no choice but to fabricate a story, claiming that the tutoring center's owner had rented a house for dormitory purposes and was allowing him to stay there now that he had stabilized his work. Zhao Lijun could not help but exclaim how favorable the conditions at the tutoring center were, remarking that jobs sought by educated individuals were indeed different. Upon learning that Lu Xiaochuan was moving out, Wang Jing, knowing he had no belongings, kindly offered him Zhao Lijun's mattress and blanket to spare him the expense of purchasing new ones. Lu Xiaochuan was aware that moving out sooner was indeed the right decision. Wang Jing, on the other hand, eagerly anticipated his departure, as they were in the midst of a passionate romance, and Lu Xiaochuan's lingering presence was becoming a nuisance. It was only reasonable for him to vacate the space for his cousin-in-law. The next day, Lu Xiaochuan bundled a blanket, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and set off for work. Upon arriving at the tutoring center, he encountered his English teacher, Zhao Dongmei. Noticing his makeshift bundle, Zhao Dongmei jested, "Little Chuan, are you off to escape a disaster?" "Haha, I'm moving today, don't mind me, Dongmei Jia," he replied. "By the way, may I audit your morning class? My English is quite poor, and I wish to study diligently, starting anew from the high school material. Of course, if you have any questions about learning English, feel free to reach out to me. I'll make sure to help you grasp it," Zhao Dongmei assured him. "But really, you intend to start from high school? Just how poor is your English?" she inquired, puzzled. "Well, to put it bluntly, my English is certainly worse than you might imagine, Jia," Lu Xiaochuan replied with a wry smile. "All right, I want to speculate further. I'll assume you know nothing at all. You can attend whenever I'm not teaching." Zhao Dongmei quickly consented. Other English teachers also agreed to Lu Xiaochuan's request to audit their classes. During his self-study of English, whenever he encountered difficulties, he would consult them one by one, ensuring that he didn't overburden any single teacher. Chapter 10. Accompanying Li Yin on a blind date after work that day, Wang Dong took Lu Xiaochuan back to the rented apartment, which was indeed quite close, a mere 10-minute walk to the 5th floor of the mechanical factory housing complex. The interior was simply furnished, comprising 2 bedrooms and a small living room that also functioned as a dining area, with a folding dining table. Lu Xiaochuan occupied the northern bedroom, which measured over 10 square meters. Besides a single bed, it contained an old wardrobe and a writing desk. Although the floor was worn, it was clean and tidy, which greatly pleased Lu Xiaochuan. Wang Dong handed him the keys, and Lu Xiaochuan offered to treat him to dinner. Wang Dong consented, and they shared a simple meal at a street-side eatery, but Wang Dong insisted on paying the bill. Lu Xiaochuan did not press the matter too much, knowing that there would be ample opportunities to reciprocate in the future. As work at the tutoring center gradually stabilized, the long-awaited payday arrived on August 10th. Lu Xiaochuan had only worked for a little over 10 days in July, but had conducted over 30 classes, accruing tuition fees exceeding 1,500 yuan and earning a commission of over 700 yuan. After deducting the 200 yuan he had advanced, he was left with more than 500 yuan, which felt like a significant sum to Lu Xiaochuan, especially considering that the average salary in the provincial capital, Fengyang, was still below 300 yuan. Stealing a glance at the payroll, he noticed that others earned over 1,000 yuan, with some even exceeding 2,000. Such earnings would be astonishing in other contexts. However, Lu Xiaochuan understood that this was merely a peak period for the education and training industry during the summer. Once school resumed, income would likely drop by more than half, although it would still remain considerably higher than the average wage. Contemplate, in comparison to several decades hence. It hardly seems significant. After all, during the peak of the education and training sector, some educators could earn enough in a single summer session to purchase an entire apartment. With his salary in hand, Lu Xiaochuan was eager to fulfill his promise of treating Li Yin. He took a moment to approach her and said, "Sisterly, when are you free? Let's head to KFC." Li Yin replied softly, "Let's skip KFC. Could you do me a favor? It would mean more than treating me to a meal." "Of course, what do you need, sisterly?" he inquired. Do you have time this Sunday afternoon?" Li Yin hesitantly asked. "I'm free during the afternoon. I don't start class until 1:30, so I have a 2-hour break. What is on your mind?" "My aunt has set me up on a blind date this Sunday afternoon, and I cannot decline." "So," Lu Xiaochuan interrupted, "sisterly, you're not asking me to pretend to be your boyfriend, are you? Using me as a shield? Don't be ridiculous. You're just a young kid. Who would believe that?" Li Yin playfully retorted. She continued, "On Sunday, I've arranged to meet him at a nearby cafe. You should go there first and find a corner to sip coffee. If you notice that things are not going well, just make up an excuse to call me away. Don't worry, The coffee will be on me. Is that all? I understand. You can trust me, dear sister. My acting skills are impeccable. I assure you I will complete the task. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled. They then discussed further details and established a code word. After finishing his class on Sunday morning without having lunch, Lu Xiaochuan made his way to the cafe Li Yan mentioned, ordering a cup of coffee and settling into a corner with an English book to study vocabulary, which also served to shield him from prying eyes. At around 11:50, Li Yan arrived in a lovely dress. After scanning the room and not spotting a young man in blue trousers and a white shirt, she reluctantly chose a table and sat down. Lu Xiaochuan quickly set aside his book, and upon catching his eye, Li Yan blinked, their interaction reminiscent of a clandestine meeting. As the clock struck noon, and still without the arrival of her date, Li Yan felt a twinge of disappointment. Finally, at 10 minutes past 12, a young man dressed in blue trousers and a white shirt entered the cafe. Spotting him immediately, Li Yan noted his height and appealing appearance, causing her earlier discontent to dissipate. However, her spirits plummeted again upon noticing a woman in her 50s with curly hair following closely behind him. What was this? They had agreed to a private meeting, and yet, he had brought a parent along? Upon entering, the young man immediately approached Li Yan and said, "Hello. You must be Li Yan. I'm sorry for being late. The bus was quite congested. My mother insisted on coming along to see for herself. I hope you don't mind." What could Li Yan say? Since he was already there, expressing any objection would be futile. She simply replied, "Hello, Auntie. Please take a seat." They then called over a waiter to order coffee. The curly-haired woman interjected, "No need, no need. Just 2 cups will suffice. You young people can drink it. I'm not accustomed to this sort of thing. It's rather expensive." Li Yan felt a bit flustered, uncertain whether to order 2 cups or 3. Ultimately, she chose to disregard the curly-haired woman's protest and ordered 3 cups of coffee. The curly-haired aunt felt a pang of dissatisfaction, thinking that it was her son who would be footing the bill, and that this girl was rather unrefined. However, she kept her thoughts to herself. Initially, Li Yan had a favorable impression of the young man, but it had significantly diminished by now. The young man introduced himself, stating he worked at a machinery factory. The curly-haired aunt immediately interjected, "My son is a formal employee at the machinery factory, not part of a collective. His monthly salary is nearly 300. She then shifted into an inquisitorial mode, interrogating Li Yan thoroughly. Despite the fact that Li Yan's second aunt had already briefed her on Li Yan's situation, the young man silently observed his mother's relentless questioning of Li Yan, while Lu Xiaochuan, lurking in the corner, thought to himself, "This is a quintessential mama's boy." Faced with the curly-haired aunt's inquiries, Li Yan had no choice but to respond to each question. When the topic of work arose, the aunt remarked, "Your tutoring job seems rather unstable. You should really seek a more secure position. But if you two truly develop a relationship, I could pull some strings to get you a temporary role at the factory, and later see if there's an opportunity for a permanent position. However, any expenses incurred for this will need to be covered by your family." Lu Xiaochuan, overhearing this, nearly burst into laughter. The aunt's sense of superiority regarding her stable job was overwhelming. Little did she know that, when the wave of layoffs hit in a few years, her sense of security might not be so justified. Meanwhile, Li Yan was discreetly signaling herself under the table. Lu Xiaochuan realized it was time for him to intervene. He first approached the front desk to settle the bill for Li Yan's table, then pretended to have just walked in from outside, hastily making his way to Li Yan's side. "Principal Li, I finally found you. A significant client has come to the tutoring center, wishing to pay for 100 lessons and seeking a discount. The team is hesitant to make a decision, so they sent me to consult with you." Li Yan furrowed her brow, wondering why he referred to her as Principal Li, as this had not been mentioned beforehand. Reluctantly, she replied, "All right, I understand. I'll return shortly. You all seem incapable of managing this small matter without me." She then turned to the curly-haired aunt. "I sincerely apologize, Auntie, but perhaps we should call it a day?" Upon seeing Li Yan's urgency to leave, the curly-haired aunt immediately became displeased. "Look at you, child. We haven't even talked for long, and this coffee is quite expensive. You haven't finished it yet." Li Yan felt utterly helpless, eager to conclude this awkward blind date, and had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of the aunt reporting back to her second aunt. Lu Xiaochuan, noticing her discomfort, said, "It's all right, Auntie. Please take your time with the coffee. I've already settled the bill. It's just that Principal Li has an urgent matter to attend to. If you wish to inquire about her job, feel free to ask me. I am her colleague." With that, he gently nudged Li Yan towards the exit. To his surprise, the curly-haired aunt grasped him firmly and inquired, "Young man, you just called her principal. Is she indeed a principal?" "Isn't a principal typically the owner?" Lu Xiaochuan replied. "Oh, Li is the vice principal. I can't refer to her as vice principal, as that would be disrespectful to the leadership. Besides, in a little while, our boss will be opening a branch, and at that point, Li will be the principal of that branch, so the title of vice will no longer apply. She is already a vice principal. One wonders how much she earns in a month." Lu Xiaochuan scratched his head and replied, "Auntie, I truly don't know. Nor do I dare to inquire about my superior's salaries. I suppose it must be considerably more than what I earn. And how much do you earn in a month?" The curly-haired aunt pressed, while a young man beside her awkwardly tugged at his mother's sleeve. Please don't ask, Mom. What's the harm in asking? We ought to understand clearly, shouldn't we? It's all right, Auntie. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled. You see, this young man has said it's fine. The curly-haired aunt remained undeterred, and her son reluctantly resumed sipping his coffee in silence. I'm new here, so my earnings aren't substantial. Last month, I made just over 1,500 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan had started working in July, and within less than half a month, he had earned over 700 yuan. Thus his claim of making over 1,500 yuan in a month was hardly exaggerated. Well, you're young, earning less is acceptable. But wait, how much did you say you earned last month? Just over 1,500. What? The curly-haired aunt nearly spilled her coffee in surprise. You earned 1,500 in a month? Auntie, we just hit the summer vacation, you see. Normally, I wouldn't earn that much. Just about 700 or 800 a month. The young man beside her thought, 700 or 800 is still quite a bit. That's more than I've made in 3 months. Suddenly, his own work at the agricultural machinery factory felt rather unappealing. The curly-haired aunt paused and remarked, although your job pays well, it lacks stability. Where is the security of an iron rice bowl? At this moment, she regained her confidence. Auntie, you are absolutely right. Our work is indeed quite unstable. The monthly salary varies, and who knows when the boss might let us go. Your elder brother's job is far superior. A true iron rice bowl. When seeking a partner, one should prioritize those with stable employment. That's the ideal match. Indeed, young man, you possess insight. An iron rice bowl ensures consistent earnings. I wouldn't trade it for a mountain of gold. Next time, do ensure my son doesn't meet anyone without a stable job. Yes, I will inform Principal Li that your brother is not interested in her, sparing her from harboring any unrealistic hopes. All right, please do mention it to her. By the way, young man, I advise you to seek legitimate employment in a reputable factory. Otherwise, finding a partner later may become challenging. Understood. Thank you, Auntie. I shall take my leave now. With that, Lu Xiaochuan exited the cafe, and upon reaching the street corner, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Yin was waiting for him at the corner and asked, why did it take you so long to come out? Lu Xiaochuan quickly pulled her along and said, let us hurry back to the office. I fear I might laugh too hard to walk otherwise. Upon returning to Chunfeng Education, the teachers had yet to begin their classes. They were all aware that Li Yin had gone on a blind date and gathered around to inquire. Lu Xiaochuan recounted the events briefly, and laughter erupted among them. Astonished that Li Yin had encountered a mama's boy who looked down on her job. Several teachers had resigned from the school and were well aware of how deeply ingrained the obsession with the iron rice bowl was among northerners, especially the older generation. When they resigned, it had caused quite a stir at home. The youth of today possesses a mindset that starkly contrasts with that of the previous generation, adeptly navigating the currents of contemporary society. Despite over a decade of reform and opening up, clinging to the security of a stable job, akin to an iron rice bowl, seems utterly foolish. No matter how secure that iron rice bowl may appear, earning 1 unit does not equate to spending 2. Lu Xiaochuan is aware that by next year, that esteemed figure will once again draw a circle in the South China Sea, heralding a more vigorous wave of reform and opening up, ushering in a new era. After more than half a month of interaction, Lu Xiaochuan had fully immersed himself in the atmosphere of the tutoring class, spending his days either attending lessons or engaging in self-study, leading a fulfilling life. At the end of August, he placed a call to his village office in Liutuan, where his mother, Zhao Tsuaping, answered. She informed him that his elder sister, Lu Xiaoning, had been accepted into the nursing program at Xiuzhou Medical College, a tertiary institution. In a few days, their father, Lu Jinyu, would accompany her to school. Additionally, his childhood friend, Zhang Chao, had come to the provincial capital for work with a construction team from a neighboring village, although the specifics of his job site remained unknown. Lastly, his mother urged him to take care of himself while away, suggesting he write letters instead of making phone calls, as long-distance calls were prohibitively expensive. After completing his call from a public phone, Lu Xiaochuan returned downstairs and encountered a familiar face, Bai Ling, whom he had met on the train. She was conversing with a police officer in his 30s outside the police station. Lu Xiaochuan promptly greeted her, "Senior Sister Bai Ling. What a surprise to see you here." Upon closer inspection, Bai Ling recognized him. After more than a month apart, Lu Xiaochuan, clad in a white shirt and sporting glasses, appeared quite transformed from their earlier encounter on the train. Bai Ling, astonished, inquired, "Xiaochuan, what brings you here?" Lu Xiaochuan gestured towards the sign of the tutoring class above and replied, "Senior Sister, I've secured a part-time job as a teacher here." Bai Ling couldn't help but applaud him, exclaiming, "I thought you might just be working for the summer, perhaps doing some tutoring. But you've actually made it to a formal institution as a teacher. Impressive." She then introduced him to the officer beside her, her husband, Yu Qingjun, who serves as the deputy director of the Yuchen Street Police Station. Lu Xiaochuan promptly greeted him, addressing him as Brother Yu. The name Yu Qingjun struck a familiar chord, and he suddenly recalled hearing it in the news prior to his rebirth. He was the deputy mayor and police chief of Fengyang City. Yu Qingjun, having heard from Bai Ling about their meeting on the train, expressed curiosity. "I've heard from your senior sister that you possess extensive knowledge of history. Is it true that the tutoring class offers history lessons? Lu Xiaochuan humbly responded, brother you, I've merely read a few books. My knowledge is at best that of a history enthusiast, and I cannot compare myself to professionals like senior sister. I teach physics here, which is somewhat more aligned with my expertise. Yu Qingjun appreciated his modesty and formed a favorable impression of Lu Xiaochuan. After a brief conversation, Lu Xiaochuan excused himself, not wishing to intrude on their private matters. The tutoring class and the police station were situated one above the other, and in the days that followed, Lu Xiaochuan frequently crossed paths with Yu Qingjun during his commutes, exchanging polite greetings and gradually becoming more acquainted. However, after a fortnight, he encountered no one again. Inquiring with other officers, he learned that Yu Qingjun had been sent from the Municipal Bureau for temporary training and had already returned. Chapter 12. Gathering of the supplementary class at the beginning of September. As both junior and senior high schools commenced, the Spring Breeze supplementary class finally found itself less hectic. With classes only held on Saturday afternoons and Sundays, Zhou Shi and Zhou Wu, the full-time teachers, were occupied during the day with teaching research activities, while Lu Xiaochuan, posing as a part-time university student, was naturally exempt from such commitments. He did not return home to request leave, but instead entrusted Lu Xiaolong's uncle to explain his situation to the high school in the town. The high school in Shida town had a low graduation rate, as most students merely aimed to obtain their diplomas, with many dropping out midway. Consequently, the school leaders and teachers were accustomed to such scenarios, assuming Lu Xiaochuan would also gradually tread the path of dropping out. They lamented the potential waste of such a diligent student. His colleagues knew Lu Xiaochuan was a student from the normal university, so he pretended to return to school for registration. In reality, he sought refuge in the library, immersing himself in books for several days. On September 10th, the long-anticipated salary was finally disbursed, rewarding a month of hard work with over 2,000 yuan. With the teachers of the supplementary class receiving their payments, they decided to go shopping, inviting Lu Xiaochuan along, as they needed someone to carry their bags. How could he refuse the invitation from such charming ladies? The group headed to East Street, trying on and purchasing various items, and soon Lu Xiaochuan found his hands laden with packages. Under the guidance of these lovely women, he bought 2 new outfits, as the weather was turning cooler and he indeed required autumn attire. Dressed in his new clothes, Lu Xiaochuan looked quite dapper, causing the female teachers to beam with delight. They clamored to introduce him to potential girlfriends and inquired whether he fancied relationships with older women. Lu Xiaochuan, startled, hastily waved his hands in refusal, asserting that at this stage, he only wished to focus on earning money and studying. What a jest. Naturally, one should reserve their first love for the college campus, where it could blossom beautifully. Despite possessing the spirit of a man in his 20s, he was still merely 17. Faced with a bevy of 25-year-old beauties, Lu Xiaochuan could only swallow hard, refraining from any untoward thoughts or conversations. During the summer vacation, the supplementary class thrived, and the owner, Wang Tongwang, undoubtedly reaped substantial profits. Therefore, he decided to host a celebratory dinner. On Tuesday evening, all staff members of the Spring Breeze supplementary class gathered at Donglishan, filling 2 tables. In addition to Lu Xiaochuan, Wang Tongwang had recruited 3 part-time teachers who were undergraduates. The English teacher, Yi Shan, was a junior from the normal university, while the other 2, both male students from the provincial university, taught mathematics and chemistry. Naturally, these 3 sat together with Lu Xiaochuan. As the banquet commenced, Wang Tongwang delivered an enthusiastic speech, outlining grand visions and encouraging everyone to work diligently to earn substantial profits together. Lu Xiaochuan was acutely aware of Wang Tongwang's fate in his previous life. He had indeed earned a substantial income for several years, but eventually, he became complacent, engaging in an extramarital affair with an English teacher. This ultimately led to the disintegration of his family and left his tutoring center in disarray, causing him to miss the prime opportunity for development. When capital ventured into the education and training sector, Chunfeng education, which had failed to scale, could only languish. However, that English teacher had yet to secure a position and was presumably still pursuing her studies. It is noteworthy that, at present, there are only a handful of tutoring centers in the market, which is still in its nascent stage. Even the relatively famous new entities of the future had yet to be established. A decade later, during the peak of competition, the number of training institutions registered in the provincial capital soared to over 1,000, not accounting for the clandestine tutoring classes hidden within residential buildings. It could be said that new educational institutions sprang up daily, while others shuttered their doors just as frequently. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Lu Xiaochuan raised his glass as Wang Tongwang commenced the toasts. After several rounds of spirited drinking, the atmosphere in the venue became quite lively. Lu Xiaochuan and his companions also approached the neighboring table to toast Wang Tongwang. Wang Tongwang, patting Lu Xiaochuan on the shoulder, encouraged him, stating that he was quite impressive and urged the other 3 to learn more from him. Stealing a glance at the reactions of the 3 individuals beside him, Lu Xiaochuan noted that Yishan and Su Cheng appeared somewhat unfazed, while Sun Yuqiang's jealousy and disdain were glaringly evident. After all, he hailed from the provincial university and harbored a sense of pride, How could he possibly defer to a junior from a normal university? Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself. Brother Guang, you are inciting animosity towards me. He humbly replied, I merely arrived a few days earlier and happened to coincide with the summer vacation. These 3 seniors possess abilities that surpass mine and will soon become the pillars of our tutoring center. Upon returning to his own table, Lu Xiaochuan discovered that Sun Yuqiang had taken the seat he had just vacated, positioning himself next to Yishan. It seemed this fellow had taken a liking to her. Being magnanimous, Lu Xiaochuan acquiesced to sit in Sun Yuqiang's former seat, but jestingly remarked, Brother Chong, that is not fair. You've stolen my spot. And I was hoping to sit beside my senior Yi. How about this? You drink 3 cups as a penalty, and I shall have no objections. Su Cheng, seated to Yi Shan's right, chimed in, that sounds fair. Let us impose a drinking penalty, or else we can switch seats with Xiaochuan. Su Cheng appeared to have a keen interest in Yishan himself, having eagerly claimed the seat beside her upon arrival. Upon hearing this, Yishan's face flushed crimson as she shot Lu Xiaochuan an annoyed glance and buried herself in her meal. Sun Yuqiang, feeling a bit sheepish, raised his glass and proposed, how about this? I'll drink 3 cups, and you 2 can each accompany me with 1. Lu Xiaochuan readily agreed, filling his glass to the brim, and Su Cheng also expressed no objections. After downing 3 cups, Sun Yuqiang promptly took a couple of bites of food. Lu Xiaochuan poured a drink and offered a toast to the slightly older female teachers, such as Li Yin and Zhao Dongmei, before raising his glass to Sun Yuqiang and Su Cheng. Though they were not from the same school, the shared experience of working part-time at the tutoring center created a bond. Our school may not compare to the provincial university, but I am honored to call you both seniors, so allow this junior to toast to you. Su Cheng replied, what do you mean by not comparing? After graduation, we are all the same. The provincial university isn't all that superior. Indeed, we are all on equal footing, Sun Yuqiang added somewhat insincerely before changing the subject. Xiaochuan, you've only toasted us. Aren't you going to raise a glass to your senior Yi? Oh, allow me to toast to my 2 esteemed seniors first. And later I shall honor the senior sister individually. It seems somewhat unfair, doesn't it? To toast the 2 of us together while the senior sister receives a solitary salute. Sun Yuqiang is quite particular about such matters. Su Cheng interjects, it's all right. Let us toast together then. How about we include Yishan and share a drink? Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively. All right, my apologies, Changgu. Let me first pour myself a drink as penance, and then I shall toast you separately. He poured a glass of beer and downed it in 1 gulp. Then poured another and turned to Su Cheng. Su Senior, allow me to toast you first. Before they could drink, Sun Yuqiang chimed in sarcastically. It seems Xiaochuan has a bone to pick with me, toasting Su Cheng first, and then me. What the hell? This guy is really nitpicking. Lu Xiaochuan proceeded to drink with Su Cheng. Then he opened a new bottle, smiling at Sun Yuqiang. Surely there must be a sequence? Since Su Senior is closer to me, I toasted him first. Now that you're being particular, I shall toast you with this bottle. As the drinking commenced, the female teachers at the same table ceased their chatter and turned their attention to them. Sun Yuqiang, confident in his drinking ability, couldn't back down and opened a bottle as well, engaging in a competitive chug with Lu Xiaochuan. The 2 nearly finished their bottles simultaneously, prompting applause from the female teachers. Xiaochuan, well done. Sun Yuqiang felt even more displeased. They had both emptied a bottle, so why was only he praised? Just because he arrived a few days earlier? He glanced at Yishan, her gaze fixed on Lu Xiaochuan, igniting a fire of jealousy within him. He casually remarked, Lu Xiaochuan, do you dare to challenge me to another bottle? Chapter 13. Sun Yuqiang's self-inflicted struggles upon noticing that Sun Yuqiang was determined to challenge him. Lu Xiaochuan felt unfazed by the prospect of a drinking contest. In his previous life, he had faced many trials in the realm of drink and had proven himself quite capable. Now, with youth on his side, he felt no fear. However, he knew he shouldn't be reckless, for he was not a simpleton. Changgu, don't rush. I haven't toasted senior sister Yi yet. With that, he poured a glass and declared, Senior sister Yi, I toast to you. Yishan sipped her drink, then poured herself some beer, just as she was about to drink. Sun Yuqiang interrupted again, Xiaochuan, if you're toasting your senior sister, shouldn't it be with a full bottle? You want my senior sister to drink a whole bottle? No need for that. I'll drink 1 cup, and I'll cover her bottle, Yishan replied, as Sun Yuqiang boisterously proclaimed. Since Sun Yuqiang was intent on making things difficult for himself, Lu Xiaochuan felt no obligation to hold back. All right, a true man indeed, let us go. Lu Xiaochuan raised his bottle and was the first to drink. After finishing another bottle, he felt a bit uneasy in his stomach. Thankfully, he had secretly consumed a bag of milk beforehand, providing some protection to his stomach lining. Changgu, I've completed my round of toasts. It's your turn now. Lu Xiaochuan spread his hands in a gesture of invitation. Sun Yuqiang first toasted the other female teachers, then poured a drink specifically for Yishan. Lu Xiaochuan could not let this opportunity slip by. Changgu, shouldn't you toast senior sister Yi with a bottle as well? A single cup cannot truly convey your sentiments. Sun Yuqiang found himself with no choice but to uncork a bottle of wine, declaring, very well. I shall toast with a bottle, but you drink on behalf of your senior sister Yi. So, you wish to challenge me to a drinking contest, do you? That was not my intention. I never suggested that, Lu Xiaochuan replied. Your senior sister may drink as much as she pleases. Just as Sun Yuqiang was about to voice his discontent, Su Cheng interjected, I shall drink this bottle on behalf of Yishan. Wait a moment. We are from the same school. Are you trying to backstab me, Su Cheng? Sun Yuqiang was taken aback by Su Cheng's unexpected support. Surely, you jest, Brother Chang. Observe how you and Su sit flanking Sister Yi, akin to guardians. The bottle I toasted with was consumed by your left guardian. Now, Su Cheng, as your right guardian, shall partake of another. A protector of flowers cannot be left to bear the burden alone. Lu Xiaochuan's logic was sound, and the crowd encouraged, come on, Sun Yuqiang. Can you not hold your own? Li Yin and Zhao Dongmei, reveling in the spectacle, joined in the teasing. The lively atmosphere drew the attention of Wang Tongwang's table, evoking nostalgia for their own youthful days. With everyone watching, Sun Yuqiang felt compelled to rise to the occasion. Thus, with great resolve, he downed a bottle alongside Su Cheng. With 3 bottles consumed, plus a few scattered cups, he was already feeling the effects, especially since they were enjoying the potent Lao Shiwa. Wang Tongwang raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, well done, young man. It is no wonder your youth serves you well. Do partake of more dishes to temper the drink. Brother Guang, you are still young yourself. Care to join us for a few rounds? Lu Xiaochuan jested, prompting the female teachers to chime in, further invigorating the atmosphere. Let us not push it. I concede. That's enough for me. Wang Tongwang turned to the female teachers, leaving the men to their revelry. After urging Sun Yuqiang to eat a few bites, Lu Xiaochuan seized another bottle of wine, addressing him, Brother Chang, I see you've had your fill. Surely, you cannot manage anymore? Just a toast for old time's sake. Indeed, Sun Yuqiang felt the weight of his indulgence, yet in the presence of Yishan, he could not show weakness. He boldly proclaimed, one must reciprocate in matters of courtesy. I shall toast Lu Xiaochuan with another bottle. Seeing Sun Yuqiang visibly inebriated, the others urged him to relent, but he was undeterred, insisting on another round with Lu Xiaochuan. Good advice seldom sways the determined fool, Lu Xiaochuan thought. Resigned to fulfill his friend's reckless desires, he lifted the beer bottle and drank deeply. Sun Yuqiang, unwilling to be outdone, matched his pace but faltered after only half a bottle, choking and subsequently spewing the contents forth. Fortunately, Yishan swiftly dodged, or else she would have borne the brunt of his misfortune. Though she escaped unharmed, his shoes, pristine white, were not so lucky, prompting him to hurry to the restroom for a cleanup. At that moment, Sun Yuqiang hastily covered his mouth and dashed to the lavatory. Su Cheng and Lu Xiaochuan followed closely, fearful he might stumble and fall. Upon reaching the restroom, Sun Yuqiang unleashed the contents of his stomach, and once finished, his body weakened. Su Cheng and Lu Xiaochuan supported him, one on either side. When they returned, they noticed Yishan had vacated her seat, and upon inquiry, learned she had left early to return to school. As the gathering began to wind down, Wang Tongwang instructed Lu Xiaochuan to escort Yishan back to school, while Su Cheng would see Sun Yuqiang home. Upon exiting the restaurant and stepping onto the roadside to hail a taxi, Lu Xiaochuan noticed the scarcity of available cabs. He conferred with Yishan and Su Cheng, suggesting they share a ride to first drop off Sun Yuqiang, and then take Yishan home, as it was conveniently along their route. Yishan cast a disdainful glance at Sun Yuqiang, but, faced with the unavailability of taxis, reluctantly acquiesced. She took the front passenger seat while Lu Xiaochuan and Su Cheng assisted Sun Yuqiang into the back. The driver, detecting their intoxicated state, was initially hesitant to accept them as passengers. However, after Lu Xiaochuan negotiated and added an extra 5 yuan, the driver begrudgingly agreed, promptly rolling down the windows upon their entry. Fortunately, Sun Yuqiang refrained from further vomiting. The evening breeze was somewhat brisk, and as it swept through the car, he gradually regained his senses and hastily apologized to Yishan, who, however, ignored him. Upon arriving at the provincial university, they helped Sun Yuqiang out of the car, and just as they entered the campus, they encountered one of Sun Yuqiang's classmates, to whom they entrusted him. Su Cheng, who should have returned to the dormitory, insisted on accompanying Lu Xiaochuan to see Yishan home. Lu Xiaochuan felt a sense of unease. As a pretender to being a student of the normal college, he feared that any inquiries about school matters during the ride might expose his ruse. He discreetly signaled to Su Cheng, saying, Senior Su, I've had a bit too much to drink today and would rather not return to school. Since we don't have any significant classes tomorrow, I'd prefer to rest at the rental. Would you mind taking Yishuji home? For Su Cheng, this was an ideal opportunity. He readily agreed, stating, Sure. You head back safely. I will see Yishan home. Don't worry, I'll ensure she arrives safely. With that, he secretly gave Lu Xiaochuan a thumbs up. Yishan observed Lu Xiaochuan, likely discerning his intentions, but found Su Cheng far more agreeable than Sun Yuqiang, so she consented to the arrangement. Upon returning to the rental, they encountered Yu Qingjun, whom they hadn't seen for over half a month, emerging from the adjacent unit. Brother Yu, do you live here as well? Lu Xiaochuan inquired. In the dim evening light, Yu Qingjun scrutinized him before recognizing Lu Xiaochuan. Ah, it's Brother Xiaochuan. My sister lives on the first floor of this unit. I brought her some things. What about you? Do you reside here? Indeed, Brother Yu. I share an apartment on the 5th floor with a colleague. We had a gathering for our supplementary class today and drank a bit, so I didn't return to school. I often see an aunt on the 1st floor taking her child out to play. The child is quite adorable with a round face. Is that your sister's child? Yes, that is my sister's son. During the day, she works while her mother-in-law takes care of him. All right then, Xiaochuan, I must be off. See you. Goodbye, brother Yu. Lu Xiaochuan replied, watching as Yu Qingjun rode away on his bicycle. Chapter 14. Learning Sanzhou. Upon returning to the rental, Wang Dong had already come back. They exchanged a few words before preparing for bed. During dinner that evening, Lu Xiaochuan noticed Wang Dong's interest in Zhao Dongmei. He was uncertain of their eventual outcome. But according to the trajectory of his previous life, both would resign within 3 years, perhaps even embarking on a romantic journey together. From Monday to Wednesday during the day, the supplementary class was on break, and Wang Dong typically stayed home to study for the graduate entrance exam. This left Lu Xiaochuan with no choice but to maintain the facade of attending classes by leaving early and returning late. Lu Xiaochuan found himself in a state of discontent. Each morning, he would jog in the park, and during the day, apart from spending time reading at the library, he had no choice but to wander aimlessly. The warm weather was manageable, but he pondered what he would do when winter arrived. It seemed imperative to seek out additional pursuits. One day, after finishing his reading at the library, Lu Xiaochuan chose not to take the bus and strolled home, passing by a gym on Fengxi Street, where he casually decided to step inside. At that time, the fitness industry was just beginning to take shape, lacking the vigorous growth it would later experience. Upon entering the gym, Lu Xiaochuan noticed it was modest in size, with only a handful of patrons exercising. The gym offered pay-per-use options, so he purchased a ticket and entered. Dressed in athletic wear, he felt no need to change and made his way to the equipment area, where there were limited machines but an abundance of dumbbells and barbells. Lu Xiaochuan, with his somewhat slender build, was in dire need of training. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had been a frequent visitor to gyms and was well-versed in using various equipment. While his form was not impeccable, it was passable. In his past life, Lu Xiaochuan had only begun exercising in his 30s, during a time when the fitness industry was thriving and gyms were plentiful. He had even hired trainers for a few sessions, only to discover that many of them were not as proficient as the seasoned regulars who frequented the gym. The more muscular patrons often enjoyed mentoring newcomers, especially if there were attractive women around, and Lu Xiaochuan would frequently glean tips from them. Occasionally, he would buy a bottle of soda for the seasoned gym-goers, quickly mastering the various equipment movements, which proved far more economical than hiring a trainer. From that point onward, Lu Xiaochuan became a regular at the Yedong gym. He was cautious not to overexert himself, fearing it might hinder his growth. In his previous life, he had reached a height of 175 centimeters, having grown relatively late. Now, at the age of 17, he stood at 173 centimeters. And he hoped that with consistent exercise and a good diet, he might gain an additional 1 or 2 centimeters in height. After more than half a month of training, he began to notice subtle muscle definition and felt himself becoming stronger. One day, upon entering the gym, the owner stopped him. "Young man, I see you here every day. Do you not attend school or work? Why? Does one need to have a profession to work out at the gym?" Lu Xiaochuan replied with a smile. "Not at all. I noticed you are quite adept with the equipment. Have you had any prior training? Would you be interested in becoming a fitness instructor here?" "Well, I have had some training, but I'm not particularly skilled. Would I be fit for the role of an instructor?" "Absolutely. Have you not noticed how few people actually know how to work out properly in this gym? I once had a very professional trainer, but he left for opportunities in the South. Now, I only have one full-time trainer who is overwhelmed. With your familiarity with the equipment, you could easily manage." "Very well. Let us find a place to discuss this further." Lu Xiaochuan, mindful of his tutoring commitments, could only work part-time during the weekdays. After negotiating with the owner, they settled on a part-time salary of 80 yuan per month, significantly lower than that of other trainers. Lu Xiaochuan's responsibilities would include guiding new members on how to use the equipment. If any clients opted for personal training sessions, commissions would be calculated separately. Most importantly, he would be granted free access to the gym for his own workouts. Another trainer, surnamed Xing, was quite muscular and well-built, handling all personal training sessions on a priority basis. Lu Xiaochuan had no intention of competing with him. He simply offered brief guidance to new members as they utilized the equipment. Coach Xing was quite pleased, relishing his light-hearted demeanor as he focused on private training sessions to earn commissions. Occasionally, he would discreetly correct Lu Xiaochuan's movements when they were not quite right. After the National Day holiday, the boss hired a new coach named Bai, who designated a specific area to teach middle and primary school students the art of Sanda. Lu Xiaochuan, intrigued, would often watch from the sidelines during his free time. He yearned to join the lessons, but the Sanda classes required payment, and he was reluctant to spend the money, feeling embarrassed to attend without paying. Within a week, Coach Bai discerned Lu Xiaochuan's intentions. "Xiao Lu, do you wish to learn Sanda from me?" he inquired. "Yes, but this is a paid course, and I feel uncomfortable attending for free. I can't afford the tuition." Lu Xiaochuan replied sheepishly. "No worries, come and learn with me. You can assist me with the children's fundamental strength training and stretching exercises while I take a break." Coach Bai smiled. That would be wonderful, Coach Bai. Thank you so much. Lu Xiaochuan replied, elated, and from that day forth, he practiced Sanda under Coach Bai's guidance. Lu Xiaochuan possessed a bit of martial arts foundation, having spent his childhood climbing trees and hiking with friends, which made him quite agile. Additionally, his childhood friend Zhang Chao's uncle was a veteran of the Vietnam War, from whom Lu Xiaochuan had learned some wrestling techniques. He excelled at Sanda, impressing Coach Bai with his innate talent, though it was regrettable that he had started so late. Had he begun earlier, he might have even competed in some tournaments. Lu Xiaochuan's weakness was his kicks, which lacked height. He practiced ligament stretching for long periods daily, gritting his teeth in pain, still far from achieving a full split. By the time he returned home in the afternoon, his legs trembled. Upon arriving downstairs, he encountered Yu Qingyuan's sister, Yu Xiaomei, who was outside with her mother-in-law, sunbathing with a child who was playfully running around. Lu Xiaochuan observed their harmonious relationship, resembling that of a mother and daughter. However, he had never met Yu Xiaomei's husband or father-in-law. Having met Yu Qingjun a couple of times downstairs, he also became acquainted with Yu Xiaomei. Sister Xiaomei, are you playing with the child? Oh, has Hao Hao grown taller? Come, let Uncle hold you. I have some white rabbit milk candy, he greeted. School's out, Xiaochuan. University finishes so early. Oh, we typically have no classes in the afternoon, so I return home early. I'll head upstairs now. Goodbye, Aunt Wang, Sister Xiaomei. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Wang Dong was busy chopping vegetables, and Lu Xiaochuan quickly lent a hand, igniting the gas stove to begin cooking. To maintain a healthy diet, they had long since started preparing their own dinners, only eating breakfast and lunch outside. In his previous life, Lu Xiaochuan's wife, Lu Linlin, used to handle all the cooking. After she went to Yanjing for a year of further studies, Lu Xiaochuan could no longer rely solely on takeout and was compelled to learn some home-cooked dishes. Though his skills were modest, they surpassed Wang Dong's. After dinner, as they each studied, Lu Xiaochuan seized the opportunity to ask Wang Dong a few chemistry questions. Wang Dong was curious about Lu Xiaochuan's interest in chemistry. Lu Xiaochuan explained, I feel unfulfilled studying at the normal university and am contemplating whether to retake my high school entrance exams to gain admission to a better university. In the 1990s, it was quite common for high school students to repeat several years, but it was relatively rare for someone to drop out of university and retake the college entrance examination. Although Wang Dong found it difficult to comprehend, he refrained from inquiring further, as it was a personal matter for Lu Xiaochuan. Chapter 15. A vicious assault on human traffickers. After the summer vacation, the number of classes in the remedial program significantly decreased, leading to a sharp decline in income. In September and October, Lu Xiaochuan's salary fell below 1,000, causing him some anxiety as he needed a substantial sum of money by the end of the year. The prospect of accumulating wealth in the 1990s was enticing, yet one must first possess capital to embark on that journey. A few days ago, he received a letter from home informing him that the procedure for his school leave had been completed. He only needed to return for the final exams. It also mentioned that his cousin from his aunt's side was getting married during the National Day holiday, but Lu Jinyu was not invited to the celebration. Lu Xiaochuan reminisced about the time his cousin got married in his previous life, when his father had also not attended the wedding. His aunt, Lu Jinhong, resided in the county town, and her husband held a minor leadership position at the local ceramic factory, looking down upon their impoverished rural relatives. After Lu Xiaochuan's incident, when money was needed for compensation, Lu Jinyu had gone to his elder sister to borrow money. However, she excused herself, claiming that she needed it for her son's wedding and lent not a dime. Ultimately, he borrowed some from his maternal uncles and aunts, and after deducting Lu Xiaoyun's betrothal gifts, managed to gather enough to settle the payment. When his cousin's wedding took place, Lu Jinyu was not informed at all. He naively believed that his elder sister would send a vehicle to take him and his brother to the celebration. However, a car did arrive, but it only picked up Lu Xiaochuan's second uncle, Lu Jincheng, and completely disregarded Lu Jinyu, likely fearing he would ask for money during the banquet. From that point on, the relationship between Lu Xiaochuan's family and his aunt's family was practically severed. Even when Lu Xiaochuan's grandmother passed away and his aunt returned to her family for mourning, Lu Jinhong only exchanged a few superficial pleasantries with Lu Jinyu and his brother, yet the familial bond had long since faded. Having witnessed the avarice of rural folk, Lu Xiaochuan could empathize with his aunt's reluctance to lend money, understanding that lending is a favor while refusing is merely a duty. Fear of not being repaid could render the gesture moot. Nevertheless, the act of not inviting Lu Jinyu to his son's wedding was a grievous blow to his dignity. Lu Xiaochuan felt guilt, realizing that his father suffered this treatment primarily because of him. Had he not caused such a commotion, his father would not have been looked down upon by others. On Saturday morning, with no classes or gym sessions, Lu Xiaochuan strolled down East Street. As the weather grew cooler, prompting the need for some warmer clothing. After purchasing some garments, he caught sight of someone in the distance who resembled his childhood friend, Zhang Chao. Upon approaching, he confirmed it was indeed Zhang Chao. The two brothers were elated to meet unexpectedly in the provincial capital, as Zhang Chao was laboring at a construction site in the Taidong district and had finally managed to take a day off to enjoy a shopping outing with his coworkers, only to fortuitously encounter Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan did not take Zhang Chao to the tutoring class, primarily out of fear that his status as a high school student would be revealed. Instead, he brought Zhang Chao to his rented apartment, advising him to come by whenever he had free time. Zhang Chao wished to visit him as well, but the construction site offered little in terms of holidays. And with no convenient buses running at night, they agreed to return home together for the spring festival. In November, the weather turned colder, prompting many schools to cancel evening study sessions. Consequently, numerous students began attending evening tutoring classes, leading to a resurgence of busyness at the tutoring centers. Lu Xiaochuan found his own schedule increasing, with morning runs, daytime gym sessions, and evening and weekend classes, leaving little time for self-study. On Wednesday afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan returned to his rented apartment earlier than usual. The streets were nearly deserted, as it was still before the end of working hours. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Anha community where he resided, he spotted a rather stout woman in her 30s hastily approaching, cradling a child. The child's clothing was haphazardly pulled up, exposing his lower back. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself how careless this woman was, allowing the child to be exposed to the cold. Just as he was about to say something, he recognized the child's face. It was Yu Xiaomei's son, Hao Hao. The boy, held by the woman, appeared to be sleeping, not crying or fussing at all. Before he could inquire further, he noticed Aunt Wang, Yu Xiaomei's mother-in-law, rushing towards them from the end of the road, shouting something indistinct. Lu Xiaochuan immediately realized that this woman was a child trafficker. He feigned distraction, hastening his pace to collide with her. As she opened her mouth to scold him, he swiftly seized the child, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you holding Hao Hao?" Realizing her cover was blown, the woman fell silent and turned to flee. Heading towards a minivan parked at the intersection, Lu Xiaochuan swiftly extended his leg, tripping her so that she fell onto the pavement, her mouth bloodied from the impact. A wiry man, akin to a monkey, leapt from the van, brandishing a spring-loaded knife. Lu Xiaochuan had no choice but to set Hao Hao down temporarily. As he stood up, the man lunged with his knife. Lu Xiaochuan quickly twisted his body to evade the attack, the blade slicing through his shirt and leaving a deep gash on his side, blood streaming forth. Yelling in frustration, "You bastard!" he landed a punch squarely on the man's chin. The 2 months of training in combat proving invaluable as the man crumpled to the ground, knocked out. The stout woman had managed to regain her footing and was attempting to flee. Lu Xiaochuan pursued her, delivering a powerful kick that sent her sprawling once more. Too terrified to rise, the commotion attracted the attention of the newsstand operator at the corner, who leaned out to see what was happening. Seeing the 2 fallen individuals, Lu Xiaochuan shouted, "Auntie, please call the police." The vendor hurriedly dialed the emergency number. Observing the incapacitated pair, Lu Xiaochuan quickly scooped up Hao Hao with his right arm, while his left pressed against his wound, blood staining his hands. At that moment, Aunt Wang arrived, breathless and alarmed. Lu Xiaochuan promptly handed Hao Hao to her, urging, "Aunt Wang, quickly call Sister Xiaomei and Brother Yu." Aunt Wang, visibly shaken, struggled to hold the child securely, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to take the boy back into his arms. Aunt Wang hurried across the street to the newsstand to make the call. The police car arrived swiftly, dispatched from the Yuchuan police station. The officers recognized Lu Xiaochuan, familiar with him from the tutoring classes held upstairs, and inquired briefly about the situation. Aunt Wang had just returned from making a phone call. The matter was rather straightforward. Aunt Wang had been playing with her grandson downstairs, and during her brief moment of stepping inside to fetch a glass of water, the child had vanished. By the time she rushed out, the abductor was nearly at the intersection, just a few meters away from escaping in a vehicle. Fortuitously, Lu Xiaochuan crossed paths with the situation. His acquaintance with Hao Hai was pivotal, otherwise the consequences could have been dire. The police apprehended the kidnapper and prepared to escort Lu Xiaochuan to the hospital. Lu Xiaochuan remarked, "Though I appear alarming, the wound is likely superficial. Hao Hai has been asleep, surely sedated by the kidnapper. We must hasten to the hospital. By the way, Hao Hai is the nephew of Yu Qingjun." 2 officers took the kidnapper back to the station, while another hailed a taxi for Aunt Wang, Hao Hai, and Lu Xiaochuan to proceed to the hospital. Chapter 16. The ill-fated Yu Xiaomei. Upon reaching the hospital, the emergency physician attended to Lu Xiaochuan's injury. The wound, though lengthy, was not deep and had ceased bleeding. The doctor simply stitched it up without administering anesthetic, applied a bandage, and advised him to return in 3 days for a change of dressing and suture removal. He was also given a saline infusion of antibiotics and received a tetanus shot. Shortly thereafter, Yu Qingjun, Bai Ling, and Yu Xiaomei arrived in a flurry. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, Yu Qingjun clasped his hand tightly and expressed, "Brother Xiaochuan, I cannot thank you enough. I find myself at a loss for words. Had it not been for you, my nephew might have been abducted. If that had occurred, my sister's family would have been utterly devastated. Allow me to see your injury." "It's merely a superficial wound. I'm perfectly fine," Lu Xiaochuan reassured him. "You need not worry. Anyone in such a situation would act as I did, especially since we are acquainted. I have a fondness for Hao Hai and often play with him downstairs. By the way, how is Hao Hai?" Lu Xiaochuan inquired with genuine concern. Hao Hai was rendered unconscious by the abductor using ether, but he has since awakened. The doctor administered medication and assured us that there are no significant concerns regarding his health or future brain development, Yu Qingjun replied. This kidnapper is despicable for employing ether on such a young child, Lu Xiaochuan thought, knowing that excessive ether anesthesia could severely impact brain development. I will ensure that these two kidnappers face the full extent of the law, although they may not receive the death penalty, given their assault on a police officer's family. Yu Qingjun must find a way to ensure they serve a lengthy sentence. Bai Ling and Yu Xiaomei proceeded to Hao Hai's hospital room, while Yu Qingjun remained in the emergency department with Lu Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, you have no idea how unfortunate my sister's life has been. We are truly indebted to you. Had we lost Hao Hai, my sister would have been unable to bear it. Through Yu Qingjun's account, Lu Xiaochuan learned of the hardships faced by his sister, Yu Xiaomei, a graduate of a specialized institution. She had been assigned to work as an accountant at a food factory that had been struggling financially and was now operating at a loss. However, her romantic life had unfolded smoothly, as she had married her high school sweetheart. Yu Xiaomei's husband was the only son in his family, having lost his father at a young age, and after a year of marriage, Yu Xiaomei gave birth to their son, Hao Hai. A family was filled with joy, living in harmony and enjoying ever-improving days. However, fate dealt a cruel hand. When Hao Hao turned 1, Yu Xiaomei's husband, a firefighter, perished in a devastating fire, leaving the household without its pillar, reduced to a widow, an orphan, and an elderly mother-in-law. After the mourning period, family members urged Yu Xiaomei to remarry. Surprisingly, her mother-in-law was quite progressive, unwilling to see her young daughter-in-law remain a widow, and allowed her to consider remarriage, albeit with the condition that she would keep her grandson to raise. Yu Xiaomei could not bear the thought of leaving her son with her mother-in-law while she sought a new partner. The idea of remarrying and abandoning her elderly mother-in-law alone was unthinkable, as it would betray the memory of her deceased husband. Thus, she resolved that if she were to remarry, it would be with her son and mother-in-law in tow. What man would accept such a condition? Consequently, Yu Xiaomei dismissed the notion of remarriage and chose to remain with her mother-in-law and son, relying on one another for companionship. Her family could do little but provide support in daily life, hoping that as Hao Hao matured, he might encounter a suitable partner who would not mind a ready-made family. Lu Xiaochuan could not help but lament the hardships faced by Sister Xiaomei. Were it not for his intervention, Hao Hao might have truly been lost. In fact, in a previous life, Hao Hao had been abducted, leading Yu Xiaomei to take an overdose of sleeping pills in her despair, resulting in her tragic demise. After the foretreatment, the two of them visited Hao Hao's hospital room. Although he had awakened, he remained somewhat lethargic, hiding beneath the covers and sobbing, evidently still shaken. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, he sat up on his own. Lu Xiaochuan embraced Hao Hao, reassuring him not to be afraid. Before long, Hao Hao ceased his cries and fell asleep again. The family expressed their profound gratitude repeatedly, and Yu Qingjun arranged a meal to thank Lu Xiaochuan once Hao Hao was discharged, to which Lu Xiaochuan could not refuse. On Saturday afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan attended a supplementary class, and the Yuquan police station presented him with a certificate for his act of bravery. The news of Lu Xiaochuan's heroism spread throughout the class, creating quite a stir. Colleagues felt a sense of pride, and some teachers even embellished the tale during their lessons. The police station initially intended to report Lu Xiaochuan's deeds to the normal university, which would have inadvertently exposed his identity, but Lu Xiaochuan, with some persuasion and assistance from Yu Qingjun, managed to dissuade the police leadership. People recognized Lu Xiaochuan as a commendable individual, performing good deeds while maintaining a low profile. Since the school was not notified, he received only the certificate of bravery. His students soon learned of his heroic actions, gazing at him with admiration during class. Especially the young girls whose eyes sparkled with awe. Lu Xiaochuan remained vigilant, sensing this was not a favorable development, and adopted a serious demeanor to uphold his authority as a teacher. By Monday, Hao Hao was discharged, and Yu Qingjun hosted a celebratory meal at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, inviting the entire family to express their gratitude to Lu Xiaochuan. Bai Ling brought her 7-year-old son, Pippi, the little boy Lu Xiaochuan had encountered on the train. Upon realizing that Lu Xiaochuan had saved his cousin Hao Hao, Pippi approached him and bowed deeply. The meal was simple, with only a few drinks. Yet the conversation flowed with joy and warmth. Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling discovered that Lu Xiaochuan's eloquence was far from that of an ordinary youth. Regardless of the topic, he could seamlessly engage in conversation, offering insightful perspectives that were quite reasonable. His breadth of knowledge was remarkable, and his comprehension abilities were exceptionally strong. They couldn't help but wonder how many books this university student had read. Little did they know that Lu Xiaochuan possessed the life experience of a person in his 30s, coupled with a mind that transcended the typical confines of age, all while having the vast expanse of the internet as his encyclopedic tutor. During their meal, the theme revolved around gratitude, with Lu Xiaochuan urging them not to dwell on the matter of favors. Bai Ling expressed her sentiments, remarking that upon meeting Lu Xiaochuan on the train, she sensed his exceptional nature, and she never anticipated that they would meet again, especially after he had rescued her nephew. Truly a fortuitous connection. From now on, she and Yu Qingjun would consider him as a younger brother. When I first encountered senior sister Bai Ling and brother Yu, I felt an immediate warmth. Since you do not mind, I shall regard you as my elder brother and sister as well. Why call me sister-in-law? It creates a distance. Just call me sister, Bai Ling chuckled. All right. I shall heed your wishes, senior sister, Lu Xiaochuan responded, showing no objections. In the future, should any troubles arise in Fengyang, do not hesitate to reach out to your brother and sister. By the way, your brother Yu has now taken the position of deputy director at the Fenghe branch, having just received his appointment last week. If anything comes up in the Fenghe district, you can approach him. Is that so? Congratulations to brother Yu on the promotion. Lu Xiaochuan was surprised that Yu Qingjun had transitioned from a temporary position back to the municipal bureau and was swiftly appointed as deputy director at the branch. Although his rank may not have changed compared to his previous role at the municipal bureau, he was now in a leadership position at the branch, which entailed a significant difference in authority. It's merely a lateral transfer. If anything arises in the district, you can consult me. Of course, if issues come up in other areas, feel free to reach out as I still have some connections, Yu Qingjun boasted. By the way, we are both from Xining County. My maternal family hails from there, so if anything comes up back home, you can ask senior sister, as she also has some connections in the county, Bai Ling added. It seemed that Bai Ling also belonged to the second generation of officials. Although the influence of Xining County officials may wane in the provincial capital, they still held sway back home. All right, if something arises, I will not hesitate to seek your assistance. But I will strive to avoid causing trouble for brother Yu and senior sister. Their meal concluded swiftly, yet the atmosphere was delightful. Lu Xiaochuan spoke sincerely. Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling were the first connections he made in Fengyang, and he was reluctant to exploit that bond, for favors tend to diminish with use. However, he never anticipated that before long, he would indeed bring trouble to Yu Qingjun. Chapter 17. New Avenues for Profit. On Tuesday morning, Lu Xiaochuan returned to the Yedong gym. Having been absent for several days, he immediately focused on practicing Sanda, which drew some discontent from the gym owner. As he was paying Lu Xiaochuan 80 yuan for his services, Lu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and proactively approached the owner, stating that he would forego his salary, instead opting to come solely for training and assist new members as a form of compensatory service, effectively treating it as his membership fee. The owner, upon hearing this, was naturally pleased and agreed. Having no intention of claiming his boss's salary, Lu Xiaochuan decided it was unnecessary to linger in the gym all day. He ventured out onto the streets, hoping to discover new opportunities for profit. Passing by a small appliance repair shop, he observed an elderly man in a heated argument with the shopkeeper. If you can't repair it, you should have said so earlier. You've wasted several days of my time. In a few days, my son's girlfriend will be visiting. If she sees our television is broken, she'll think my son is deceiving her. Just think about how much you've delayed me. The old man's voice was filled with agitation. I never guaranteed I could fix it. Besides, I haven't charged you anything, replied the shopkeeper, a young man in his 20s who had inherited the repair shop from his father. His skills were not fully developed. He could manage simple repairs on radios and watches, but he had never learned to read the circuit diagrams for televisions. The set in question was a 20-inch color television, and he was hesitant to open it up and make repairs, fearing he might inadvertently cause further damage and be held liable. Lu Xiaochuan lingered at the entrance for a while, and the shopkeeper mistakenly assumed he was a customer. However, he was too engrossed in the argument to attend to Lu. Perhaps I could give it a try and see if I can fix it, Lu Xiaochuan interjected. The proprietor of the only appliance repair shop in Shida town was the uncle of a classmate of Lu's. During their university days, Lu often visited the shop during holidays, assisting with circuit diagrams and even hands-on repairs. He had developed a keen interest in electronics, repairing various devices such as televisions and cassette players. The internal structures of appliances in those days were relatively simple, and common issues were easily resolved. Upon moving to the provincial capital, Lu initially assumed that the standards of appliance repair would be significantly elevated, feeling somewhat daunted by the prospect. He had not considered pursuing this line of work until this chance encounter presented itself. Upon hearing Lu speak, both the elderly man and the shopkeeper turned to him in unison, expressing their skepticism. You can repair it? Given his youthful appearance, they were clearly doubtful. I know a little. I need to take a look inside to determine if it can be fixed, Lu replied, cautiously tempering his confidence. The elderly man remained skeptical and hesitated. The shopkeeper, eager to diffuse the situation, urged, Sir, you've already been waiting for several days. What is another moment? Let this young man have a go. If he can't fix it, you can always take it to another repair shop afterward. After a moment's consideration, the old man acquiesced. All right, give it a try. Lu plugged in the television and turned it on, only to be greeted by a snowy screen accompanied by a faint buzzing sound. He surmised that the issue lay with the high-voltage transformer. Upon removing the back cover, he indeed discovered signs of minor arcing. Removing the transformer, he examined it closely and identified the broken circuit. Requesting a soldering iron from the shopkeeper, he swiftly made the necessary repairs, cleaned out the dust, reassembled the components, and successfully restored the television to working order. Though this particular fault was not complex, the shopkeeper, having recently taken over the business, lacked familiarity with the internal structures of color televisions, and hesitated to dismantle components fully. Upon observing the swift resolution of the television issue by Lu Xiaochuan within a mere half hour, the elderly gentleman was exceedingly pleased. He inquired about the cost, to which Lu Xiaochuan promptly requested 50 yuan, assuming the old man would negotiate. To his surprise, the gentleman readily complied, taking the television with him. Holding the 50 yuan, Lu Xiaochuan turned to his boss and asked how they would split the earnings. The boss generously replied, "Thanks to you for rescuing me earlier, I shall forego my share. I didn't realize you possess such skill. Where do you work?" "Oh, I am a university student majoring in physics. I learned some electrical repair skills back home." Lu Xiaochuan explained. "No wonder. University students are truly impressive, far superior to us self-taught individuals. Young man, would you consider collaborating with me? How would that work? Would I help you fix televisions?" "Precisely. If I cannot manage a repair, you will assist me. I will provide the shop, tools, and parts, while you contribute your expertise. We shall split the profits evenly." Lu Xiaochuan objected. "That arrangement does not seem equitable. I will be doing the majority of the work. I propose a 70-30 split in my favor. Of course, if parts are used, that cost will be yours." Moreover, Lu Xiaochuan insisted on learning, as he would be observing the process closely, knowing that this skill would not require a lengthy apprenticeship. "Very well, let us agree on a 70-30 split. However, you must not withhold any knowledge from me. Is that understood?" The boss, realizing Lu Xiaochuan had seen through his intentions, conceded. "Rest assured, our partnership will last no longer than 2 months, as I shall return home for winter break. I will strive to teach you everything within that period." Lu Xiaochuan had not intended to work for an extended time anyway. "All right, I will handle client interactions, you will repair the televisions, and I will set the prices. For instance, with that elderly gentleman's color television, you could take your time and request an additional 50 yuan. He would surely comply." "Excellent. Here's to a fruitful collaboration." The boss, named Gui Yunda, and Lu Xiaochuan agreed that he would assist in the repair shop from Monday to Friday afternoons. Lu Xiaochuan felt elated to have discovered a new avenue for earning money, hoping to accumulate more prior to the winter break. That evening, Lu Xiaochuan intentionally purchased peanuts and beer, wishing to celebrate with Wang Dong, only to find that Wang Dong had also procured beer and snacks. The two exchanged smiles. Evidently both had encountered joyous news. "Dongge, it seems we both have reasons to celebrate. Do share. You go first. It appears you two have had a delightful experience," Wang Dong said, his face beaming with happiness. "Very well, I shall begin. Today, I encountered an elderly gentleman needing a television repaired, and the shop owner was unable to read the circuit diagram. My physics skills came in handy, and I successfully repaired it, earning an extra 50 yuan. Hence my desire to celebrate with you. Impressive, Xiaochuan. Applying what you've learned, and you can repair televisions. With such skills, you could easily make a living without even teaching. And what about you, Dongge? You seem positively radiant. Surely, you have good news to share." Indeed, Wang Dong had experienced a momentous occasion. At lunchtime, he had taken Zhao Dongmei out for lunch and had seized the opportunity to confess his feelings, which was met with success. He had hoped for a romantic evening, but alas, Zhao Dongmei had classes that night. Unable to contain his joy, Wang Dong returned with beer to share with Lu Xiaochuan, who, being younger by several years, was viewed by both him and Zhao Dongmei as merely a little brother. "Sure, let us indulge in a couple more bottles, winter brother. By the way, is it excessive for me to stay here? Should I quickly make room for you too?" Chapter 18. Wang Dong's ambition. Wang Dong and Lu Xiaochuan each purchased bottles of beer, intending to enjoy 2 apiece without interfering with their rest. Unexpectedly, fortune favored them, and they ended up with extra. Without the need for glasses, they began to share directly from the bottles, though not in the manner of chugging. As they savored snacks and peanuts while drinking snowflake beer, their conversation flowed more freely. Initially, they had agreed on 2 bottles each, but as they consumed the first 2, it was only natural to open a third. "Xiaochuan, you mentioned last time that you were considering dropping out to repeat a year. Is that true? Wouldn't that delay your education by several years? With your capabilities, even if you graduated from a normal university and didn't land a great job, you could still find a decent position. Why pursue a repeat year?" Lu Xiaochuan could not afford to speak the truth. A single lie necessitated countless others to uphold it. So he continued to deceive. "Winter brother, to be honest, my dream is to study medicine, to alleviate suffering and save lives. I didn't study well enough at first and lacked the scores to pursue medicine, so I opted for a teaching college. Now, I wish to earn some money before realizing my medical aspirations. One must have dreams to live, don't you agree?" This was, in fact, a reflection of Lu Xiaochuan's aspirations in his previous life, yet he lacked the means to fulfill them. For most, life revolved around the mundane struggles of existence. And when the burdens of life bear down, dreams often become mere sustenance. I once had dreams too, but at present, my focus is on earning sufficient money to establish a family and repay my parents while supporting my siblings, ensuring our family enjoys a better life. Xiaochuan, you cannot imagine how challenging rural life can be. Indeed, winter brother, I too hail from the countryside and have tasted its hardships. In the northeast rural areas during the 1990s, although basic sustenance was no longer a concern, the standard of living remained low. Cornbread and cabbage were staples, with rice and flour only appearing on the table a few times a month. Meat was a luxury reserved for festivals, while eggs and dairy were scarce. Only affluent families could afford to have eggs daily. In a hushed tone, Wang Dong remarked, "Xiaochuan, do you know how much Principal Wang earns each month?" "I actually have no idea." Lu Xiaochuan had, however, calculated it earlier. With nearly 20 teachers in the tutoring center, the monthly tuition from absent students typically amounted to about 30,000. Personnel salaries consumed 50%, while rent, utilities, taxes, and other expenses took up another 20%. Conservatively estimating, Wang Tongwang would clear between 15 to 20,000 monthly, with earnings doubling during summer and winter breaks. Wang Dong continued. It is said that during the summer break, he earned 30,000. No wonder Wang Dong was envious. Had he been the Lu Xiaochuan of his previous life, such staggering income would certainly invoke feelings of admiration and jealousy, though not hatred. After all, Wang Tongwang had ventured into the private sector, foregoing a stable job and taking on considerable risks. This audacity was something most people lacked. While most lacked such courage, Wang Dong possessed it. Having also left the school to pursue his path, before Lu Xiaochuan could utter a word, Wang Dong continued. The reason I resigned from my position at the township school was due to the meager salary. If I were a bachelor, solely responsible for my own sustenance, it would be manageable. However, providing a good life for my entire family is utterly impossible. After taking a hearty swig of alcohol, Wang Dong elaborated, upon arriving in Fengyang, I sought employment at this tutoring center. Although it lacks the security of a permanent position, my income has multiplied several times. Yet, I still experience anxiety. After all, the tutoring industry does not offer the longevity of public schools. It's a youthful endeavor. Thus, I plan to save some money and proceed cautiously. Having imbibed some wine, Wang Dong felt unguarded in front of Lu Xiaochuan, revealing his innermost thoughts. Lu Xiaochuan understood his intentions. He clearly aimed to accumulate some savings before embarking on an independent venture. This sentiment is quite common, as the educational training sector is distinct from other industries, being heavily reliant on talent. At this stage, it is still nascent and has yet to attract significant capital. As long as one possesses competent instructors, assembling a team and securing a venue is feasible. At least it appears that way on the surface. However, once the new century sees capital investment, larger institutions will dominate in terms of promotional and managerial strategies, effectively overshadowing smaller entities. Nevertheless, small organizations may still manage to survive in the crevices. Lu Xiaochuan, no longer concealing his thoughts, clinked his bottle against Wang Dong's and downed the third bottle, saying, Brother Dong, since you and Sister Dong may have become a couple, with you teaching chemistry and her teaching English, both of you possess commendable skills, forming half a team already. If you wish to establish your own tutoring center, I fully support your endeavor. Really, do you believe we can succeed? I haven't shared this with Dongmei yet, but my plan is to stay here until next summer, guiding this graduating class. By then, I hope to have saved some funds to find a place for our own center. However, would that be somewhat disrespectful to Principal Wang? Wang Dong felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of leaving the Chunfeng Tutoring Center to embark on an independent venture, as it would position him in direct competition with Wang Tongwang. Brother Dong, you are overthinking it. The provincial city is vast, and the tutoring sector represents a significant opportunity, of which we have only glimpsed a small fraction. There is no need for you to feel burdened. If necessary, you need not establish your center in Fenga District. You can opt for another area. In fact, as long as you do not set up shop right across from Chunfeng Tutoring Center, there is no competition to concern yourself with. Do you understand? Moreover, even if you, Wang Dong, do not open a center, there will still be Zhang Dong and Li Dong. This industry is open, and it will soon welcome a plethora of newcomers. Xiaochuan, your words are more enlightening than years of study. Though you are young, you possess a wealth of understanding, and the crucial part is that you articulate it well. Brother Dong, isn't it more enlightening than 10 years of study? I merely thought that claiming more enlightening than 10 years of study was a bit exaggerated. I feared you might think I was being insincere or that it could inflate your ego, huh? Alright, you truly have a way with words. Come on, Brother Dong. Let's toast. Their third bottle of wine had already been opened. This was meant to celebrate your successful confession. However, we've digressed. Truly, Brother Dong. No jesting. Whenever I need to make way for Sister Dongmei, just let me know, or perhaps leave me a note, and I'll step out for a while. Go away. You're not that old, yet you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Our relationship remains utterly innocent. Alright, I understand, Brother Dong, innocent. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled lewdly. Wang Dong, wearing a frown, felt that explaining himself only made matters worse. After consuming 8 bottles of beer, both were somewhat tipsy and, without tidying up, retired to their respective rooms for rest. The next day, Lu Xiaochuan indulged in a leisurely sleep. Upon waking, he discovered that Wang Dong had already departed, and the battlefield from the previous night had been thoroughly cleaned. After a brief session of kickboxing at the gym, Lu Xiaochuan sauntered over to Guiyunda's repair shop, where 2 television sets were displayed. Guiyunda was already disassembling a black and white television. Chapter 19. Unexpected popularity in television repair. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan enter, Guiyunda remarked, I'll fix this black and white one first. You can attend to that 21-inch color television. Lu Xiaochuan nodded and proceeded to open the back cover of the color TV. Assessing the situation, nothing too serious, it was reparable. The owner of the color TV was present, inquiring, can it be fixed? How much will it cost? Lu Xiaochuan replied, yes. It can be repaired. 2 capacitors need replacing. Before he could specify the repair fee, Gui Yunda interjected, replacing parts is rather troublesome. It'll likely take about an hour and will cost at least 150. Lu Xiaochuan had initially intended to charge 80, but was taken aback by Gui Yunda's high estimate, thinking to himself that the lad was quite shrewd. The customer attempted to negotiate, and eventually, Gui Yunda offered a discounted price of 120, insisting that the customer spread the word about their services. The man reluctantly agreed, realizing that 120 amounted to almost half a month's salary. However, he recognized that not repairing the television was not an option, as a color TV cost over 2,000, equivalent to nearly a year's salary. In those days, household appliances typically lacked after-sales service. When they broke down, one had no choice but to seek repair shops, since they had set a high price. Lu Xiaochuan figured they ought to take their time to ensure the customer felt satisfied. He dawdled for over an hour before finally completing the repair. When the television displayed a normal picture once more, the owner happily paid and took his color TV home. By 1991, television ownership had become widespread. Lu Xiaochuan recalled that during his grandfather's lifetime, they had purchased a 17-inch Panda brand black and white TV in 1988, which was now passed down to his uncle's family after his grandfather's passing, as his grandmother moved to live with her youngest son. Lu Xiaochuan's own household had bought a black and white television the previous year, but after an unfortunate incident requiring him to pay compensation, it was given away to others. Now, many rural families owned televisions, and in provincial cities, they were nearly ubiquitous. However, color televisions remained relatively scarce, considered a significant household item. As for the remaining black and white TV, after Gui Yunda struggled for a while without success, it was Lu Xiaochuan who ultimately identified the issue and quickly repaired it. Shortly thereafter, the owner of the black and white television returned, and Gui Yunda charged 60 for the repair. Lu Xiaochuan began to understand that this fellow's pricing lacked any coherent standard. Repairs for color televisions were invariably more expensive than those for black and white sets. In the ensuing month, the television repair business flourished remarkably. Within just over a month, Lu Xiaochuan had earned more than 600 yuan at Gui Yunda's repair shop. Had he known that repairing televisions could be so lucrative, he would have commenced this venture several months earlier. Lu Xiaochuan found himself perplexed, but later realized that in his previous life, he had only learned to repair televisions in 1996, whereas now it was 1991. Television sets were just beginning to gain popularity, and the failure rate was still quite high, with repair facilities being relatively scarce. Thus, as long as one possessed the skill to repair, a considerable market existed. Lu Xiaochuan's proficiency was not exceedingly high. There were several units he could not fix, particularly those requiring replacement parts that were simply unavailable at Gui Yunda's shop. Gui Yunda was a quick learner, and by December, he could resolve many minor issues himself. His confidence grew, and he even dared to dismantle color televisions, which resulted in fewer repair jobs for Lu Xiaochuan and a subsequent decrease in his income. Aware that this line of work would not last much longer, Lu Xiaochuan earned merely over 500 yuan from Gui Yunda in December, with some days passing without any tasks requiring his expertise. After New Year's Day, Lu Xiaochuan informed Gui Yunda, "It appears that you are now competent enough to manage on your own. I shall not be coming in next week." Gui Yunda, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Despite being younger than I, you have become my mentor. Since learning to repair televisions from you, I have significantly increased my monthly earnings. Today, since I have some free time, allow me to treat you to a drink." Lu Xiaochuan was inwardly tempted to inquire if he could exchange the meal for cash, but he accompanied Gui Yunda to a small restaurant, where they shared 2 bottles of beer, and Gui Yunda expressed his gratitude profusely. To Lu Xiaochuan's surprise, he presented him with 500 yuan as a token of thanks. Initially reluctant to accept, he considered his impending financial needs and ultimately accepted it, stating, "I am indeed in need of funds at the moment. Consider this 500 yuan alone, which I shall repay to you doubly before summer." Gui Yunda assumed Lu Xiaochuan was merely being polite and did not take it to heart, believing he was genuinely inclined to give. Lu Xiaochuan, indifferent to Gui Yunda's thoughts, bid him farewell and, on his way back, recalled he had an evening class that day. He hurried to the tutoring center, washed his face, and rinsed his mouth. Fortunately, having consumed only a modest amount of alcohol, it was not evident on his face. Upon entering the classroom, the students were already waiting. Today, we will delve into the principles of momentum and conduct comprehensive exercises on electromagnetism. In problems involving magnetic fields and Ampere's force, if we are to determine displacement, what formula should we consider first? Lu Xiaochuan queried. "Using the work-energy theorem, right, teacher?" A student timidly responded. "Not paying attention, are we? I explicitly stated that today's focus is on momentum and electromagnetism exercises. How did we veer into the work-energy theorem?" Lu Xiaochuan retorted. "However, it is true that in displacement-related problems, we often first think of the work-energy theorem. Yet, there lies a crucial issue. Pausing for effect, Lu Xiaochuan answered his own question. What issue? The work energy theorem necessitates the product of force and displacement to express work done, whereas in this type of problem, the ampere force is variable and cannot be multiplied by displacement to denote work done. Therefore, the work energy theorem is entirely inapplicable. What should we do then, teacher? Should we use the momentum theorem? Another student inquired. Indeed, by utilizing momentum, one can transform the product of current and time into electric charge within the equation. Subsequently, employing another formula, electric charge can be expressed as the change in magnetic flux divided by the total resistance of the circuit. In this manner, the principle of momentum is intricately linked to the magnetic field, with the magnetic field strength remaining constant. One can ascertain the change in the area formed by the conductor and the wire loop, thereby deriving the displacement. It is indeed a somewhat convoluted problem. As you have noted, teacher. Yes, it requires ample practice to master. Now, let us proceed with the exercises. After discussing several complex problems, class concluded. Science classes, particularly at the high school level, tend to be less taxing than humanities courses. The teaching approach does not necessitate a continuous lecture. Rather, it primarily engages the mind, which can be somewhat exhausting. When students are engaged in exercises, it provides an opportunity for the teacher to rest. A continuous lecture not only exhausts the teacher, but also diminishes the student's learning efficacy. The sequence of imparting knowledge, engaging in practice, correcting errors, and further practice fosters a beneficial cycle that significantly enhances learning outcomes. Upon leaving the tutoring center, I noticed it had begun to snow outside. This was the first snowfall of 1992, and a thick layer had already accumulated on the ground. As I made my way back to the building, braving the snow, I unexpectedly encountered a figure standing at the entrance of the stairwell. The darkness obscured my view, but I sensed a tall stature. Before I could discern the identity of the person, they spoke with a tremor in their voice. Xiaochuan, you have finally returned. Chapter 20. Zhang Chao's predicament. Recognizing the voice to be that of Zhang Chao, I inquired, Chaozi, is that you? As I approached, I confirmed that it was indeed Zhang Chao. His visage bore the marks of a recent altercation. His face was bruised, his left arm hung limply, and he clutched a suitcase in his right hand, appearing quite disheveled. Goodness, Chaozi, what happened to you? I asked in astonishment. Xiaochuan, do you have anything to eat? I haven't had a meal all day, he replied. All right, wait here for a moment. I hurried to the convenience store and purchased 2 packets of instant noodles and several sausages. After a moment's thought, I added a loaf of bread to my purchases. Upon returning downstairs, I led Zhang Chao up to the 5th floor. Wang Dong had yet to return, presumably out on a date with Xiao Dongmei. I poured Zhang Chao a glass of water and handed him the bread while I prepared the noodles. By the time the noodles were ready, half of the loaf had already been consumed. Zhang Chao devoured the meal with remarkable speed, even drinking the broth, before finally speaking, his eyes glistening. Zhang Chao worked as a laborer on a construction site, earning 10 yuan a day. He had only received his first month's pay, which he had long since spent, while subsequent wages were continuously delayed by the foreman. Fortunately, the site provided meals and lodging, allowing him to manage without money for a time. As the year drew to a close and the spring festival approached, he needed to bring money home, along with a few others. He sought out the foreman to demand their wages. The foreman merely offered evasive responses and procrastinated. Fueled by youthful vigor, Zhang Chao engaged in a heated argument with him, resulting in the foreman's subordinates pushing him around. Despite Zhang Chao's height and strength, his lack of experience in fighting became evident. As he was outnumbered by several of the foreman's men, those who had accompanied him hesitated to intervene, leaving Zhang Chao to be subdued and beaten, sustaining a blow to his left arm, which he could no longer lift. The foreman struck Zhang Chao and did not take him to the hospital for treatment. Most infuriatingly, he was thrown out of the construction shed in the dead of winter, with his belongings carelessly discarded. Simultaneously, the foreman threatened Zhang Chao's fellow workers, forbidding them from helping him, lest they forfeit their owed wages. Those who had accompanied him displayed a lack of loyalty, leaving him to fend for himself. That night, Zhang Chao endured a frigid night under a bridge, fortunate that it had not snowed yet and the temperature was bearable. He had a cotton coat and blanket to shield him from the wind. Otherwise, he would have frozen into a popsicle. At dawn, Zhang Chao arose and inquired about directions, eventually walking from Taidong District to Fenghe District. After much effort, he located the residence of Lu Xiaochuan, but found no one home. He had already stood outside for several hours. Upon hearing the news, Lu Xiaochuan was incensed. Zhang Chao had been his close companion since childhood, even closer than his own cousin, Lu Xiaolong. In their previous life, while Lu Xiaochuan was studying away from home, Zhang Chao would assist with any family chores. Later, when Lu Xiaochuan prospered from cattle farming and needed funds to purchase a home in the city, Zhang Chao had even lent him money without hesitation. Lu Xiaochuan urged Zhang Chao to remove his jacket and roll up his sleeves, revealing his left forearm, which was indeed severely swollen and painful to the touch, likely indicating a bone injury. Lu Xiaochuan went downstairs to fetch some snow in a plastic bag to apply as a cold compress. Unfortunately, it was too late to seek medical attention that day, and Zhang Chao would have to endure another night before going to the hospital. In the evening, Wang Dong returned and was shocked to learn of Zhang Chao's predicament, astonished by the audacity of the current foreman. Lu Xiaochuan informed him that Zhang Chao would be staying temporarily, to which Wang Dong readily agreed. Lu Xiaochuan had previously instructed Zhang Chao to present himself as a university student from the normal university, advising him to speak sparingly to avoid revealing his true identity. A secret Zhang Chao was determined to keep. The following day, Lu Xiaochuan took a taxi and escorted Zhang Chao to the Third People's Hospital. His student, Wuhan's father, was the head of orthopedics, having met Lu Xiaochuan a few times before and always treating him courteously. Today, their acquaintance would prove fortuitous. The registration area was crowded, so Lu Xiaochuan bypassed the line and inquired about the orthopedic department's location, leading Zhang Chao upstairs. By chance, they encountered Wuhan's father exiting the restroom. Lu Xiaochuan quickly called out, "Director Wu, hello?" Upon recognizing his daughter's tutoring teacher, Director Wu smiled warmly. "Ah, Teacher Lu, what brings you here?" "Oh, a friend of mine has sustained some injuries, and I brought him here hoping to see if you were available." "If you are, I'll register him." "Why register?" "Come over here, let me take a look. What happened to cause such severe injuries?" Director Wu's eyes were filled with concern. Worried that Zhang Chao might be a troublemaker, it would not be ideal for his daughter to associate with such individuals. Lu Xiaochuan briefly explained Zhang Chao's situation, and Director Wu was equally incensed, asking if he needed assistance in contacting someone, as he had acquaintances in both the Public Security Bureau and Urban Construction Bureau. "Thank you, Director Wu, but I only need you to examine his injuries. I wouldn't want to trouble you further. I have a friend in the Public Security Bureau who can assist as well." Seeing that Lu Xiaochuan did not require additional help, Director Wu refrained from pressing the matter, recognizing that while he could offer sympathy, the depth of their relationship did not warrant further favors. "Certainly, this must have injured the bone. I am uncertain whether it is a fracture or a crack. In any case, allow me to escort you for an X-ray. The head of the radiology department happens to be my classmate, so there is no need for registration or paperwork." Accompanying Zhang Chao, we proceeded to take the X-ray, and upon reviewing it on the radiologist's computer, it was ultimately confirmed to be a bone crack. Fortunately, it is merely a crack. With a cast and a couple of months' rest, he shall recover. I am immensely grateful to Director Wu. No need for such formality. Since my daughter began studying physics under your guidance, her academic performance has markedly improved. I should be the one thanking you, he replied. After a brief conversation regarding the children's studies, Lu Xiaochuan refrained from further interruption and took his leave. Upon exiting the hospital, Zhang Chao's arm was already slung around his neck, and in his other hand, he grasped some medication to invigorate circulation and alleviate bruising. He felt utterly astonished. Xiaochuan is merely a high school student, yet has already taught classes, and in just half a year, he has acquainted himself with so many individuals, including the head of a major hospital. Truly remarkable. It seems that education holds great value, and I deeply regret not having applied myself more diligently in my studies. Zhang Chao's astonishment did not end there. Upon leaving the hospital, Lu Xiaochuan sought out a public telephone to call Yu Qingjun. He was truly in need of assistance this time. Yu Qingjun was at the sub-bureau, having just concluded a meeting. Lu Xiaochuan arranged to meet him shortly at the sub-bureau's entrance and took a taxi with Zhang Chao to the location. Upon arriving at the Fenghe sub-bureau, Yu Qingjun was already waiting. Noticing Zhang Chao's condition, he inquired about the situation. Lu Xiaochuan recounted Zhang Chao's ordeal in detail, stating, "Brother Yu, I realize that wage disputes do not fall under our police department's jurisdiction. However, my friend has been assaulted, and the injuries are rather severe. We wish to file a report, but we are uncertain about the appropriateness of this action and lack the knowledge, thus seeking your guidance." Yu Qingjun, the deputy director of the Fenghe sub-bureau, understood that matters concerning the Taidong district were beyond his purview, yet he had numerous acquaintances within the system. Having made the effort to seek his help, it was imperative to assist, especially since they were the aggrieved party and indeed had a valid case. Yu Qingjun changed into plain clothes and borrowed a Santana from a colleague, driving Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao to the Minnan Road police station in the Taidong district, where Director Qin happened to be a classmate from his police academy days. Arriving at the police station to report the incident, they understood that certain formalities were necessary. Chapter 21. Securing compensation. Upon seeing his old friend Yu Qingjun personally bringing a case to report, Director Qin naturally accorded it significant attention. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin remarked, "Old Yu, I have heard about your promotion. You have yet to invite me to your celebratory feast." "What promotion? I'm still at the same rank," Yu Qingjun replied. "That hardly makes a difference. You cannot evade this celebratory meal." "Very well, drinking is no issue, but let us not frame it as a celebration for me. It has been ages since our classmates gathered. We must contact Lao Li, Lao Zhang, and the others for a reunion. However, you must ensure that my young friend's issue is resolved," he continued, gesturing towards Lu Xiaochuan. "This is Lu Xiaochuan, a distinguished student from the normal university, akin to a brother to me. The injured individual is his close friend." Director Qin inquired further about the situation, expressing his indignation. Incidents of wage disputes and assaults at construction sites are all too common, yet such egregious acts are rare. He dispatched 2 officers to the construction site to summon the relevant individuals. The police car entered the construction site, yet the foreman remained unfazed. In the past, they had faced numerous altercations that were largely futile. The societal security of the 1990s was far inferior to that of later years. Brawls were commonplace, and few reported them. Minor injuries were often endured in silence, while serious injuries were generally settled privately. Unlike in later times, when public safety was significantly improved and citizens were well-versed in the law, any assault encountered would often involve affluent individuals who, if assaulted, could simply lie down and summon a vehicle via their mobile phones. The foreman did not anticipate that Zhang Chao would report the incident. Those engaged in real estate during this era typically had various connections. However, when summoned by the police, he had no choice but to comply. The foreman refrained from having someone else take the blame and decided to accompany them to ascertain the situation, as he was informed that a deputy chief from the precinct was personally involved in the case. Despite his connections, he did not wish to offend anyone recklessly. Upon arrival at the police station, the foreman did not deny the allegations, but merely stated that Zhang Chao had initiated the conflict. Director Qin engaged him in conversation. Manager Liu, you claim the workers struck first, while he asserts the opposite. It is unclear who acted first. However, you do owe wages, correct? Though wage disputes are not within our jurisdiction, it is evident that someone was indeed injured. They have fractures and a broken arm hanging from their neck. If a medical assessment is conducted, those who used weapons will face consequences. Now that a report has been filed, we must investigate. Should this delay your work schedule, do not say I did not warn you. Please, Director Qin, we are all young and tempers can flare. It was an unfortunate incident that led to injury. Could we perhaps arrange a mediation? We would be willing to compensate him. The foreman pleaded, understanding that while he had connections, it was impractical to rely on them for every issue. It would be preferable to resolve matters with a modest financial settlement. Ultimately, with Director Qin's assistance in mediation, the foreman paid Zhang Chao his owed wages of 200 yuan, along with an additional 4,000 yuan to cover medical and nutritional expenses. Liu Xiaochuan had no choice but to accept this, knowing he lacked the strength to confront such bullies. Had it not been for his acquaintance with Yu Qingjun, Zhang Chao's beating would have been in vain. For the foreman, spending a few thousand yuan was trivial, whereas for Zhang Chao, the sum of over 5,000 yuan represented a significant amount, one he could hardly earn in a year but was willing to accept. Liu Xiaochuan expressed his gratitude and offered to treat Director Qin and Yu Qingjun to a meal, which they naturally declined. Instead, he took the opportunity to purchase 2 packs of Yushi cigarettes from a nearby supermarket. Noticing his purchase, Yu Qingjun remarked with displeasure, Xiaochuan, why be so formal with me? With a smile, Liu Xiaochuan replied, Brother Yu, I certainly want to be formal with you, but I must show my appreciation to Director Qin. If you do not accept them, Director Qin might feel uncomfortable accepting the cigarettes. Understanding the sentiment, Yu Qingjun nodded and accepted a pack, acknowledging Liu Xiaochuan's efficiency. Upon seeing him accept, Director Qin also accepted a pack. Yu Qingjun then drove Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao back to Anha community before returning to the office, leaving 2 boxes of cigarettes for a colleague who borrowed his car. Zhang Chao remained largely inconspicuous throughout, merely expressing gratitude, while Liu Xiaochuan took charge of everything. He pondered to himself, in just 6 months, Xiaochuan has undergone a remarkable transformation, resembling an adult now, while I, at 6 feet tall, still appear as a child. Upon returning to their rented accommodation, Zhang Chao intended to share half of the money with Liu Xiaochuan, who would undoubtedly decline, simply stating, if ever I truly need money, you can lend it to me. Zhang Chao naturally acquiesced. Liu Xiaochuan inquired about Zhang Chao's plans, to which Zhang Chao expressed his reluctance to return home for the new year, fearing his family's concern. Liu Xiaochuan also opted not to return home for the Spring Festival. Thus they could keep each other company. He encouraged Zhang Chao to stay comfortably at his place. When asked about his future plans after recovering from his injury, Zhang Chao revealed he did not intend to seek work at other construction sites, feeling averse to the idea of laboring elsewhere, and contemplated instead returning home to raise cattle, believing it would spare him from being bullied by outsiders. Though Zhang Chao possessed a robust physique, he was timid, having followed Liu Xiaochuan since childhood. Liu Xiaochuan thought raising livestock could be a good pursuit for him. In a previous life, Zhang Chao had indeed found prosperity through cattle farming. Very well. Focus on your recovery. I shall visit the library to borrow some books on animal husbandry. Since you have little to occupy your time while recuperating, it would be beneficial to learn something new. In a few days, I must return to my hometown for an examination. If your family inquires, I shall say I secured you a position as a security guard at a tutoring center. They only take a 2-day break during the Spring Festival, so we must remain here to oversee things and forego returning home for the holiday. How does that sound? Xiaochuan, you never cease to amaze me. Your ability to fabricate lies is remarkable. Let us proceed with this plan. I truly need to study those books on husbandry. Your education is admirable, Zhang Chao replied. Your arm no longer aches, is it? Now you dare to mock me. Once I return, I shall inform your father that you were beaten up and had your arm broken, Liu Xiaochuan teased. Please, Xiaochuan, Let us just say we're working overtime and 1T be returning home for the new year. Zhang Chao understood the jest, as they had been close friends for many years. On the morning of January 14th, Lu Xiaochuan boarded a train back to Xinping County. After a 6-hour journey, he finally arrived at Xinping railway station. He spent 2 yuan to share a tricycle ride back to Shida town. Lu village was a mere 2 kilometers from Shida town. A walk of just over half an hour sufficing. Lu Xiaochuan carried little luggage, merely a worn backpack with only a few books. The rural winter landscape appeared desolate. Fields lay blanketed in a thick layer of snow, with some straw scattered across the ground. The trees on the mountains were sparse, extending far into the horizon. With the days short in winter, darkness began to fall by around 5 o'clock. Wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys of the village homes, signaling the dinner hour. The streets were deserted, as the cold drove the villagers indoors. Upon arriving home, Lu Xiaochuan found his mother, Zhao Cuiping, preparing dinner, while his father fed the cattle in the yard. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan return, Lu Jinyu felt a wave of relief. Having feared that Lu Xiaochuan would not return in time for the examination, leaving him at a loss to explain to the teacher. Chapter 22. Returning home to school, Lu Xiaochuan called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Lu Jinyu nodded slightly. "It's good that you're home. Quickly, come inside." Zhao Cuiping emerged with a spoon in hand, greeting warmly and inquiring about well-being. Upon seeing her son dressed splendidly, with a rosy complexion and seemingly taller stature, her heart swelled with joy. The matter of earning money was secondary. What mattered was that her son appeared to be thriving and unharmed in the outside world. Upon entering the house, Lu Jinyu asked, "I heard from your cousin Li Jun that you have secured a tutoring job while continuing your studies. You haven't fallen behind in your coursework, have you?" Lu Xiaochuan reassured him, "Rest assured, Dad, once I complete my exams and receive my results, you will be thoroughly pleased. I have also earned some money at the tutoring center, and I have nearly 2,000 saved up. However, I have significant plans for the new year, so I won't be handing it over just yet." In reality, Lu Xiaochuan had earned nearly 7,000 over the past 6 months at the tutoring center and over 1,000 at Guiyunda's repair shop. Having spent less than 2,000, he still had over 9,000 in hand but refrained from disclosing this, fearing his parents would be incredulous. Very well. Keep it for yourself. In truth, Lu Jinyu also harbored doubts. He did not believe Lu Xiaochuan could have earned much, considering he had bought numerous autumn and winter garments. He thought it remarkable if Lu Xiaochuan had managed to save a couple of hundred, dismissing the claim of 2,000 as mere boasting. Yet he chose not to confront him. Lu Xiaoning, the second sister, had yet to begin her winter break, leaving only their parents at home. Upon Lu Xiaochuan's return, Zhao Cuiping joyfully prepared several extra eggs. After the 3 of them shared a meal, Lu Jinyu suggested, "Let us go visit your grandmother. It has been half a year since we last saw her." Lu Xiaochuan then went to his uncle's house, where his grandmother, in her 70s, was tidying up the dishes while his aunt was engrossed in the television. Lu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of discontent, but felt powerless to change the situation. In the rural customs of Xinping County, the eldest son is responsible for the care of the elderly, and following his grandfather's passing, the remaining family assets were bestowed upon his uncle, leaving his grandmother to live with them. His aunt was both lazy and miserly, harboring a fierce jealousy, while his uncle was somewhat subservient to his wife, leading to a strained familial bond. Fortunately, his cousins did not inherit their mother's disposition and maintained a cordial relationship with Lu Xiaochuan. Upon Lu Xiaochuan's arrival, his grandmother joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, my eldest grandson has returned. Have you eaten?" "I have already, Grandma," he replied, before entering the room to greet others. Observing Lu Xiaochuan empty-handed, his aunt's displeasure was evident. She remarked coolly, "Oh, Xiaochuan is back," before returning her gaze to the television. His uncle, Lu Jinsheng, exchanged a few words with Lu Xiaochuan, while his cousins, Lu Xiaojiang, in the 2nd year of junior high, and Lu Xiaorong, still in elementary school, surrounded him with curious inquiries about the world beyond their village. Lu Xiaochuan produced 2 10-yuan notes and handed them to each cousin, saying, "I was busy returning, so I didn't buy anything special. Here is 10 yuan each for you to purchase some pens and notebooks." They accepted the money with glee, prompting his aunt to crack a smile and fetch a cup of water for Lu Xiaochuan. He paid little mind to her change in demeanor, aware of her true nature. Despite harboring disdain for her, he chose not to engage in conflict for the sake of his younger cousins. Once his grandmother finished her chores, she joined him on the Kong to sip tea. Lu Xiaochuan spent some time conversing with her, and as he prepared to leave, he discreetly slipped her 50 yuan. He knew well that this money would eventually find its way into his aunt's hands, a fate beyond his control. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaochuan briefly shared his experiences in the provincial capital with his parents before retreating to his room for some much-needed rest after a long day of travel. The following morning, after an early breakfast, he called upon Lu Xiaolong to accompany him to school. They rode on their family's durable bicycle, the only sound being the creaking of its parts, as the bell remained silent. Lu Xiaolong sat on the back seat, recounting the happenings at school. Shida Town High School is a general high school with a small student body and generally poor academic performance. It only offers one science class, which is why Lu Xiaolong and Lu Xiaochuan are classmates. Lu Xiaolong struggles academically and is currently studying art with aspirations of attending an art university. You wouldn't believe it, several students in our class have already dropped out this semester. Everyone thought you might not return either. By the way, Chen Sume has inquired about you multiple times, he said. Qiu Mingwei is quite popular at school now. He has been pursuing Chen Sume, but she hardly pays him any attention. Chen Sume and Lu Xiaochuan were classmates in middle school. She narrowly missed qualifying for a prestigious high school and subsequently enrolled in Shida High School, while Lu Xiaochuan succeeded in gaining admission to a key high school in the county but eventually transferred back. In their previous life, they had mutual feelings for each other during high school, but Lu Xiaochuan was solely focused on his studies, leaving no room for other thoughts. Chen Sume, however, dropped out shortly after the start of her senior year. As for Qiu Mingwei, Lu Xiaochuan vaguely recalls him as a student from another town who came to Shida Town for high school. He was a boarder and an athlete, with a modestly affluent family. In his previous life, he managed to enter a vocational college through sports, but Lu Xiaochuan lost track of his subsequent journey. The school was a short ride away, and within minutes they arrived. Stepping through the gates of Shida Middle School for the first time since his rebirth, Lu Xiaochuan was struck by the dilapidated state of the campus. It was desolate, lacking any proper classroom buildings, with only a few rows of tiled houses and single-story structures. The classrooms were devoid of heating, relying solely on stoves for warmth. Upon entering the school, Lu Xiaochuan first sought out his homeroom teacher, Mr. Du, who was pleasantly surprised to see him return for exams. "It's good to have you back," Mr. Du exclaimed. As they reached the classroom door, Lu Xiaolong rushed in, calling out, "Classmates, come quickly and see who is back." Lu Xiaochuan followed suit, playfully announcing, "I, Hu Han-san, have returned." A few students gasped in surprise, and Chen Sume turned to him, offering a nod. Most of the other classmates were unfamiliar with Lu Xiaochuan, as he had only attended a few days of school after transferring back from the county before leaving to work. Mr. Du, striding into the classroom in his high heels, directed Lu Xiaochuan to a corner seat, briefly emphasized the importance of the upcoming exams, and instructed everyone to prepare. Shida Town Middle School operates as a complete school, combining junior and senior high students, thus requiring them to swap classrooms and mix seating arrangements during the final exams. Lu Xiaochuan found himself seated next to a curious 8th-grade girl who kept stealing glances at him. He mused to himself, "Am I really that charming now? I seem to have a little admirer from middle school." Chen Sume, seated in front of him, turned around and quietly remarked, "Lu Xiaochuan, you have ink on your face." She then stifled a laugh. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, "Oh no, how embarrassing. I mistakenly believed my good looks had captivated the young girl." Just as he was engaging in self-deprecation, he caught sight of Qiu Mingwei glaring at him, prompting him to wonder, "What is this? Is he already feeling envious of my charm?" The supervising teacher timely interrupted Lu Xiaochuan's self-indulgence and commenced the distribution of the examination papers. The first subject was Chinese, and having not reviewed the material for quite some time, Lu Xiaochuan found himself somewhat out of practice, particularly concerning the foundational knowledge. Fortunately, he excelled in classical Chinese reading and composition, allowing him to complete the examination smoothly, confident that passing was assured, and perhaps even achieving a score above 100. Chapter 23. The duel. With only one subject examined in the morning, many familiar classmates gathered around during the lunch break, inquiring with curiosity. Lu Xiaochuan spoke eloquently, eliciting laughter from the crowd, and even some less familiar students approached, all of whom he recognized, as they had been genuine classmates in a previous life. He called out their names one by one, astonishing his peers and prompting admiration for his remarkable memory. "How did you perform?" Chen Sume asked with genuine concern. "You've been absent for a semester. Are you familiar with the new curriculum?" "I have been self-studying outside," he replied. "I feel fairly confident, though I remain uncertain of my current level. I shall know once the exams are concluded." Qiu Mingwei stood apart, observing from a distance, feeling quite uncomfortable. In the afternoon, the physics examination commenced, a subject in which Lu Xiaochuan excelled. A mere glance at the paper revealed that the questions were not particularly challenging. Considering that a perfect score might raise eyebrows, he strategically chose to answer a few multiple-choice questions incorrectly and omitted one major question, controlling his score to just over 120, which was impressive enough to astonish the teachers, especially given that this was not a prestigious school and few students managed to pass. Following physics was chemistry. Lu Xiaochuan had independently studied the subject and occasionally sought the insights of Wang Dong, even completing a practice workbook. He diligently answered the chemistry questions, confident that scoring over 100 was within reach. As the first day of examinations concluded, the papers were promptly returned to the Grade 2 research office. The student population at Shida Town High School was notably small, with just over 100 students admitted in the first year, divided into 2 classes. By the second year, only about 90 remained, with the science class faring better at over 50 students, while the arts class dwindled to just over 10. Thus, the teachers of the second year gathered collectively in one office, unlike the middle school department where offices were divided by subject. The teachers began by reviewing the papers of the top-performing students, while the rest were generally overlooked. Lu Xiaochuan, having transitioned from a prestigious high school and being absent for a semester, piqued the curiosity of all subject instructors regarding his current academic standing. Lu Xiaochuan's exam papers were swiftly graded, 107 in Chinese, 128 in physics, and 104 in chemistry. While these scores might be deemed average in a top-tier high school in later years, they were indeed remarkable for an ordinary high school in the 1990s. Is it possible that this child, having been absent for a semester, could achieve such a level through self-study? These scores would place him in the middle tier of a prestigious high school. Someone raised a doubt. Impossible. The examination room contained only a handful of students. It was evident. Moreover, in the sciences, copying is of little use. Who among them possesses such capability? Truly, he is a student capable of entering a key high school. His intellect is commendable. What a pity, had he remained in the county, his performance might have been even better. Returning is not necessarily a bad thing. During his high school years in the county, he did not apply himself diligently in his studies. It is said that his academic performance was rather mediocre. Perhaps after experiencing certain events, he gained awareness and recognized the importance of earnest effort. He realized that with a sincere desire to learn, even self-study could lead to success. Lu Xiaochuan was blissfully unaware that he had sparked this discussion among his teachers. After the examination, he called Lu Xiaolong and prepared to make a swift exit. On their way home, Lu Xiaolong rode the bicycle while Lu Xiaochuan sat on the back seat. As they just exited the school gate, Lu Xiaolong suddenly slammed on the brakes. Lu Xiaochuan exclaimed, "Xiaolong, what are you doing?" Lu Xiaolong whispered, "Xiaochuan, it's Qiu Mingwei." "What about Qiu Mingwei?" Before he could finish, they noticed Qiu Mingwei blocking their path with two companions. Lu Xiaolong stopped the bicycle and Lu Xiaochuan dismounted, inquiring, "Is there something you need, Qiu Mingwei?" "Yes, there is." Qiu Mingwei replied sharply, "You'd better stay away from Qin Sume." "What? This is absurd." Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback. "Listen, my friend, your reaction is rather extreme. I haven't attended school for a semester. I returned just to take an exam, and you regard me as a rival? How lacking in confidence can you be?" "Humph. Qin Sume looks at you differently than she does at others." Qiu Mingwei retorted. "We were classmates in middle school. Is it not normal to exchange a few words after half a year apart? Should I label Qin Sume an affix a do not approach sign on her? Moreover, if she looks at me differently, that is her issue. Why are you confronting me? This is quite ridiculous. I don't care. You must not speak to her again. Or else don't blame me for being rude," Qiu Mingwei declared, as his two companions stepped forward. Lu Xiaochuan had never seen these two before, but they appeared to be troublemakers from Shida town. "Rude? Just because of these two? Frankly, I have no interest in your affairs with Qin Sume. They do not concern me. However, I find your tone quite displeasing," Lu Xiaochuan replied. At that moment, Lu Xiaolong's younger brother, Lu Xiaohu, arrived at the school gate on his bicycle, followed by several third-year students. Seeing his brother accompanied by a group, Lu Xiaolong felt emboldened and stepped forward, saying, "Qiu Mingwei, I know you've been making quite a name for yourself both inside and outside the school. Coming from another town, perhaps you haven't heard about Lu Tun. You have quite a bit of nerve to challenge the Lu family." Upon hearing Lu Tun mentioned, the two troublemakers instinctively took a step back. In Lu Tun, the locals are fiercely united. When it comes to fights, they stand together, and their reputation precedes them. There is a saying in Shida town, the pride of the town, the ferocity of Shuangou, but Lu Tun fights without fear. Lu Xiaochuan quickly interjected to prevent Lu Xiaolong from escalating the situation. Addressing Qiu Mingwei, he said, "It would be unwise for so many of us to clash. Qiu Mingwei, you are athletic, taller and stronger than I. If you find me displeasing, let us settle this in a duel after the exam tomorrow. Let us not fight too harshly. Whoever falls first loses. If you win, I shall avoid Qin Sume in the future. If I win, you must cease your pursuit of her. After all, a fruit that is forcibly picked is seldom sweet. Of course, if she genuinely has feelings for you and wishes to be with you, then let us disregard this entirely. Then why wait until tomorrow? Let us have our duel now." Qiu Mingwei replied, displaying a bold spirit. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled, "You may not care about this exam, but I traveled a great distance from the provincial capital and intend to perform well. Tomorrow, after the test, those who do not show up on the playground shall be deemed the losers. Those present today can serve as witnesses." "Very well. It's settled then. Let us meet tomorrow without fail." On their way back, Xiaolong inquired, "Xiaochuan, Qiu Mingwei is quite the athlete and appears rather robust. Do you think you can hold your own tomorrow?" Once the exam concludes, I shall return to the provincial capital. Who would challenge him to a duel?" Lu Xiaochuan jested. "Seriously? How could you say that? You might as well concede defeat. I'm merely teasing you. I'm quite aware of my capabilities. After all, I have trained as well. You will see tomorrow. I would never disgrace our Lu Tun." He urged, "Hurry up and ride your bike. Don't delay our return for dinner." Chapter 24. The duel on Sunday morning. After completing the mathematics exam, a subject in which Lu Xiaochuan excelled, he reflected that physics and mathematics are fundamentally intertwined. Although he had not studied these subjects for years, achieving a score above 100 was well within his grasp. The nature of mathematics is such that it involves a substantial number of problems and calculations, often leading many students to fail to complete the exam. Upon finishing, students frequently feel that, With sufficient time, they could easily have scored an additional 10 points or more. Yet, not everyone struggles to finish. Those who do manage to complete the paper, often submitting it early, fall into two categories: true academic prodigies who understand everything and calculate with remarkable speed, or those who are less adept, skipping most questions and answering quickly. At Town High School, few students leave the mathematics exam unfinished. Liu Xiaochuan's proficiency means he cannot be said to submit his paper early, but completing it is certainly not an issue. In contrast, most of his classmates struggle with mathematics, rushing through their answers, with many scoring 50 or even less. Those who pass are considered relatively good students. After the mathematics exam, they proceeded to their lunch break. Most students brought meals from home, typically consisting of simple provisions such as dry food and pickled vegetables. Liu Xiaochuan had packed 2 steamed buns and some pickles. As classmates gathered to eat and chat, the topic of Liu Xiaochuan's impending duel with Qiu Mingwei arose, allegedly over Chen Sumei, a rumor that inevitably reached her ears. Just as Liu Xiaochuan finished his meal, Chen Sumei returned to her seat and, blushing, turned to Liu Xiaochuan, asking, "Are you really going to fight Qiu Mingwei for my sake? Can't you two just avoid fighting?" Liu Xiaochuan thought to himself, now a misunderstanding has arisen. Chen Sumei is indeed quite pretty, but I harbor no such intentions. My sole focus is on earning money and studying diligently for university. Matters of romance can wait until then. I assure you, my encounter with Qiu Mingwei is merely a friendly exchange between classmates, not a fight. Furthermore, it truly has nothing to do with you. Please do not overthink it, Liu Xiaochuan replied calmly. Fine, whether you admit it or not, I won't allow you to fight. When the teacher arrives, I will inform our homeroom teacher, Mr. Du, Chen Sumei retorted with teary eyes. While Liu Xiaochuan conversed with Chen Sumei, Qiu Mingwei glared at them from across the classroom. Liu Xiaochuan mused, if Chen Sumei intends to report this to the teacher, she might actually do so. Qiu Mingwei might think that I fear him, which is why I allowed her to go and tell. Ah, what a predicament. I had initially intended to resolve this matter after the exam tonight, but given the current atmosphere, I must expedite it. He rose from his seat and approached the door, beckoning Qiu Mingwei with a flick of his finger. Qiu Mingwei immediately stood up, followed by several other boys in the class, some eager to witness the spectacle, others hoping to mediate between the two. You called me out. What do you wish to say? Well, I've had a change of heart. Are you frightened? I see you lack courage. From now on, steer clear of Chen Sumei. We shall switch seats shortly. Qiu Mingwei scoffed. The other students displayed mocking expressions, surprised that Liu Xiaochuan, who had boasted so boldly yesterday, was now so quickly intimidated. No, you misunderstand. I merely wish to adjust the timing. We originally agreed to meet after school tonight, but Chen Sumei might report to the homeroom teacher this afternoon, and I fear our plans may fall through. Since that is the case, why not proceed now? Liu Xiaochuan replied calmly. I thought you were backing down, but it seems you possess some resolve. A few classmates murmured quietly. Qiu Mingwei remained silent and headed toward the playground, with Liu Xiaochuan swiftly following, and the other students soon flocked around them. Upon reaching the playground, they stood a few meters apart. Liu Xiaochuan said, Class monitor, please signal to start. After all, this is a duel, and it ought to be conducted formally. Very well. Are you prepared? Class monitor Sun Hongwei inquired. Liu Xiaochuan and Qiu Mingwei took stances reminiscent of martial arts dramas, making one wonder if they were legendary masters about to engage in a duel atop Mount Hua. All right, on my command, begin. As soon as Sun Hongwei finished speaking, Qiu Mingwei charged forward with a wild swing, while many classmates cheered him on. Qiu Mingwei, take him down. Most students were not particularly acquainted with Liu Xiaochuan, having closer ties with Qiu Mingwei. Though they dared not show bias, they could certainly lend their vocal support. Only Liu Xiaolong and a few classmates from middle school cheered for Liu Xiaochuan, rendering his support somewhat diminished. Qiu Mingwei, a physically robust athlete, possessed explosive strength and a towering stature compared to Liu Xiaochuan. If he landed a couple of punches, it could truly be troublesome for Liu Xiaochuan. However, he relied on his agility to evade, or raised his hands to shield his head, using his elbow to deflect the blows. The surrounding students expressed their discontent with boos, but Liu Xiaochuan remained unfazed. Though Qiu Mingwei was powerful, his fighting style lacked finesse. He grew increasingly frantic without landing significant hits, and as his energy waned, Liu Xiaochuan seized the moment, sidestepping his punch, grasping his forearm, and deftly tripping him, causing Qiu Mingwei to stumble. Qiu Mingwei reacted swiftly, bracing himself against the ground to avoid falling flat, though he ended up seated on the snowy ground, which cushioned his landing somewhat. Liu Xiaochuan chuckled. You are on the ground. You have lost. Qiu Mingwei, visibly frustrated, retorted, You dare not face me head-on. Resorting to trickery is hardly commendable. I refuse to accept defeat. The other students shared the sentiment that Liu Xiaochuan's victory was not entirely honorable, given the lack of a direct confrontation. So, are you planning to be unreasonable? Even if I were to concede defeat, I would not accept it in the least. Very well, let us continue, and I shall make you truly acknowledge your defeat. Are you serious? Absolutely. Get back up. The two individuals squared off once more, and at Sun Hongwei's command, they commenced their duel anew. This time, Qiu Mingwei refrained from relentless aggression. Instead, He circled around Lu Xiaochuan, who took the initiative to strike, unleashing a flurry of punches as if raindrops cascading down. Qiu Mingwei, caught off guard by the rapidity of his opponent's blows, could only shield his head. Although Qiu Mingwei's defense was riddled with flaws, Lu Xiaochuan hesitated to strike him in the head, for they were classmates, and there was no need to resort to excessive force. A bare-fisted strike could easily lead to injury, causing complications with the school, and the repercussions of causing serious harm were significant. After all, Lu Xiaochuan had already experienced the consequences of such actions in high school and was reluctant to incur further expenses. Seizing the opportunity while Qiu Mingwei protected his head, Lu Xiaochuan landed several punches to his abdomen, causing Qiu Mingwei to double over in pain. Lu Xiaochuan naturally capitalized on this chance, employing wrestling techniques to throw him into a pile of snow. "Are you convinced now?" Lu Xiaochuan inquired. As Qiu Mingwei stood up, brushing off the snow and mud from his clothes, he asked, "Have you trained?" "Indeed, I practiced for a few days," Lu Xiaochuan affirmed. "All right, I concede this round. I shall uphold my word. However, I will challenge you again in the future and will certainly reclaim victory. I await your challenge, but it will have to wait until the end of the next semester. After tomorrow's exam, I will take my leave," Lu Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly. "What are you two doing? How old are you?" "Still fighting," came a sharp rebuke, resonating like a lion's roar as their homeroom teacher, Ms. Du, approached in her high heels. Upon her arrival, the students fell silent, not daring to breathe. "You, Qiu Mingwei, gathering to brawl. And you, Lu Xiaochuan. After a semester of absence, you returned for only 2 days before engaging in a fight? Have you forgotten how you ended up back from County High?" Ms. Du had a knack for targeting the wrong issues. Lu Xiaochuan quickly donned a smile, saying, "Teacher, we weren't fighting. We just hadn't seen each other in a while, and were practicing wrestling." "Yes, teacher, we were merely practicing. Look, neither of us is injured, just a bit dusty." Qiu Mingwei chimed in, climbing onto the bandwagon. "How old are you? Still playing at wrestling like children? You both need a reprimand. Hurry back to the classroom. There's an exam soon." The students scattered like birds fleeing from a predator, rushing back to avoid the teacher's gaze. A throng of them hurriedly returned to their seats. Chen Sume, noticing that Qiu Mingwei was merely dusty while Lu Xiaochuan appeared unscathed, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Lu Xiaolong entered, recounting the earlier events to several female classmates, but quickly fell silent when Ms. Du entered the classroom. Ms. Du surveyed the room, and the students feigned interest in their books and vocabulary. Shortly thereafter, the invigilator arrived, and Ms. Du exchanged pleasantries with him before exiting. As the English exam commenced, Lu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of anxiety. In his previous life, he had struggled immensely with English. Having recently embarked on self-study, he was eager to assess his proficiency today. Given the limited resources at Shida High School, listening comprehension was not tested until the 3rd year. The multiple-choice portion of the English exam was relatively abundant, and Lu Xiaochuan completed it swiftly. He then poured his thoughts into an essay, meticulously reviewing it twice before submitting his paper, having made only a few corrections, and remained seated until the examination concluded. In the classroom, the news of Lu Xiaochuan's duel with Qiu Mingwei spread like wildfire. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly slender Lu Xiaochuan easily toppled the robust Qiu Mingwei. There were whispers that he had mastered martial arts in the provincial capital, with some embellishing the tale by claiming he practiced Qigong. The 1990s were a peak era for Qigong, rife with self-proclaimed masters deceiving the gullible. Qiu Mingwei, having never bested Lu Xiaochuan, felt a sense of frustration and silently vowed to seek out a Qigong master to hone his skills when the opportunity arose. The following morning, they faced examinations in politics and history. As a science class, they would conclude their studies in these subjects after the second semester exams in their sophomore year. Although they were being tested now, it held little significance. Lu Xiaochuan hadn't reviewed it all, scribbling down whatever came to mind on the paper, completely filling it. But the score remained a mystery. After the morning exam, Lu Xiaochuan approached Teacher Du to request a leave of absence, explaining he would be working next semester and would return for the final exams. Teacher Du, after a few futile attempts to persuade him otherwise, relented. Returning to the classroom, Lu Xiaochuan packed his bag, ready to make his exit. Chen Sume, after much hesitation, summoned the courage to call out to him. "Lu Xiaochuan, will you be coming back to school next semester?" "I won't be coming back. I've already discussed it with the teacher. I'll return for the final exams." "Oh, I see. Can I write to you? Please give me an address." Her voice dwindled as she spoke, her face turning increasingly crimson. Lu Xiaochuan, feeling a twinge of vanity, thought, "I never intended to attract attention, yet my charm seems overwhelming. What a predicament." He gently declined. "The place where I work isn't convenient for receiving letters." "Oh, then forget it." Chen Sume's face fell, disappointment etched across her features. Unable to bear her sadness, Lu Xiaochuan pondered for a moment before scribbling down the phone number for his tutoring class, handing it to Chen Sume. "If you need to reach me, you can call this number." He mused that she would likely never call him, as making a public phone call in Shida Town required a trip to the post office, and the phone charges were exorbitant. Chen Sume accepted the note, watching Lu Xiaochuan leave the classroom without looking back, feeling as if he had taken her heart with him. her eyes moistening once more. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaochuan informed his parents that he would be heading back to the provincial capital the next day. The winter break was the busiest time for tutoring classes, and with only a few days off for the new year, he decided not to return home for the festivities. Zhao Cuiping was naturally reluctant, but, unable to sway her son, she could only implore him repeatedly to take care of himself and not to skimp on food and clothing. Lu Xiaochuan, however, had no concerns about his sustenance, especially regarding food. Having spent 6 months in the provincial capital, his diet was far superior to that at home. He indulged in milk daily, ensuring his nutrition was on point. His height had indeed surged, measuring 176 centimeters the last time he checked, surpassing his previous height in his former life. Though he was soon to turn 18, he still held hope for growing another centimeter or two. In the few days since returning, he had been preoccupied with exams and had yet to visit Zhang Chao's home to reassure him of his well-being. Lu Xiaochuan, having finished his dinner, made his way to the rear of the village. Zhang Chao's home, situated at the very end of the last row, was adjacent to a small hill at the back of the village. Zhang Chao's father, Zhang Monsong, was chopping firewood in the yard when he noticed Lu Xiaochuan's arrival and exclaimed, "Xiaochuan, you're back. Come inside." Lu Xiaochuan observed Zhang Chao's mother steaming bean buns. The room filled with a cloud of steam, and replied, "No need to go inside, Uncle Monsong. I'll just say a few words and then be off. I must return to the provincial capital tomorrow. Chaozi is currently staying with me." You've gone to work at his construction site as well?" "Not quite. I'm assisting at a tutoring center, and Chaozi is no longer at the site. They're behind on wages, so he quit. We happened to get in touch, and I spoke to our boss, allowing him to work as a security guard at the tutoring center. Although the salary isn't high, it's relatively easy." "How large is this tutoring center that it requires security?" Zhang Monsong inquired, perplexed. "There are over 100 students. City children are quite delicate and require protection, don't you think?" "Indeed, the number of students enrolled exceeded 100, though classes were staggered." "Then I must thank you. Don't be fooled by Chaozi's imposing stature. He is a rather simple boy, and I worry about him being bullied outside. With you around, I feel reassured." Lu Xiaochuan, known for his mischievousness in Lutan, was not one to easily suffer grievances. This was well known. Following this, Lu Xiaochuan mentioned that he wouldn't be returning home for the spring festival. Although Zhang Monsong felt reluctant, he understood that Zhang Chao was now in a state of independence, and he could only acquiesce. After leaving Zhang Chao's home, Lu Xiaochuan quickly packed his belongings. This time, he deliberately brought his identification card, which he had obtained during the summer vacation and had taken months to arrive. He also carried a cotton vest specially made by his mother, Zhao Cuiping. The next day, he rose early and boarded a train back to the provincial capital. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and he conducted a few classes for the third-year students. Following their upcoming exams, they would soon enter the winter break. During the first week of winter break, Lu Xiaochuan took a leave of absence and refrained from scheduling any classes, as he needed to hasten to the magical city to realize his first wealth-building plan, acquiring a subscription certificate for stocks. Chapter 26. Raising funds. The greatest opportunity for sudden wealth in 1992 was undoubtedly the stock subscription certificates. Starting January 19th, these certificates were simultaneously sold to the public through securities firms, banks, and trust companies, each priced at 30 yuan. Subscription certificates were issued once and remained valid throughout the year, allowing multiple chances for the lottery. In other words, with a stroke of luck, one could repeatedly win through a single certificate, while misfortune could lead to not winning at all. Initially, purchasing subscription certificates required a magical city identification card, but later it was completely liberalized. In his past life, Lu Xiaochuan had never had the opportunity to participate. He had come across numerous wealth stories regarding stock subscription certificates online and remembered some relevant details. Although his recollections were not exhaustive, he was certain this was an opportunity for wealth that simply could not be missed. For the past 6 months, Lu Xiaochuan has been diligently saving money, eagerly anticipating this day. Regrettably, his savings are still insufficient, amounting to just over 9,000 yuan. To seize the opportunity for sudden wealth, Lu Xiaochuan resolved to borrow money and venture to the bustling metropolis, hoping to bring as much as possible. His first thought for borrowing was Wang Tongwang, who has amassed considerable wealth in recent years. Lu Xiaochuan initially fabricated an excuse about family matters to request an advance on his winter vacation salary, but Wang Tongwang categorically denied his request. Consequently, asking for a loan became out of the question. It is entirely normal to be refused a loan, and Lu Xiaochuan could not hold it against Wang Tongwang. After all, lending is a favor, while refusal is merely a matter of principle. If everyone sought salary advances, it would disrupt the established order. The first advance of 200 yuan was merely to ensure Lu Xiaochuan could afford meals, but this time was different. Feeling dejected as he exited Wang Tongwang's office, he was unexpectedly stopped by Li Yan. "Xiaochuan," she said, "I just passed by Principal Wang's office and happened to overhear your conversation. Do you need some money? I have 1,000 yuan you can borrow." Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback by Li Yan's willingness to lend him money. He understood that, as a front desk employee, her salary was not much higher than that of a substitute teacher, earning merely 300 yuan per month, with slightly more during the holidays. Totaling less than 1,000 yuan. Li Yan's offer genuinely touched him, and he accepted the money, vowing to repay her double once he struck it rich. Regarding the matter of stock subscription certificates, Lu Xiaochuan preferred not to disclose it to too many people. Once it became common knowledge, the opportunity would be lost. Moreover, others might not even believe him. However, there were two individuals he was determined to bring along: his cousin Zhao Lijun and childhood friend Zhang Chao. During Lu Xiaochuan's recent days at home, Zhang Chao had been recuperating, dining at nearby restaurants, and enjoying life, especially with over 5,000 yuan in his pocket. Before sleeping one night, Lu Xiaochuan quietly shared his plans to take Zhang Chao to the metropolis to seek fortune. He expected Zhang Chao to be enthusiastic about the prospect, but was instead met with fear. Zhang Chao was too timid to take risks, particularly after his recent altercation at the construction site, which had instilled a sense of dread about the city, especially the distant metropolis that none of them had ever visited. The potential for wealth was uncertain, but the risk of losing one's life was all too real. Lu Xiaochuan could not simply say, "Come with me, brother. Together we will become rich." For if it were not for his rebirth, he would not have believed such words either. "Chaozi, since you do not wish to go, could you lend me your money? I promise to repay you double upon my return." While Zhang Chao could opt out of the adventure, his money must accompany Lu Xiaochuan. "Xiaochuan, I do not understand why you are so intent on risking everything to travel so far to the metropolis. I doubt I can dissuade you. Take the money, but please leave me 200 for meals. To be honest, if it were not for your connections, I would not have this money and would have only endured a beating." Zhang Chao's loyalty to Lu Xiaochuan mirrored Lu Xiaochuan's own to him. With Zhang Chao opting out, Lu Xiaochuan contemplated reaching out to his cousin Zhao Lijun, though he suspected he might not believe him either. As he made his way to Tally Restaurant, he pondered these thoughts. As anticipated, upon returning to Zhao Lijun's dormitory that evening, Lu Xiaochuan broached the subject of taking him to the bustling metropolis to purchase stock subscription certificates. Zhao Lijun initially declined, proceeding to lecture Lu Xiaochuan extensively. However, the admonishment was in vain. Zhao Lijun could see from Lu Xiaochuan's demeanor that he would not be dissuaded. When Lu Xiaochuan suggested borrowing money, Zhao Lijun firmly refused, stating, "When you gain admission to university and find yourself in need, I shall certainly lend you money. But now, you intend to squander it. Should I lend you the money? My elder aunt would surely reproach me." Lu Xiaochuan, undeterred by further debate, promptly revealed the 9,000 yuan he had saved over the past 6 months, exclaiming, "Cousin, do you perceive me as a fool? Or have I been struck senseless? This journey to the metropolis is undoubtedly an opportunity with a significant potential for profit. Of course, I comprehend your reluctance to take risks, but if I borrow a little and it fails, I can earn it back upon my return, can't I?" Zhao Lijun was indeed taken aback by Lu Xiaochuan's savings. He had not anticipated that Lu Xiaochuan could amass such a sum. More importantly, Lu Xiaochuan possessed the means to repay, which was crucial. After considerable hesitation, Zhao Lijun retrieved 3,000 yuan from beneath his bed and handed it to Lu Xiaochuan, cautioning, "This is your brother's dowry fund. I intend to propose to Wang Jing this summer, so do not leave me unable to present the bride price. Rest assured, cousin, I shall not let you down. I promise to return the money by June at the latest." Having received the funds, Lu Xiaochuan urged Zhao Lijun to keep the stock subscription certificate matter confidential. "You need not worry. Even if I divulge it, who would believe me? Besides, look at the garlic in our restaurant. Who among them understands such matters?" Although Zhao Lijun felt a twinge of anxiety after lending the money, his cousin was quite audacious. Lu Xiaochuan was oblivious to his thoughts and hastily departed. With the borrowed funds, he amassed over 18,000 yuan, sufficient to purchase 6 subscription certificates. Naturally, the more money, the better. Contemplating further, he considered whom else he might borrow from. However, his colleagues from the tutoring center were not sufficiently familiar to approach for loans. Additionally, borrowing money from various acquaintances at the center could tarnish his reputation. While it was certain that Yu Qingjun would lend him money if asked, perhaps even a considerable amount, he realized that once he crossed that threshold, their relationship would inevitably shift. Sighing, he resolved that this would suffice. One must not be overly greedy, for excess can lead to downfall. With this in mind, Lu Xiaochuan decided to set forth with his 18,000 yuan. Besides the financial aspect, there were other preparations to undertake. The following day, Lu Xiaochuan first visited the small commodity market to procure several essential items. Moreover, the question of how to safely transport his earnings back from the metropolis loomed large. He could not simply return with over 1 million in cash, as he would likely be robbed before taking a few steps. Establishing a bank account in the metropolis posed its own challenges. A bank book from there would be ineffective in Fengyang. However, should he acquire a bank book from Fengyang and obtain an account, he could wire funds back from the metropolis. Although this would incur considerable fees, it would elegantly resolve the issue. Thus, Lu Xiaochuan proceeded to open accounts at both the Industrial and Commercial Bank and the Construction Bank. Upon arriving at the Construction Bank, and just as he was about to open an account, he heard someone call out, "Teacher Lu, are you here to deposit money?" Chapter 27. Lone Jing Yanhong emerged from the president's office and took a leisurely stroll downstairs, where she encountered her daughter Fong Tongtong's tutor, Lu Xiaochuan, engaged in bank transactions. She promptly approached to greet him. Lu, though young, was an exceptional teacher whose lessons captivated her daughter, sparking a growing interest in physics and a notable improvement in her grades. Hence, Zheng Yanhong was particularly courteous towards this young educator. After all, it was only polite to acknowledge him in her domain. Upon noticing Zheng Yanhong, Lu Xiaochuan quickly greeted her. Sister Zheng, are you working here? Indeed. Are you here to deposit some money? No, I just came to open a savings account for future use, he replied with a playful grin. The bank teller, upon seeing Zheng Yanhong, chimed in, President, is this your acquaintance? Yes, he is my daughter's teacher. By the way, Lu, once you finish your business, do come to my office for a cup of tea. Certainly, Sister Zheng, I would be delighted, Lu Xiaochuan replied, and Zheng Yanhong, although merely being polite, was surprised by his acceptance of her invitation. She thought to herself, how practical this young man is, and resigned herself to waiting. Lu Xiaochuan swiftly completed his account opening and joined Zheng Yanhong upstairs. The smile had faded from Zheng Yanhong's face, and instead of leading him to the president's office, she directed him to the bank's reception area and turned to prepare tea. However, Lu Xiaochuan called out to her, Sister Zheng, please hold off on the tea for a moment. You must be wondering why I'm bothering you. I only just thought of it, but I have a favor to ask. Her curiosity piqued. Zheng Yanhong felt a tinge of embarrassment. What do you need help with? Lu Xiaochuan, having recognized Zheng Yanhong's position as president, seized the moment and inquired, Sister Zheng, is it possible to obtain a loan here? You need a loan? Do you have any collateral? Of course not, he replied, but you must know my income from tutoring is decent, and I have the ability to repay. I wonder if it's possible to get a personal loan without collateral? I truly need some funds urgently. If there is no collateral, you would indeed require a guarantor. Zheng Yanhong contemplated how to politely decline without offending this young teacher. Sister Zheng, I truly cannot find anyone to act as a guarantor. If you could assist me in securing a loan of 20,000 yuan, I would be willing to offer 10 complimentary lessons to Tong Tong when the time comes for her tuition payment. Lu Xiaochuan's proposal was somewhat enticing, akin to a backdoor rebate. Zheng Yanhong felt a flicker of temptation, primarily motivated by the desire to maintain a good rapport with her daughter's teacher, which would undoubtedly benefit her child's education. May I inquire what you require such a sum for? Is there a family matter? Sister Zheng, have you seen the recent news about the stock subscription certificates being issued in the magical city? With these certificates, one can enter a lottery to purchase newly listed stocks. I believe this presents a lucrative opportunity, and I wish to invest in these certificates. However, my funds are insufficient. If I could secure a loan, it would undoubtedly yield greater returns, Lu Xiaochuan whispered. I have heard of this. At such a young age, you are already interested in stocks? Zheng Yanhong replied, lowering her voice. Regularly perusing newspapers, I believe that acquiring more knowledge is never detrimental. Upon reflection, I conclude that this endeavor is indeed profitable. If you have some spare funds, Sister Zheng, you might consider investing a little. Zheng Yanhong poured a glass of water for Lu Xiaochuan and remarked, Teacher Lu, please have some water while you wait a moment. She returned to her office and placed a call to a classmate in the bustling metropolis. Ah, the beautiful Zheng. What a surprise to receive your call. Her classmate's jovial laughter resonated through the phone. I've missed you. What keeps you busy, Miss Su? I find it hard to believe. I'm no handsome fellow for you to miss. By the way, are they currently issuing stock subscription certificates in your area? Don't mention it. Our institution has assigned numerous tasks, with subscription certificates priced at 30 yuan each. If one fails to win in the lottery, it becomes mere waste paper. Who would be foolish enough to purchase them? They simply cannot be sold, and I'm quite worried. Is that so? Here, there are individuals eager to buy them in the metropolis. Analysts suggest the odds of winning are high, presenting a potential for considerable profit. If the odds are indeed favorable, profit is assured. Yet, the lottery has not yet taken place, so who can say for certain? In any case, very few are purchasing at the moment. Who is interested in buying subscription certificates there? Have them reach out to me. It would help me fulfill my task. It's my daughter's teacher, who confidently claims that profits can be made. Should we not also purchase a few, lest we miss out on a genuine opportunity for gain? You raise a valid point. Perhaps I shall allocate a month's salary to acquire 10 certificates as a trial. The female classmate appeared somewhat intrigued. That sounds feasible. Please assist me in purchasing 10 as well. I will transfer the funds to you shortly. Very well, I shall assist in procuring 10 certificates. There is no rush for the money, but do ensure that your daughter's teacher comes to me for the purchase. Please provide him with our institution's address so he can find me. Rest assured, I will make certain he reaches out to you. After exchanging a few more words, they concluded the call. Lu Xiaochuan had finished his glass of water by now, and Zheng Yanhong finally emerged, inviting him into her office. Once inside and seated, Zheng Yanhong addressed him. Teacher Lu, I inquired with my classmate in the metropolis, and indeed, they are issuing stock subscription certificates. Therefore, I can lend you 10,000 yuan for a duration of 6 months, without the need for collateral or a guarantor. Unfortunately, I cannot assist with the interest rate. It will adhere to the standard terms. As for the 10 lessons you mentioned, let us forego that. Simply focus on teaching our Tong Tong with dedication. Lu Xiaochuan recognized Zheng Yanhong's assessment of his repayment capacity, and securing a loan of 10,000 yuan was commendable. Thank you so much, Sister Zheng. Normal interest is acceptable. Even a slightly higher rate would not be an issue. Very well, I shall proceed with the paperwork immediately, and you can collect the funds today. Zheng Yanhong paused momentarily. Is there anything else you require? Lu Xiaochuan inquired. My classmate works at the construction bank in the metropolis, and they too have sales tasks for subscription certificates. If you happen to go there, could you purchase some from her to assist in completing her task? Of course, Sister Zheng. Please provide me with your classmate's work address and contact information. Lu Xiaochuan readily agreed. All right, I will write it down for you. Zheng Yanhong jotted down a note for Lu Xiaochuan. Her classmate was named Su Wei, and she had also written down her address and phone number. Zheng Yanhong personally assisted with the procedures, and Lu Xiaochuan quickly received 10,000 yuan, feeling an immense joy within him. At present, it was 10,000 yuan, but in a few months, it could escalate to several 100,000, or even 1,000,000. Chapter 28. Departure to the Magical City on January 22nd. Lu Xiaochuan finally boarded the train heading to the Magical City. The green train from Fengyang to the Magical City took over 30 hours. Lu Xiaochuan dared not challenge the hard seat option. He gritted his teeth and spent a little extra to purchase a sleeper ticket. Although buying a hard seat could save him a few dozen yuan, allowing him to acquire 2 additional subscription certificates and potentially earn a few thousand more, the discomfort of a hard seat, coupled with the mingling of various passengers and numerous safety concerns, deterred him. He opted for an upper berth, which, while narrow and restrictive, at least allowed for some sleep and offered a relatively safer environment compared to the lower berth, which was more susceptible to theft. Tickets to the Magical City were not easy to come by, but fortunately, it was the end of the year, and many workers were departing from major cities like Yanjing and the Magical City. As a result, there were fewer travelers heading to the Magical City, enabling Lu Xiaochuan to secure a sleeper ticket without difficulty. Lu Xiaochuan purchased underwear with zippered pockets to conceal his money. However, the total of over 28,000 yuan was too bulky to fit discreetly, so he only stowed 10,000 yuan inside. The remaining 18,000 was hidden in his socks, which he then placed within his well-worn, muddy sneakers, layering them with 2 pairs of unwashed, odorous socks before stowing the shoes in a tattered backpack. A plastic bag on top contained various loose items, including a tea thermos and a ladle, while another bag held a few baked pancakes and boiled eggs. Once aboard the train, Lu Xiaochuan retrieved the tea thermos and food, tossing his backpack onto the luggage rack without a second glance, lest he attract unwanted attention. Fengyang was the starting station, and as everyone settled in and the train attendants checked tickets, the train had yet to depart. Lu Xiaochuan's opposite upper berth was occupied by a female university student, who immediately climbed up to read upon boarding. The middle berth was taken by a mother and son, the mother appearing to weigh over 160 pounds, while her son seemed to be around 11 or 12 years old. The lower berth was occupied by 2 young men, both in their 30s. The plump woman, who was quite talkative, initiated conversation as soon as she sat down, inquiring about everyone's destinations and occupations. The 2 young men from Zahoga City worked as technicians for Shigong and were traveling to the Magical City for a business trip and a training session. The woman expressed her respect for them, noting that Shigong was a large state-owned enterprise with excellent salaries, and technicians were particularly esteemed. The 2 young men humbly acknowledged her praise, their faces beaming with pride. The woman introduced herself, explaining that her husband worked in the Magical City and would be on duty during the new year, so she was bringing her son to celebrate with him. She mentioned that her husband earned a significantly higher salary than in Northeast China. She then turned her attention to the upper berth female student, who identified herself as being from Su Province and studying at a university in Fengyang. Her demeanor was rather aloof, and after exchanging a few words with the woman, she returned to her book, seemingly uninterested in further conversation. The plump lady snorted and turned to Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan was naturally a loquacious individual, yet at that moment, he preferred to refrain from drawing attention, merely stating that he was heading to the bustling metropolis for work. The plump lady, puzzled, inquired. Most people take on jobs during the new year to return home for the spring festival. Why would a young man like you choose to work instead? Oh, I have a distant uncle who runs a repair shop in the metropolis. I have learned some electrical repair skills, and he is quite busy during the festive season. He called me to assist him and promised to pay me double during the spring festival, covering my round-trip ticket as well. Lu Xiaochuan fabricated effortlessly. Young man, it's impressive that you can repair electrical appliances at such a young age, praised the plump lady, though inwardly she suspected that he might be exaggerating. I can only assist with minor tasks. My knowledge is limited, and I cannot handle anything too complex due to my lack of education. Why don't you study more? A lack of culture is detrimental. You seem quite handsome. What a pity. She lamented. My family in the countryside is poor, and my studies have not been good. What more is there to learn? After this, Lu Xiaochuan settled into a seat by the corridor, gazing at the scenery outside. The train had already departed, rushing towards the horizon amidst the rhythmic clatter. The plump lady turned to educate her son, urging him to study diligently, otherwise, he would end up working menial jobs. Her son, reclining on the middle bunk with a comic book, was engrossed in his reading and looked up at his mother with a bewildered expression, utterly confused by her admonition. Two technicians from the steel industry were engrossed in their conversation, and the plump lady occasionally interjected. However, once their discussion veered into technical matters, she could only listen in silence, finding it rather dull, and eventually lay back on the middle bunk in a state of contemplation. As noon approached, Lu Xiaochuan took out his enamel mug, filled it with hot water, and savored a baked pancake with pickled vegetables. The plump lady also brought out snacks from home, such as fried dough twists and eggs, and sat with her son on the middle bunk to eat. The two technicians, more carefree, headed to the dining car for a meal, returning with flushed faces, evidently having indulged in some spirits. The plump lady watched them with a face full of envy. Lu Xiaochuan gazed out the window, contemplating his plans upon arriving in the metropolis, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement. Finally, after a long day, he climbed to the upper bunk to sleep early. The female university student occupied herself with her studies, while the two technicians continued their lively banter. The plump lady, unable to interject, left her son and wandered to the adjacent compartment to chat. She returned to her bunk only when the conductor announced that the lights would be turned off. The train ambled through the night, stopping intermittently. At around midnight, an unknown figure appeared in the carriage, moving cautiously under the dim light, navigating the sounds of snoring. When the shadow reached Lu Xiaochuan's worn backpack, it instinctively skipped over it, rummaging through the next bag without finding anything of interest. Hesitating for a moment, the shadow reached towards the tattered backpack, unzipped it, and was immediately met with a foul odor, discovering a pair of shoes inside. Quickly withdrawing its hand, it zipped the bag shut, muttering to itself, "What bad luck." This stinky shoe was in the bag. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaochuan, who lay in deep slumber, his backpack had just undergone this unexpected ordeal. On the luggage rack, there was little to be found. A shadow cast its gaze upon the sleeping quarters, inspecting each bunk before extending a dark hand. The tall technician was in deep slumber, and in his drowsy state, he felt a sudden nudge on his outstretched foot. Startled awake, he demanded, "Who goes there? What do you want?" "My apologies. I seem to have mistaken the bunk," the shadow replied softly, swiftly retreating and hastening away through the corridor into the next carriage. The tall technician, undisturbed, returned to his dreams. The carriage fell silent once more, save for the sounds of breathing and the intermittent chorus of snores. Chapter 29. Shopping around at the break of dawn the following day, Lu Xiaochuan was roused by the tall technician's voice, realizing that the watch he had placed beneath his pillow was missing. After rummaging through the lower bunk with his colleague to no avail, he came to the grim realization that the person who had claimed to be in the wrong bunk was, in fact, a thief. It was no wonder he had fled so swiftly. Upon hearing of the lost item, the plump woman feigned concern, offering hollow words of comfort. Though a look of schadenfreude graced her features as she thought, "Serves you right for being so smug." The female university student continued to wear her indifferent demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding drama. Lu Xiaochuan glanced at his backpack, noticing a change in its shape, and his heart sank momentarily. He reached over to inspect it and found that the contents of his shoes remained intact, which eased his worries. Naturally, he retrieved his dental kit from the backpack, placed it back on the luggage rack, and headed to the restroom to freshen up. The tall technician was consumed by regret, while his shorter colleague attempted to console him, suggesting they purchase a new watch together upon their arrival in the metropolis. The tall man knew that lamenting was futile, and with a heavy heart, he too prepared to wash up. Seated by the window, Lu Xiaochuan spent the day admiring the scenery. By mid-afternoon, the green train he was aboard finally arrived at the bustling train station of the metropolis. Exiting the platform with his backpack, Lu Xiaochuan stepped onto the land of the great city, taking his first strides toward wealth. In his previous life, Lu Xiaochuan had first visited this metropolis in his teenage years, by which time it had already blossomed into a thriving metropolis. Certainly, the city now stands as the most prosperous in all of Huaxia, but it bears no comparison to how it would appear 30 years hence. The train station was a cacophony of people, and with a significant sum of money in his possession, Lu Xiaochuan was keen to keep his distance, turning down numerous offers from taxi drivers and hotel touts. After exiting the station, he hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to the vicinity of Wanghua Securities in Suwei. The driver, visibly surprised, asked as he drove, "Young man, are you here to buy stocks?" "Not at all. I know nothing of that sort, and I certainly don't have the money for it. I'm here for work. I have an arrangement to meet someone near Wanghua Securities." "Is that so? You don't seem like the stock trading type," the driver replied. "Let me tell you, there's a subscription certificate currently being sold in the metropolis for 30 yuan each. Who in their right mind would buy that? Only a fool would." Lu Xiaochuan mused to himself, "I am indeed that fool, a grand fool at that. Once I strike it rich, it will be you who regrets it." But he replied, "Goodness, 30 yuan each. What exactly is the use of this subscription certificate? It's for a lottery. If you win, you can buy stocks. If you lose, it's just a worthless piece of paper. Isn't that akin to throwing money into the wind?" "Indeed it is. Thus, very few individuals are purchasing that item now." The driver, in agreement with Lu Xiaochuan's perspective, chattered incessantly throughout the journey. "Ah, master, I've arrived. You may park by the roadside." Lu Xiaochuan had already spotted the prominent sign of Wanghua Securities. Is Wangwa Securities still a few hundred meters away? The driver, engrossed in conversation, was taken aback when the listener suddenly requested to alight. No need, I can get off here, thank you. Lu Xiaochuan paid the fare and disembarked with his backpack. The driver, left with no choice, departed reluctantly. The sprawling metropolis was daunting, and without navigation, Lu Xiaochuan was entirely at a loss. He sought out a newsstand by the roadside, spending 2 yuan on a map of the city, meticulously searching for his location, not rushing directly to Wangwa Securities. Lu Xiaochuan meandered nearby to familiarize himself with the surroundings. After consulting the map for a considerable time, he noted that Su Wei was at the construction bank on Changle Road. Lu Xiaochuan then took a bus to Changle Road. However, instead of heading directly to the construction bank, he first visited the nearby industrial and commercial bank. Upon arrival, he found the bank almost deserted on the 10th day since the issuance of stock subscription certificates. The bank staff sat idly, their expressions reflecting the worry of failing to meet sales targets, which could jeopardize their bonuses for the month. When Lu Xiaochuan entered, the staff's eyes momentarily brightened, only to dim again, as this young man, clearly under 20, was evidently not their target clientele. Out of courtesy, the lobby manager inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "Oh, I wish to open a savings account." It was clear he was not there to purchase a subscription certificate. The manager directed him to a window to open an account. The clerk, Tian Tao, attended to Lu Xiaochuan, casually asking, "Young man, our bank is currently selling stock subscription certificates for 30 yuan each. Winning the lottery allows you to purchase new stocks, and profits are almost guaranteed. Would you like to buy a few?" From a nearby window, a female clerk teased, "Brother Tian, you see someone young and immediately try to persuade them. Why don't you buy some yourself? I'm short on funds. Besides, I've already purchased several," Tian Tao replied, somewhat sheepishly. What if this young man buys and makes a fortune? Can one truly profit from the subscription certificates? Lu Xiaochuan feigned ignorance. "Well, I can't guarantee profits, as it depends on the lottery. Yet, the odds of making money are quite high." Tian Tao responded, albeit reluctantly. "All right, I trust you. I shall buy." "Really buying? How many?" Tian Tao beamed, surprised by the youth's gullibility. "I will purchase 100. "What? 100? Tian Tao thought Lu Xiaochuan was jesting, only to realize the young man was already producing a wad of cash, counting out 3,000 yuan. As Tian Tao reached out to take it, Lu Xiaochuan added, "I want a complete set of 100 consecutive subscription certificates, the kind without a name." At that moment, Tian Tao understood that Lu Xiaochuan had come prepared and specifically requested 100 consecutive blank certificates. He promptly fetched the requested 100 certificates and accepted the 3,000 yuan. As Lu Xiaochuan exited the industrial and commercial bank, Tian Tao remained in a daze, pondering how this young man, not yet 20, had just purchased 100 subscription certificates. Could this indeed be a path to wealth? It seems that I should return home to discuss with my wife about purchasing a few more shares, lest we miss the opportunity for wealth. Lu Xiaochuan, oblivious to Tian Tao's mental deliberations, had already entered the international securities firm, armed with his newly acquired bank book and identification, requesting to open an account. The clerk chuckled, explaining, "Young man, you might not fully grasp the process. You must first purchase our stock subscription certificates. Only after winning the lottery can you return here to open your account. How about buying a few subscription certificates and then coming back once you have one? Is it not possible to open an account in advance?" He inquired. "No, it is not. If I buy 200 subscription certificates, surely I must win, right? Can I not open an account beforehand?" "Ah, you wish to buy 200? Without further ado, Lu Xiaochuan retrieved 6,000 yuan. "All right, please wait a moment, young man. I will seek approval." Upon exiting international securities, Lu Xiaochuan found himself in possession of 2 sets of subscription certificates and had successfully opened a stock account. After leaving the firm, he wandered through several streets until he discovered a modest inn, where he paid a 20 yuan deposit for a small room, costing 5 yuan. The inn also sold cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks, so Lu Xiaochuan purchased several packets of instant noodles, borrowed a small basin from the innkeeper, and requested hot water to prepare his meal, which he carried back to his room. "You could eat at the restaurant just outside. Why not go there?" the innkeeper asked. "Oh, it's simply because I lack the funds. Restaurants are quite pricey, and I cannot afford them," Lu Xiaochuan replied with a smile. "But you cannot survive solely on instant noodles." The innkeeper tossed him a packet of pickled vegetables. "This is for you, no charge. I shall not be rude. Thank you." Chapter 30. The shock of Su Wei. In no time, the bowl of noodles was devoured. After nibbling on flatbreads for 2 days on the train, he was indeed famished. The meal was a comfort. After closing the door, Lu Xiaochuan removed the cotton vest his mother had sewn for him, using scissors to cut open a section of the fabric, extracting the cotton within. "It's all new cotton," he thought, internally apologizing to his mother, Zhao Cuiping, who had stitched it with care. He withdrew the cotton, placed the stock subscription certificates inside, and then took out a needle and thread to sew it back up, repeating this process until all 3 sets of certificates were nestled within the vest. The cotton he had extracted was carefully gathered, and, taking advantage of the night, he disposed of it in a nearby trash bin. Having completed his tasks, Lu Xiaochuan tossed his backpack onto the table and transferred the money from his sneakers into the cotton shoes he was now wearing, placing his recently removed odorous socks atop them before retiring to bed. He was confident that even if someone were to stealthily enter at night, they would not rummage through his shoes. Lu Xiaochuan had evidently worried unnecessarily. He slept soundly through the night without incident. Even in this era of poor public safety, a young man with an old backpack simply did not attract attention. He appeared to be either a destitute student or a laborer, making him an unlikely target for thieves. The following morning, Lu Xiaochuan rose early and sought a small eatery where he spent 3 yuan on breakfast. Recognizing the necessity of a hearty meal for a day filled with errands, having satisfied his hunger and thirst with a backpack slung over his shoulder, Lu Xiaochuan first visited Shun In Securities. To his surprise, he encountered a fellow native of Northeast China among the staff and successfully opened an account, purchasing 2 subscription certificates. Naturally, he also encouraged his compatriot to acquire a few as well. Whether the local trusted his advice was beyond his concern. Upon exiting Shenin Securities, Lu Xiaochuan made his way to Changle Road, transferring buses twice before arriving at the construction bank, where Su Wei was stationed just before noon. Su Wei was engaged in a phone conversation with Zheng Yanhong. Zheng, the beauty, Lu interjected, the young teacher you mentioned hasn't he come here to buy subscription certificates? Has he? Are you being deceived? That shouldn't be the case. He completed his loan with me several days ago. So he should be in the Magic City by now. Could it be that something unexpected happened and he lost the money on the way? You're quite bold to lend to such a young man and even act as his guarantor. Aren't you afraid he might default? Not really. Despite being a part-time teacher, he delivers his lessons exceptionally well and earns quite a bit each month. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. A young man stood at the entrance, addressing Su Wei. Manager Su, a young gentleman has come to see you. Upon hearing this, Su Wei quickly informed Zheng Yanhong over the phone. The person you mentioned seems to have arrived. I'll go check. After hanging up, she exited the manager's office and entered the hall, where she spotted a young man with an old backpack, glancing around. Are you looking for me? Are you a friend of Zheng Yanhong? Yes, that is correct. Hello, Sister Su. Lu Xiaochuan responded with familiarity. At your age, you could call me Andy. Not at all. Sister Su is even younger and more beautiful than I imagined. If I were a few years younger, I should indeed call you sister. What a charming flatterer, Lu thought. His boldness evident. Sister Su, shouldn't we find a place to discuss important matters? Certainly, please follow me. Su Wei led Lu Xiaochuan into the manager's office. Once seated, Su Wei inquired, I heard you came here after taking out a loan. How many subscription certificates are you planning to purchase? Oh, Zheng Jie informed you about my loan. Indeed, I borrowed 10,000 yuan and saved a bit on my own, so I currently have over 13,000 yuan, which I intend to use entirely for purchasing subscription certificates. Lu Xiaochuan proudly produced 13,200 yuan, even with prior preparation. Su Wei was astonished by Lu Xiaochuan's significant investment, perceiving it as a bold gamble. However, given his willingness to take risks, she felt no need to comment further. She stepped out to retrieve 10 subscription certificates and handed them to Lu Xiaochuan. After acquiring additional subscription certificates, Lu Xiaochuan found himself with less than 200 yuan left, needing to reserve over 100 for his ticket. You've been an enormous help to me. Selling so many certificates allows me to explain myself to the management, even if I ultimately fail to meet the targets. Thus, I would like to treat you to lunch as a token of appreciation. Su Wei, under the weight of her responsibilities as manager, sincerely thanked Lu Xiaochuan. Let us skip the meal. I have another favor to ask of Sister Su. Do you have acquaintances in the railway sector? Indeed, I have a high school classmate working at the train station. Are you looking to purchase a ticket? Su Wei inquired. That is splendid. Sister Su, as you are aware, it is now the end of the year, and acquiring a train ticket back to Fengyang from the bustling metropolis is indeed quite a challenge. If possible, could you enlist the help of your classmates to procure a sleeper ticket for me? Either an upper or middle berth would suffice. Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback to learn that Su Wei had acquaintances within the railway system. In truth, Su Wei and Zheng Yanhong were university classmates. Being a local of the metropolis, she naturally had many connections. Buying tickets? That should be manageable. Which date do you require? She inquired. Either today or tomorrow would be fine. The sooner, the better, as I wish to return promptly. Having secured the purchase certificate, Lu Xiaochuan preferred not to linger in the metropolis any longer to avoid the unforeseen complications of prolonged stay. All right, please wait while I make a call. Su Wei promptly dialed her classmate's number, exchanged pleasantries, and inquired about the tickets. After a brief conversation, she whispered to Lu Xiaochuan. There is a middle berth available for this afternoon around 1 o'clock. Would you like it? Lu Xiaochuan eagerly nodded in agreement. Su Wei then finalized the ticket arrangements before ending the call. Lu Xiaochuan glanced at the wall clock. It was just past 11 o'clock, and there was a little over an hour remaining, which barely sufficed. He decided against returning to the small inn, satisfied that he had all his belongings with him, and relinquished the 20 yuan deposit. Remembering the inn's phone number, he felt it prudent to inform the proprietress, sparing her the trouble of reserving his room. Thus, he borrowed Su Wei's phone to call. The The proprietress answered, "Hello. Greetings, I am the occupant of room 205. I wish to check out and head to the station. You may keep the deposit as a token of my gratitude for your pickled vegetables." Without waiting for her response, he hung up the phone. There was no time for lunch, but Sue kindly went to a nearby supermarket to purchase bread and instant noodles for Lu Xiaochuan to enjoy on the train. Accepting the provisions from Sue, he expressed, "Sister Sue, I genuinely recommend that you procure a few more purchase certificates for yourself, lest you miss a valuable opportunity." With that, he hailed a taxi and set off for the train station. Chapter 31. A smooth return upon arriving at Hongqiao Railway Station. Lu Xiaochuan located Su Wei's classmate and managed to acquire a ticket without the need to queue, with over half an hour remaining before the boarding time. Lu Xiaochuan made his way to the restroom in the waiting area, found a stall, and concealed the purchase certificate. There was no time to sew it into his cotton vest, so he had one set in the pocket of his underwear, while the remaining sets were stashed within his canvas shoes, covered by his worn socks. Lu Xiaochuan deemed this method relatively secure. After waiting in the lounge for a while, he boarded the train smoothly. He observed a long line at the entrance of the hard-seat carriage, with some individuals even climbing through the windows. He felt fortunate to have secured a sleeper berth. Otherwise, the lengthy journey of several thousand kilometers would have been quite taxing. Once aboard, he placed his backpack on the luggage rack and promptly climbed to the middle berth to rest. Conversations sprouted with fellow passengers, and Lu Xiaochuan engaged in light banter. The journey back was rather uneventful, free of any incidents of lost belongings. On the evening of January 26th, Lu Xiaochuan finally returned to Fengyang. With only a few dozen yuan left in his pocket, Lu Xiaochuan was certainly reluctant to take a taxi. He didn't even board a bus, as the Anha community where he rented a room was not far from the station. Carrying his backpack, he strolled back home. Upon returning to the rental unit, he found Wang Dong and Zhang Chao present. Wang Dong was tucked away in his room engrossed in a book, while Zhang Chao was absorbed in watching television in the small living room. The 10-inch black and white television, which had previously been broken, was repaired by Lu Xiaochuan, and Zhang Chao was thoroughly enjoying the show. Lu Xiaochuan cast a glance at the screen, which was broadcasting the popular series The Flying Fox of Snowy Mountain. "It has been nearly a week since you returned, hasn't it?" Wang Dong inquired. "Yes, Brother Dong. There were some matters at home, so I took a few days off to rest, which caused me to miss several classes. I need to hurry back to class tomorrow," Lu Xiaochuan replied. He had not mentioned his trip to the magical city to his colleagues. Only Zhang Chao was aware of it. After a brief conversation, Wang Dong returned to his reading. Zhang Chao, however, turned off the television and pulled Lu Xiaochuan into the bedroom, whispering, "Xiaochuan, how did it go? Did you manage to buy that subscription certificate?" Lu Xiaochuan retrieved a pair of warrior shoes from his backpack, along with the subscription certificate, and presented one to Zhang Chao. "Goodness, Xiaochuan, aren't you concerned about the smell?" Zhang Chao grimaced in disdain. "Smell? This is all money, you know. In a few months, you'll realize how valuable it is." Lu Xiaochuan placed the certificate on the bed, and Zhang Chao held his breath to examine it. The green design displayed the words Magic City Stock Subscription Certificate prominently in the center, with 1992 inscribed above and 2 rows of smaller text below, listing the underwriting institutions: Shenin Securities Company, Universal Securities Company, and Haidong Securities Company, with the financial representative being the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Magic City Branch. The bottom right corner bore the red code. "Just this piece of paper is worth 30 yuan. What do you know, Chaozi? After the new year, this certificate will be worth at least 60 yuan or even more. It could easily double," Lu Xiaochuan asserted. If anyone else had said this, Zhang Chao would have dismissed it outright, but due to his trust in Lu Xiaochuan, he believed half of it. "Isn't the Magic City rather small? Xiaochuan, you are impressive for making such a long trip and returning with a handful of these subscription certificates. If it were me, I wouldn't even make it back." Zhang Chao expressed growing admiration for his childhood friend. In the 1990s, many people had never traveled far, especially farmers, who might have only ventured to the county town. Traveling long distances often required someone to accompany them, and some individuals could not even figure out how to buy tickets or take a bus. Thus, for Zhang Chao, there was an inherent fear of the unknown that lay beyond. "All right, I need to return to my supplementary class tomorrow. Make sure to study at home and watch less television. Please take good care of my backpack," Lu Xiaochuan instructed. "Rest assured, I hardly go downstairs anyway, so I'll keep a close watch on it," Zhang Chao promised, thumping his chest. He knew that Lu Xiaochuan's stack of papers was worth thousands of yuan. And more importantly, it contained 5,000 yuan of his own money. If he lost it, he had no idea when he would be able to repay him. The following day, Lu Xiaochuan attended his supplementary class, reporting in to Wang Tongguang, who said nothing, merely instructing Li Yin to promptly notify the students' parents and arrange classes for Lu Xiaochuan's students. On Tuesday, Lu Xiaochuan was scheduled to teach Fang Tongtong, and he encountered Zheng Yanhong once again. Zheng Yanhong had brought her daughter to class and, unlike before, did not leave immediately. Instead, while Fang Tongtong was working on exercises, she pulled Lu Xiaochuan into the hallway to share some hushed words. "I heard from Su Wei that you purchased numerous subscription certificates from Shibai. Do you truly have such confidence in them? Are you not concerned that this money may go to waste?" Lu Xiaochuan glanced towards the west and whispered, Sister Zheng, you must keep my trip to the Magic City a secret. My colleagues are completely unaware. Su Wei must have mentioned to you that the sales of subscription certificates have not been particularly promising, which, in fact, indicates an opportunity. How so? Zheng Yanhong inquired softly. Fewer purchasers mean a higher chance of winning, does it not? Lu Xiaochuan believed he had articulated his point clearly. Zheng Yanhong was indeed his benefactor, having lent him 10,000 yuan. All right, I understand now. Thank you, Teacher Lu, she replied. No need for thanks, Sister Zheng. I owe you gratitude for the loan. Lu Xiaochuan responded before returning to his classroom to continue teaching. That evening, after work, Zheng Yanhong discussed with her husband, Feng Ming, the prospect of purchasing another set of subscription certificates. Feng Ming was skeptical, but being under his wife's authority, he had little choice but to comply. Their combined salaries were decent, each earning 3,000 yuan, which would suffice to save up in less than 6 months. The following day at work, Zheng Yanhong eagerly called Su Wei to transfer funds, requesting her assistance in acquiring a set of consecutive subscription certificates. Unbeknownst to her, Su Wei not only procured them for her, but also bought a set for herself. Upon returning from the Magic City, and after a week's worth of classes, even Lu Xiaochuan, youthful and healthy, found himself somewhat overwhelmed. On February 1st, after finishing his classes, the supplementary classes were finally on break. As the eve of the Lunar New Year approached on February 3rd. Meanwhile, the sales of subscription certificates in the Magic City had concluded, with nearly 2.07 million certificates sold, falling significantly short of the projected 5 million. Once the supplementary classes were dismissed, Wang Dong left with Zhao Dongmei, reportedly, to visit her hometown, indicating a significant step in their relationship. In their rented accommodation, only Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao remained, with a scant sum of over 100 yuan between them. They had not purchased much for the new year, only some vegetables and meat, alongside a variety of instant foods such as biscuits and noodles, leading to a rather dismal holiday experience. Chaozi, let us hold out for a few days. Once the new year is over and I receive my salary, I'll treat you to a grand meal. It's all right, Xiaochuan. Celebrating the new year at home doesn't guarantee much better food, it's merely livelier. This is my first time celebrating away from home, and I do miss it a bit. A series of knocks resonated from the door. Upon opening it, Lu Xiaochuan was greeted by Yu Qingjuan's sister, Yu Xiaomei. Chapter 32. Missing family during festive times. Seeing Yu Xiaomei at the door, Lu Xiaochuan quickly exclaimed, Sister Xiaomei, please come in. Yu Xiaomei, however, remained at the threshold, saying, Xiaochuan, I noticed your light was on and realized you both hadn't gone home for the new year. My mother-in-law is making dumplings at home. Why don't you both come over to join us for a meal? Since the last time he rescued Hao Hao, Aunt Wang, Yu Xiaomei's mother-in-law, frequently invited Lu Xiaochuan to their home for dinner. He indeed indulged in several meals. But recently he returned to his hometown, and then traveled to the bustling metropolis, leaving him preoccupied. It had been nearly a month since he last saw Yu Xiaomei's family. Unexpectedly, on this New Year's Eve, they invited him over for dumplings. Sister Xiaomei, it's New Year's Eve. We shouldn't intrude, Lu Xiaochuan politely insisted. After several rounds of persuasion, seeing that Lu Xiaochuan was resolute in his refusal, Yu Xiaomei descended to return home. Before long, 2 large platters of steaming dumplings were brought in. Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao quickly expressed their gratitude. And Lu Xiaochuan found a small bowl in the kitchen to transfer the dumplings, asking Yu Xiaomei to take the plates back. As they savored the dumplings, sipping beer and watching the Spring Festival Gala, a sense of nostalgia lingered in the air, leaving them feeling devoid of the festive spirit. Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao exchanged glances, each reflecting the yearning for home. Meanwhile, in Liutuan, Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping were similarly lost in thought, sighing in silence. They had once purchased a 17-inch black and white television, which they had given away last year. Now, they lacked even the means to watch the Spring Festival Gala. They lamented the extravagance of their son, Lu Xiaochuan. Their youngest son claimed he was working, yet he hadn't brought back a single penny. And now he wouldn't even return for the Spring Festival. Fortunately, a few days prior, Lu Jinyu's cousin, Lu Jinming, who worked as a teacher at the Shida Town Middle School, brought back Lu Xiaochuan's final exam results. Excluding the minor subjects, he scored 526 points, ranking among the top in his class, a commendable achievement that would place him in a respectable position even at the county high school. Well, it's not too concerning that he hasn't earned money while working outside. At least his studies haven't suffered. Their eldest daughter, Lu Xiaoyun, visited them before the new year with her husband, bringing gifts but leaving without sharing a meal, which Lu Jinyu knew left her resentful over the 3,000 yuan bride price he had withheld, despite their prior agreement to return it all. The only source of solace was their second daughter, Lu Xiaoning, who understood the precious opportunity of attending university, diligently studying at home even during the break. Lu Xiaochuan took a sip of beer and sneezed several times, aware that his mother, Zhao Cuiping, and father, Lu Jinyu, were likely lamenting his absence. This spring festival felt particularly desolate, intensifying his longing for home. Indeed, every festive occasion heightens the yearning for family. The ancients were not mistaken. Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao consumed 10 bottles of beer before succumbing to drowsiness, finding solace only in the intoxication that dulled their homesickness. As the spring festival swiftly passed, on February 7th, the first day of the lunar month, classes resumed for the supplementary courses, and Lu Xiaochuan encountered Zheng Yanhong once more. During the holiday, Su Wei had called Zheng Yanhong several times, informing her that many were purchasing stock subscription certificates on the black market, with each certificate now valued at 60 yuan, having doubled in price and continuing to rise daily. Zheng Yanhong was astonished, grateful that she had heeded Lu Xiaochuan's advice and purchased a set of subscription certificates. While Lu Xiaochuan had acquired so many that he was set to make a substantial profit, accompanying her daughter, Feng Tongtong, into the classroom, Zheng Yanhong eagerly shared the news of the certificate price doubling with Lu Xiaochuan, eager to witness the surprise on his youthful face. To her astonishment, Lu Xiaochuan remained remarkably composed, as though he had anticipated this outcome all along. After class, coinciding with noon, Zheng Yanhong invited Lu Xiaochuan to join her for lunch, knowing she wished to discuss the subscription certificates further, to which he readily agreed. After a simple lunch at a small eatery beneath the tutoring center, Zheng Yanhong dismissed her daughter, instructing her to study independently before hastening to speak with Lu Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, you purchased the subscription certificate for the Western-style suit. You've made over 10,000 this time. When do you plan to sell the certificate in the magical city? Why sell? Lu Xiaochuan replied. This is just the beginning. There's still nearly a month until the first lottery. The subscription certificate has ample room for appreciation, and I do not intend to sell it. My plan is to buy new stocks after winning the lottery, as I believe the returns will not be inferior to selling the certificate. If the probability of winning the first lottery is high, there are still 3 more opportunities, and the price of the certificate may rise further. Are you so confident it will increase? Zheng Yanhong sensed Lu Xiaochuan's assuredness, which was uncharacteristic for someone around 20. In any case, Su Wei will call you with the latest updates. Let us wait and see, Lu Xiaochuan added. By the way, Zheng Jia, may I ask, is your subscription certificate still with Su Wei? Are you two merely classmates? Rest assured, we were the best of friends in college. Zheng Yanhong understood Lu Xiaochuan's implication. Friendship sometimes falters under the weight of financial matters, yet she felt confident in the strength of her bond with Su Wei. Aware that Lu Xiaochuan had grasped the situation, he refrained from further comments. He contemplated whether he might ask Zheng Yanhong for a loan, considering the substantial funds required for stock purchases post-lottery win. Yet he felt the timing was not yet ripe to broach the subject. The following day, during a free period in the afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan accompanied Zhang Chao to the hospital, where the cast and splint were finally removed. Zhang Chao could now move about like a normal person, albeit with his injured arm still requiring 2 more months of rest. That evening, Zhang Chao expressed a desire to return home, having grown weary after a month in Fengyang. Unlike Lu Xiaochuan, who had worked to occupy him, it would be better to go home early and assist with chores, perhaps explore the idea of raising cattle. Chaozi, since you've made your decision, I won't stop you. However, please wait a couple more days until I receive my salary. Although 5,001 be repaid immediately, I can't let you return empty-handed. Hey, Xiaochuan, you can repay me after selling the subscription certificate. I had already prepared for the possibility of losing the bet when I lent you the money, Zhang Chao chuckled. Come on, don't you wish me well? I'll tell you the truth. I'm about to strike it rich. Lu Xiaochuan proclaimed. Aren't you planning to become a cattle rancher? I'll invest in you when the time comes, he continued generously. All right, keep dreaming. But it's fine. I believe in you. I'll wait for your investment. They both laughed and playfully jostled one another. Never mind. I can't bully a disabled person. I'll settle the score once your arm is healed. On February 10th, the much-anticipated payday arrived. With January featuring a week-long winter break, Lu Xiaochuan had taught numerous classes, earning over 1,000. Upon returning home, he handed Zhang Chao 1,000 yuan. Chaozi, this 1,000 ISNT repayment. Consider it interest on the 5,000. Take it back. I don't need your interest. Aren't you heading to the magical city? You can't be short on cash, Zhang Chao replied, refusing to accept the money. In the final struggle, Lu Xiaochuan, with a fist raised in threat, managed to extract 500 yuan from Zhang Chao, enabling him to purchase gifts for his family upon his return home. Chapter 33. Brother Su. At dawn, Lu Xiaochuan accompanied Zhang Chao to the North Station. Upon returning to the tutoring center, he spotted Su Cheng and Yishan strolling hand in hand. Upon noticing Lu Xiaochuan, Yishan, feeling a bit shy, withdrew her hand. To Lu Xiaochuan's surprise, Su Cheng had acted swiftly. Within 6 months, the pair had become a couple. Yishan, though not exceptionally beautiful, did not attract high-quality males in a teaching college where the female-to-male ratio was skewed. Similarly, Su Cheng, despite his decent qualities, struggled to win over attractive women at the provincial university, making their union quite natural. Sun Yuqiang, who harbored feelings for Yishan but lost her to Su Cheng, must surely be feeling quite dejected. Senior Yishan, I saw nothing, so no need to feel embarrassed, haha. Lu Xiaochuan discreetly gave Su Cheng a thumbs up. Yishan's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Lu Xiaochuan a glare before heading upstairs. Su Cheng lingered downstairs to converse with Lu Xiaochuan. Have you seen Chang'e recently? Lu Xiaochuan inquired. He resigned, as you know. He initially intended to pursue Yishan, and now that we are together, he must feel uncomfortable here. When we see each other at school, he completely ignores me. Su Cheng sighed. Why is Chang'e so petty? Even without you. I doubt Yishan would have chosen him, Lu Xiaochuan replied. Yet he doesn't see it that way. After your last drinking contest where he made a fool of himself, he seems to harbor a grudge against you too. He is quite petty and has a strong desire for revenge. I wonder what he is concocting. Su Cheng expressed his concerns. There is no need to worry. It's only natural for two men to compete for one woman. Someone must inevitably lose. Lu Xiaochuan reassured him, patting Su Cheng on the shoulder as they ascended the stairs. As for whether Sun Yuqiang would retaliate, Lu Xiaochuan felt no concern. He had already resigned and had no further ties to him. Upon reaching the front desk, Lu Xiaochuan engaged in casual conversation with Li Yan. He then produced 500 yuan, handing it to her to cover 10 additional classes for Fang Tongtong. Should Zheng Yanhong inquire? She was to say it was a complimentary gift of classes. Li Yan's face was filled with confusion. Yet Lu Xiaochuan urged her not to ask questions or disclose this to anyone, promising to explain later. Given Li Yan's reputation as the gossipy front desk attendant, Lu Xiaochuan felt uneasy. However, as she served both as a consultant and a part-time cashier, he had no choice but to reiterate his instructions. Fortunately, the two shared a good rapport, and Lu Xiaochuan owed her 1,000 yuan, compelling Li Yan to stifle her curiosity and remain silent. Fang Tongtong had been receiving tutoring for several subjects at the Spring Breeze Center. When Zheng Yanhong arrived to renew her fees, Li Yan informed her of the 10 complimentary physics classes. Fang Tongtong mused that Lu Xiaochuan truly kept his word during their previous loan agreement. She had mentioned the gift of classes, but she didn't expect him to follow through with 10 classes. In recent days, the price of subscription certificates had been rising daily. According to Su Wei over the phone, a set of whiteboard subscription certificates was nearing 20,000 yuan, and Zheng Yanhong was increasingly tempted to sell. She could hardly resist the urge to consult Lu Xiaochuan on the matter. However, Li Yan informed Lu Xiaochuan that there were no classes in the morning, and he was not at the tutoring center. Lu Xiaochuan had not been to the gym for quite some time, so he seized the opportunity of having no classes in the morning to buy 2 packs of cigarettes and visit Coach Bai. Upon receiving the cigarettes, Coach Bai remarked, "You haven't been around for a while. Training cannot be a sporadic endeavor." The tutoring center has been exceedingly busy. I have long wished to find time to visit you," Lu Xiaochuan replied, somewhat embarrassed. "All right, considering the 2 packs of cigarettes, I shall let you off this time," Coach Bai said, turning to call out, "Jibin, come over here." As Lu Xiaochuan entered, he noticed a young man dressed in camouflage assisting Coach Bai in guiding the children in their boxing practice. This young man appeared to be in his mid-20s, with a slightly tanned complexion, of average height, robustly built, and with well-defined facial features. Su Jibin also noticed Coach Bai conversing with a young man and hurried over upon hearing his name. Coach Bai introduced the two. "This is Su Jibin, who previously trained under me and has just returned from military service. He is currently working as a driver at a soy sauce factory and came to visit me today during the weekend." Lu Xiaochuan is a student from the Normal University, working part-time as a teacher at the tutoring center during the holidays. Lu Xiaochuan quickly greeted, "Hello, Brother Su. I have heard much about you from Coach Bai. He regards you as his most exceptional disciple. Indeed, I have also heard about you from Coach. He mentioned your considerable talent in boxing. I have heard you are quite skilled. Would you care for a sparring session? I would like to assess your abilities," Su Jibin suggested. "All right. Let us see how Lu Xiaochuan fares against Jibin. I will fetch the protective gear," Coach Bai said, visibly excited. Lu Xiaochuan hurriedly grabbed his arm, shaking his head vigorously. No, Coach Bai, my skills are no match for Brother Su. I willingly concede. Individuals like Su Jibin, who have just returned from military service, completely overshadow Lu Xiaochuan in terms of physical capability and strength, especially at the age of 26, which is typically the peak of physical fitness. Lu Xiaochuan would not dare to compare himself. If it were an open space, perhaps his agility might afford him some defense. "Coach, it's almost noon, and since we have just met Brother Su, let me treat you both to lunch," Lu Xiaochuan offered. "How can I allow you to treat us? You are still quite young. If anyone should be treating, it should be me," Su Jibin insisted. "Let Lu Xiaochuan treat us this time. He has earned quite a bit over the winter break. Next time, you can take your turn," Coach Bai interjected swiftly to quell any further dispute. Coach Bai resumed teaching the children, while Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin engaged in conversation, finding much common ground. Although Su Jibin was not particularly loquacious, he exuded a sense of sincerity and reliability, leaving a favorable impression on Lu Xiaochuan. Once Coach Bai concluded the class, the trio sought out a nearby halal restaurant. Ordering a pot of lamb offal, 2 pounds of steamed dumplings, 2 plates of stir-fried dishes, and a few bottles of beer to complete their meal. As they dined and conversed, with a few beers consumed, Su Jibin opened up, sharing that upon his return from military service, he had been assigned to work as a driver at the soy sauce factory. He remarked that being a driver now is not as esteemed as it was in the 1980s, when drivers were treated like royalty, commanding respect wherever they went. Su Zhibin lamented his unfortunate circumstances. The soy sauce factory where he worked was struggling, and his monthly salary barely exceeded 100 yuan. Although the work was manageable, requiring him to only drive a few times a week, the meager income left him disheartened at the age of 26, without a partner to share his life. His family's financial situation was dire, and few were willing to introduce him to potential matches. He yearned to resign and seek his fortune in the south, where it was rumored that cities like Yangqing and Pingsheng offered lucrative opportunities. Regrettably, his parents vehemently opposed his plans, insisting that he maintain the security of his job, leaving him feeling helpless. Lu Xiaochuan, reflecting on his past, realized he had never heard of Fengyang soy sauce factory, indicating it was likely not a well-known enterprise. It might even have ceased operations by now. Soon, the wave of layoffs would sweep across the nation, particularly affecting the old industrial bases in northeast China, where numerous state-owned enterprises were situated. In an attempt to console Su Zhibin, Lu Xiaochuan suggested that Coach Bai would speak to the gym owner to arrange part-time coaching for him. Su Zhibin was delighted by this prospect and eagerly expressed his gratitude with a toast. Due to afternoon classes, Lu Xiaochuan limited himself to a single bottle of beer, while Coach Bai and Su Zhibin each had two. When the meal concluded, Su Zhibin attempted to pay the bill, only to be informed by the waiter that Lu Xiaochuan had already settled it. They agreed to meet again soon before parting ways. The following morning was dedicated to Fang Tongtong's physics class, where Zheng Yanhong finally encountered Lu Xiaochuan again. She expressed her gratitude for the 10 classes he had gifted her and inquired about his upcoming trip to the bustling metropolis. This time, Zheng Yanhong intended to take leave with her husband, Fang Ming, to personally visit the city, and naturally, she wanted to invite Lu Xiaochuan to join them. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xiaochuan broached the subject of a second loan, prompting Zheng Yanhong to invite him to the bank that afternoon. Lu Xiaochuan deliberately rescheduled his classes to visit the construction bank where Zheng Yanhong worked. For the second loan, he needed to repay the previous one first. But with Zheng Yanhong as the branch manager, the process proved to be straightforward. The previous loan of 10,000 yuan had accrued over 300 yuan in interest within 6 months, and although early repayment was required, the interest remained due. However, he considered this a trivial matter. This time, he was granted a loan of 20,000 yuan, from which the previous debt and interest were deducted, leaving him with only about 9,700. After conversing with Zheng Yanhong at the bank, they agreed to depart on February 28th, aiming to arrive in the metropolis by the evening of February 29th, allowing for a day of rest before the first lottery draw on March 2nd. Zheng Yanhong offered to purchase the train tickets as a token of appreciation for Lu Xiaochuan's generosity, a gesture he accepted graciously. Later that evening, Lu Xiaochuan visited Tao Liju restaurant, having not seen his cousin Zhao Lijun for several days. He felt it necessary to check in, lest Zhao Lijun think he had absconded with the 3,000 yuan he borrowed. Upon arriving, he sensed an air of despondency. The owners, Brother Wang and Sister Wang, wore troubled expressions, and even Lu Xiaochuan's greetings were met with mere nods. The restaurant was sparsely populated, and it wasn't long before Zhao Lijun finished his duties in the kitchen and emerged. Stepping outside, Lu Xiaochuan promptly inquired about the situation. Brother Wang and Sister Wang seemed quite distressed. It appears the restaurant may not survive, Zhao Lijun sighed in response. If the restaurant were to fail, he would inevitably need to seek new employment. Although he is a skilled chef and unlikely to struggle in finding work, the prospect of earning a comparable salary remains uncertain, as does the nature of his future employer. Really? I thought the business was doing quite well. Lu Xiaochuan inquired with a hint of confusion. The business is indeed thriving. However, the landlord's family plans to travel abroad this summer and is currently attempting to sell the property. So what if they sell it? Can't we just rent from the new landlord? Lu Xiaochuan remarked. You are not aware, but Boss Xia, who runs the convenience store next door, is preparing to purchase it to expand his operations. He certainly would not rent it to Brother Wang afterward. I've heard they are merely haggling over the price. The landlord demands 150,000, while they have offered 140,000, and Boss Xia has only reached 120,000. Why doesn't Brother Wang buy it himself? He has been running the restaurant for several years and must have saved some money, Lu Xiaochuan mused, well aware that Tally restaurant had been quite profitable, and Brother Wang must have earned a considerable amount. He has made several thousand, but that still falls short of affording the house. Besides, how could this dilapidated property be worth over 100,000? Back in our village, one could build a better house for merely 20,000. By the way, have you made any money from that subscription certificate in the Magic City? Did you come to see me for something? Zhao Lijun thought to himself, suspecting that this young man might be seeking a loan again, which he was determined to deny this time. Oh, I've recouped my initial investment and still have several subscription certificates left unsold. Once sold, I am sure to make a handsome profit. Noticing Zhao Lijun's evident skepticism, Lu Xiaochuan opened his coat pocket to reveal a stack of cash. See, brother, I currently have 10,000 yuan in my pocket. I wanted to ask if you needed any money lately. If you do, I can repay you the 3,000 yuan I owe you. If you're not in a rush, I could hold on to it for a few more months and repay you in June. Zhao Lijun was taken aback that he had indeed made money and casually remarked, "As long as you didn't lose anything, you can repay me in June." Lu Xiaochuan had not initially intended to repay him so soon, but Zhao Lijun's response suited his purposes perfectly. "All right, brother, I'll take my leave now." With his objective achieved, Lu Xiaochuan hurried away. On his way back, thoughts of the Tally restaurant property began to swirl in his mind. The two-story Tally restaurant encompasses approximately 200 square meters, while the adjacent convenience store, both upstairs and downstairs, totals around 100 square meters, making a grand total of 300 square meters of commercial space, complemented by a small courtyard of over 10 square meters and 3 dilapidated rooms in the rear. Altogether, it is indeed not overpriced at just over 100,000. However, there is a caveat. The street-side commercial space is technically a residential property and lacks the official documentation of a commercial property, which accounts for the lower price. Otherwise, it would likely command a much higher price. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaochuan understood that these residential properties would eventually be reclassified as commercial properties by the government, though it would require a fee. Currently classified as residential, Boss Ya considers it expensive, especially since recent newspapers reported that new properties in the central area of the Magic City are priced at just over 900 yuan per square meter. It is indeed somewhat steep for ordinary residential properties in Fengyang, priced at over 400 yuan per square meter, which explains why Boss Ya only offered 120,000. The following day at noon, Lu Xiaochuan returned, but instead of heading to the Tally restaurant, he ventured into the adjacent convenience store, where he purchased a pack of cigarettes. He inquired of the store owner, "Excuse me, is this house yours? I noticed you have several bungalows in the backyard. Are they available for rent?" The store owner, smiling broadly, replied, "You've asked the right person. This house isn't mine, but I am planning to buy it. Once I acquire it, I can rent it to you." "Oh, you must be doing quite well in business, boss. This house is probably worth around 50 or 60,000. Lu Xiaochuan remarked. 50 or 60,000. The asking price is over 100,000. I've even offered that much. The owner suddenly fell silent, realizing that discussing such details with a stranger was unnecessary. Over 100,000? My goodness, for that price, one could purchase 2 or 3 apartments. Why invest in this dilapidated property? Lu Xiaochuan's words resonated with the store owner, who also thought the price was exorbitant. He wondered if his offer of 12,000 was indeed excessive. It seemed unlikely that anyone else would be interested in buying this house, and he felt certain the owner would have to lower the price. "If you're looking to rent, there's an agency just around the corner on the right. You might want to check there." "All right, thank you, boss." Lu Xiaochuan exited the convenience store and hurried to the agency. Upon arrival, he wasted no time and stated his desire to purchase a house, asking the agent if they could assist in contacting the owner. The agent, noting Lu Xiaochuan's youthful appearance, was somewhat skeptical about his serious intent to buy a house. However, Lu Xiaochuan, sensing the agent's doubt, pulled out 10,000 yuan from his pocket and said, "One cannot carry the entire house payment every day. This deposit should suffice, right?" The agent, taken aback by the young man's apparent wealth, quickly reached out to the owner. The owner, residing nearby, arrived shortly thereafter. He was a middle-aged man with glasses, exuding an intellectual aura. Upon entering and surveying the room, he noticed only the agent and Lu Xiaochuan. He inquired, "Young man, are you looking to buy a house?" Chapter 35. Signing the purchase agreement. The owner, surnamed Zhang, and his wife were both university professors with children studying abroad. They were preparing to resign from their positions and move to the United States, having already secured jobs there, with plans to report by the end of August. The owner initially quoted a price of 150,000 yuan, to which Lu Xiaochuan countered with 125,000, already surpassing the store owner's offer. The two haggled, and the owner eventually lowered the price to 140,000 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan then offered 135,000, leaving a gap of 5,000. Feeling the negotiation had reached a critical point, Lu Xiaochuan stated, "All right, I agree to the price of 140,000. But I have a condition. I currently lack the funds. Let us sign the contract now, and I will be able to pay by mid-June. At that time, we can proceed with the transfer." The owner was displeased. "Young man, what business do you have negotiating a price without money? Are you jesting with me? Are we to sign a contract with mere words? What I mean by no money is that my funds will only be available in June. Besides, I can provide you with a deposit now. If I cannot gather the full payment by June, you may keep the deposit and continue selling the property." The intermediary also spoke up. "Mr. Zhang, although the young man is indeed youthful, he evidently possesses a sincere intention to purchase the property. He has already expressed his willingness to pay a deposit. Moreover, June is not too late. Even if this deal falls through, you can continue to sell the property." Naturally, the intermediary was keen to facilitate this transaction. Ultimately, an agreement was reached among the three parties. Lu Xiaochuan would initially pay a deposit of 5,000 yuan, with the full payment for the property to be gathered by June 15th, at which point they would proceed with the transfer of ownership. Payment and the handover of the property would occur simultaneously. Should there be a failure to gather the funds by the deadline, the deposit would be forfeited. and the contract would become null and void. However, if the owner sold the house to someone else, he would be liable to compensate Lu Xiaochuan with 10,000 yuan. The intermediary's fee would amount to 2,800 yuan, to be paid by Lu Xiaochuan on the day of the transfer. Once the contract was signed, all parties were satisfied. The property owner felt assured that Lu Xiaochuan would not frivolously spend 5,000 yuan merely to play a prank on him. The price of 140,000 yuan also aligned with his expectations, especially considering that the highest previous offer from Boss Ya was only 120,000 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan, on the other hand, was elated, having secured this two-story building, effectively locking in a future worth 500,000 yuan. Even if his finances were to dwindle, he could rely on rental income from this property to sustain himself. The intermediary also felt content, having merely expended a few words to pocket over 2,000 yuan. Without doubt, 3 months of sustenance was assured. Lu Xiaochuan reminded the intermediary to keep this matter confidential, as Boss Ya still had his eye on the property, and he did not wish for any complications that could jeopardize his 5,000 yuan in compensation. The intermediary patted Lu Xiaochuan on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Rest easy, my friend. Boss Ya and the property owner are in private contact. Should they finalize a deal, I would not receive my commission. Why would I allow him to disrupt this transaction? Who bears animosity towards money, right?" Satisfied with the intermediary's understanding, Lu Xiaochuan felt reassured. As for his offer of 120,000 yuan, the property owner remained steadfast, prompting Boss Ya to decide to negotiate further. That evening, he arrived with a gift, and upon seeing him, Mr. Zhang welcomed him into his home, aware of the purpose of his visit. "Mr. Zhang, what have you thought about my previous offer of 120,000 yuan? This price is quite reasonable. One could purchase several properties in the city center with it." To be candid, Boss Ya, I lowered the price to 140,000 yuan last time, which you did not accept, but someone else has already agreed to buy. If you still wish to proceed, the price will now be 150,000 yuan. I am still considering the years of renting from you. After all, I fear that if someone else buys it, raising the rent would complicate your business. Mr. Zhang was quite forthright. However, to Boss Ya, this was not the case. He thought to himself, "Intellectuals are so cunning, attempting to exert extreme pressure on me. I will not fall for your tricks. I have already inquired, and the highest bid remains my offer of 120,000 yuan. Indeed, there are those who have not even reached 100,000 yuan. I refuse to believe anyone else is interested besides myself." The owner of the neighboring restaurant is preparing to withdraw. If the price were truly reasonable, he would have already set about making a purchase. As their business is doing quite well, Boss Ya concocted a multitude of scenarios in his mind, and, after a lengthy and earnest discussion with the property owner, they parted ways on less than amicable terms. As he exited, Boss Ya took back the gift he had brought. Mr. Zhang glanced at it, shook his head, for he had no intention of accepting such trifles from Boss Ya. By late February, the classes had nearly concluded, and the students gradually resumed their studies. Lu Xiaochuan enjoyed a rare respite for a few days, dedicating his time to practicing Sanda at the gym. Having not visited for quite some time, his prior verbal agreement with the gym owner had lapsed. Lu Xiaochuan, without waiting for an invitation, proactively purchased a monthly membership, and indeed, a smile returned to the owner's face. However, learning Sanda from Coach Bai required no payment. At most, he would buy him a couple of packs of cigarettes. Su Jibin, with little work at the factory, took on a part-time coaching role on weekends and sometimes even on weekdays, offering guidance to Lu Xiaochuan and sparring with him. Su Jibin was undeniably strong. With a tough physique, Lu Xiaochuan's punches hardly inflicted any damage upon him, while a single blow from Su Jibin would leave Lu Xiaochuan grimacing in pain. As Lu Xiaochuan grew more familiar with Su Jibin, he recognized him as an admirable person, diligent, honest, and of impeccable character. His address shifted from Brother Su to Brother Ben. "Brother Ben, in a few days, I shall embark on a journey. Upon my return, I would like to introduce you to a potential match. What do you think?" Lu Xiaochuan inquired. "You wish to introduce me to someone? But you yourself are still single." Su Jibin replied. "What's so unusual about being single at my age? How old are you? In a few years, you might end up as an old bachelor. However, the person I have in mind does lack a formal job. She is from our tutoring class. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Lu Xiaochuan asked. "What do I care? What difference does it make if she has a formal job or not? I am just a regular employee at the soy sauce factory, earning a pittance. If someone finds me appealing, I would consider it a blessing. Your tutoring class is filled with intellectuals. Just ask her if she would be interested." Su Jibin noted, sensing Lu Xiaochuan was serious. "Very well, upon my return, I will inquire and then reach out to you," Lu Xiaochuan decided. Thinking Su Jibin and Li Yin were of similar ages and seemed well suited for one another, he resolved to play matchmaker, believing it a noble endeavor. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaochuan, Li Yin was currently on a blind date in a cafe, seated opposite a gentleman with a receding hairline. The introducer claimed he was a mid-level executive at a large corporation, slightly older than Li Yin, in his early 30s. The introducer was an acquaintance of Li Yan's mother whom she had met in the park. Li Yin could hardly suppress her irritation, thinking to herself, is this what they consider early 30s? He must be at least 8 or 9 years older. This man is clearly divorced with children. Am I to become a stepmother? After the awkward date concluded, Li Yin returned home and had a heated argument with her mother, who, frustrated, declared she would no longer involve herself in Li Yan's affairs and let her remain single. Of course, all of this was recounted the next day at work when Li Yin spoke with Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan did not mention his intention to introduce her to anyone. All discussions would wait until he returned from the bustling metropolis. Chapter 36. Returned to the metropolis on the morning of February 28th. Lu Xiaochuan finally boarded the train bound for the metropolis. Zheng Yanhong had arranged for 3 sleeper tickets, one each for the upper, middle, and lower berths, and Lu Xiaochuan naturally chose the upper bunk. Zheng Yanhong's husband, Fang Ming, also sent their child to tutoring classes. Hence Lu Xiaochuan had long been acquainted with him. Fang Ming held the position of a section chief at a lathe factory. Clad in a stylish jacket with a pager clipped at his waist, his hair meticulously groomed, exuding an air of authority, Zheng Yanhong donned a tailored women's suit, radiating the sophistication of a high-ranking professional. On this occasion, accompanying the couple to the bustling metropolis, Lu Xiaochuan could no longer feign the guise of a mere worker. He too wore a newly purchased autumn coat, sporting travel shoes, and opted for a simple black shoulder bag instead of his tattered backpack, containing merely his toiletries. 5 subscription certificates were sewn into the cotton vest he wore, while 10 additional certificates lay tucked within the pocket of his jacket. Indeed, Lu Xiaochuan originally possessed 9 blank subscription certificates, but after much deliberation, he left one set in his rented apartment in Fengyang. He recalled from his previous life that the odds of winning in the initial lottery for subscription certificates hovered around 10%, considering a pool of 90 winning tickets. Each new stock purchase required an investment of 300 to 500 yuan. He would thus need to inject an additional 30,000 yuan, leading to a potential profit of approximately 700 to 800,000 yuan, assuming a 20-fold return. However, he lacked the necessary funds for such an investment and contemplated selling a set of subscription certificates. During the second lottery, a single set could fetch around 500,000 yuan, equating to a loss of over 100,000 yuan for selling just one. Of course, based on this calculation, selling a set for new stocks appeared more advantageous, yet Lu Xiaochuan had to weigh other considerations. He was uncertain if purchasing stocks necessitated real name registration of the winning subscription certificates. If registered, they would no longer be entirely blank, potentially impacting resale value. Furthermore, possessing numerous subscription certificates while attempting to buy stocks might attract undue attention from unscrupulous individuals, and he was keen on avoiding premature exposure. Revealing that he possessed 9 sets of certificates could significantly amplify risks for future lotteries. The metropolis was rife with both opportunity and danger. Even a powerful dragon could not easily suppress local snakes, let alone a mere mudfish like him. He understood the peril of harboring treasure, aware that if targeted by influential figures, the waters of the Pujiang River would hesitate to claim a victim. Most importantly, Lu Xiaochuan was not inclined to place all his eggs in one basket. By bringing only a portion of his assets, he ensured that even in the event of an unfortunate incident, should he be robbed, he would still have a chance for redemption. He sought not to maximize profits, but instead aimed for a steady and secure path to wealth. Fang Ming and Zheng Yanhong had brought an ample supply of food, which included a portion for Lu Xiaochuan. He graciously indulged, eating and drinking freely. Despite being a mid-level manager in a state-owned enterprise, Fang Ming did not look down upon Lu Xiaochuan. After all, he was not only the teacher of his daughter, but also a holder of subscription certificates, already marking him as a person of considerable means. Fang Ming's wife could afford one set, and their prosperity was partly due to Lu Xiaochuan's guidance. Come, Xiaochuan, let us share a couple of beers, Fang Ming proposed, producing 2 cans. Across from them, in 3 adjoining rooms, resided 2 young men and a woman, students returning to their university studies in the metropolis, while one young man, Song Yanhui, sought employment, claiming to be joining a distant cousin. He spoke shyly, unsure of where to place his hands, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to reminisce about his own first journey away from home in a similar manner. While conversing with Fang Ming and Zheng Yanhong about the issues surrounding children's education, Lu Xiaochuan spoke eloquently, leaving the couple in a state of astonishment, silently admiring him as a true educator. 2 university students, a young man and woman, joined the discussion, and the atmosphere became lively. Meanwhile, Song Yanhui found himself unable to contribute, merely listening from the sidelines. As the conversation flowed, time passed swiftly. By evening, Lu Xiaochuan cautioned Fang Ming to be vigilant, noting that thieves often lurked on trains, particularly targeting well-dressed individuals. Lu Xiaochuan remained alert throughout the night, and fortunately, due to the presence of several young men in their compartment, they were not visited by any thieves. Eventually, Lu Xiaochuan drifted into a light sleep. In the midst of his slumber, a sudden clamor erupted from the adjacent carriage, accompanied by considerable commotion. Abruptly, a shadow darted into their compartment. The train was slowly approaching the station, and under the glow of the streetlights, a man could be seen fleeing while carrying a woman's handbag. with footsteps echoing behind him, suggesting someone was in pursuit. Lu Xiaochuan, perched on the upper bunk with his head facing outward, instinctively reached out and seized the strap of the bag, pulling it towards him. The thief, realizing he had been thwarted, became furious and brazenly brandished a spring knife, aiming a strike at Lu Xiaochuan's arm. Fortunately, the height of the upper bunk allowed Lu Xiaochuan to retract his arm just in time to avoid the blade. He had already tossed the handbag to the side of the bunk by the window. The thief, now threatening, exclaimed, "You're courting death. Go retrieve that bag." The commotion roused others from their sleep, and upon witnessing the glint of the knife, they held their breath in fear. At that moment, Song Yanhui, who was sleeping in the middle bunk, suddenly kicked the thief's wrist with considerable force, causing the knife to clatter to the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xiaochuan leaned out from the upper bunk and landed a punch on the thief. Meanwhile, Song Yanhui prepared to jump down from his bunk. Spotting this, the thief abandoned his knife and the handbag, fleeing instead, while the other passengers dared not intervene. Lu Xiaochuan, seeing Song Yanhui ready to pursue, quickly restrained him, saying, "Don't chase after him, brother. They might have accomplices, and it could be dangerous." At that moment, the train came to a stop, and the thief reached the door, leaping off as soon as it opened. A few passengers switched on their flashlights, and Zheng Yanhong, trembling with fear, remarked, "Xiaochuan, why did you involve yourself?" Those thieves were armed and had accomplices. It was truly frightening. Lu Xiaochuan reassured her, "It's all right, Sister Zheng. I was just on the upper bunk and couldn't fully engage. Otherwise, I would have taken him down." He then turned to Song Yanhui, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. You have quite the skill. Have you trained before?" "Why thank me? You were also quite brave," replied Song Yanhui. "I practiced gymnastics for 2 years back in school." At that moment, the woman whose bag had been stolen rushed over, panting. The train attendant and police officers soon arrived on the scene. In fact, the attendant had witnessed the thief when opening the train door, but had not dared to intervene. The woman retrieved her bag, inspected its contents, and expressed her gratitude repeatedly. The attendant also reminded everyone to safeguard their belongings and keep valuables close at hand. After a series of disturbances, Lu Xiaochuan finally succumbed to slumber in the late hours of the night, only to be awakened by the sounds within the train compartment around 9 in the morning. After a brief freshening up, he combined his breakfast and lunch into one meal. By mid-afternoon, around 3 o'clock, the train arrived at the station in the bustling metropolis. Upon exiting the station, he spotted Su Wei holding a sign in welcome, although her primary intention was to greet her close friend, Zheng Yanhong. Chapter 37. Another property purchase. As soon as they emerged from the station, Zheng Yanhong and Su Wei embraced each other, engaging in endless conversation, while Fang Ming and Lu Xiaochuan stood awkwardly to the side, observing the scene. Zheng Yanhong introduced her husband, Fang Ming, to Su Wei, who naturally complimented Fang Ming on his charming demeanor. As for Lu Xiaochuan, no introduction was necessary, as they had previously met. After exiting the station, they hailed a taxi to find accommodation at a hotel. Lu Xiaochuan, feeling somewhat shy about seeking a small inn on his own, decided to stay at the hotel with them. Su Wei offered to cover his lodging expenses, but Lu Xiaochuan politely declined. Once their accommodations were arranged, Su Wei suggested they go out for a meal. Lu Xiaochuan, however, interjected, "Sister Su Wei, it's been such a long time since you and Sister Zheng have seen each other. I wouldn't want to intrude on your reunion. Moreover, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for your advice, neither Zheng Jie nor I would have purchased the subscription certificates and reaped such financial rewards. It is only fitting that I treat you to a proper meal today." With this, Lu Xiaochuan felt compelled to accept her invitation. They chose a nearby establishment, Lao Jingxing Restaurant, and secured a private room. Su Wei graciously allowed Lu Xiaochuan to order first. Having rarely indulged in Shanghai's local cuisine, he opted for the signature grass head rings and braised abalone fins before handing the menu to Fang Ming. The dishes arrived promptly, and they opted for tea rather than alcohol. After a few bites, Su Wei set her chopsticks down, and Lu Xiaochuan anticipated she would broach the subject of the subscription certificates. Su Wei first retrieved a set of 10 subscription certificates from her bag and presented them to Zheng Yanhong, exclaiming, "Yanhong, you wouldn't believe it. The 3,000 yuan you spend on those certificates is now worth over 20,000, nearing 30,000. Of course, I owe this fortune to your insight. I must say, Lu Xiaochuan had the audacity to invest so heavily, and now he's reaping substantial profits. We must thank Xiaochuan for this opportunity." Zheng Yanhong raised her teacup in a toast to Lu Xiaochuan. "Zheng Jie, I must express my gratitude to you as well. My courage alone would have been futile. Had you not assisted me with the loan, I would not have been able to purchase so many. This is a mutual benefit. Our fortunes intertwine," Lu Xiaochuan replied. "Very well said. Together we prosper. I know several prominent businessmen who were initially skeptical about the subscription certificates and did not invest, but are now seeking to acquire them at high prices. Xiaochuan, would you consider selling? If so, I could facilitate the connection and ensure you receive the highest market price." Su Wei inquired with a smile. Lu Xiaochuan understood that this was likely one of Su Wei's primary motives for inviting him to dinner. "Sister Su Wei, I currently have no plans to sell. I wish to observe the lottery situation first. However, should I decide to sell, I would certainly seek your assistance. The current prices are quite favorable. If you were to sell your Western-style suite, it could fetch over 100,000 yuan, she remarked. Lu Xiaochuan smiled silently, merely bowing his head to partake of the vegetables. Su Wei pondered. This lad truly possesses remarkable composure. After savoring a few bites, Lu Xiaochuan spoke slowly. I advise you not to sell hastily. I anticipate that after the lottery, the price of the subscription certificates will rise. Of course, if they depreciate, do not blame me. He resolutely declared, I certainly shall not sell. I wish to personally acquire new stocks and test the waters. I have faith in Xiaochuan's discernment. Zheng Yanhong arrived with funds, having already prepared money for the new stocks. Very well, let us all follow Xiaochuan to prosperity, Su Wei affirmed. After a long journey, they dined and returned to the hotel early to rest. Su Wei and Zheng Yanhong arranged to visit the road salon at Huangpu's International Gate and the neighboring palace restaurant the following day, as that area had now transformed into a black market for subscription certificates. The next day, Lu Xiaochuan awoke naturally and enjoyed breakfast in the hotel restaurant. Soon, Su Wei arrived, eager to take them to the black market. Lu Xiaochuan feigned discomfort, citing a headache, and declined her invitation. Su Wei, unable to press further, reluctantly departed with Zheng Yanhong and Fang Ming. No sooner had they left than Lu Xiaochuan exited the hotel as well, taking a bus to the vicinity of Jiaodong University. He meandered along the street for a while, engaging several agents to show him nearby properties. Ultimately, he settled on a third-floor unit in an older complex, a 63-square-meter two-bedroom apartment, priced at 60,000 yuan. Lacking the full amount, he signed a contract with a deposit of 2,000 yuan, agreeing to pay the remainder by early June, at which point he would proceed with the transfer. This apartment had recently been rented out, with the previous tenant having vacated over half a month ago. The owner was simultaneously listing it for rent and sale. Lu Xiaochuan offered an additional 300 yuan, thereby securing the keys ahead of time. The apartment came furnished with some basic furniture, a bed, and various household items, all included with the purchase. After a day of errands, he returned to the hotel late in the evening, where Zheng Yanhong and Fang Ming had already arrived. When inquired about his day, he merely claimed to have strolled around the vicinity. Zheng Yanhong and Fang Ming excitedly recounted their experiences at the palace restaurant and the road salon, where the price of subscription certificates had surged to 30,000 yuan each. Alas, there were hardly any available for sale, as most waited for the lottery the next day. On March 2nd, the long-awaited lottery day arrived, with the city hosting its inaugural subscription certificate lottery ceremony, broadcast live to the public via television. The lottery was conducted by a drawing team from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, with the notary office overseeing the proceedings. Lu Xiaochuan watched the live broadcast from his hotel room, jotting down notes as he recorded his 9 sets of consecutive subscription certificates, their numbers firmly etched in his memory. The final lottery results revealed that from the 540 subscription certificates he had brought, 56 had won, while the 42 he had left behind also bore fruit. His overall winning rate exceeded 10, signifying a loss of 42 opportunities to acquire new stocks through the winning subscription certificates. However, he remained unfazed. He tucked the winning certificates into the pocket of his jacket and concealed the remaining ones within his cotton vest. The door to his room had been knocked upon several times when Lu Xiaochuan finally opened it to find Zheng Yanhong and Fang Ming waiting outside. Apologies, Sister Zheng. I was in the restroom and failed to open the door promptly. Oh, it's quite all right. Let us converse inside. Zheng Yanhong was acutely aware that Lu Xiaochuan's reluctance to open the door was shrouded in secrecy, something he wished to keep hidden from them. After securing the door, Zheng Yanhong revealed that out of her 110 subscription certificates, she had won 12, and inquired how many Lu Xiaochuan had secured. Su Wei and Zheng Yanhong were only aware that Lu Xiaochuan had purchased 440 certificates, so he casually remarked that he had 145, a figure that aligned closely with the announced winning rate. 45 certificates, that must require a substantial amount of money to acquire new stocks, right? Xiaochuan, do you plan to sell some of your subscription certificates? Zheng Yanhong queried. It seemed he would indeed have to part with some. Otherwise, he would lack the funds to purchase new shares. Su Wei is on her way here. Let us wait for her to discuss which stocks to buy together. Shall we? Sounds good. I have no objections. Lu Xiaochuan was aware that Su Wei had her eyes set on his subscription certificates. Su Wei arrived promptly, accompanied by a man in his 30s, impeccably dressed in designer attire, complete with a suit, a watch, and a mobile phone that exuded affluence. Su Wei introduced him as Mr. Yang, a prominent client of their bank, who had assisted her in achieving numerous deposit tasks and possessed considerable knowledge of the stock market. Lu Xiaochuan could distinctly sense that the relationship between Mr. Yang and Su Wei transcended that of a mere bank president and client. Chapter 38. Subscription for New Stocks. After introducing Mr. Yang to the group, they settled in a cafe at the hotel. Su Wei straightforwardly inquired whether Lu Xiaochuan intended to sell a set of subscription certificates. Given his need for funds to purchase new stocks, Mr. Yang, who had been traveling, was aware of the issuance of subscription certificates in the bustling metropolis, but had not anticipated their value. Once the issuance concluded and prices surged, he realized he had missed an opportunity. However, with ample funds at his disposal, he planned to invest heavily in the market and had already acquired 2 sets of subscription certificates from the Wang Palace Hotel. 2 sets were insufficient to satisfy Mr. Yang's appetite, yet sellers of subscription certificates had become scarce. Many affluent entrepreneurs were actively seeking to acquire them, making the market competitive. At that moment, Su Wei provided information about a young individual in possession of subscription certificates, prompting Mr. Yang to eagerly pursue the opportunity to purchase them at a premium. Young man. At the Wang Palace Hotel, the price for a set of subscription certificates has reached as high as 32,000. To honor President Su, I'm willing to offer you 35,000 per set. What do you think? Can you transfer a few sets? Mr. Yang, being quite affluent, believed his offer was sufficiently enticing to persuade Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan smiled slightly and replied, I'm afraid, Mr. Yang, that I currently have no intention of selling my subscription certificates. I have greater confidence in the subsequent rounds of drawings. I will consider selling only after the second round. If you remain interested then, I can offer you priority. Mr. Yang appeared astonished. So, you do not intend to purchase the stocks you've won this time? With so many winning subscription certificates, it will require a considerable sum. To be candid, I currently lack the funds to subscribe to new shares. Since Mr. Yang is a friend of Sister Su Wei, I cannot disregard his request. Let us amend our transaction method. I am willing to relinquish my eligibility for 15 subscription certificates to Mr. Yang. However, the certificates will remain in my possession after the purchase of the new shares. What are your thoughts on this? Lu Xiaochuan inquired. Upon realizing Lu Xiaochuan's reluctance to sell the certificates, Mr. Yang saw merit in acquiring the subscription qualifications. He was aware that similar transactions occurred at the salon of the Wanggong Hotel, where each subscription qualification was priced around 1,000. He offered Lu Xiaochuan 1,200 per certificate. Lu Xiaochuan recognized this as a reasonable offer, even slightly exceeding the rates at the Wanggong Hotel, indicating Mr. Yang's discernment. And thus he agreed. Subsequently, the group deliberated on which stocks to purchase. Being a significant client of Wangwa Securities, Mr. Yang had already inquired about the newly listed stocks and the number of shares each subscription certificate could acquire. The original shares were priced at 1 yuan each, and Lu Xiaochuan anticipated that by late May, these stocks could soar above 20 yuan. However, he was uncertain about which would appreciate significantly. Upon exiting the hotel, they spotted Mr. Yang Santana parked outside. Lu Xiaochuan understood that anyone who could afford such a vehicle must possess considerable wealth, suggesting Mr. Yang indeed had some clout. The group entered Mr. Yang's car and headed to Wanggwa Securities, where a bustling crowd was queuing to purchase new shares, resembling a vibrant marketplace. As a prominent client, Mr. Yang had acquaintances at Wanggwa Securities, allowing them to bypass the line. Arriving at the trading window, Lu Xiaochuan presented 15 subscription certificates to Mr. Yang for stock acquisition, and Mr. Yang promptly handed him 18,000 yuan. After registering the certificates, Lu Xiaochuan quickly reclaimed them to commence filling out his own forms for new stock purchases. Publicly, Lu Xiaochuan claimed he had won 45 certificates, relinquishing 15 to Mr. Yang, while retaining 30 for himself. He invested in both Zhongqing Industrial and Specialty Steel Pipes, splitting his purchases evenly, acquiring 500 shares per certificate, totaling 15,000 yuan in expenditure. The funds he had borrowed, over 10,000 from Zheng Yanhong, had already been allocated as a 5,000 yuan deposit for a property in Fengyang and a 2,000 yuan deposit for a property in Modu, leaving him with 3,000. The transaction of relinquishing subscription qualifications yielded him 18,000 yuan, and after spending 15,000, he also retained 3,000, resulting in a total of 6,000 yuan along with 11 unused subscription certificates. Upon leaving Wanggwa Securities, he held a bundle of receipts for stock payments, which he securely tucked away. Declining Mr. Yang's invitation for lunch, Lu Xiaochuan expressed his desire to explore on his own, while Mr. Yang accompanied Su Wei, Zheng Yanhong, and Fang Ming to dine. Turning the corner, Lu Xiaochuan hailed a taxi, making his way to Shonin Securities. This time, it was a genuine queue, taking several hours before he reached the front. The window staff happened to be his acquaintance from the northeast, whom Lu Xiaochuan recalled as Wu Weinan. Wu Weinan also remembered Lu Xiaochuan, noting that he had taken his advice previously to purchase 10 subscription certificates, of which he had now won 2 in the current draw. Welcome back, my friend. How many did you win this time after buying 2 sets? Let's not even discuss it, Brother Wu. I find myself short on funds. I sold a set for 15,000 previously, and now it seems I've lost out on over 20,000. Fortunately, I kept the set and won 11 tickets. Lu Xiaochuan casually fabricated a tale. It is somewhat regrettable. However, given that you purchased multiple tickets, retaining 1 set could still be considered a stroke of fortune. What stocks are you buying this time? This time, Lu Xiaochuan did not opt for Zhongqing Industrial or the special-shaped steel pipes. Instead, he invested in other stocks, acquiring 300 shares per ticket, totaling 11 tickets, which cost him 3,300. He retained over 2,000 as a reserve, for one cannot always spend everything. Having exited Shonin Securities, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Lu Xiaochuan hailed a taxi and made his way toward the vicinity of Jiaodong University. He alighted a bit early, ensuring the area was clear before making his way through the winding streets back to his newly purchased residence. Ascending to the third floor, the corridor was dimly lit. Lu Xiaochuan retrieved his key, unlocked the door, and swiftly turned on the light, closing the door behind him with haste. He circled the room, located a cloth bag, and placed the 5.5 subscription certificates along with the payment receipts inside. After wrapping them in several old newspapers, he concealed them under the bed, contemplated for a moment, and then divided them into 2 portions, hiding them in separate locations. He lingered in the room for a while, and as twilight descended, Lu Xiaochuan carefully locked the door and departed. Once outside the community, he finally relaxed, shedding the tension he had felt, feeling light and unburdened. At this stage, the subscription certificates had not yet surged to high values. His few certificates were worth only over 100,000, not sufficient to attract overt theft. However, by the time of the second lottery, their value could escalate to several million, making it perilous to carry them on his person. Upon leaving the community, Lu Xiaochuan first sought a small eatery for dinner, as he had been too preoccupied with queuing during lunch to eat, and he was truly famished. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he did not rush to hail a taxi back to the hotel. Instead, he took a leisurely stroll under the night sky. As he reached the base of a bridge, he noticed a young man with a backpack sitting alone, lost in thought. The figure seemed somewhat familiar, and as he approached, he realized it was Song Yanhui, the young man who had helped him kick away the knife of the thief on the train. Song Yanhui, what brings you here? Didn't you go to seek your uncle? Chapter 39. I recommend you sell the apartment. Song Yanhui sat in the shadows of the bridge, feeling despondent and helpless. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, he was taken aback. In such a vast metropolis, encountering an acquaintance from the train was unexpected. Recalling the grievances of the past few days nearly brought him to tears, but he quickly stifled them. It's a long story, don't mention it. I have nowhere to go now. Song Yanhui yearned for someone to confide in, but felt that family troubles ought to remain private. In his eyes, what he had experienced was indeed a family disgrace. He hailed from a rural area in northern Beliao province, where he had a younger brother and sister still studying. With limited income from farming, he aspired to work in the city. During the spring festival, he encountered his prosperous uncle returning home, and Song Yanhui's father pleaded with him to help find employment. His uncle readily agreed to assist him in earning a fortune. With dreams in his heart, he arrived in the metropolis to seek his uncle, quickly locating the address provided. His uncle and aunt resided in a modest one-bedroom apartment. Upon their initial encounter, Song Yanhui was taken aback by his cousin's wife, whose attire was quite revealing, leaving him, a rural lad, feeling flushed. However, his uncle and aunt appeared entirely unfazed by the situation. That evening, as they prepared makeshift bedding in the living room, the aunt's incessant movement made him uncomfortable. Fortunately, his uncle informed him that he had arranged for him to start work the following day, which brought him great joy. The next day, his aunt escorted him to a karaoke establishment, where he was to serve as a waiter. She informed him that while the wages were modest, diligent work could yield tips. Arriving at the opulent KTV, Song Yanhui was overwhelmed by the luxurious environment and felt compelled to work hard to honor his uncle's support. After a brief orientation, he joined the other waitstaff in delivering fruit platters and beer to private rooms. However, the scenes within these rooms shattered his moral compass, especially when he spotted his cousin's wife being embraced by another man while drinking. On his first day, he was even reprimanded by a customer. Just as he was about to retort, his fellow waiter tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to swallow his indignation. Upon returning home that evening, he discreetly shared his experience with his uncle, only to be met with a scolding. His uncle chastised him for being a naive country bumpkin, asserting that such behavior was commonplace in the bustling metropolis and necessary for work. The following day, Song Yanhui encountered even more disheartening scenes, which clarified the true nature of the establishment. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the good job his uncle had secured for him was akin to that of a brothel's tea server from a bygone era. Despite his financial struggles compelling him to seek work, his principles remained intact, and he could not accept the situation. He promptly left the KTV and approached his uncle to request a change of employment. His uncle, dismissive of his concerns, hurled his backpack out, reprimanding him for being unworthy of respect and for placing undue importance on appearances, declaring that he deserved to remain impoverished. He urged him to leave without hesitation. Thus, Song Yanhui found himself expelled, and in his heart, he resolved never to return, even if his uncle extended an invitation. However, his uncle's promise to reimburse his train fare remained unfulfilled, leaving him with merely a handful of coins, insufficient even for a return ticket. In a state of despair, he sat beneath a bridge, lost in thought, when he unexpectedly encountered Lu Xiaochuan. Song Yanhui briefly mentioned his ejection from his relative's home, omitting the details out of embarrassment. Lu Xiaochuan, perceptive to his friend's plight, refrained from prying into his personal matters. Noticing that Song Yanhui had yet to dine, he offered to treat him to a bowl of noodles at a nearby street stall. As they enjoyed their meal at a Northwest noodle shop, Lu Xiaochuan inquired about Song Yanhui's plans, whether he intended to return home or seek further employment. He offered to assist with purchasing a ticket if the latter was his choice, reassuring him that he could cover the cost. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yinhui replied, I do not wish to return empty-handed after incurring so many travel expenses and without having earned a single penny. I am uncertain of what I can do, given my lack of skills. If all else fails, perhaps I could find work in a small restaurant, serving dishes or assisting in the kitchen. It matters not if one possesses little skill. Our youth alone is a valuable asset, for there is much to learn. At this juncture, Lu Xiaochuan produced 200 yuan, extending it to Song Yinhui, stating, You aided me on the train, and now that you are in need, I must assist you in return. Song Yinhui promptly declined, asserting, You acted nobly on the train, we are truly alike. I cannot accept your money. Lu Xiaochuan insisted, Do not refuse, consider it a loan. When you earn some money, you can repay me. You must first secure a small lodging to contemplate your next steps. One cannot simply dwell beneath a bridge. Though it is March, the weather in the magical city remains quite brisk. After a moment's hesitation, Song Yinhui accepted the money, saying, Very well, I thank you. I shall write you an IOU. Lu Xiaochuan replied, No need for that. I trust you. However, if you seek employment, I recommend you inquire here. He casually picked up a newspaper from the table. Pointing to a real estate advertisement, you might ask if they are hiring sales agents. The real estate sector should prove lucrative in the future, but selling properties requires eloquence and the courage to speak. Your present demeanor lacks the necessary boldness. The initial phase may be quite challenging, so prepare yourself mentally. Song Yinhui glanced at the newspaper, which proclaimed a new residence for 30,000 yuan, priced at 780 yuan per square meter. Listing the address and contact details below, seemingly resolute, he declared, Given my circumstances, what difficulties should I fear? Rest assured, while my speaking skills may not be exceptional, I can improve with practice, for I have at least graduated from high school. Lu Xiaochuan responded, If you can maintain such a mindset, it is all the better. I am confident you will succeed. They exchanged a hearty clap. After departing the noodle shop, Lu Xiaochuan accompanied Song Yinhui to a small inn before bidding farewell and returning to the hotel. Wait a moment, Xiaochuan, you have yet to provide me with your address. How shall I find you to repay you? Song Yinhui suddenly remembered the farewell, realizing that their next encounter was uncertain. Lu Xiaochuan wrote down the phone number of the tutoring center for him, advising him to share his contact details once he found work, and expressing a desire to meet again upon his next visit to the magical city. Upon returning to the hotel, Zheng Yanhong and Feng Ming were seated in the lobby, and upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, they immediately inquired about his whereabouts, their concern evident. I apologize, brother Feng, sister Zheng. I wandered about the park and lost track of time. When I attempted to return in the dark, I became disoriented, causing you worry, Lu Xiaochuan explained. Zheng Yanhong appeared skeptical of his tale, sensing his enigmatic nature. Lu Xiaochuan refrained from elaborating and inquired when they would return. Su Wei invited Zheng Yanhong to extend her stay in the magical city for a few more days. But Zheng Yanhong could not linger, having taken leave from work, and with her daughter Feng Tongtong still at her grandmother's house. She feared the elderly might struggle to care for the child in their absence. She only agreed to visit Su Wei's home the following day and return to Fengyang the day after. Zheng Yanhong mentioned that Su Wei had also invited Lu Xiaochuan to her home, but Lu Xiaochuan politely declined, informing Zheng Yanhong that he would rest at the hotel for a day, preferring to remain there and await their return journey together the day after tomorrow. Chapter 40. Tying the red thread. Upon arriving in the bustling metropolis, Lu Xiaochuan found himself utterly exhausted, his busy schedule leaving him feeling drained. Finally granted a day of respite, he reveled in the luxury of sleeping until he awakened naturally. After a refreshing shower, he indulged in a day filled with television and newspapers, rejuvenating his spirit. After Zheng Yanhong and her husband visited Su Wei's home, they spent the day exploring the city with her, returning to the hotel only in the evening to find Lu Xiaochuan waiting for them. On March 4th, the trio boarded the train for their return journey. After an arduous 30-hour trip, they arrived back in Fengyang. Lu Xiaochuan found himself reminiscing about the era of high-speed trains, lamenting the lengthy experience of traveling on the green train. After a day of rest, the weekend arrived, followed closely by the commencement of classes. With fortune nearly within reach, Lu Xiaochuan found it challenging to concentrate on lessons for the modest income they provided. However, he reminded himself of the importance of professional ethics and the responsibility he held towards his students, particularly those in their final years of middle and high school. On March 10th, the wages for February were dispersed. Lu Xiaochuan had worked tirelessly throughout the month, earning over 2,000 yuan. He promptly repaid Li Yan, intending to return a few extra hundred, yet she insisted otherwise, agreeing instead to join him for a meal at KFC later that evening. Having borrowed 500 from Guiyanda, Lu Xiaochuan ventured to East Street, stopping at the supermarket to purchase a pack of the local favorite, Blue Feather cigarettes. Before heading to Guiyanda's repair shop, Guiyanda had become increasingly adept at repairing televisions, and his appliance repair business was thriving. Upon Lu Xiaochuan's arrival, Guiyanda greeted him with delight, exclaiming, "Master, it has been a while." The term master rolled off his tongue naturally, despite Lu Xiaochuan being his junior. He had learned much under his guidance and had profited significantly. Lu Xiaochuan handed Guiyanda 1,000 yuan, declaring it a repayment for the previous 500. Guiyunda, however, refused to accept it, recalling his earlier promise of a gift rather than a loan. After a bit of back and forth, Guiyunda ultimately accepted 500 back, while Lu Xiaochuan gifted him a pack of cigarettes, prompting Guiyunda to reflect on the admirable nature of his young mentor. Lu Xiaochuan assisted Guiyunda in repairing a few televisions, of course, without charge. After some light-hearted conversation, he took his leave. As the weather warmed, he decided it was time to update his wardrobe, purchasing 2 outfits at the mall. With the repayment and shopping, his earnings had dwindled, but he was fortunate to have retained over 2,000 from his trip to the metropolis. Since Lu Xiaochuan did not have fixed working hours, he awaited Li Yin's completion of her shift before they met at the KFC near the city government square. With a grand gesture, he encouraged, "Sister Li, order anything you desire, it's on me." Li Yin did not hold back, selecting hamburgers, fries, egg tarts, and drinks. The meal totaled over 50 yuan, a considerable expense at the time, where one could dine well for several meals at a modest restaurant. In 20 years, the price of a meal at KFC would barely cover a single dish at a local eatery. As they dined and conversed, Li Yin inquired, "Xiaochuan, you've been elusive lately, buying new clothes and treating me to meals. Are you experiencing a windfall?" "Indeed, I have experienced a stroke of fortune, and I am contemplating the establishment of a tutoring class next semester. I intend to recruit Sister Li and appoint you as the principal. I have already referred to you as Principal Li in our previous conversations." "Ah, you may jest, but during my last blind date, you introduced me as Principal Li," leading to a rather perplexing inquiry from my aunt, which required a lengthy explanation on my part to clarify the misunderstanding. While that was merely boasting, this time it is genuine. Once I launch the tutoring class, I will truly invite you to assume the role of principal. "All right, it's settled, Boss Lu. But when will this actually transpire?" It is evident that Li Yin perceives this as a jest. "By the way, Sister Li, have you been on any blind dates recently?" Lu Xiaochuan deftly shifted the topic. "Oh, are you digging up old stories? Have you come to mock your sister?" Li Yin scoffed. "What mockery could there be, Sister Li? Recently, I met a gentleman who has returned from military service. We trained under the same coach in Sanda, effectively making us brothers in arms. I find him to be a man of commendable character, and he is of a similar age to you. I was considering introducing the two of you. However, his family's financial situation is not particularly favorable. I wonder if that would concern you." Lu Xiaochuan stated earnestly, "Is this for real? You are actually attempting to set me up with someone?" Li Yin regarded him, sensing his seriousness and doubting it was a jest. "Would I deceive you regarding such matters?" Lu Xiaochuan briefly outlined Su Zhibin's background, though he himself was not extensively informed about Su's family situation. Upon hearing this, Li Yin felt a flicker of interest. Although Su Zhibin's financial conditions were not the most promising, she did not prioritize that aspect. From Lu Xiaochuan's description, he seemed to be quite a decent individual, and she valued character above all else, especially since her own job was not a secure one and frequently faced scrutiny. "If you believe he is suitable, I can arrange a dinner for the two of you to meet," Li Yin stated without pretense. "Very well, please expedite the arrangements. I am free most evenings in the coming days." "Excellent, sister, await my notification." Lu Xiaochuan promptly set the plan in motion, visiting the gym the very next day, only to find that Su Zhibin was absent. After discussing the matter with Coach Bai, who was quite invested in his promising protege, Coach Bai remarked, "I have the contact number for his soy sauce factory. You should give him a call." Lu Xiaochuan obtained the number and went outside to a public phone to reach the factory. The office staff, reluctant to fetch Su Zhibin due to the distance, inquired about the nature of the matter, offering to relay a message instead. Lu Xiaochuan requested that they inform Su Zhibin to come to the gym in the afternoon for an urgent matter. In the afternoon, Su Zhibin arrived in a flurry, having assumed that Coach Bai had something important to discuss. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's intention to introduce him to a potential partner, he was taken aback, as he had not regarded it seriously despite the prior mention. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exclaimed, "I thought it was a pressing matter. I hurried over after getting off the bus." Coach Bai shot him a reproachful glance. "You rascal, is this not a significant matter? You ought to express your gratitude to Lu Xiaochuan." "Indeed, I must thank him. My brother is truly considering my well-being," Su Zhibin replied sheepishly. Lu Xiaochuan succinctly shared Li Yin's background, arranging for dinner the following evening so that they could become acquainted. Yet he made it clear that his involvement would only extend to the introduction, leaving the subsequent developments entirely to them. "Rest assured, I will owe you my gratitude in the end. If they find me unworthy, I can only blame myself, and I still have to thank you," said Su Zhibin earnestly. Lu Xiaochuan then stepped outside to call the front desk of the tutoring center, informing Li Yin about the time and place for dinner the following evening. The next evening, Lu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin arrived at the agreed-upon restaurant first. After a while, Li Yin arrived gracefully. "Sister Li, over here." Lu Xiaochuan waved. Chapter 41. Is it truly fair to treat the matchmaker this way? Su Zhibin's eyes brightened as he watched Li Yin approach. Although one could not say she was exceptionally beautiful, she exuded an air of grace and dignity, far surpassing the unappealing women he had encountered previously. He could not help but feel anxious, fearing she might not find him appealing. Li Yin, glancing at Su Zhibin seated beside Lu Xiaochuan, felt quite pleased. While he could not be deemed handsome, he possessed a rugged masculinity and a steady demeanor, with distinct facial features that instilled a sense of security. Lu Xiaochuan noticed that, before even sitting down, the two had already taken a liking to each other. It seemed promising. Once Li Yin was seated, she was invited to order first, and they began to eat and chat. Li Yin ordered sweet and sour pork and a local vegetable dish, while Lu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin each ordered one as well. They opted for 3 bottles of soda instead of beer. Lu Xiaochuan introduced the two, and they both appeared satisfied. At the very least, the first impression was favorable. As Lu Xiaochuan opened the soda and was about to speak, Li Yin interjected, "All right, Xiaochuan, you can leave now. Aren't you treating us? Go ahead and settle the bill. We can manage here." Indeed, true to her character, Sister Li was quite assertive in her matchmaking. Su Zhibin quickly asserted, "I've already left the money with the front desk. I'll handle the bill." Upon hearing this, Li Yan's impression of Su Zhibin rose another notch. At the very least, he was not stingy. Unlike some of the men she had encountered previously, who were miserly to the point of her paying for coffee after their dates. "Wait, Sister Li, you really don't need me anymore? Can't you wait until the dishes arrive and let me have a bite before I leave? What are you so anxious to eat for? Can't you be a bit more perceptive? Sister Li, are you going to eat a full meal and leave the cook to clean up? Is it truly fair to treat the matchmaker this way? Get lost. All right then. Sister Li, Brother Bin, enjoy your conversation." Su Zhibin did not insist, and as Lu Xiaochuan exited, he sighed deeply, lamenting how these two seemed to forget friendship in favor of romance. The following afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan encountered Su Zhibin again at the gym and inquired, "How did your conversation go yesterday, Brother Bin?" "Quite well. I arranged to accompany Li Yin for a stroll down East Street tomorrow evening." "Thank you, Xiaochuan." Li Yin also mentioned she wanted to express her gratitude to you. Su Zhibin replied, a hint of shyness in his voice. "That's splendid. I eagerly await the celebratory drinks. I must insist on 12 dishes." Lu Xiaochuan exclaimed emphatically. "And 2 bottles of fine wine." Coach Bai chimed in. "No problem, no problem." Su Zhibin replied with a broad smile. Having successfully played the role of matchmaker for the first time, Lu Xiaochuan reveled in his joy for several days. Subsequently, he entered a prolonged period of waiting, eagerly anticipating the arrival of late May, when he hoped to become wealthy. In the days that followed, he dedicated himself to attending classes and studying diligently. In recent days, Lu Xiaochuan's studies have been delayed for several months due to a busy schedule, compelling him to exert effort over the past 2 months. In addition to mathematics, chemistry, and English, he must also allocate time to memorize history and political science, as the upcoming comprehensive examination in mid-June approaches. Although the exam poses no significant challenge, it is evident that one cannot pass solely by relying on luck. March and April were spent in anticipation, during which Lu Xiaochuan, citing an increased workload at school and the importance of forthcoming assessments, gradually transferred his students to 2 other physics teachers. Nonetheless, several devoted students preparing for the high school entrance exams were reluctant to change instructors, and Lu Xiaochuan resolved to persist until the conclusion of the college entrance examination. The May Day holiday witnessed a surge in supplementary classes, prompting Wang Tongguang to organize a team-building event. He liaised with a travel agency to charter a large bus, leading the entire faculty and staff of the supplementary class on a 2-day excursion to Xiuzhou. With spring in full bloom, it was an opportune time for travel, and the youthful participants were brimming with excitement. The journey to Xiuzhou took over 3 hours, during which boredom set in, leading everyone to engage in singing or performing entertaining acts. When it was Lu Xiaochuan's turn to perform, he certainly did not shy away. In a previous life, he was known as the karaoke king, possessing a singing ability that, while not on par with professionals, was above average in a KTV setting. He sang a segment of The Lady of Luxury, naturally opting for the climactic parts, as he was not adept at the preceding spoken verses. Upon completing the song, he suddenly realized the blunder he had made, for this song would not be released for another decade. It was a tune he cherished dearly, and during their excursion to Bijia Mountain, with its mountains and sea, he spontaneously sang it without considering the implications. The song was indeed melodious, earning enthusiastic applause from the audience. However, they unanimously expressed unfamiliarity with it, inquiring about which celebrity had performed it, or if it was a theme song from a television drama, and where they might procure a cassette of it. Overwhelmed by their inquiries, Lu Xiaochuan had to think quickly, claiming he had heard it sung by a senior at the Normal University during a New Year's Eve gathering, where the music department student had mentioned she composed both the lyrics and melody. Naturally, he did not know the senior well, and she had likely graduated by now. Having successfully navigated the situation, Lu Xiaochuan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. He realized he must exercise caution in his future performances. He had never intended to plagiarize songs from the future, especially those that had achieved fame, as that would essentially obstruct others' paths and ruin their chances for success, a rather unethical act. Moreover, considering it was still the 1990s, even if he were to plagiarize, he would have no idea where to sell it. He had no aspirations of becoming a star. If he were ever to consider plagiarism, it would be wise to take from artists with a vast repertoire, such as certain pop icons or legendary figures, whose renowned songs were plentiful and not limited to a single hit. The lively atmosphere in the bus persisted for over an hour before the rhythmic sounds of the journey lulled everyone into slumber. Finally, they arrived at Shoujo, with the first destination being Bija Mountain. Banjia Mountain is neither vast nor towering, yet it rises steeply and solitary amidst the sea. Its most distinguishing feature is the heavenly path that connects to the mainland during low tide, allowing one to traverse on foot. However, during high tide, one must rely on a boat for passage. Upon the mountain, a few temples exude an ancient charm, though it remains uncertain whether they are genuine relics or later reconstructions, with the latter being more probable. After exploring Banjia Mountain for approximately 2 hours, I lingered by the sea for a while longer before venturing into the city to visit another attraction. In the evening, we found a hotel to stay in, and after settling in, we collectively sought out a barbecue dinner. The barbecue of Shoujo is renowned nationwide, with an array of items available for grilling, showcasing its unique character. Naturally, no barbecue feast is complete without beer. We relished our drinks until after 10 o'clock, before returning to rest. On the second day, Lu Xiaochuan did not accompany the group, but instead made his way to Shoujo Medical College, where his sister Lu Xiaoning was studying nursing. Having come to Shoujo, it was only fitting that he pay her a visit. During the spring festival, Lu Xiaochuan had not returned home, and it had been 10 months since the siblings had seen each other. Chapter 42. Another handsome young man seeks Lu Xiaoning in his previous life. Lu Xiaochuan had visited Shoujo, yet standing on the street this time, he felt utterly disoriented, unable to find his way. Determined to see his sister Lu Xiaoning, he could not arrive empty-handed. Thus, he sought out a shopping mall to purchase a few items. After wandering for a while, uncertain of what to buy, he stumbled upon a row of brand-new bicycles for sale on the first floor. In 1993, various forms of tickets had vanished from the historical stage. It was now 1992. And while purchasing large home appliances still required tickets, bicycles were no longer included in this restriction. Money alone sufficed. Lu Xiaochuan spent 280 yuan on a lady's bicycle, convinced that his sister would surely appreciate it. He also bought a box of malt extract and several pounds of apples, placing them in the bicycle's basket, and inquired for directions as he rode to Shoujo Medical College. After offering a cigarette to the security guard and briefly explaining his situation, the guard, recognizing that the young man seemed harmless, readily allowed him entry and pointed him toward the nursing department's classrooms. Given that it was morning and classes were in session, the university students were diligently attending, with few skipping classes, leaving the campus devoid of wandering students. As the clock approached 10, the first class concluded, and students began to exit the lecture hall. Lu Xiaochuan hurriedly approached a female student to inquire about the location of the nursing department's freshman classes. The girl, taken by Lu Xiaochuan's sunny and handsome appearance, was more than willing to assist him, leading him to the lecture hall and informing him that several classrooms were designated for first-year students, though he would need to inquire further to find the specific room. Expressing his gratitude, Lu Xiaochuan sought out others for additional information. After consulting several individuals, he finally reached the classmate of Lu Xiaoning, Sun Yuqia. Upon seeing a dashing young man looking for Lu Xiaoning, Sun Yuqia couldn't help but murmur, "Another handsome guy in search of Lu Xiaoning?" Before Lu Xiaochuan could clarify his identity as Lu Xiaoning's brother, class time commenced, prompting Sun Yuqia to return to the classroom, though she kindly reminded him, "Come back after class. I will inform Lu Xiaoning shortly." Lu Xiaochuan shook his head in resignation, realizing he had no choice but to wait. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. She had just mentioned that another handsome fellow was looking for Lu Xiaoning. Why the use of another? It seemed that his second sister had quite the situation on her hands. After exiting the teaching building, he retrieved his bicycle and aimlessly wandered through the medical school campus. Unlike comprehensive universities, the medical school had a smaller student population, and the campus was not particularly expansive. He quickly circled the area on his bike and was left to wait idly by the roadside. When Sun Yujia returned to the classroom, she mentioned that a handsome guy was outside looking for Lu Xiaoning, informing him that he would wait until class was over. Lu Xiaoning's close friend, Su Dingxiu, immediately became inquisitive and whispered to her, "Who could it be this time?" The last one, the sophomore Gao Jianjun, was quite dashing. "Another suitor has emerged. Please don't let your eyes wander too much." Lu Xiaoning shot her a teasing glare, her cheeks turning crimson. Throughout her year at university, she had already turned down several admirers, and that sophomore Gao Jianjun had not given up. However, at this moment, Lu Xiaoning was solely focused on her studies, hoping to secure a good job in the future to earn more money for her brother's education. The opportunity to attend university was something her brother Lu Xiaochuan had fought for on her behalf. Previously, he had been rather clueless, but after last summer, he seemed to have matured overnight, turning into a different person. He had moved to the provincial capital, working while self-studying, even foregoing the new year at home. Although he and T brought back much money after 6 months, his grades during the final exams were commendable, and he had kept up with his studies. Lu Xiaoning felt a bit restless. She believed she was not in a position to engage in a romantic relationship. If her studies were to falter due to love, she would not only let down her parents, but also her brother. She worked to calm her emotions and listened attentively to the lecture. The class felt interminable, but finally, it ended. Su Dingxiu accompanied Lu Xiaoning out of the lecture hall, eager to discover which handsome young man awaited her. Indeed, he was quite charming, though he appeared rather youthful. Was he also a freshman? Su Dingxiu cast a glance at Lu Xiaochuan, pondering. Second sister. Xiaochuan, what brings you here? What? This is your brother, Xiaoning. Yes, this is my brother Lu Xiaochuan. Isn't he handsome? Lu Xiaoning noticed that her brother was well-dressed and had grown taller, undeniably more attractive than before. Xiaochuan, this is my classmate Su Dingxiu, my best friend. Hello, Su Jia. Lu Xiaochuan extended his hand first. Su Dingxiu instinctively shook his hand, her face flushing with warmth. Second sister, my bicycle is still outside the teaching building. Let us step outside to talk. I'm worried it might get stolen. All right. The three of them made their way outside. How did you come to Xiuzhou? Where did you get this women's bicycle? Lu Xiaoning was filled with questions. Oh, I just bought it for you. Lu Xiaochuan replied with a smile. What? Where did you get the money? Did you earn it from working? Yes, I earned it. But sister, this can't be explained in just a few sentences. I haven't even had breakfast yet. Want you take me out for a meal? Class is about to start. I have another lecture. Why don't you wait for me to finish? Lu Xiaoning said. Oh, Xiaoning, your brother is here. What harm would it do if we skipped one class? We've been waiting for you all morning. Beside them, Su Dingxiu could no longer contain her disapproval. Very well. Lu Xiaoning made the unprecedented decision to skip class for the first time since her university days. She was genuinely curious about how her younger brother had come into such wealth, dressed in new clothes, and even purchasing a bicycle for himself. A sense of unease nagged at her, fearing he might be led astray by dubious means. At that moment, the cafeteria had yet to open, so the three of them had no choice but to dine at a small restaurant outside the west gate of the school. In an unusual turn of events, Lu Xiaoning ordered stir-fried dishes, and seeing his sister's demeanor, Lu Xiaochuan seized the menu and ordered several more dishes. Although Lu Xiaoning felt a pang of regret, she refrained from saying anything, not wanting to embarrass her brother in front of his classmates. As they awaited their meal, a torrent of questions erupted from Lu Xiaoning, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to explain that he worked as a teaching assistant at a tutoring center and had come to Xiuzhou for a team-building event, thus taking the opportunity to visit his sister. Wait, you earn that much as a teaching assistant? Lu Xiaoning immediately grasped the crux of the matter. She had classmates who tutored privately and earned money, but certainly not to that extent. Of course, I don't make that much at the tutoring center. I'm not a university student qualified to teach. The money I made came from investing in stocks and purchase certificates in the magical city, Lu Xiaochuan revealed, intending for his sister to eventually explain his newfound wealth to their parents, helping them accept the reality of his financial success. Naturally, he couldn't divulge everything. He merely mentioned that he had seen an article about the stock purchase certificates in the newspaper and took the 3,000 yuan he had saved to the magical city. Purchased a set of certificates, sold half for 20,000 yuan, most of which he reinvested in stocks, keeping a few thousand for himself. By the end of the month, when he sold his stocks, he could potentially earn an additional 80 to 100,000 yuan. Lu Xiaoning and Su Dingxiu listened in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Chapter 43. Do you wish to be my brother-in-law? Observing the incredulous expression on his sister's face, Lu Xiaochuan said, Come on. You are both university students now. Just buy a few newspapers, and you'll see whether what I say is true. So, you're already a 100,000 yuan household? Lu Xiaoning asked weakly. Not just me, but our family has become a 100,000 yuan household, though I must wait a month to sell the stocks, he replied. What? Don't you believe me, sister? I do. Su Dingxiu interjected first, then turned to Lu Xiaoning. Xiaoning, let us not mince words. Your brother is quite bold. Venturing alone into the magical city, impressive. Lu Xiaochuan pulled out 2,000 yuan from his pocket, counted out 1,000, and dramatically placed it in Lu Xiaoning's hands, saying, Sister, take this, don't hesitate to spend it. Buy some good food. From now on, your living expenses will be covered by your brother. Lu Xiaoning quickly pushed it back, saying, I can't spend that much. The school provides allowances, and I'm working part-time at the library, so I don't need to spend family money. That won't do. In the past, we were poor, but now that we have money, we can't be stingy. Fruits, milk, those need to be bought. And gatherings with classmates require spending too, right? You need to buy new clothes as well. Absolutely. Your sister is far too frugal, always reluctant to indulge in food or clothing, Su Dingxiu added. She wholeheartedly concurred with Lu Xiaochuan's perspective, with her close friend now affluent. She too found herself in a more comfortable position, particularly with the acquisition of a new bicycle, which she was certain would prove useful in the future. After all, Xiaoning spent her days immersed in study at the library, and leaving the bicycle idle would be a waste. Alas, why had she not been blessed with such a wonderful brother? Lu Xiaoning ultimately retained 500 yuan, ensuring a comfortable existence until the summer vacation. Otherwise, she had intended to seek additional part-time work, but now she could allocate time for her studies. After dinner, Lu Xiaoning first returned her belongings to the girls' dormitory before escorting Lu Xiaochuan away, as he needed to hurry back to join his classmates for supplementary lessons. With a bus scheduled to take them back to Fengyang in the afternoon, Su Dingxiu also intended to see Lu Xiaochuan off. As the siblings walked ahead while she leisurely rode her bicycle behind them, feeling quite pleased. The new bicycle was undeniably superior, far better than the cumbersome old model, which was hardly suitable for a girl to ride. As they passed the dining hall, a tall male student approached, calling out from a distance, Lu Xiaoning. Why haven't I seen you in the cafeteria today? Lu Xiaoning's face flushed instantly. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, this must be my sister's admirer. Xiaochuan, this is a sophomore. He is pursuing your sister, Su Dingxiu whispered. Who is this? Gao Jianjun inquired, casting a hostile glance at Lu Xiaochuan. Before Lu Xiaoning could respond, Su Dingxiu interjected, Gao, you must be courteous. This is Xiaoning's brother. Oh, Xiaoning's brother. Greetings. Gao Jianjun's demeanor shifted instantly, now warmly welcoming. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan stepped forward and seized Gao Jianjun by the collar. Are you the one persistently pursuing my sister? Gao Jianjun was taken aback, wondering if Lu Xiaoning's brother was a ruffian. He replied, maintaining his composure, university students are free to pursue relationships. I wish to court Lu Xiaoning. Is that a crime? Seeing her brother's escalating aggression, Lu Xiaoning feared a confrontation and quickly called out, Xiaochuan, what are you doing? Sister, don't interfere. I just want to have a word with him. The two were close, and Lu Xiaochuan suddenly found Gao Jianjun's face somewhat familiar. What is your name? Gao Jianjun. Where do you hail from? Xiuxi City, Nanyuan County? Lu Xiaochuan blurted out the name of the place. Yes, how do you know? Lu Xiaochuan had already confirmed that this Gao Jianjun was indeed the person he had known in a past life. Chief physician of the urology department at Fenyang's third hospital. Gao Jianjun's son was a student of Lu Xiaochuan, and the surgery to convert his son's high collar to a flat collar had been performed by Gao Jianjun himself. As they became better acquainted, they discovered a shared passion for archery, frequently exchanging insights and forming a close friendship. After their bond deepened, Lu Xiaochuan learned that although Gao was an exceptional doctor and a man of integrity, his marriage was far from blissful. His wife, also a doctor at the third hospital, had become involved with a foreigner during an overseas exchange, whether under the spell of charm or simply believing that the grass was greener on the other side. She failed to return after the exchange program concluded, abandoning her husband and children to remain in the United States. Gao not only lost his wife, but also faced disciplinary action, sinking into a prolonged period of despondency from which he struggled to recover. Subsequently, in order to spare his son any distress, he refrained from remarrying and did not stir up any scandal within the hospital. Up until Lu Xiaochuan's rebirth, old Gao remained a solitary bachelor. Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback to discover that during his student years, old Gao was pursuing his second sister, Lu Xiaoning. What a remarkable coincidence. Even a television drama would hesitate to script such a scenario. Lu Xiaochuan wholeheartedly endorsed this development, for with old Gao's character, he would undoubtedly not disappoint his sister. At the very least, he was certainly not a scoundrel. Gao Jianjun, feeling immensely awkward as Lu Xiaochuan grasped his collar in a moment of bewilderment, was torn between rage and restraint. Had it been anyone else, he would have retaliated immediately. However, this was Lu Xiaoning's brother, and since he had yet to win her affection, it would be improper to strike her younger brother first. Lu Xiaoning stepped forward to pull Lu Xiaochuan's arm away, exclaiming, why are you acting this way? Then she turned to Gao Jianjun and added, I apologize, senior. My brother is still just a child. Lu Xiaochuan mused how this line sounded so familiar. He released Gao Jianjun's collar and asked, do you wish to become my brother-in-law? The directness of his inquiry caused Lu Xiaoning's face to flush crimson as she turned away, unable to meet their gaze. Gao Jianjun thought to himself, is this fellow from a rural village? Yet, given the atmosphere, he couldn't back down and nodded affirmatively, declaring, yes. Lu Xiaochuan patted his shoulder and leaned in to whisper, I have faith in you. I approve of this. What? The abrupt shift in Lu Xiaochuan's demeanor left Gao Jianjun momentarily speechless, pondering, what is this kid's deal? His mood changes so swiftly. Nevertheless, he is quite entertaining. Lu Xiaochuan then turned to Lu Xiaoning and said, well, sister, you need not accompany me. I am familiar with the way. All right. I shall take my leave now and attend to my affairs. He glanced back at Gao Jianjun, winked, and strode away without a backward glance. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Su Dingxiu to say, Xiaoning, allow me to escort your brother. I'll ride my bike, which is faster. Without waiting for Lu Xiaoning's reply, she hopped on her bicycle and sped off. Xiaoning, will you be studying at the library tonight? Would you like to go together? Gao Jianjun ventured to break the uncomfortable silence. Oh, if that's the case. Lu Xiaoning's voice was barely audible. All right, I shall seek you out later. Gao Jianjun said happily as he departed. A ringing bicycle bell drew Lu Xiaochuan's attention as he turned to see Su Dingxiu catching up to him. Lu Xiaochuan, do you approve of Gao Jianjun courting your sister? She inquired. My sister's affairs are her own to decide. I cannot intervene. However, should anyone bully her, I will certainly take action, he replied. I truly envy your sister for having such a wonderful brother, Su Dingxiu remarked. Sister Su, hurry home and have your parents give you another brother. It's not too late. Lu Xiaochuan joked. Su Dingxiu retorted, what kind of child are you? Teasing me like this? I'll be sure to tell your sister. Go ahead and tell her. Goodbye, Sister Su. Goodbye. Be sure to visit your sister often, and of course, come see us as well. With that, Su Dingxiu rode away. Once outside the gates of the medical school, Lu Xiaochuan hailed a motorcycle taxi, setting off toward the meeting place. Chapter 44. The stock market soars. On the bus returning home, Lu Xiaochuan found himself preoccupied with thoughts of his second sister, Lu Xiaoning, and Gao Jianzheng. Deep down, he sincerely hoped that the two could forge a lasting bond. However, it was still premature to draw conclusions, as how many college romances culminate in fruition. Ultimately, the matter concerning his sister should rest in her own hands. By late May, the long-awaited day of harvest finally arrived. Lu Xiaochuan realized that upon returning from the magical city, he would become a millionaire. A sense of trepidation washed over him, prompting him to seek a trustworthy companion for the journey. Zhang Chao was undoubtedly a reliable friend, yet he was far away in Xinping County, and his youth rendered him somewhat timid and lacking in practical skills. Despite his robust physique, Lu Xiaochuan deemed it unwise to bring Zhang Chao along to the magical city, fearing the repercussions should any mishap occur. It seemed he would have to enlist Su Zhibin instead, whose adeptness and maturity made him a suitable choice. Arriving at the gym, Lu Xiaochuan found Su Zhibin had fortuitously taken a leave of absence to work as a part-time trainer. Upon spotting Lu Xiaochuan, he promptly greeted him. "Welcome, Xiaochuan." "Hey Zhibin. How are things progressing with Li Yan?" Lu Xiaochuan inquired. Quite well, haha." Su Zhibin replied. "What does quite well entail? I saw you two holding hands on Taiyuan Street last time," Lu Xiaochuan teased. "Ah, why didn't you call out to us?" Su Zhibin said, slightly embarrassed. "Call you two for what? To be a third wheel? Li Yan would surely scold me during class. Speaking of which, I owe you a debt of gratitude, Xiaochuan. You've helped me resolve a significant matter in my life. Brother, should you ever require my assistance in the future, just speak the word, and I shall not hesitate to leap into the fray," Su Zhibin vowed earnestly. "Only my brother would understand me." "How did you know I was seeking your help today?" Lu Xiaochuan quipped. "Were you perhaps waiting for my earlier statement?" Su Zhibin retorted with a grin. "Now speak up, what's the matter?" Once I've uttered these words, there's no turning back. Lu Xiaochuan proceeded to explain his need for Su Zhibin's company to the magical city, merely hinting at a financial opportunity without divulging specifics. He indicated that the trip would last at least half a month, and that Su Zhibin would need to request leave from the factory. Naturally, he assured Su Zhibin that he would not be going empty-handed. Should fortune smile upon them, he would receive a share of the profits. Immediately, Lu Xiaochuan produced 1,000 yuan and handed it to Su Zhibin, suggesting he use it to procure cigarettes and liquor for his supervisor to facilitate his leave. Su Zhibin was taken aback by the magnitude of the situation. Recognizing the gravity in Lu Xiaochuan's demeanor, he understood that this financial endeavor would indeed be significant. And the fact that Lu Xiaochuan trusted him enough to accompany him was a testament to their bond. Not to mention, that 1,000 yuan was equivalent to several months' wages for him. "Xiaochuan, you should take the money back for now. I need to discuss this at home, at the very least. I must inform my parents. I also need to request leave from the factory leadership," Su Zhibin replied. "I understand, Brother Zhibin. When you request leave, you can tell them your salary can be deducted as needed, even for this month. Please take this 1,000 yuan. You'll need it to settle things at home. And don't forget to ask for leave from Li Yan as well," Lu Xiaochuan said with a mischievous smile. "All right, I'll discuss it and get back to you promptly. When are we likely to depart?" "Initially set for the 22nd, I shall procure 2 tickets in advance. Should you be unable to attend, I will return the tickets." After confirming with Su Zhibin, Lu Xiaochuan took his leave, needing to prepare in advance and acquire some essential props. The following day, a Saturday, while Lu Xiaochuan was attending class, Su Zhibin called the tutoring center to inform him that everything was arranged. Upon learning that Su Zhibin would accompany him to the magical city, Lu Xiaochuan felt a wave of relief. However, after the call, he noticed Li Yan glaring at him menacingly, evidently blaming him for absconding with her boyfriend. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, "You will be thanking me when I return. I am taking him on a path to fortune." Yet, for now, discretion was paramount. Observing Li Yan's predatory gaze, Lu Xiaochuan hastily exited, but she called out to him, saying, "Someone called for you yesterday, claiming to be surnamed Song. Since you were unavailable, he left a phone number." As she handed him a slip of paper, Lu Xiaochuan recognized the area code of the magical city, realizing it was the contact information for Song Yanhui, which he quickly tucked into his jacket pocket. On May 21st, the Magical City Stock Exchange announced the complete deregulation of stock prices, resulting in a more than doubling of the market index from 616 points on May 20th to 1265 points by the close of trading on the 21st. It is worth noting that this was a major index, surging by 105 points. Those familiar with stock trading understand the implications of such a rise, with individual stocks experiencing even greater increases. Among them, the shares of Garden Mall, originally issued at 100 yuan, soared past 10,000 yuan. However, Garden Mall was not a new stock. Its price had already exceeded 1,000 yuan earlier in the year. Had it remained at 100 yuan per share, Lu Xiaochuan would have invested everything he had. Zheng Yanhong and Su Wei were exchanging messages. Previously, Su Wei had inquired multiple times through Zheng Yanhong whether Lu Xiaochuan intended to sell his subscription certificates. Lu Xiaochuan had instructed Zheng Yanhong to inform her that he had returned to his hometown and was unreachable, which led Su Wei to relent. With the stock market's recent deregulation and the subsequent surge, Su Wei promptly relayed the news to Zheng Yanhong, who could no longer remain idle. She hurriedly skipped class to seek Lu Xiaochuan at the tutoring center, but finding him absent, she enlisted Wang Dong to guide her to his rented accommodation. Wang Dong was perplexed, pondering whether Lu Xiaochuan had poorly educated the child or had perhaps done so too well, resulting in her perfect scores. The urgency of the parents seeking him was notable. Zheng Yanhong resolved to travel overnight by train to the magical city with her husband, Fang Ming, and inquired if Lu Xiaochuan would like to join. Lu Xiaochuan declined, claiming he had matters to attend to and would arrive a couple of days later, promising to contact Fang Ming via pager. Naturally, Zheng Yanhong would not wait for him and departed first. The following morning, Lu Xiaochuan boarded a train to the magical city with Su Jibin. The weather had grown warm, prompting a switch to short sleeves. However, the challenge remained of how to transport the subscription certificates left in Fengyang to the magical city. The zipper pocket of his undergarments could hold only one set, and stowing them in his shoes within his backpack would be rather conspicuous. Nevertheless, solutions exist. Lu Xiaochuan purchased a thick dictionary, hollowed it out, concealed the subscription certificates within, secured it with a leather cover, and placed it in his newly acquired backpack, adding a few books to cultivate the persona of a diligent student. The journey proceeded smoothly, and by the afternoon of May 23rd, they had arrived in the magical city. After dining, Lu Xiaochuan sought refuge in a hotel near Jiaodong University, instructing Su Jibin to entertain himself with television while he ventured to the house he had previously purchased. Upon entering, he found a delicate layer of dust settled on the furniture and surfaces, indicating no one had entered since his last visit. Lu Xiaochuan retrieved the subscription certificate and stock receipt he had hidden previously, both remaining undisturbed. He concealed the new subscription certificate he had brought along and tucked the stock receipt into his pocket. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to carry the 10 unsold subscription certificates with him. As dusk fell, he quietly departed and returned to the hotel. Chapter 45. Finally considered wealthy the following day, Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin leisurely strolled for half the day. It was only in the afternoon that Lu Xiaochuan paged Fang Ming. At that moment, Fang Ming was embroiled in a heated discussion with his wife, Zheng Yanhong, at the hotel. Following several days of surging stock prices, greed had taken hold of some, while others were gripped by fear. Su Wei's major client, Mr. Yang, had already sold half of his stocks, prompting Su Wei to suggest Zheng Yanhong do the same. This aligned perfectly with Fang Ming's intentions. Selling now would yield a profit of over 100,000, and he still possessed a valuable subscription certificate. He was eager to secure his gains. However, Zheng Yanhong insisted on waiting for news from Lu Xiaochuan, harboring an inexplicable trust in him. Just as she hesitated, Fang Ming's pager chimed. He found a phone and finally heard Lu Xiaochuan's voice. Xiaochuan, you finally called. Where are you? We're coming to find you. Zheng Yanhong exclaimed excitedly. No need, Sister Zheng. Let me come to you, he replied, obtaining the address of their hotel and taking a taxi with Su Jibin. Su Jibin, uncertain of Lu Xiaochuan's exact endeavors, refrained from asking questions but sensed it was something significant, feeling a twinge of pain at the thought of spending money. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lu Xiaochuan briefly introduced Su Jibin as his senior brother, who had accompanied him out of curiosity. Zheng Yanhong and Fang Ming exchanged glances, thinking, he must be the bodyguard. Yet, she had no time to dwell on such thoughts and promptly inquired of Lu Xiaochuan, when will we sell? It's a bit late today. The market will close soon. Let's reassess tomorrow, Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly. Fang Ming, fearing a potential drop in stock prices the next day, regretted that household decisions were in his wife's hands. Given Zheng Yanhong's unwavering trust in Lu Xiaochuan, he understood that selling today was unlikely, leaving him frustrated and silent. Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin decided to stay in the vicinity. After sharing a simple dinner, each retired for the night. By 9:30 the following morning, everyone was attentively monitoring the market, relieved that Fang Ming had not acted rashly the day before, for otherwise, he would surely have faced his wife's ire. As soon as the market opened that afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan announced his intention to sell stocks. He sensed that the stock index would decline the following day, though he could not recall whether it would begin in the morning or afternoon. Despite some remaining upward potential that day, the lack of instant trading capabilities, unlike 20 years later with mobile phones, compelled him to act swiftly. Zheng Yanhong regarded Lu Xiaochuan with utmost reverence and naturally chose to follow his lead, promptly relaying his decision to Su Wei. In Su Wei's vicinity, General Manager Yang sold half of his shares yesterday, and today the stock skyrocketed, filling him with regret. Naturally, he was unwilling to liquidate his holdings and preferred to observe further. Upon hearing Yang's assessment, Fang Ming found it reasonable. After all, he was a prominent figure, surely not to be outdone by the young and inexperienced Lu Xiaochuan. Although Lu's prior decisions had proven correct, one could not dismiss the element of luck. Fang Ming opted to hold on to his shares, while Zheng Yanhong decided to sell, ultimately agreeing to divest 1/3 of their holdings while retaining 1/3 to maintain her husband's pride. They first visited the international securities firm, where the atmosphere differed from the previous stock-buying frenzy. Many were merely spectators, thus avoiding long queues. Lu Xiaochuan filled out his order form, ready to clear his portfolio. Previously, he had utilized 30 subscription certificates at the firm to acquire stocks in Zhongqing Industrial and special-shaped steel pipes, totaling 15,000 shares at an average price exceeding 20 yuan. After the transaction concluded, and after deducting commissions, his account swelled to over 330,000, ignoring the small change. Lu had no intention of purchasing additional stocks. Hence, he transferred his earnings to his industrial and commercial bank savings account in the bustling metropolis, finally allowing himself to be considered a wealthy individual. Zheng Yanhong, having sold 1/3 of their shares, netted approximately 100,000 yuan, leaving both spouses exhilarated. On May 26th, the stock index opened high once again. Lu Xiaochuan promptly visited Shenin Securities to submit a sell order, ultimately profiting over 80,000 from 3,300 shares. Observing the stock's rise, Fang Ming felt fortunate for his composure, becoming assertive before Zheng Yanhong, as yesterday's sales had cost them a substantial sum. However, fortune is fleeting. By midday, the index faltered, and the majority of stocks turned red. It would have been prudent to sell at that moment, yet Fang Ming hesitated, clinging to hope that the stocks would rebound, resolutely refusing to part with them. Zheng Yanhong, on the other hand, was indifferent, having already secured the bulk of their earnings. Yet their profits paled in comparison to Lu Xiaochuan's. Lu Xiaochuan arranged to withdraw his funds the following day at the bank, then returned to the hotel with Su Jibin. Zheng Yanhong summoned Lu Xiaochuan to her room, inquiring about his plans, especially with over a week remaining until the next lottery draw. Su Wei also joined, persistently asking when Lu Xiaochuan would be ready to sell his subscription certificates. Lu, opening his backpack, faced Su Wei and confessed, "Sister Su, to be candid, I did not bring my subscription certificates with me, as I feared I might be tempted to sell prematurely. I only brought 10 certificates with me. My other certificates remain in Fengyang, and my brother will bring them next week. Should I decide to sell then, you will be the first to know." Su Wei thought to herself that the concealment of his certificates was a matter only he knew, and his excuse seemed rather feeble. However, she had no recourse. If he chose not to sell, she could not force the issue. What she could ascertain was that Lu Xiaochuan indeed had not brought them along, as it was now warm enough for short sleeves, leaving no place to hide them. Zheng Yanhong remarked, "Xiaochuan, you've made hundreds of thousands this time, and once you sell your certificates, it will likely reach nearly 1 million. Even keeping it in the bank would yield sufficient interest." "Stored in the bank? That is out of the question," Lu replied. "Money in the bank merely depreciates. It must remain in circulation to be truly effective. Sister Zheng, consider this. A decade ago, possessing 10,000 yuan was quite remarkable. However, in the present day, is having such an amount still indicative of affluence? In rural areas, it is merely average, and in urban settings, it is even less significant. The combined annual salary of you and Brother Fang exceeds 10,000. Thus, keeping money in the bank will only lead to depreciation. You make a valid point. What are your plans? Will you continue investing in stocks?" Zheng Yanhong inquired. "Stocks are not guaranteed to bring profit. One day you may gain, but the next could see losses. I intend to invest in real estate." "Invest in property? It doesn't require such a large sum. What is the housing price in Fengyang, after all? Who mentioned buying in Fengyang? If I am to buy, it will be in the metropolis. The metropolis is a vibrant urban center, experiencing rapid development, leading to an increasing population and greater demand for housing. Consequently, property prices will surely rise. Purchasing now means waiting for appreciation, which is far superior to letting money languish in a bank." Lu Xiaochuan would certainly not stockpile properties in Fengyang. At most, he would acquire 1 or 2 for personal use. In the metropolis, properties could appreciate exponentially over 20 years, while in Fengyang, a 10-fold increase would be considered commendable. In 2 to 3 decades, the housing prices in Fengyang will likely remain at the bottom tier among provincial capitals, with only a few high-end developments and sought-after school districts surpassing 10,000 for new homes, while second-hand properties barely reach that threshold. The rate of increase cannot be compared to other provincial capitals at all. After hearing Lu Xiaochuan's rationale, Fang Ming and Zheng Yanhong were swayed and proceeded to the bank to schedule a withdrawal. At this moment, purchasing a home does not allow for card transactions. Cash is required, and large sums must be prearranged for withdrawal. Chapter 46. Collective home purchase. After agreeing with Zheng Yanhong on the home purchase, Lu Xiaochuan borrowed the hotel phone and dialed the number left by Song Yanhui. "Hello, this is Qinghu Garden. Are you looking to schedule a property viewing?" A melodious female voice came through the line. "Indeed, a salesperson named Song Yanhui previously contacted me and introduced your properties. I plan to visit tomorrow with a friend, and should we find something appealing, we will purchase it. Please provide me with the detailed address of your development." The representative quickly relayed the address to Lu Xiaochuan, which he noted down. After the call, the young saleswoman approached the manager to report the conversation. "Do we have a salesperson named Song Yanhui?" the manager inquired. "Yes, we do, manager." "Good, please fetch him." When Song Yanhui arrived, the manager recognized him, recalling that the young man had initially struggled but had shown enthusiasm during training. However, he had yet to sell a single property. Salespeople primarily earned through commissions, with the company providing lodging and meals. Were it not for Song Yanhui's diligent efforts, the manager might suspect he was merely there to enjoy free food. I heard someone mention they were referred to our properties and planned to bring friends to purchase tomorrow. When did you meet this client? Song Yanhui was taken aback. He had not left the office recently, and any potential clients would have been encountered at the sales center. Apologies, manager, I do not recall. Very well, we shall find out tomorrow. It's unlikely they called just to deceive us. Prepare well, and ensure you provide a thorough introduction. Very well, manager. I will prepare diligently to secure the order. After leaving the manager's office, Song Yanhui found himself puzzled as to which client it could be. He decided to dismiss the thought, knowing the answer would reveal itself the following day. The next day, Lu Xiaochuan, accompanied by the couple Su Jibin and Zheng Yanhong, hailed a taxi, eagerly heading towards the sales office of Qinghu Garden. Upon arrival, Song Yanhui recognized Lu Xiaochuan and the couple, having encountered them during a train journey. He approached them with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Xiaochuan, you've arrived. Thank you so much for lending me money the other day. I will return it once I get back to my dorm. The repayment can wait. We are here to purchase a property today, Lu Xiaochuan replied. Is it Zheng Jie who intends to buy? Song Yanhui was aware of the expensive nature of these properties, which were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yes, I am also buying, Lu Xiaochuan declared. Ah, you are purchasing as well. I didn't realize you were so affluent. Song Yanhui felt a twinge of surprise. Lu Xiaochuan, being slightly younger, had evidently amassed enough wealth to invest in property here. However, he felt no jealousy. After all, Lu Xiaochuan had indeed assisted him in the past. It was not only Song Yanhui who was astonished. Su Jibin had been following Lu Xiaochuan for several days. Feeling almost invisible, he was aware that Lu Xiaochuan had been trading stocks and had made a significant profit. But he was unaware of the extent of his earnings that allowed him to purchase a home in Shanghai. Yet, he did not show any outward signs of his surprise. Lu Xiaochuan's success was his own merit, and as he accompanied him on this journey, he was certain he would not leave empty-handed, having already received 1,000 yuan beforehand. At that moment, the sales office manager approached, inquiring, Xiaosong, are these your friends? Song Yanhui hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Would Lu Xiaochuan consider him a friend now that he was affluent? He was reluctant to claim friendship in case Lu Xiaochuan refuted it, which would lead to an awkward situation. Just then, Lu Xiaochuan interjected, Yes, we are all friends of Song Yanhui. We heard he is selling properties here, so we came to support him. Manager, since my friends are here, is there a discount available? Indeed, there must be. Here in Shanghai, we value friendship above all. If you are a friend of Xiaosong, you are also my friend. The manager took a personal interest, guiding Song Yanhui as they introduced the properties. They began with the existing units, proceeding to see them on site. Qinghu Garden offered villas as well as ordinary apartments, but Lu Xiaochuan focused on smaller units. As he did not intend to reside there himself, smaller units would be easier to sell in the future and for school district properties. The educational benefits were the same for both large and small units. Zheng Yanhong was particularly drawn to a small unit, while Lu Xiaochuan decided to purchase 3 units in total, acquiring all 3 units on the second floor of one of the buildings. The manager, taken aback by Lu Xiaochuan's lavishness, inquired if he was interested in purchasing commercial properties along the street. Lu Xiaochuan politely declined. He was not familiar with Shanghai and uncertain about the future development of the area. While a well-located commercial property could be a generational asset, many factors influenced its value, including policies and urban planning. Even a change in a bus stop could either enhance or diminish the appeal of a commercial space. It was wiser to invest in residential properties, as they offered more stable appreciation, leaving commercial purchases for a later time. The manager offered a discount of 2, ultimately setting the price at 760 yuan per square meter. Lu Xiaochuan purchased 3 units, each approximately 70 square meters, where the spaciousness of the 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom layout was quite appealing. The total cost for the 3 apartments exceeded 160,000 yuan. However, complications arose during payment. Lu Xiaochuan and his companions had not brought cash, fearing the risks associated with carrying large sums. Lu proposed that the sales office prepare a receipt in advance, allowing them to take a car to the bank to withdraw the necessary funds, with the intention of completing the transaction immediately upon their return. The manager, apprehensive that this arrangement might deter the buyers, reluctantly arranged for a minibus to transport them, personally accompanying Lu Xiaochuan, Song Yanhui, and 2 security guards to the bank. Having made an appointment with the bank the previous day, they were able to withdraw the funds without delay. Lu Xiaochuan successfully withdrew 240,000 yuan, settling the payment for the properties while retaining approximately 80,000 yuan for himself. Upon returning to the sales office to finalize the paperwork, he was informed that the property certificates would take some time to be issued. Lu entrusted Song Yanhui with the task of collecting the certificates on his behalf, agreeing to retrieve them later when he returned to the city. In a moment of privacy, Song Yanhui repaid Lu Xiaochuan 200 yuan, which Lu accepted. He understood that failing to collect the borrowed money would weigh on Song Yanhui's conscience. Given that today's purchase of the apartments would earn Song Yanhui a considerable commission, his gratitude was palpable. Lu Xiaochuan assured him that he could always request assistance in the future, promising to oblige without hesitation. Declining the manager's invitation to lunch, Lu Xiaochuan and his party took a taxi back to their hotel, where they enjoyed their meal. Lu felt the need for a communication device and ventured out to spend over 2,000 yuan on a digital pager. He refrained from purchasing a larger mobile phone, as he found the price of over 20,000 yuan excessive and inconsistent with his preference for modesty. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan ventured out alone, taking a taxi to a real estate agency near Jiaodong University, where he arranged for the agent to contact the property owner. He promptly settled the payment for both the property and the agent's fee, managing to complete the transfer of ownership just before the property management office closed for the day. Although the property certificate would also take time to be issued, he was unconcerned, planning to collect it during his next visit to the city. Thus, Lu Xiaochuan became the proud owner of an apartment in the metropolis, which he anticipated would appreciate significantly over the next 20 years, potentially exceeding a value of 10 million yuan. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with these properties, yearning for a courtyard in the old lanes or a small building on the street, as such properties held greater potential for appreciation. The agent informed him that such desirable properties were not readily available and promised to contact Lu Xiaochuan upon their listing. Chapter 47. The eve of prosperity. With a few days remaining until the next lottery draw, Zheng Yanhong returned to Fengyang. As her position as a branch manager necessitated limited time away from work, she left Feng Ming behind to confer with Lu Xiaochuan for any future matters, encouraging him to heed Lu's advice. However, Feng Ming was dismissive of this notion, taking the opportunity to assert his newfound authority. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan was not idle. Accompanied by Su Jibin, he traveled to Suzhou and Hangzhou, partaking in both tourism and property acquisition, purchasing one residence in each city and expending over 100,000 yuan in the process. Upon returning to the bustling metropolis, Shanghai, and reuniting with Feng Ming, it became evident that Feng Ming had already sold the subscription certificates. Since the stock index plummeted on May 26th, it had not recovered, and after the weekend break, the market reopened on June 1st, revealing a disheartening day for stocks, predominantly painted in green. Feng Ming, unable to contain his anxiety, decided to cut his losses. In truth, it was not a significant loss. It merely reflected a lesser profit than before. By this time, the price of the complete set of subscription certificates had soared to nearly 300,000. Mr. Yang initially offered Feng Ming this sum, and with Su Wei's persuasion, Feng Ming ultimately sold them, fearing that if he hesitated, the value would plummet, much like the stocks. Later, he conveyed this to Zheng Yanhong, who bore him no ill will. With both his stocks and subscription certificates sold, and the funds already transferred from the Bank of China to Zheng Yanhong, Feng Ming found no purpose in remaining in Shanghai. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiaochuan, he returned to Fengyang, mindful of his position as a mid-level executive in a state-owned enterprise, which precluded him from lingering away for too long. On June 1st and 2nd, Lu Xiaochuan accompanied Su Jibin to the salon at the Royal Palace Hotel, a clandestine market for bulk subscription certificate transactions. Lu Xiaochuan's consecutive visits had drawn the attention of some opportunistic individuals. On the afternoon of the 2nd, as he re-entered, a bald man intercepted him. "Hey, I know you possess a complete set of subscription certificates. I'm offering 350,000. Will you sell them to me?" "Apologies, my friend, but tomorrow is the second lottery draw, and I'd like to wait a bit longer," Lu Xiaochuan replied, declining the offer. "How ungrateful." The bald man, recognizing Lu Xiaochuan as a newcomer and a youth, attempted to intimidate him. Lu Xiaochuan remained unfazed, merely glaring back, as Su Jibin stepped closer, arms crossed, poised for a confrontation. "Hey, don't bully people here," shouted a middle-aged man wearing glasses. "Haha, Li boss, I was merely jesting with this young man," the bald man retorted, giving Lu Xiaochuan one last glare before departing. Lu Xiaochuan nodded in gratitude to the bespectacled man, who responded with a smile. Lu Xiaochuan was aware that this Li boss held considerable influence at the Royal Palace Hotel. His refined demeanor concealed a ruthless nature, and many in this establishment were inclined to grant him respect. "My young friend, should you decide to sell, feel free to reach out to me. Everyone here knows I conduct business with utmost integrity," Li boss offered. Lu Xiaochuan had gathered some information about Li boss. His origins were unclear, but it was evident that he had weathered his share of tumultuous experiences and was now gradually rehabilitating his image. He was actively acquiring subscription certificates, although his stock was likely limited. "If the time came to sell, I will certainly prioritize contacting Li boss. Selling the certificates to him would be a prudent choice. He is financially robust, influential, and well-regarded." Lu Xiaochuan accepted the phone number that Li boss extended and departed the Royal Palace Hotel with Su Jibin. Upon leaving the establishment, the two did not immediately hail a taxi, but instead chose to walk a short distance. Su Jibin murmured, "Xiaochuan, someone is following us." "I'm aware, Brother Ben. Let us take the alley on the right." Upon turning into the alley, Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin immediately concealed themselves, soon noticing three flamboyantly dressed youths entering the passage. As they stepped in, they caught sight of Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin quietly observing them. "Friends, why are you following us?" One of the long-haired youths snarled. "Who is following you? This path isn't exclusive to your family," Lu Xiaochuan retorted, gesturing down the alley. "Bro, why waste words on these little rascals? There are 3 of us against 2 of them," remarked a tattooed youth, who, despite his short stature, exuded a robust confidence in his physical prowess. A lanky companion, observing Su Jibin's considerable build, felt a twinge of anxiety and said, "Bro, weren't we here to do business with these young lads? Let us win them over with virtue." "Indeed, let us win them over with virtue. Young brother, I've heard you possess some subscription certificates. Sell them to me for 2,000 each. After purchasing them, I'll ensure your safety. If you sell to someone else, I fear you might not be able to carry your money away." "I want to sell," Lu Xiaochuan firmly declared. "Don't be foolish. This is your last chance," the long-haired thug threatened. Scram. Lu Xiaochuan recognized that these individuals were mere small-time players, possibly sent to test him or simply seeking to exploit his youth and outsider status, hoping to take advantage of him. In either case, he knew he must not yield. "I can't tolerate this, bro. These 2 little rascals are far too arrogant," the tattooed man declared, making the first move. Moments later, Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin emerged from the alley, hailing a taxi, while inside. The 3 bruised youths struggled to rise from the ground. Once the taxi reached the vicinity of Jiaodong University, Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin alighted, taking a narrow path. After a brief exchange, Su Jibin stationed himself at the entrance while Lu Xiaochuan swiftly navigated the winding route back to their 3rd-floor residence. A short while later, Su Jibin hailed a taxi and returned to the hotel. That evening, Lu Xiaochuan, residing near Jiaodong University, rummaged through an old backpack he had discarded, discovering 2 packs of instant noodles, which he devoured dry to quell his hunger. The following morning, Lu Xiaochuan donned a set of old clothes, wrapping the subscription certificates in the discarded attire, placing them in the old backpack. After descending, he hailed a taxi and made his way to the Industrial and Commercial Bank on Chonglu Road. Upon entering the bank, he instantly spotted Tian Tao conducting business at the counter. "Brother Tian, do you remember me?" Lu Xiaochuan inquired with a smile. "Of course. How could I forget, young brother? Your advice inspired me to purchase several certificates as well, and I made a tidy profit," Tian Tao replied. "By the way, have you sold that set of subscription certificates? Their value has skyrocketed." "Naturally, I haven't sold them yet. I plan to do so today, and I'll deposit the funds with you," Lu Xiaochuan responded. "That is splendid. The bank has deposit targets, and your set of certificates would significantly contribute to my performance," Tian Tao exclaimed. "Brother Tian, may I use your phone to contact the seller?" "Certainly. Follow me to the meeting room while I consult with the bank manager," Tian Tao said, leading Lu Xiaochuan to the bank's meeting area. Upon hearing the young man's intention to deposit a substantial sum, the bank manager readily agreed to his request for a phone call, despite the lad's unremarkable attire and worn backpack. Yet, one must not judge solely by appearances. Many individuals have amassed great wealth through the acquisition of subscription certificates, transforming their fortunes in an instant. It was evident that this young man had stumbled upon similar good fortune. Chapter 48. The sale of subscription certificates on June 3rd. The stock subscription certificates in the bustling metropolis opened for a second lottery, boasting a remarkable success rate of 50. All even-numbered subscription certificates were guaranteed to win, significantly surpassing the success rate of the initial draw. Consequently, the prices of these certificates surged dramatically, reaching unprecedented heights. One set of blank subscription certificates had escalated to 450,000 yuan, with some even fetching as much as 500,000 yuan. Su Jibin arrived early at the salon of the Wang Palace Hotel, where he was quickly informed by the ever-informative locals about the soaring prices of the subscription certificates. After gathering the necessary information, he sought out a public phone and paged Lu Xiaochuan, deliberately adding the number 45 to signify the price of the certificates, an agreed-upon code between them. Lu Xiaochuan, stationed at the Industrial and Commercial Bank, received Su Jibin's page and recognized the significance of the added number. He understood that the price of the subscription certificates aligned closely with what he had previously learned. He retrieved the phone number provided by Boss Li and, using the bank's telephone, made the call. "Hello, who is this?" Boss Li inquired. "Hello, Mr. Li. This is the young man you met yesterday at the Wang Palace Hotel salon. You gave me your number." Instantly recalling Lu Xiaochuan, Boss Li asked, "So, young brother, are you looking to sell the set of subscription certificates you have?" "Indeed, Mr. Li. I had a friend inquire about the prices at the salon. What can you offer?" 450,000. "Since your friend is here, he must know this is a fair price." "That is indeed a fair price, but I possess 5 sets of blank subscription certificates. What can you offer for each?" Lu Xiaochuan stated. "What? You have 5 sets? How does 460,000 per set sound?" Boss Li responded, his excitement palpable. With the prices of subscription certificates soaring, they were becoming increasingly difficult to procure, and he hadn't anticipated Lu Xiaochuan having 5 sets. "Mr. Li, where shall we conduct the transaction?" Will you come to the Wang Palace Hotel? Lu Xiaochuan asked. Certainly not, Mr. Li. I trust your integrity. But if I were to appear at the salon, who knows what ill intentions others might harbor? I understand the adage about possessing something valuable. I will wait for you at the Industrial and Commercial Bank on Changle Road. If you have not arrived by 10:30, I will seek other buyers, Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly. The Industrial and Commercial Bank on Changle Road? I will be there shortly, Boss Li assured him. The prospect of acquiring 5 sets of subscription certificates was indeed enticing. And though he had initially contemplated a risk-free venture, he acknowledged the prudence in Lu Xiaochuan's choice of a bank as the meeting place. Thus, he extinguished any fleeting thoughts of hesitation and resolved to proceed with the purchase, confident that the stock market held ample opportunities for profit. Shortly after 10, Mr. Li arrived, accompanied by 2 young men in suits, who carried a briefcase. Young brother, you truly are quite the grandmaster. I never anticipated you possessing 5 sets. It was merely luck that brought me this fortune. Lu Xiaochuan produced 5 subscription certificates. Just as General Li was about to take them, Lu Xiaochuan withdrew his hand, stating, General Li, these certificates bear no name. If I hand them to you, they will be considered yours. Should I not first receive the payment? Indeed, you are correct. General Li replied, gesturing for a young man behind him to open a box filled with stacks of blue bills. Lu Xiaochuan then led General Li to Tian Tao's window, presenting him with a bankbook and a slip of paper inscribed with an account number. I would appreciate it. Brother Tian, if you could deposit 300,000 into this bankbook and transfer 2 million to this account in Fengyang. Transferring such a substantial amount incurs significant fees. Are you certain? In this day and age, the transfer fee is no longer capped at 50 yuan. For such a sum, the fees alone could exceed 1,000. It's no trouble. Spending a little on fees to ensure the safety of the funds is worthwhile. To be frank, I specifically obtained this bankbook in Fengyang and left it at home to avoid carrying too much cash. Tian Tao said nothing further and accepted the funds at the window. At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan finally handed the 5 subscription certificates to General Li. You truly are cautious, young brother. Do you not trust your elder brother? General Li remarked with a hint of frustration, finding the young man overly careful. Please forgive me for my demeanor, General Li. Consider me inexperienced in the ways of the world. I harbor no distrust towards you. If I did, I would not have reached out to you, Lu Xiaochuan apologized. With the money now deposited at the bank and the subscription certificates thoroughly checked, General Li shook hands with Lu Xiaochuan and departed in his vehicle. Unbeknownst to him, while he harbored no malicious intent, his subordinates were scheming otherwise. Upon returning to the Wanggong Hotel, one of General Li's associates excused himself to smoke and made a phone call outside. Third brother, do not proceed. That lad Lu Xiaochuan has already transferred the funds to Fengyang and left a few 100,000 in Shanghai. Intercepting him now would serve no purpose. The voice on the other end responded, understood. This little rascal is quite clever. After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan remained unaware that his caution had indeed spared him from peril. Once Tian Tao completed the remittance and deposit procedures and received the receipt, Lu Xiaochuan exited the Industrial and Commercial Bank with his old backpack. The bank manager, standing beside Tian Tao, observed him conduct his business, and upon Lu Xiaochuan's departure, they exchanged glances. This young man is remarkable, exhibiting meticulous thought and boldness. Quite impressive. The bank manager's words resonated with Tian Tao. Lu Xiaochuan, oblivious to the discussions surrounding him, made his way to the nearby construction bank to meet Su Wei. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, Su Wei exclaimed with delight, Xiaochuan, you have come. I have been unable to reach you these past few days. I tried to page you, but you did not respond. I apologize, Sister Su. Public phones are difficult to find, hence my lack of response, Lu Xiaochuan replied, knowing she could sense his pretext. However, she was too eager to dwell on it, inquiring warmly, what brings you here today? Are you ready to make a move? Indeed, Sister Su. Did I not mention previously? If I am to sell the subscription certificates, you will be the first I contact. Could you kindly inquire with General Yang about how much he might be willing to offer? Without question, Mr. Yang acquired another set this morning for the price of 430,000. It seems you truly have a knack for retaining such assets, whereas your sister Zhang's set only sold for 300,000. Su Wei assumed Lu Xiaochuan was unaware of the latest pricing and sought to negotiate a middle ground. Heh, Sister Su Wei, are you jesting? Do you believe I could not contact a buyer immediately? I could sell a unit for 460,000 without delay. Out of respect for you, I can offer Mr. Yang a price of 450,000 per unit, including my additional 40 shares, also calculated at 450,000 each. Should he express interest, I shall await his response here. If not, I will promptly reach out to others, Lu Xiaochuan stated forthrightly. Very well, I shall contact him right away, Su Wei replied, swiftly dialing Mr. Yang. Moments later, she exited the office and announced, Mr. Yang has agreed and is on his way. Chapter 49. The return of the tycoon. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's asking price, Mr. Yang would undoubtedly consent. The price of 450,000 indeed reflects Lu Xiaochuan's consideration for Su Wei. With 440 subscription certificates, half of which are successful, Merely purchasing new stocks could nearly suffice to recoup his initial investment, with 2 more opportunities for drawing lots remaining. As for why Lu Xiaochuan chose not to retain the subscription certificates for stock operations, it ultimately stems from a principle of caution. Regardless of whether he sells the certificates or purchases new stocks during the second draw, the knowledge of his possession of multiple certificates would inevitably become known, attracting envy. It is prudent to liquidate assets and secure profits rather than hold on to them in pursuit of maximal gain. One risks earning a living without the ability to enjoy it. Around 11, Mr. Yang arrived with the funds, 4 blank subscription certificates plus 40, totaling 1,980,000. Lu Xiaochuan kept 30,000 for himself, while the remaining 1,950,000 was promptly transferred to his account at the Bank of China in Fengyang. With the transaction completed and noon approaching, Mr. Yang invited Lu Xiaochuan to lunch. Lu Xiaochuan, however, politely declined, saying, "If it is convenient for you, Mr. Yang, could you and Sister Su Wei escort me to the train station?" Mr. Yang and Su Wei exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and exited the Bank of China, boarding Mr. Yang's car, which set off towards Hangqiao train station. Upon arrival, Su Jibin was already waiting, bidding farewell to Mr. Yang and Su Wei. Lu Xiaochuan did not enter the station but instead took a taxi that Su Jibin had arranged in advance. As the taxi departed the station, heading out of the city, Lu Xiaochuan noticed 2 motorcycles trailing closely behind in the rearview mirror. He smiled and exchanged a few words with the driver, who then turned onto the highway as per Lu Xiaochuan's request. While the taxi could access the highway, the motorcycles could not, rendering their pursuit irrelevant, regardless of whether they were indeed after him. At that moment, on the Hujia Expressway, which spanned only 16 kilometers, the taxi continued towards Suzhou. Meanwhile, in the Wanggong Hotel, the bald owner of the business answered a call, his voice laced with fury. "Incompetent fool. You've squandered half the day and lost track of the person." The voice from across was filled with grievance. "Brother you, we kept a close watch on Mr. Li and discovered that he went to the Industrial and Commercial Bank. After Mr. Li departed, we waited a while, and, sure enough, that little rascal emerged from the bank. However, we dared not act near the bank. Upon leaving, he immediately turned and entered the construction bank. After exiting the construction bank, he boarded a Santana belonging to a boss and headed to the train station, then took a taxi. We had no choice but to follow the taxi out of the city, hoping to find an opportunity to act once we were outside. Little did we know, he quickly entered the freeway, and our motorcycles couldn't access it. All right, I've realized, this little rascal is indeed cunning." Bald-headed boss Yu understood that he couldn't blame the few individuals across from him and reluctantly ended the call. The distance between the bustling metropolis and Suzhou is over 100 kilometers. After 2 hours, they finally arrived, disembarking in Wuzhong, where Lu Xiaochuan handed the driver 500 yuan bills. The driver expressed his gratitude repeatedly, delighted to have encountered such a lucrative fare. Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin walked back to the house they had purchased a few days prior in Suzhou, where provisions of water and food had been prepared in advance. That evening, Lu Xiaochuan counted out 5,000 yuan and handed it to Su Jibin. "Brother Ben, you've worked hard following me for over 10 days, facing considerable risks. This 5,000 is for you. Tomorrow, let us go shopping and buy some things." "No, Xiaochuan, you've already given me 1,000 in Fengyang. And just a few days ago, another 500 for meals and taxis, which I haven't spent yet. I haven't helped you significantly. How can I accept such a sum?" Su Jibin repeatedly declined. "Brother Ben, as you can see, I've come into a significant fortune. If I had ventured to the metropolis alone, it surely wouldn't have gone so smoothly. This 5,000 is rightfully yours. Besides, you must spend money on your romance too, right? You'll certainly want to bring back something for Sister Li Yin and her family." Seeing Lu Xiaochuan's earnestness, Su Jibin accepted the money. He understood Lu Xiaochuan had indeed struck it rich. Purchasing a house required hundreds of thousands, and today he had sold a subscription certificate, which he learned was priced at 450,000 for a single unit. Although he wasn't present at the transaction, he believed Lu Xiaochuan must have at least 1, if not 2 properties, making him a millionaire. Nevertheless, Su Jibin was aware that Lu Xiaochuan's wealth had no bearing on him. After following him to the metropolis, Lu Xiaochuan had given him over 6,000, equivalent to 2 years' salary, for which he felt immense gratitude, especially considering Lu Xiaochuan had introduced him to a potential partner. He resolved that whenever Lu Xiaochuan needed his assistance in the future, he would not hesitate to go through fire and water for him. The next day, Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin spent the day leisurely exploring Suzhou, visiting the humble administrator's garden and wandering through shopping malls. Lu Xiaochuan made a few simple purchases, while Su Jibin bought a plethora of items to bring back for his parents, as well as for Li Yin and her family. After spending another night in Suzhou, Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin boarded the train returning to Fengyang. On the train, Su Jibin felt exhilarated. Accompanying Lu Xiaochuan on this journey had earned him over 5,000 yuan. He envisioned visiting Li Yan's home upon his return, contemplating engagements and weddings, even pondering what to name their future children. Lu Xiaochuan was positively elated. His account now boasted over 1 million, an impressive sum indeed for the 1990s. The purchasing power of $1 million back then could easily equate to over $100 million 3 decades hence. Not to mention, he had acquired properties in the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai, as well as in Suzhou and Hangzhou. He was undeniably a local magnate. Despite being in his 30s, his youthful exuberance made it impossible for him to remain unfazed. His spirits were soaring. Lu Xiaochuan began to contemplate his next steps. The past few years had coincided with a wave of layoffs and the restructuring of state-owned enterprises, yet he had no desire to involve himself in that tumult. He did not consider himself to possess the requisite business acumen or managerial skills, nor did he have the necessary connections. The modest sum he had would hardly suffice and could easily be lost in such ventures. Even if he were to fortuitously grow a successful enterprise, he would still be vulnerable to the predatory gaze of capital. While he had the ability to generate wealth, he was not necessarily equipped to safeguard it. Avoiding factories and traditional businesses did not preclude him from entrepreneurship. He could still pursue his original field. Lu Xiaochuan was well acquainted with the education and training sector. And more importantly, it was a light asset industry, nimble and less susceptible to being devoured by capital. Thus, he resolved to find a suitable location upon his return to establish a tutoring center. Bingu, upon my return, I plan to start a tutoring center and would like to recruit Sister Lian. Your soy sauce factory seems to be barely surviving with meager wages. You might as well resign and join me, he proposed. Su Zhibin, upon returning from Shanghai, found his own job less appealing and deemed Lu Xiaochuan's suggestion worthy of consideration. All right, Xiaochuan, I will discuss this with my parents. I believe they will agree. Su Zhibin was a dutiful son, always seeking his parents' counsel, yet he did not follow blindly. The two conversed enthusiastically, and that evening, Su Zhibin, invigorated by their discussions, remained awake, restless with anticipation. Both men carried substantial sums in their pockets, causing him to feel uneasy. When Lu Xiaochuan awakened the next day, he noticed Su Zhibin's dark circles under his eyes, urging him to catch up on sleep. By the afternoon of June 6th, the two finally disembarked, setting foot on the land of Fengyang, their hearts finally at ease. Lu Xiaochuan could not help but exclaim inwardly, the local magnate has returned. Chapter 50. The blunder of Boss Xia. After merely one night of rest at home, Lu Xiaochuan promptly returned to the tutoring center the following day, which fortuitously fell on a Sunday. He had already delayed classes for 2 consecutive weekends, yet thankfully, neither the students nor their parents had raised any concerns. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to teaching, even extending the class by half an hour. With only a few students remaining, he had ample time. Fang Tongtong was also present for the class. Zheng Yanhong held Lu Xiaochuan in high regard. Despite his newfound wealth, he remained committed to teaching, a dedication that would likely have dwindled in others' cases. Lu Xiaochuan's professional ethics were indeed commendable. During the lesson, Lu Xiaochuan arranged with Zheng Yanhong to withdraw funds from the construction bank the following day. Large withdrawals required prior appointment, but he was fortunate enough to have secured a meeting with the bank's president, a privilege afforded by his circumstances. On Monday morning, Lu Xiaochuan visited the construction bank, gifting Zheng Yanhong a set of cosmetics purchased in Suzhou. He repaid a loan of 20,000 and withdrew 150,000, placing the cash into a tote bag before hailing a taxi to Taliju restaurant. The restaurant business is thriving, yet it has already been posted for transfer. The situation regarding the rental is uncertain, and it remains unsold. Boss Wang has begun to pass the time idly, irrespective of whether the property will be transferred. He plans to cease operations when the rent expires at the end of July. Lu Xiaochuan sought out Zhao Lijun, repaying him 3,000 yuan, and casually tossed him a cigarette and a set of cosmetics intended for Wang Jing. You've struck it rich, haven't you, Xiaochuan? Zhao Lijun inquired, intrigued. Cousin, I told you so, yet you still doubt me. If you had come with me to the Magic City, you too would have prospered. Forget it. I lack the fortune for such ventures. I shall continue to earn my salary honestly. However, after July, I must seek new employment. As Boss Wang has approached Boss Xia next door, who stated he will not rent to him any longer due to plans for expanding his shop, Zhao Lijun sighed. Has Boss Xia purchased the house? Lu Xiaochuan asked, astonished. I'm not sure, but probably. Otherwise, how could Boss Wang have approached him about renting? Zhao Lijun replied. Cousin, I have some matters to attend to. I will return shortly, Lu Xiaochuan remarked, then hurried off, turning at the corner to head to the agency. Pondering how the original landlord could be so unscrupulous, having accepted his deposit only to sell it to someone else. Noticing his sudden departure, Zhao Lijun thought, why is this kid so reckless? Upon arriving at the agency, Lu Xiaochuan explained the situation, and the agent was equally perplexed, promptly contacting the landlord. If this transaction fell through, the agent would lose their commission. Shortly thereafter, Professor Zhang, the landlord, arrived, chuckling upon hearing the news. I did not sell it to him. Did Boss Xia think he could secure the property with his offer of 120,000? It's quite amusing. It turned out to be a misunderstanding, and Lu Xiaochuan was relieved. With the landlord present, Lu Xiaochuan showed him the money, and the agent accompanied them to the property bureau to complete the transfer, where the final payment of 135,000 yuan was made. along with an agency fee of 2,800 yuan. Everyone was delighted, though the only downside was that the property certificate would not be available for another month. After accompanying the landlord to the bank to deposit the funds, they took a taxi back, with Professor Zhang leading Lu Xiaochuan to Boss Xiao's convenience store to inform him that this young man is the new property owner, and the transfer has been completed. Boss Xiao was taken aback and expressed his displeasure. Professor Zhang, our rental agreement extends until the end of the year. You sold the house just like that. No worries, Boss Xiao. A sale does not nullify the lease. I will continue to rent it to you until the end of the year. Just pay me the rent for the second half of the year. Lu Xiaochuan replied with a smile. Will you continue to rent to me afterward? Boss Xiao asked weakly. I'm afraid not. I have other plans for the property. Considering your long-term tenancy, I'll allow you an additional month for free, and I will reclaim the property by the end of January next year. That gives you ample time to find another place, Lu Xiaochuan reassured him. Boss Xia, resigned, had no choice but to agree. The property had already been transferred. And what could he do? Resorting to petty tactics would likely not intimidate Lu Xiaochuan. Apart from regret, there was little he could do. Exiting Boss Xiao's shop, Lu Xiaochuan whispered a few words to Professor Zhang before they both entered the Tally restaurant. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan accompany the homeowner, Boss Wang did not dwell on it, assuming it was merely a coincidence. Professor Zhang promptly informed him that the property had already been sold, and any subsequent rental discussions would need to be addressed with the new owner. Boss Wang of Tally Restaurant had mentally prepared himself and remarked, I have already spoken with Boss Xia. He does not intend to lease it to me, as he plans to expand his convenience store into a supermarket. Huh. He is not the new owner. Why should that concern him? Professor Zhang chuckled. Was it not sold to him? Boss Wang inquired, perplexed. Of course not. He could not meet the asking price. I sold it to someone else. You may negotiate the renewal of the lease with the new owner. There should be no issues. Professor Zhang replied. The patrons of the restaurant were elated. This meant the establishment could remain operational, sparing them the need to seek new employment, as they were quite content working there. However, Boss Wang stated, never mind, I am rather fatigued. Over the years, I have earned a decent sum. With this money, I can return to my hometown and enjoy a comfortable life. It is better to transfer the business. The rent can likely be negotiated more easily. Everyone understood Boss Wang's sentiments. He had accumulated nearly 100,000 over the years. Returning to the countryside, he would not be exactly the wealthiest in the village, but he would be close enough. He could engage in farming or fruit cultivation without excessive worry or toil. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan interjected, Boss Wang, your restaurant business is thriving. Since you wish to transfer it, why not offer it to my cousin? Boss Wang furrowed his brow, unsure why Lu Xiaochuan had interjected, yet he refrained from commenting. Considering Zhao Lijun's reputation, Zhao Lijun, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Xiaochuan, please do not speak foolishly. What do I have to transfer it with? Moreover, we have yet to meet the new owner, and we cannot predict whether they will continue renting it out. What if they intend to purchase it for their own business? Professor Zhang chuckled and said, I forgot to mention, this young man is indeed the new owner. I sold the property to him, and the transfer has already been completed. The room fell silent, the patrons frozen in disbelief. Zhao Lijun stuttered, Xiaochuan, you bought this house? Yes, cousin, did I not mention? I made a modest fortune in Shanghai. The property title has not yet been issued, but I needed Professor Zhang to verify my claim, Lu Xiaochuan explained. Boss Wang mused. A modest fortune? I have worked in this restaurant for years and could never afford this property. How on earth did this young man suddenly acquire such wealth? With the situation clarified, Professor Zhang took his leave. Lu Xiaochuan addressed Boss Wang, saying, if you wish to continue, I will rent it to you. However, if you are considering transferring it, let my cousin take over. After all, he is your brother-in-law, and it would be best to keep the benefits within the family. Chapter 51. Boss Zhao takes over Tally Restaurant. Boss Wang clearly understood that Lu Xiaochuan intended for Zhao Lijun to take over, and he was willing to accommodate this wish, allowing him to secure a sum of money in the process. He had not signed a long-term lease with the previous owner, and the drawbacks of that decision were now manifesting. In the midst of a conversation, Lu Xiaochuan remarked that if he were to not renew the lease for Zhao Lijun, he would be unable to redeem even a single cent, ultimately resorting to selling furniture and kitchenware as scrap. Boss Wang, direct and unambiguous, stated, I initially invested over 10,000 in these tables, chairs, and kitchen utensils, not to mention the considerable expense for the 2 refrigerators, which altogether amounts to over 20,000. Since Li Jun and my sister Wang Jing are now in a relationship, I won't ask for much. If you can give me 15,000, I'll transfer everything to you. What do you say? Having worked for several years in this establishment, Zhao Lijun recognized that Boss Wang's pricing was indeed reasonable, as others would likely demand at least 20,000. However, he found himself unable to muster the 15,000 required. He turned to Lu Xiaochuan and said, I don't have enough money. I can lend you some, Lu Xiaochuan replied. I currently have 10,000, and I can borrow more later from the bank. There's no need to withdraw more. I have a bit left, which will suffice. Zhao Lijun had saved some money from his years as a chef. Once the agreement was reached, Boss Wang decided to allow Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing to continue managing the restaurant for a few more days while they completed the transfer paperwork at the business administration office. After that, he and his wife departed, leaving the other staff to continue their work as usual. Aside from the change in ownership, everything remained unchanged. As Lu Xiaochuan took his leave, Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing accompanied him outside. Zhao Lijun felt somewhat dazed. Moments ago, Lu Xiaochuan had unexpectedly become the landlord, and now, under his cousin's guidance, he had taken over Boss Wang's restaurant, instantly becoming the new proprietor. The rapidity of it all left him feeling lightheaded and a little anxious. Xiaochuan, do you think I can manage this well? I hope I won't incur losses, Zhao Lijun inquired. Are you doubting your culinary skills, cousin? Upon mentioning his cooking abilities, Zhao Lijun's confidence surged. How could I? With my skills, I dare not boast too much, but in this vicinity, I am indeed among the best. Who hasn't praised my stir-fried dishes? Then that settles it. There's nothing to fear. I've run my own business before, and I know how to cook. Plus, with my sister-in-law managing the restaurant, you won't need to hire a chef, which saves on expenses. That's a significant advantage. The property is mine. If you make a profit, you can pay me rent, but if you don't, there's no obligation. Can you really lose money? Wang Jing, overhearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, felt an overwhelming sense of joy at the thought of transforming from a waitress to the boss's wife, exclaiming with sparkling eyes, exactly, with Xiaochuan's support. What is there to fear? All right, I'm committed, Zhao Lijun finally affirmed, feeling resolute and optimistic about the future. I just hope that once some people become bosses, they won't look down on others and start seeking a new wife. Wang Jing mused quietly. Don't speak nonsense. Once the restaurant is running smoothly, I'll come to your family to propose, all right? Zhao Lijun responded, accustomed to such banter. Wang Jing, undeterred, joyfully replied, you better keep your word. Xiaochuan, bear witness to this. Rest assured, sister-in-law, my cousin is fortunate to have found such a virtuous wife as you. P.S. Truly blessed. If he were to replace you, I would return home and inform my uncle, and he would surely break his legs. Lu Xiaochuan pounded his chest in assurance. Now are you at ease? Someone has vouched for you. What more is there to fear? Zhao Lijun teased. Does this mean I can dine here without spending a penny, Madam Boss? Lu Xiaochuan jested. Why would family spend money? The Tally restaurant shall forever offer complimentary meals to Xiaochuan. Simply tell my sister-in-law what you desire, and it shall be fulfilled. Wang Jing felt an overwhelming joy, akin to savoring an ice pop on the hottest summer day. Very well, this noon, I shall indulge in braised oxtail. Lu Xiaochuan naturally made no qualms about it. All right, Chef Zhao, the madam commands you to arrange it immediately. Wang Jing promptly assumed the air of authority befitting a proprietor. After the meal, Lu Xiaochuan departed, leaving the subsequent matters to Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing to resolve on their own. In the afternoon, he received a page from Su Jibin. Upon returning the call, Su Jibin mentioned he wished to treat him to lunch the following day to discuss a matter, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to surmise that the issue regarding his resignation was reaching a conclusion. He first returned to his rented apartment in Anha community, where he encountered Yu Xiaomei playing outside with Hao Hao. Lu Xiaochuan entertained Hao Hao for a while and inquired of Yu Xiaomei, Sister Xiaomei, it's Monday. Why aren't you at work? Yu Xiaomei smiled wryly and sighed, sharing her predicament with Lu Xiaochuan. Their factory's performance had declined significantly, essentially bringing operations to a standstill. Although she had not been formally laid off, she had been sent home, exempted from work, albeit with only a meager 10% of her salary, which was often delayed. Lu Xiaochuan recognized that the wave of layoffs was imminent. It was an inevitable historical trend. Although he was aware of it early on, he could do little but observe, powerless to effect change. The next day at noon, he arrived at the noodle shop Su Jibin had chosen. Li Yin was also present. As soon as he settled in, she whispered, Xiaochuan, have you struck it rich? It seems Su Jibin had already briefed Li Yin about the events in the metropolis, leaving no room for concealment. Yes, I've made a bit of money, Lu Xiaochuan replied. Just a bit? I've heard you've purchased several properties. Surely you've earned a fortune in the hundreds of thousands. It was evident that Su Jibin was under the influence of his wife, as he had divulged everything clearly. Something like that, Lu Xiaochuan responded evasively. Wow, Li Yin nearly exclaimed, suddenly realizing her voice was too loud, and quickly lowered her tone. You are already a millionaire. Don't forget to bring me along next time there's such an opportunity. Sister Li Yin, this opportunity is a once-in-a-century occurrence, and I merely stumbled upon it. However, I can help you prosper, though it won't be in a way that leads to sudden wealth, Lu Xiaochuan clarified. Li Yin understood the truth of his words. Indeed, such chances were rare, and even when they arose, how many dared to invest their savings in such endeavors? She then asked, so, what do you intend to do next? I plan to open a tutoring class, which is within our expertise. I would like to enlist your and Brother Bin's assistance. May I inquire how the discussions with him have progressed? Lu Xiaochuan turned to Su Jibin for an update. My parents were initially opposed to the idea, but upon showing them the 5,000 yuan you provided, along with a photograph of Li Yin, they promptly consented. I explained that if I worked at the soy sauce factory, earning that meager salary, I would have no prospects for a romantic partner. At this point, Su Jibin felt a bit embarrassed. Chapter 52. Entrepreneurial plans. Upon hearing Su Jibin use himself as an excuse, Li Yin shot him a disapproving glance. I never complained about your low salary before, so don't make me the scapegoat. I understand. I'm merely trying to persuade my parents, he replied. But I must put you in a difficult position. Don't you also wish for me to assist Xiaochuan? That is true. By the way, Xiaochuan, when shall we commence? Perhaps I should go to Principal Wang next week and resign. Li Yin expressed her eagerness. Lu Xiaochuan quickly interjected, no need to rush, sisterly. You can wait until after the summer break to resign. The summer is the busiest season for tutoring classes. If I lure you away, it wouldn't be fair to Principal Wang. Let us set up the groundwork here first, and when the new semester begins, you can join us. We'll have you as the principal. After all, we've been calling you Principal Li for a reason. Su Jibin inquired about the significance of Principal Li, and Lu Xiaochuan suddenly recalled it was related to Li Yin's previous matchmaking experience, which he deemed inappropriate to discuss. However, Li Yin openly recounted the story, prompting Su Jibin to chuckle along. Xiaochuan, should I also postpone my resignation for a while? Is there anything you need me to do? Su Jibin asked. Brother Bing, the sooner you resign, the better. First, help me find a suitable property, whether to purchase or rent. Once we secure a venue, you can manage the simple renovations and acquire desks and chairs. Meanwhile, I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Once everything is in order, we can begin hiring teachers. As soon as the staff is in place, we'll start recruiting students, and by then, Sister Li should be ready to join us, Lu Xiaochuan elaborated, conveying his requirements for the property to Su Jibin. In reality, many tutoring classes at this stage operate without proper licenses. They merely rent residential spaces and convert a few rooms into classrooms. As long as no one reports them, they generally go unnoticed. However, to grow and thrive, it is essential to establish a legitimate storefront. Lu Xiaochuan naturally aimed for a reputable establishment, requiring approvals from education, commerce, taxation, and fire safety departments, which would take some time. The first step was to finalize the location. All right, I understand, Xiaochuan. I will resign tomorrow, Su Jibin readily agreed. With arrangements settled, Lu Xiaochuan contemplated returning to his hometown. Having earned a substantial amount of money, it was time to return in glory. No one wishes to live in obscurity. Though not overly ostentatious, bringing some funds back to honor his parents and improve their living conditions was paramount. Considering he still had classes over the weekend and needed to return home for the exam next week, Lu Xiaochuan resolved to endure a few more days. Once the weekend classes concluded, he scheduled an appointment with Zheng Yanhong to withdraw funds. On Monday morning, he went to the bank and withdrew 100,000 yuan, concealing it in a military green bag along with a few books for cover, and boarded the train back home. The train arrived at Xinfeng County in the afternoon. Lu Xiaochuan, eager to return home, spent 10 yuan to take a motorcycle taxi that swiftly transported him to Liutuan. His mother, Zhao Cuiping, was aware that this week was crucial for examinations and had anticipated Lu Xiaochuan's return, though she did not expect him to arrive so early. Naturally, she felt joy upon seeing her son return. Upon entering the house, he noticed his father, Lu Jinyu, sitting on the edge of the Kong, smoking and appearing rather sullen. Lu Xiaochuan promptly inquired, Dad, what is the matter? Lu Jinyu remained silent, and Zhao Cuiping explained, it's just that the Zhang family next door is renovating their house. They are building a new home that is taller than ours, which has displeased your father. He went to confront them, but they did not respond kindly. Hence his gloomy demeanor. According to the traditions of the older generation, when a house is built taller, it is customary to notify the neighbors. Zhang Jiping is truly inconsiderate. Lu Jinyu lamented. Lu Xiaochuan understood that his father was not entirely justified in this matter. Such customs were merely conventional and had become obsolete. Nowadays, houses were generally built higher, and it was a matter of wealth. Whoever had the means could construct as they wished. Nevertheless, Lu Jinyu held a different view. As a son, despite his father's lack of rationale, Lu Xiaochuan felt compelled to alleviate his father's discontent. I will go next door and have a word with Zhang Jiping. You mustn't go. Don't provoke another argument. Zhao Cuiping quickly intervened. Rest assured, Mother, I am no longer a child, Lu Xiaochuan retorted, disregarding Zhao Cuiping's objections as he stepped outside. In the yard, he indeed noticed that the new house of Zhang Jiping had already taken shape, something he had not paid much attention to before. Approaching the neighboring house, he found Zhang Jiping and a few laborers seated in the courtyard, sipping tea. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, they greeted him. Ah, Xiaochuan, you're back. Yes, Brother Jiping. I just got home. Your new house is impressive, so grand, Lu Xiaochuan remarked. Zhang Jiping felt a twinge of discomfort at his words. Suspecting that Lu Xiaochuan had come to defend his father, he replied, Xiaochuan, you know I can't build my house as low as the previous one. If Uncle Jinyu doesn't understand this, I still have to proceed, don't you think? Brother Jiping, this is not your fault. It's merely the customs of the older generation. Nowadays, who still adheres to such rules? Whoever has the money builds higher. As long as it does not encroach upon someone else's yard, no one can object. My father holds on to old beliefs, so you need not heed him. Zhang Jiping was taken aback by Lu Xiaochuan's response and chuckled. Indeed, young people have a different perspective. Xiaochuan, You are far more open-minded than your father. Come, sit down and have some tea. After sipping a cup of tea and exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly asked, Brother Jiping, if my family were to build a house taller than yours in the future, would that trouble you? How could it? As long as you have the means. Build as you wish, even a 2-story house is fine, as long as it doesn't infringe upon my property, Zhang Jiping replied with a smile. With your assurance, I feel at ease. There are many witnesses here today, Lu Xiaochuan declared. Certainly, if you have the funds, feel free to build without worry. I guarantee there will be no objections from my side, Zhang Jiping assured, patting his chest. Lu Xiaochuan exchanged a few casual words before departing. As he exited Zhang Jiping's courtyard, he overheard the group discussing him. This young lad, still lacking maturity, went to the provincial capital to work and has seemingly forgotten his roots, boasting endlessly while neglecting last year's financial debacle. He is still in debt and now claims he wants to build a house. As if constructing a house is an easy feat. My own westward room has cost over 10,000, nearing 20. The others present chuckled in agreement. Upon returning home, Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping felt relieved to see that Lu Xiaochuan had avoided any confrontation. They inquired, what did Zhang Jiping say? What else could he say? Are we to deny him the opportunity to build a house? Lu Xiaochuan replied with a smile. Why did you visit him then? I thought you were going to argue with him again. He laughed. Argue? Whoever has the means should build. Father, if you wish to vent your frustrations, it's simple. We can build our own house. Lu Jinyu shot him a glare. What do we have to build with? With mere words? You return and immediately vex me. Chapter 53. Our family is wealthy. Seeing his father's anger, Lu Xiaochuan quickly grabbed his backpack. Don't fret, father, I have money. He opened his bag to reveal 10 bundles of cash. Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping's eyes widened in shock, their mouths agape. Lu Jinyu jumped off the bed and rushed to shut the outside door, then asked, where did you get this money? Have you been led astray? After much effort, Lu Xiaochuan clarified that he had been in the bustling metropolis, securing investment certificates and earning hundreds of thousands. He refrained from mentioning he had made over 1 million, fearing it might overwhelm his parents. Even with the mention of hundreds of thousands, his parents remained skeptical. In a bid to convince them, he mentioned his cousin Zhao Lijun's recent purchase of a house in Fengyang, suggesting they could verify this by calling Zhao Lijun. Lu Jinyu hurriedly instructed Lu Xiaochuan to stow the money back into his backpack and hide it beneath neatly folded blankets. He urged Zhao Cuiping to contact her nephew, Zhao Lijun, for confirmation. 10 minutes later, Zhao Cuiping returned, closing the door behind her and revealing a suppressed smile. She nodded vigorously at Lu Jinyu, who then began to believe that their son had truly struck it rich. Lu Xiaochuan produced his backpack again, laying the money out on the bed, and handed Lu Jinyu 60,000. Father, here are 60,000. Take 10 to settle our debts with Uncle Da, Uncle Air, and Aunt. The remainder shall be used to build our house. This time, let us construct a 2-story building, taller than Zhang Jiping's, so you can finally feel vindicated. Noticing Lu Jinyu's silence, Lu Xiaochuan continued, with the remaining 50,000, I plan to return 10,000 to Zhang Chao, as I borrowed 5,000 from him to start my business and should repay him more. Then, I intend to visit my elder sister to return her betrothal money and offer her a little extra. The rest, I plan to spend tomorrow in the county purchasing electrical appliances for our home. You may have become wealthy, but you mustn't squander it, my son. You need to save some for your future bride. Zhao Cuiping interjected hastily. Lu Xiaochuan comforted, rest assured. Mother, I have 100,000 saved in the provincial bank, ample for my university education and to marry a wife. Additionally, I still earn a considerable sum each month. Lu Jinyu replied, we cannot construct a 2-story building. That would be too ostentatious. No family in Liutuan has built a 2-story house. Let us spend 30,000 to erect a spacious 5-room bungalow. The remainder should be saved, and we could allocate part of it to purchase a few cattle for raising. Very well, you and my mother can decide. I shall visit Zhang Chao's home first. With that, Lu Xiaochuan pocketed a bundle of money and departed. Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping remained in the house, exchanging glances, both feeling as though they were in a dream. Their youngest son had returned from the provincial capital after a year, suddenly affluent, bringing back such a substantial amount of money. Mother, pinch me to see if this is real. Oh, don't pinch so hard, it really hurts. Eventually, Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping were convinced of the reality, hastily hiding the money in a cupboard. They closed the door and sat on the kong, beginning to devise their plans. Upon arriving at Zhang Chao's home, Lu Xiaochuan found the family enjoying dinner. They warmly invited him to join, and Lu Xiaochuan recalled that upon arriving home, he had been so preoccupied with sharing news of his newfound wealth that his mother had not yet prepared dinner. He accepted their hospitality without hesitation. After dinner, Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao retreated to Zhang Chao's room, where Lu Xiaochuan produced 10,000 yuan and handed it to him. Zhang Chao, do you remember our earlier conversation about purchasing subscription certificates in the magical city? I made a fortune reselling them, and I must thank you for lending me the 5,000 yuan back then. Hence, I am returning you 10,000 today. Do not think me ungrateful. Xiaochuan, we both understand the nature of that 5,000 yuan. Without you, I wouldn't have even managed 500. Since you have become prosperous, I would be content with the 5,000 you're returning. I could not possibly ask for more. Zhang Chao quickly declined. Are we really going to talk about this between brothers? If you consider me a brother, take it. You are planning to engage in livestock farming, right? Next time I return, I'll invest a few more thousand. Just consider it a loan from me. However, you must help me keep my fortune a secret. I do not want the villagers to know. You should say that the extra 5,000 is still a loan, or I shall surely not keep it. Zhang Chao, with his stubborn temperament, acquiesced. Very well, however you wish to approach it. You're becoming increasingly obstinate. By the way, accompany me to the county tomorrow. I need to purchase some items. All right, I'll come over after breakfast, Zhang Chao agreed. Upon returning from Zhang Chao's house, Lu Xiaochuan found that his mother, Zhao Cuiping, had prepared dinner. Upon learning that he had already eaten at Zhang Chao's, she insisted he eat a little more. Lu Xiaochuan, feeling helpless, joined his parents for another meal. After dinner, as they poured tea, the family locked the door and settled on the Kong to chat. Lu Xiaochuan recounted some of his experiences in the magical city and his work in Fengyang, of course, only sharing the joyous tales and omitting any mention of the dangers he faced, such as being cut while acting heroically or being followed in the magical city. His parents listened intently, astonished by the myriad of experiences their son had encountered over the past year, most importantly, the substantial wealth he had accrued. Eventually, Lu Xiaochuan, yawning profusely, retreated to his room to sleep. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping, still brimming with excitement, found themselves unable to sleep, lying on the Kong and chatting endlessly. The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan rose with a sense of vitality. Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping, for the first time, indulged in a leisurely morning. Not wishing to urge his mother to prepare breakfast, Lu Xiaochuan completed his morning routine and stepped outside, taking a stroll around the hills behind the village. Standing atop the hill, he gazed at the fields below, where the corn seedlings had just sprouted to a height of 2 feet. It was the season for tilling, and many villagers had risen early, wielding their hoes to labor in the fields, quickly transforming the landscape into a bustling scene of activity. Upon returning home, he found his mother busy cooking breakfast while his father fed the cattle. After their meal, his father, Lu Jinyu, eschewed work in the fields, eagerly taking some money and riding the family's sole bicycle to visit Lu Xiaochuan's 2 uncles and aunt to repay debts. The burden of owing money was unpleasant, and now that he had funds, Lu Jinyu was keen to settle his debts without delay. Zhao Cuiping reminded Lu Jinyu to ride cautiously and be mindful of safety, as well as to secure the money properly. Lu Jinyu reciprocated her concern, advising her to keep an eye on the house and refrain from working in the fields, especially given the substantial amount of money at home. Observing his parents' interactions, Lu Xiaochuan felt a surge of happiness, reflecting on how fortunate it was to be reborn. Such scenes had once seemed unattainable in his past life. Before long, Zhang Chao arrived, and Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao walked to Shida town. Upon reaching the town, unwilling to wait for a bus, they hailed a motorcycle taxi to the county seat. Arriving in the county, their first stop was the department store, where Lu Xiaochuan intended to make significant purchases. Chapter 54. The eldest sister's family. The winds of reform had swept across northeast China, and the county seat was now bustling with shops. Nevertheless, the department store remained the largest, where townsfolk still flocked for major purchases. Lu Xiaochuan led Zhang Chao to the electronics section, intent on buying 2 color televisions, one for his own household and another as a gift for his elder sister's family. Upon hearing of Lu Xiaochuan's plan to purchase 2 televisions, Zhang Chao was intrigued. With the 10,000 yuan Lu Xiaochuan had gifted him, he too desired a television. Recognizing it as a significant asset that might ease his search for a partner. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chao decided against consulting his father and opted to make the purchase immediately. He hadn't yet mentioned the money to his family, unsure of how to explain it. Thus, it seemed prudent to buy the television and clarify matters later. As the 2 young men sought to acquire 3 televisions, the manager of the department store personally attended to them. Bargaining was out of the question, as the prices were fixed and non-negotiable. However, Lu Xiaochuan made a request for the manager to arrange a delivery vehicle to bring their purchases to their doorstep. In light of the 3 21-inch televisions, the manager acquiesced, dispatching a small delivery truck from the store. Without further ado, Lu Xiaochuan also procured rice, flour, oil, and other daily necessities, arranging for them to be delivered as well. After settling the bill and securing the goods, the manager enthusiastically inquired if the young men required anything else. He was taken aback by the apparent wealth of this youthful lad, who, despite looking like a student, seemed to possess a fortune, leaving the manager to wonder about his family's background. Lu Xiaochuan caught sight of a row of motorcycles displayed on the first floor of the department store, instantly piquing his interest. He promptly purchased a Happiness 125 for just over 10,000. Zhang Chao, noticing Lu Xiaochuan's new acquisition, felt an overwhelming sense of envy, pondering to himself how fortunate Xiaochuan had become. Xiaochuan, do you know how to ride a motorcycle? Of course, I learned in Fengyang. It's quite simple, really. Then you must teach me when you return home. Once I earn some money, I will buy one too. No problem. Given our relationship, what's mine is yours. In the future, this motorcycle can stay at my place for my dad to ride, and you can borrow it whenever you wish, but no one else. Lu Xiaochuan readily agreed. With Zhang Chao seated in the department store's vehicle, Lu Xiaochuan took the lead on his motorcycle. Their first destination was Shuangmiao village in Hechuan town, home to Lu Xiaochuan's elder sister. Hechuan town borders Shida town and lies not far from the county seat. Lu Xiaochuan filled up the motorcycle with gas. And he couldn't help but remark on the current affordability of gasoline. After half an hour, he arrived at Shuangmiao village but had forgotten the location of his sister's home, as he hadn't visited often in his previous life. "Excuse me, could you tell me where Wang Guangxing lives?" Lu Xiaochuan inquired of an elderly woman gathering firewood at her doorstep. "Are you a relative of his?" "Yes, I am his brother-in-law." How could a brother-in-law not know where his sister's husband resides? The old woman, though puzzled, nonetheless provided him directions. "You'll want to head straight. It's the third house in the second-to-last alley at the village entrance. The wooden door adorned with a red double happiness character is his." Lu Xiaochuan expressed his gratitude and rode forward, soon locating the second house in the second row at the village entrance, indeed marked with the auspicious symbol. His brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, was skilled in woodworking, a family trade, yet in the rural setting, he primarily focused on farming. The main door of his own home was well crafted, and after a year of marriage, the red character still adorned it, albeit faded by the elements. Lu Xiaochuan pushed the door, which creaked open, revealing a yard where a dog was tethered, barking excitedly at his arrival. The commotion roused those inside. Lu Xiaoyan was preparing a meal and emerged upon hearing the dog, only to find her younger brother, Lu Xiaochuan, standing at the threshold. "Xiaochuan, what brings you here? Where did you borrow this motorcycle?" Lu Xiaoyan's tone was cool and unwelcoming. Lu Xiaochuan understood her demeanor. Having caused trouble for the family last year, his sister Lu Xiaoyan had seen her bride price withheld by their father, undoubtedly leaving her displeased. Noticing her slightly rounded belly, it dawned on him that she had indeed become pregnant shortly after their marriage. "Sister, may I come in to talk?" Lu Xiaoyan swiftly restrained her large yellow dog, allowing Lu Xiaochuan to bring the motorcycle inside. After all, he was her brother, and it would be unkind to turn him away. Upon entering, Lu Xiaochuan found his sister's mother-in-law tending to the fire, while his brother-in-law and sister's father-in-law were presumably out working in the fields. Lu Xiaochuan greeted Wang Dinyang, who nodded in acknowledgement. He got straight to the point. "Sister, I've been working and have earned some money. I'm here today to repay you." To dispel any doubts, Lu Xiaochuan immediately produced 5,000 yuan, presenting it to his sister, adding that the extra 2,000 served as compensation for her. Lu Xiaoyan was taken aback by the situation. She had heard that her younger brother had been working away for a year, but she never anticipated he had actually earned money and had come today to repay her. Gazing at the cash in Lu Xiaochuan's hands, she hesitated, uncertain whether to accept it. Her mother-in-law remarked, "Oh, Xiaoyan, your brother is repaying you, so you should accept it. However, just keep 3,000. You mustn't take too much from your brother. Xiaochuan will need to marry in the future." "Madam Wang, that won't do. The extra 2,000 is a gift for my future nephew. It must be accepted. I've also purchased several items that will be delivered shortly." Lu Xiaochuan insisted, forcefully placing the money into his sister's hands. "What? You've bought things? How much can you earn from your job?" Lu Xiaoyan asked, bewildered. It was difficult to explain in just a few sentences, but the gist was that her brother had indeed struck it rich. "Xiaoyan, don't leave Xiaochuan standing there. Hurry. Let us go inside. I'll call your father and husband back quickly," Madame Wang said, relieved that her daughter-in-law had accepted the money. She hadn't expected that her son-in-law, whom she hadn't seen in a year, had achieved such success. She quickly rushed out to fetch her husband and son to properly entertain their guest. Once inside, Lu Xiaochuan began to recount the tale of his newfound wealth, leaving Lu Xiaoyan somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, she grasped one essential truth. Her brother had indeed prospered. She felt genuine happiness for him. Previously, she had felt ashamed due to her brother's circumstances, often reprimanded by her mother-in-law without the courage to retort. Now, with her brother's success, she could hold her head high. Before long, Wang Guangxing and his father returned home. They had already heard from their mother about the remarkable occurrence. Her brother-in-law had returned the bride price that had been withheld by their father-in-law, plus an additional 2,000. Wang Guangxing could hardly believe it, and upon arriving home, he was astonished to see a brand new motorcycle parked in the yard. As they entered the house, they greeted Lu Xiaochuan warmly. Madame Wang insisted on preparing more dishes, inviting Lu Xiaochuan to stay for dinner. At that moment, a horn sounded from outside. Lu Xiaochuan recognized that the delivery truck from the department store had arrived and called his brother-in-law to help carry the goods. Wang Guangxing followed Lu Xiaochuan outside, where he spotted a small truck parked at the alley's entrance, loaded with 3 large color televisions, as well as bags of rice, flour, and oil. Just as he was about to take a bag of rice from Lu Xiaochuan, he heard his brother-in-law ask him to help with the televisions. Chapter 55. Astonishing the village. Wang Guangxing was bewildered, thinking he must have misheard. Lu Xiaochuan, smiling, encouraged him. "What are you standing there for, brother-in-law? One of these televisions is my gift to you." "No, Xiaochuan, this is too much." "Absolutely not. I can't accept this television." "Brother-in-law, please don't refuse. If you truly wish to thank me, treating my sister well is far more meaningful than anything else." Rest assured, if I treat your sister poorly in any way, you may hold me accountable, Wang Guangxing nearly swore. Zhang Chao had already climbed out of the passenger seat, helping Wang Guangxing unload the television, while Lu Xiaochuan carried the rice, flour, and oil behind them. Upon witnessing Wang Guangxing carrying a color television into the house, the elderly Wang couple was taken aback. They were astonished, first by the considerable fortune Lu Xiaochuan must have acquired, and second by the remarkable generosity displayed by the young man. After unloading the goods, as Lu Xiaochuan prepared to leave, the family insisted that he stay for dinner. However, the department store's driver was still waiting outside. Zhang Chao suggested, "How about this, Xiaochuan? I will take the driver back first. You can ride your motorcycle, which is faster, and return home after enjoying a meal." Reluctantly, Lu Xiaochuan agreed to let Zhang Chao and the driver leave, and he remained for dinner. The meal was modest, and Wang Dage requested Wang Guangxing to fetch some liquor. But Lu Xiaochuan intervened, advising that it would be wise to refrain from drinking since he would be riding his motorcycle. There would be plenty of opportunities to indulge in the future. The conversation then shifted to the plans for building a house in the coming days. Wang Dage immediately remarked, "Guangxing, if your father-in-law is building a house, you should cease your fieldwork. I can manage the little land myself. You should return with Xiaochuan to offer your counsel. And you can help out with the carpentry as well." Wang Dama also chimed in, "Xiaoyan is pregnant, so she should not return to her family. She can rest here. And I will take good care of her." Lu Xiaochuan understood that this was the result of the extra money he had given, coupled with the gift of the television. He replied, "Wang Dage, I also need to finish plowing my land before starting construction. It won't be for at least another half-month. Let my brother-in-law help you at home for a couple of days. He can also help organize family matters, and then go in a few days." "All right. I shall wait a couple of days then." Wang Guangxing was keen to stay home a while longer, especially to set up the newly acquired large television and indulge in a few days of enjoyment. "Fine, let us heed Xiaochuan's advice. You can go in a couple of days," Wang Laojie decisively concluded. After a simple meal, Lu Xiaochuan took his leave and rode his motorcycle back to Liutuan, where Zhang Chao was already waiting with a small truck. At that moment, it was lunchtime, and villagers were returning home with their hoes for a meal. Upon observing the scene, many gathered to watch, and some even lent a hand with the unloading. Just then, Lu Xiaochuan returned on his motorcycle, and everyone knew that Lu Jin's youngest son had struck it rich. Curiosity stirred among the villagers as they wondered how he had earned such wealth in just a year of working away from home. Thankfully, Lu Xiaochuan's gender spared him from any suspicion of engaging in illicit activities. Little did they know. Some speculated that perhaps he had caught the eye of a wealthy young lady in the city and had been invited to join her family. Uncle Lu Jinxing also arrived to assist with the unloading. Spotting him, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Uncle, please take a portion of this rice, flour, and oil back home. I bought these for you. Additionally, these 2 cans of milk powder are for my grandmother." Hearing this, Lu Jinxing joyfully carried the goods home. When his wife saw him returning with the items, she inquired, and upon learning they were gifts from Lu Xiaochuan, she began to praise him. However, upon hearing about the motorcycle and television, her admiration turned to envy, leaving her feeling quite dissatisfied. Lu Jinxing, knowing his wife's disposition, felt helpless. He was pleased that his nephew had prospered, yet the $100+ spent on rice, flour, and oil seemed to go unappreciated by her. Lu Xiaochuan parked his motorcycle in the courtyard, attracting a considerable crowd of onlookers. Others in the village, who were also affluent, had purchased motorcycles, and everyone was curious about the approximate cost. They inquired about Lu Xiaochuan's employment, marveling at his newfound wealth. Lu Xiaochuan, naturally, had his narrative, claiming he had acted out of righteousness, encountered a benefactor, and engaged in a small business, which had yielded him a modest profit. After sharing this, he retrieved the certificate of bravery issued by the Yingquan police station to show to the crowd. People began to express their admiration for Lu Xiaochuan's valor, believing that good deeds are rewarded. Some remarked that they had always seen potential in him, and indeed, he had struck it rich. Lu Xiaochuan then produced a pack of Hongtong Mountain cigarettes for everyone, mentioning that in a few days, when the farm work calmed down, he would need assistance from the young and old alike to build a house. Although he did not smoke, he often carried a pack for emergencies. All of this did not go unnoticed by his neighbor, Zhang Jiping, who realized that Lu Xiaochuan was not merely boasting. He began to worry that if Lu Xiaochuan's new house surpassed his own in height, it would reflect poorly on him, as he had previously boasted that he would not interfere with Lu's construction. Once Lu Xiaochuan's goods were unloaded, the driver proceeded to deliver a large television to Zhang Chao's home. It became apparent that Zhang Chao had also purchased a grand television, prompting speculation about the ease of earning money in the city, given that he too had worked there last year. Within half a day, the entire Lu village was abuzz with news of Lu Xiaochuan's success, having bought a television and a motorcycle, and now planning to build a house. Estimates of his earnings ranged from 60 to 70,000, with some claiming he had made over 100,000. Rumors circulated that he was engaged in small business ventures, while others suggested he had become a son-in-law to a wealthy family. Amidst admiration and jealousy, some criticized Lu Xiaochuan for being extravagant, questioning why he was spending money frivolously instead of saving for marriage. oblivious to the irony that he was already engaged. As the gossip grew more exaggerated through the chatter of local women, Lu Xiaochuan understood that once his new house was built, he could no longer maintain a low profile. He was unconcerned about acquiring a reputation for squandering wealth, as he had already faced such accusations in nearby villages last year. He had endured social death once before and felt no fear of it now. In fact, if people believed he was squandering money, it would deter others from borrowing. While he could ignore the envy and resentment of others, he was acutely aware of his second aunt's shallow nature. Family dynamics were the most complicated, and he wished to avoid straining relationships, especially since his second uncle and cousins were decent. Thus, he resolved to appease her with money to quell her jealousy. Lu Xiaochuan visited his second uncle's home, presenting 1,000 yuan to his second aunt. He informed her that he had established a business in the provincial city, with a stable source of income. He promised that as long as she and his second uncle took good care of their grandmother, he would send them 1,000 yuan annually. Otherwise, he would bring their grandmother to live with him and withhold the funds. He also painted a bright future for his cousins, Lu Xiaojian and Lu Xiaorong, assuring his second aunt that if they studied diligently and gained admission to university, he would cover all their expenses. His second aunt accepted the money, her eyes sparkling with joy, and she promised wholeheartedly that Lu Xiaochuan was even dearer to her than her own nephews. Lu Xiaochuan spent some time chatting with his grandmother and shared his experiences from the provincial capital with his younger cousins before returning home. Chapter 56. Attending the county examination approaching evening, Lu Jinyu returned and informed Zhao Zuiping and Lu Xiaochuan that he had repaid debts owed to several relatives. He had intended to pay back a bit more, but they refused to accept it. Fortunately, he had purchased some gifts, including cigarettes and liquor, from the supply and marketing cooperative beforehand. Lu Xiaochuan also mentioned his visit to his elder sister's home and learned that he had bought a color television for her family. Lu Jinyu praised this gesture, acknowledging it was for his own daughter, and he did not feel any regret. Seeing the large color television in his own home brought him even more joy. However, upon noticing the motorcycle in the yard, Lu Jinyu could not contain himself and remarked that his son seemed to be squandering money. After all, that motorcycle cost over 10,000 yuan. A single remark from Lu Xiaochuan halted Lu Jinyu's admonitions. Dad, I will return to the provincial capital in a few days, so you can keep the motorcycle here to ride. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to ride. It's quite easy to learn. Hearing this, Lu Jinyu's spirits lifted, and he fell silent. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, every boy has a dream of riding a motorcycle, and even an aging father should not be exempt from such desires. The following day, which was Wednesday, Lu Xiaochuan needed to go to school for the county examination. The examination venue was in the county town, and in the afternoon, the school would charter a bus to take the students to the county town, where they would stay overnight at a hotel to ensure timely attendance at the exam the next day. Lu Tun was quite close to the county town, and riding a motorcycle would take less than half an hour, but Lu Xiaochuan preferred not to make exceptions and decided to accompany Lu Xiaolong to school that morning. Lu Xiaolong insisted on riding the motorcycle to school, and unable to refuse him, Lu Xiaochuan rode to Shida town. However, instead of heading directly to school, he parked the motorcycle in the courtyard of the town government. A fellow villager, Lu Xiaobei, worked there, and with his help in watching over the motorcycle, Lu Xiaochuan felt reassured that nothing would go amiss. Lu Xiaolong was puzzled as to why Lu Xiaochuan didn't ride the motorcycle to school, thus missing out on a splendid opportunity to show off. Lu Xiaochuan repeatedly cautioned him against boasting to their classmates, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a low profile. Upon arriving at school, he first reported to his homeroom teacher, Mr. Du, who said nothing and merely instructed him to return to class. The morning classes proceeded as usual, but Lu Xiaochuan did not pay much attention. During the lunch break, he and Lu Xiaolong went to a supermarket outside the school to buy a few baked pancakes, which sufficed as their lunch. During the break, many classmates gathered around to converse with him, curious about how he managed to balance work and study. Last semester, he had performed exceptionally well, ranking among the top in the regular high school. Lu Xiaochuan could only offer casual responses, sharing anecdotes from the provincial capital that elicited laughter from his peers. Naturally, among the gathered classmates was not Xiao Mingwei. From Lu Xiaolong, he learned that Xiao Mingwei had already given up on Chen Sumei and was now involved with a girl from the first year. This individual was practicing Qigong, claiming that once he mastered it, he would seek revenge on Lu Xiaochuan, vowing to leave him searching for his teeth. However, Xiao Mingwei did not appear to provoke Lu Xiaochuan that day, suggesting that his skills had yet to be perfected. In the afternoon, the school's chartered bus arrived, and the students, with their backpacks, boarded it in succession. Lu Xiaolong hastily claimed 2 seats, conveniently situated right behind Chen Sumei. Once Lu Xiaochuan settled in, Chen Sumei turned to engage him in conversation, inquiring how much longer he intended to work outside and whether he would return to school next semester. As they would be entering their senior year, Lu Xiaochuan assured her that he would indeed return for the second semester of their senior year, though he was uncertain about the previous semester. Suddenly, he recalled that in his past life, Chen Sumei had dropped out during her senior year for reasons unknown. If this life mirrored the previous one, he might not see her again upon his return. Lu Xiaochuan felt a pang of apprehension when speaking to Chen Sumei. as it was evident she held an interest in him, yet he was not ready to reciprocate those feelings. Within an hour, the bus arrived at the Ingzhou Hotel in the county town, conveniently close to the second middle school, where all the students from Shida Town were taking their exams. After some commotion, the supervising teachers finally arranged accommodations for the students. Lu Xiaochuan was assigned to a triple room, sharing with Lu Xiaolong and another classmate, Tian Jixue. After watching television for a while, Lu Xiaochuan invited them to dinner. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, they spotted Chen Sumei and her desk mate, Xie Yuewan, also present. Lu Xiaolong, unable to contain himself, called out, "Xiaochuan is treating us to dinner. You two should join us." Lu Xiaochuan wished he could kick him for such an announcement. For he had no qualms about covering the cost, but feared Chen Sumei might misconstrue the invitation. As Chen Sumei and Xie Yuewan gazed at Lu Xiaochuan, he felt compelled to extend the invitation, smiling as he said, "An encounter is better than an invitation. Please join us, it's my treat." "Wonderful." Xie Yuewan eagerly interjected before Chen Sumei could respond, tugging her along as they all exited the hotel together. The new county town was not large. At this time, construction was yet to surge, making the town even smaller. To exaggerate slightly, one could traverse the main street in the time it takes to shell a handful of sunflower seeds. On a warm summer evening, they found a noodle shop, ordering several bowls of cold noodles and fried sauce noodles, along with a few side dishes, and each ordered a bottle of barley soda, a lavish dinner for students. As Lu Xiaochuan sat with Chen Sumei, she became surprisingly shy, focusing intently on her food without speaking, while Xie Yuewan was more animated. "You've really treated us, Lu Xiaochuan," she remarked. "What is so extravagant about this?" Lu Xiaochuan replied. "Xiaochuan has struck it rich." Lu Xiaolong chimed in, his mouth running freely until Lu Xiaochuan swiftly kicked him under the table, silencing him. "Have you truly become wealthy, Lu Xiaochuan?" Tian Jixue inquired, who had been quiet until now. "Don't mind his nonsense. I merely earned some hard-earned money, saving for university," Lu Xiaochuan clarified. "You'll surely get into college. And Sumei will too. The rest of us will be lucky to scrape by with a high school diploma," Xie Yuewan sighed. "Who are you looking down on?" Lu Xiaolong retorted playfully. "I can certainly get into a good university. Yes, you'll definitely get accepted. Your family is ready to send you any notification letter from the university." Xie Yuewan countered Lu Xiaolong with practiced ease, indicating their frequent playful banter in school. "Which school do you plan to apply to, Lu Xiaochuan?" Finally, Chen Sumei found an opportunity to speak up. "I have yet to finalize my decision. I shall await the results. I prefer not to stray too far from home and will strive to apply to schools within the provincial capital." Indeed, this sentiment resonates with Lu Xiaochuan, as he is quite familiar with Fengyang. Remaining in Fengyang would facilitate various endeavors, whether entrepreneurial or otherwise, and allow him to care for his family more conveniently. "When you select your preferences, do consult with us, Sumei. Being in the same city would enable mutual support. Sumei often speaks of you. You know," remarked Xie Yuewan mysteriously. "Even noodles can't silence your chatter." Chen Sumei retorted, her cheeks flushed. Lu Xiaochuan, wishing to evade this topic, deftly shifted the conversation elsewhere. After dinner, the group strolled for a while, and Lu Xiaochuan, noticing a familiar figure from a distance, instinctively halted his steps. Chapter 57. A Gentleman's Revenge. 10 years is not too late. Upon Lu Xiaochuan's pause, his companions inquired, "What is it, Xiaochuan?" "Nothing. I merely spotted someone who seemed familiar, but upon closer inspection, I realized I was mistaken. Let's head back." "Very well, let us return. We can review our studies this evening." "A well-prepared mind is never unwelcome," Xie Yuewan suggested. "The upcoming examination is straightforward, yet for students from ordinary high schools, particularly those with lesser academic performance, it bears significant importance as it pertains to their high school diploma. In this era, possessing a high school diploma holds considerable value. At least some factories require such qualifications, leaving those with only a middle school education at a disadvantage." Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Xiaochuan found himself in a state of turmoil. The person he had glimpsed earlier was Mu Yinghua, the very individual he had injured during a scuffle in his first year of high school. Although Mu Yinghua had only sustained minor injuries, he had exploited the influence of his father, the deputy director of the Education Bureau, to extort money from Lu Xiaochuan and others, while also pressuring the school to expel Lu Xiaochuan from the county high school. It could be said that Mu Yinghua was a pivotal factor in the tragedy of Lu Xiaochuan's former life, if not the principal architect of it. Yet, Lu Xiaochuan currently lacks the means to confront Mu Yinghua's father. Despite being merely a deputy director at the county level, he remains beyond Lu Xiaochuan's reach. This vendetta, for now, remains unavenged. Of course, with Lu Xiaochuan's current financial capabilities, it would be feasible to hire a few individuals to confront Mu Yinghua or even inflict significant harm upon him. However, Lu Xiaochuan is resolute in avoiding such tactics. He aspires to one day triumph over his adversary in a fair manner, seeking honorable retribution. After calming his emotions, Lu Xiaochuan retrieved his history and political science textbooks, commencing to memorize key concepts, for he has no desire to falter during the examination, which would be quite the embarrassment. The following day, he arrived at the examination venue. where the candidates were students from various ordinary high schools, while the county high school students sat their exams at their own institution. Lu Xiaochuan felt fortunate for this arrangement, as it spared him from encountering his former classmates, whom he did not wish to face with either sympathy or derision. The examination schedule was tightly organized, with 2 subjects in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. The questions were quite manageable, and Lu Xiaochuan answered each subject with remarkable speed, often submitting his papers early. He was confident of achieving an A in both physics and chemistry, and passing in history and political science was certainly within reach. After completing the examination, Lu Xiaochuan returned to the Yingzhou Hotel, where the bus awaited. Following another hour of travel, the students were transported back to Shida Town Middle School. After bidding farewell to his classmates, Lu Xiaochuan took Xiaolong to the town government to retrieve the motorcycle before heading back to Liutuan. Upon arriving home, he discovered that his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, was there, seated on the Kong with Lu Jinyu, sipping tea. Lu Jincheng, the second uncle, was also present, and the 3 were engaged in discussions about renovating the house. Possessing a visionary outlook that transcended the next 30 years, Lu Xiaochuan, though lacking architectural expertise, was aware of certain characteristics of modern rural residences. He took pen and paper to sketch a rough blueprint, articulating his preliminary ideas to the group. First and foremost, the design needed to incorporate plumbing and heating, amenities virtually absent in rural homes during the 1990s, which made winters particularly arduous. Since Lu Xiaochuan intended to build a house for his family, these features were indispensable in the design. Considering the living habits in rural areas, he suggested that while an ensuite bathroom could be omitted, a shower room was essential. It could also serve as a makeshift restroom during the cold winter nights. Wang Guangxing, being a carpenter, quickly grasped Lu Xiaochuan's design, unlike Lu Jinyu and Lu Jincheng, who remained perplexed. Building a house this way will significantly increase the cost, Wang Guangxing remarked. Brother-in-law, we must think long-term. If we don't plan properly now, adding these facilities after the house is built will be troublesome. Our parents are aging, and incorporating these amenities will alleviate their suffering during the harsh winter. As for finances, you need not worry. The money I've set aside for the family should suffice. If it falls short, I'll bring back more next time. Since money isn't an issue, then we can proceed without concern, Wang Guangxing replied. I have a classmate who is a tiler. He is currently working with a construction team in the county. I'll reach out to him in the coming days to seek his advice. That sounds excellent, brother-in-law. Having your classmate consult on the project would be beneficial, and we could also employ him at the county rate for the construction. Indeed, we shouldn't take his assistance for granted, Lu Jinyu added. All right, I'll contact him when we're ready to start. He must have earned quite a bit in the county, the last time we met. He mentioned he had several thousand worth of materials with him, Wang Guangxing said enviously. Brother-in-law, with your carpentry skills, you could consider opening a furniture store in the county, Lu Xiaochuan suggested. Do you think I'm capable of that? Moreover, starting a furniture shop requires substantial capital. Your craftsmanship is exceptional. Once our house is completed, I will return to discuss this venture with you. As for the capital, I can lend you some. You can repay me with profits, and if it incurs losses, I'll absorb them. It's improbable that you'll face losses. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Wang Guangxing felt a surge of excitement. His brother-in-law was on the path to prosperity and was not forgetting to support his entrepreneurial aspirations. Of course, it might also be a mere dream, but it was a tantalizing one. He longed to escape the confines of rural life, where he only occasionally picked up small carpentry jobs, feeling that his skills were wasted. However, his parents opposed him working away from home, and with his wife newly pregnant, he could not venture far. Opening a furniture store in the county would indeed be a splendid opportunity. On Friday, Lu Xiaochuan spent the entire day on the village road instructing his father, Lu Jinyu, and his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, in the art of riding a motorcycle. In the afternoon, Zhang Chao and Lu Xiaolong joined them, as the motorcycles zipped back and forth, stirring up clouds of dust. While Lu Xiaolong and Zhang Chao struggled with their studies, they quickly grasped the mechanics of riding a motorcycle, soon displaying commendable prowess. Wang Guangxing also managed to learn the basics, but Lu Jinyu remained hesitant, unable to surpass a speed comparable to that of a bicycle. With no other options, Lu Xiaochuan could only teach them up to that point, as he was set to return to the provincial city the following day, needing to resume his classes over the weekend. On Saturday morning, Lu Xiaochuan journeyed back to Fengyang by train, and that evening, he encountered Wang Dong in his rented accommodation. Wang Dong informed him that next month, he would no longer be sharing the apartment, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to seek a new roommate. What's this, brother Dong? Things are progressing swiftly with sister Dongmei. Wang Dong, unfazed, replied. During the new year, I visited her family, and they had no objections. Naturally, my family is in agreement as well. We plan to obtain our marriage certificate soon. As for further studies, I've decided to venture into entrepreneurship instead. Lu Xiaochuan sincerely congratulated him. That's wonderful news, brother Dong. When is the celebration? Don't forget to invite me to the banquet. Wang Dong chuckled, assuring him. Rest assured, you will definitely be invited. Chapter 58. The location of the supplementary class after 3 more weeks of classes on July 5th. The last Sunday before the college entrance examination, Lu Xiaochuan finally concluded his lessons. The midterm examination had taken place at the end of June, allowing for an earlier conclusion of courses. During this period, Lu Xiaochuan remained industrious, accompanying Su Zhibin to scout potential locations for his supplementary class. Yet he found several options unsatisfactory. Lu Xiaochuan was unhurried, accepting that he would miss out on this summer. In the meantime, he visited Tally restaurants several times. The establishment had officially transitioned to Zhao Lijun, and things were progressing smoothly. The soon-to-be proprietress, Wang Jing, was full of vigor, though 2 waitstaff had resigned, leaving the restaurant in need of assistance. Job advertisements had already been posted outside. Wang Jing warmly welcomed Lu Xiaochuan and shared her perplexity regarding the resignations, questioning why the 2 waitstaff had chosen to leave despite the same treatment as before. Lu Xiaochuan, however, understood the situation well. He pondered, in the past, they were all colleagues, but now she had transformed into the proprietress. Naturally, the former camaraderie would create an imbalance for those who now had to work under her. It was entirely reasonable for them to resign. Of course, he refrained from expressing this to Wang Jing, choosing instead to console her, assuring her that as long as the wages were fair, finding new staff would not be a concern. In this day and age, the only thing in surplus was people. At that moment, Wang Tongguang, the owner of Chunfeng Education, was in his office echoing similar sentiments. In these times, the only thing in abundance was people. Lu Xiaochuan had previously informed him of his resignation, transferring his students to other teachers a couple of months prior, leaving only a few who were preparing for the upcoming examinations. To his surprise, just as the college entrance examination commenced, both Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei also resigned, resulting in the unexpected loss of 3 key staff members. What is even more critical is that a training institution recently opened across the street, evidently aiming to compete for student enrollment. If the faculty is lacking, students may easily be lured away. For days, he has been seeking teachers but has not found a single satisfactory candidate, inevitably feeling disheartened. Following their resignations, Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei promptly rented a ground floor in a nearby residential building, advertising to attract students. They plan to offer small classes, emphasizing affordability and a higher volume of students. They have even collaborated with a mathematics teacher in the vicinity, mutually referring students and sharing resources. Wang Dong is brimming with confidence for the upcoming summer vacation, yet he still lacks a physics teacher. Glancing at the pager number left by Lu Xiaochuan, he discusses inviting Lu to join them with Zhao Dongmei. Zhao Dongmei coldly laughs, saying, "Don't be foolish. I'm not sure what Lu Xiaochuan has been up to, but it is evident that he has come into some money. He even has a pager now, and you think he would join you for tutoring? What are you thinking?" Wang Dong, realizing the truth after Zhao Dongmei's gentle prodding, acknowledges that Lu Xiaochuan has indeed been acting unusually of late, spending lavishly and seemingly indifferent to earning money through tutoring. Lu Xiaochuan, unaware of their thoughts, is preparing to return to his hometown. With the final exams approaching in a few days, his pager buzzes, prompting him to go downstairs to find a public phone to return the call. It is from Su Zhibin. "Xiaochuan, I found another property that seems quite promising in terms of location. The windows are marked for rent or sale. Would you like to come and take a look?" "Sure. Please tell me the location, and I will head over immediately." Su Zhibin shares the details, and Lu Xiaochuan promptly takes a taxi. The property is a 3-story building beside the Metal Research Institute, elongated like a corridor building, with over 200 square meters per floor. The first floor has 2 rented commercial spaces, a shop and a barber shop, while the second and third floors remain vacant, with signs indicating they are for rent or sale, providing a landline and a pager number. Upon seeing the building, Lu Xiaochuan recalls that in his previous life, a training institution thrived here. This location is ideal for running tutoring classes, as several prestigious high schools and middle schools are nearby, along with a few universities. The shop on the first floor has a public phone, and Lu Xiaochuan dials the landline, but there is no answer. He then pages the number. After a while, a response comes through. Lu Xiaochuan inquires about the property, and the individual asks whether he is interested in buying or renting. "That depends on the price. Shouldn't we see the property first?" Lu Xiaochuan aims to appear nonchalant. "All right, wait there for a moment. I will come over." The caller hangs up after speaking. 20 minutes later, a lot of cars stops by the roadside, and a well-dressed, portly man steps out, glancing at Lu Xiaochuan with hesitation, wondering if this young man is genuinely interested or merely attempting to deceive him. "Yes, it's me. Please show us upstairs," Lu Xiaochuan says. The man, clearly affluent and exuding an air of authority, drives over. The man led Lu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin to the second and third floors, where they explored the surroundings. The building, though not particularly old, had an identical layout on both floors, a corridor in the center, 5 small rooms on the shaded side, and a large room with a hall on the sunlit side. On the opposite side of the staircase, there was also a restroom. The house had minimal renovations, featuring only tiled floors and freshly painted walls. It was evident that the building had previously served as an office, as remnants of old desks and chairs still lingered within. The man introduced himself as Mr. Tong, explaining that this property once belonged to a Metal Research Institute, later passing through various hands until it reached him. Lu Xiaochuan was not concerned with the details of how the property transitioned from public to private ownership. He merely inquired if Mr. Tong could facilitate a transfer of ownership. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Lu Xiaochuan resolved to purchase the property, recognizing its suitability for establishing a tutoring center. A simple renovation, adding partitions and furnishing it with desks and chairs, would suffice, as the second and third floors provided ample space for his needs. A tutoring center differs from other businesses. Opulence in decor is unnecessary. In fact, excessive grandeur may hinder the learning environment. What is required is a space that is clean and orderly, well lit in winter, warm, and equipped with a ceiling fan for summer. As long as there are tables and benches, classes could commence. The greatest concern in business is the insecurity of not owning the property. It renders one vulnerable to the whims of landlords. Many entrepreneurs, despite successful ventures, find themselves at the mercy of landlords who, in their greed, may evict tenants or raise rents, leading to the downfall of numerous enterprises. A pertinent example is Mr. Wong from the Tally restaurant. Therefore, Lu Xiaochuan was determined to secure this property for himself. Mr. Tong, this building is somewhat outdated, and its location is rather ordinary. The adjacent storefront has only managed to rent out 2 units. Let us discuss the price. If you are selling, how much do you intend to ask? If renting, what is the annual rent? Lu Xiaochuan inquired calmly. Are you capable of purchasing? Mr. Tong asked, seemingly skeptical of Lu Xiaochuan's financial capacity due to his youthful appearance. Not at all. Appearances can be deceiving. Since you've expressed confidence, it seems you must have some funds available. To be candid, I require capital for another investment. So if you're genuinely interested in buying, I am willing to negotiate the price a bit. Chapter 59. Negotiation. Seeing Mr. Tong's honesty, Lu Xiaochuan replied, very well. Mr. Tong, please propose a price. I am listening. My property measures 240 square meters per floor, totaling 720 square meters across 3 levels. This is commercial space, which is certainly more valuable than residential property, right? Therefore, a price of 900 yuan per square meter is reasonable. That totals 648,000 yuan. Let us round it and settle on 640,000. What do you think? Mr. Tong stated. While the price of 640,000 yuan would undoubtedly yield a significant profit post-purchase, it was not favorable according to current market rates, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to negotiate. Mr. Tong, you must be joking. Currently, prime commercial properties are valued at over 1,000 yuan per square meter, particularly in the city center. Admittedly, your building is not poorly located, but it does possess structural deficiencies. Oh, what deficiencies are you referring to? Please, enlighten me. The house you possess comprises 3 stories, yet it resembles a tubular structure. In truth, apart from the ground floor, which can be utilized as a commercial space, the upper levels can only accommodate a single business. Have you ever encountered a situation where a family operates a business while sharing a staircase? If the first floor were to establish a small commercial entrance, with stair access to the second and third floors, it would indeed be valuable. However, as you are aware, altering the layout of such tubular buildings is virtually impossible. Essentially, this structure is designed with the first floor as a commercial space and the second and third floors for office use. Am I mistaken? Boss Tong is cognizant that he speaks the truth, yet he sets an exorbitant price, anticipating that Lu Xiaochuan will acquiesce. To his surprise, this young man proves to be quite formidable. Why don't you propose a price for me to consider? Lu Xiaochuan inquires. Boss Tong, you must account for the portion of the staircase that diminishes the usable area. Consequently, the price of 900 yuan per square meter is indeed reasonable. However, the upper floors are worth no more than 600 yuan per square meter. If we calculate based on this valuation, the total comes to 504,000 yuan. Shall we round it to a tidy 500,000 yuan? Boss Tong immediately becomes agitated. That is out of the question. How can you dare to negotiate like this? 500,000 yuan. Do not even entertain such thoughts. As for the upper floors, one cannot treat them as residential when they are intended for commercial use. Here's the deal. If you are truly interested, I will accept a firm price of 600,000 yuan. Huh, Boss Tong, I fear that at 600,000 yuan, you might still find it unsold by next year. Apart from me, I doubt anyone else has expressed an interest in purchasing this building. How can you be so certain? Boss Tong blurted out, realizing he had let slip too much information. Consequently, he reduced his asking price by 20,000 yuan, settling at 580,000 yuan. The two engaged in a prolonged negotiation, and ultimately, Lu Xiaochuan offered 550,000 yuan, while Boss Tong remained steadfast at 580,000 yuan, leaving a gap of 30,000 yuan unresolved. Understanding that such a substantial transaction could not be concluded in a single sitting, Lu Xiaochuan believed that his offer of 550,000 yuan was sufficiently enticing for Boss Tong. Thus, he left his pager number with Boss Tong and departed with Su Jibin. Together, they proceeded to the gym, where they practiced some sparring with Coach Bai. Coach Bai was already aware of Su Jibin's resignation and planned to embark on a venture with Lu Xiaochuan. Naturally, Su Jibin also disclosed that Lu Xiaochuan had recently made a modest fortune, a detail Coach Bai did not probe further. He too perceived Su Jibin's work at the soy sauce factory as somewhat unfulfilling, believing that seizing the youth's opportunity to resign and pursue more meaningful endeavors was a commendable choice. In a week's time, final examinations would commence, and since Lu Xiaochuan had little to occupy him in Fengyang, he visited the bank to withdraw some funds, preparing to return to his hometown the following day. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan once more at the bank, Zheng Yanhong inquired about his future plans. As the bank president, she was aware that Lu Xiaochuan's account held nearly 2 million yuan. Given Lu Xiaochuan's character, she surmised he would not simply let it languish in the bank earning interest. He was undoubtedly poised to invest. This time in the metropolis, Fangming's stock subscription certificates had begun to sell urgently, and compared to Lu Xiaochuan's selling price, they were diminished by 150,000 yuan. That amount was no trifling sum. It could purchase 3 properties in Fengyang. The couple had already lamented their decision several times upon returning home. Lu Xiaochuan, however, did not conceal his intentions, revealing that he planned to establish a training institution, starting by forming a company, and subsequently launching an educational training entity under its auspices. Zheng Yanhong expressed her intention to enroll Fang Tongtong in Lu Xiaochuan's new tutoring class once it commenced. Fang Tongtong performed commendably in the recent high school entrance examination, and although the results were yet to be released, it was anticipated that she would gain admission to a provincial key school without difficulty. Zheng mentioned her connections within the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, offering to assist Lu Xiaochuan in establishing a company to circumvent unnecessary detours. Lu Xiaochuan, of course, accepted her offer graciously and planned to seek Zheng Yanhong's help in registering the company once a location was determined. Though Zheng Yanhong had contemplated proposing a stake in the venture to Lu Xiaochuan, she hesitated, recognizing that starting a tutoring class would require minimal investment, a sum that would be trivial for him. After withdrawing some cash and returning to his rented accommodation, Lu Xiaochuan contacted his landlord to inform him that despite Wang Dong's departure, he intended to continue renting the property. The landlord, indifferent to the change, simply required timely rent payments. The following day, Lu Xiaochuan boarded a train back to Xinping County. This year, he had contributed significantly to the railway sector, yet the discomfort of traveling on a green train was palpable. The thought of high-speed trains and bullet trains being a decade or more away was disheartening. Upon returning home, he discovered that his old house had been demolished and the foundation was under preparation. His brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, indeed brought along a classmate named Zheng Yongmin, a mason who had been working with a construction team in the county town. Zheng had experience in both building and renovation, possessing a rudimentary understanding of electrical work. Unlike rural practices where electrical installations often lacked aesthetics and safety, Lu Xiaochuan offered Zheng a cigarette and inquired about the current workload of the construction team. Zheng sighed, revealing that they were also part-time workers who returned to farming during busy seasons. Now that the fields had been tended to, they were seeking additional work. Lu Xiaochuan learned from Wang Guangxing that the funds for building the house were earned by his younger brother-in-law, which left Zheng pondering how such a young man could have accumulated so much wealth. Since that's the case, Zheng, you must know electricians and plumbers. Could you help connect me with them? I would like to contract the construction work to your team, or we could settle on a daily wage, Lu proposed. He assured Zheng that the pay would align with what was customary in the county, provided that the quality of work was guaranteed. Zheng assured him, rest assured. I am classmates with your brother-in-law. I wouldn't compromise on quality for family. If you trust me, I can reach out to other workers, and we can settle on a daily wage. Lu Xiaochuan expressed his gratitude, indicating that he would assign the carpentry to his brother-in-law while he would hire laborers from the village for other tasks. They agreed that Zheng would assist in making the necessary connections the following day. In the 1990s, constructing a house in rural areas often relied heavily on the assistance of relatives and neighbors. However, Lu Xiaochuan faced challenges with the plumbing and electrical systems, as these tasks were more complex and beyond the capabilities of most local hands. Building a house represented a significant endeavor for the rural community, fraught with numerous details and considerations. Lu Xiaochuan's family originally had 3 main rooms, but now they wished to expand to 5. Although they were constructing within their own courtyard, the new layout did not align with their land use rights. Many individuals disregarded such discrepancies, as long as no one reported them, but Lu Xiaochuan, wishing to avert future complications, resolved to address the matter preemptively. He purchased 2 packs of cigarettes and visited the village chief, Lu Xiaoxi. Brother, I intend to expand our house to 5 rooms. Could you assist with the land use issue? As they were kin, and with the added gesture of cigarettes, Lu Xiaoxi could not decline. Moreover, Lu Xiaochuan had graciously provided him with 300 yuan as an activity fund, which, in essence, would remain in Lu Xiaoxi's possession. Thus, Lu Xiaoxi confidently assured him that he would handle it. The original house had already been demolished, and the side rooms were cluttered with miscellaneous items. Only one room remained habitable, and there was no kitchen. Consequently, they had to set up a makeshift stove in the courtyard to cook. Since Lu Xiaochuan had previously given his second aunt 1,000 yuan and promised various benefits, she had become exceedingly cordial, frequently coming over to assist with meals. Even Zhao Cuiping found it puzzling, as this sister-in-law had not been particularly easy to get along with in the past. yet now she was eagerly helping out. The relationship between the two sisters-in-law had never been more harmonious. Seeing that the living conditions were cramped, the second aunt suggested that her husband, Lu Jincheng, clean out their side room to accommodate Lu Xiaochuan and Wang Guangxing. Traditionally, rural houses were built with wooden posts and beams. But Lu Xiaochuan insisted on a brick concrete structure this time. Fortunately, the family's courtyard walls were made of stone. So they planned to dismantle the stone walls to use for the foundation and then build new walls with red bricks. Lu Xiaochuan enlisted Zhang Yongmin to help procure materials such as steel bars, cement, and sand. He also rode his motorcycle with his brother-in-law to the brick factory to purchase bricks and bought a water pump to convert their well into running water. After more than a week of labor, they finally completed the foundation and installed the plumbing. The plumber Zhang Yongmin referred was of mediocre skill, delivering barely acceptable work. However, Lu Xiaochuan understood that one should not judge the present with the standards of 30 years hence. The tools and techniques of the time were far less advanced. So he tempered his expectations. Neighbor Zhang Jiping visited several times, observing the progress of Lu Xiaochuan's new home, which included plumbing and plans for heating. He wished to emulate this, but regrettably found himself lacking sufficient funds, and with the house nearing completion, he felt it was too late to make changes. Suddenly, his own new house seemed far less appealing. In mid-July, Lu Xiaochuan returned to school for his final exams. Due to the multitude of matters demanding his attention over the past 6 months, he had not devoted much time to studying, resulting in no improvement in his grades. Maintaining the same level as the previous semester was an achievement in itself. Ultimately, he scored a total of 513 across 5 subjects, which was a decline of over 10 points from the last term. Of course, he still managed to control his physics score, achieving 131 points. Now, Lu Jinyu had relinquished his expectations for his son's academic performance, as Lu Xiaochuan was already earning money, rendering the pursuit of a university education inconsequential. Just a few days ago, he had mentioned to Lu Xiaochuan that, given the expenses of building the house, there would be little money left from the last withdrawal. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaochuan handed him an additional 20,000 yuan. Lu Jinyu was thoroughly convinced, leaving all decisions regarding the house entirely to his son. Indeed, the matter of constructing the house transpired as such. The son conferred exclusively with his elder son-in-law, subsequently seeking his approval in a rather perfunctory manner. After completing his examinations, Lu Xiaochuan welcomed his elder sister, Lu Xiaoning, who had returned home for the summer break, by riding his motorcycle to the station. Upon seeing her brother's new motorcycle and the ongoing construction of a new house upon her return, Lu Xiaoning was finally convinced that her brother had not been misleading her during their previous conversation. He had indeed found prosperity. The construction of Lu Xiaochuan's home primarily relied on the assistance of villagers, for in rural areas, it is customary for the community to lend a hand when one family embarks on building a house. However, this tradition has largely faded in the new century, as many young adults from the countryside have migrated to urban areas, leaving behind the elderly and infirm who are unable to assist. Consequently, construction efforts increasingly depend on hired labor. Additionally, advancements in tools and techniques have rendered machinery the cornerstone of building, significantly diminishing the reliance on manual labor. In this village, those who came to help did so without expectation of payment. Instead, it was imperative to provide ample meals. Lu Xiaochuan made a trip to the local supply and marketing cooperative to procure rice, flour, cooking oil, and meat, even slaughtering several chickens and a sheep. In the summer, vegetables were plentiful and did not require purchase, as the garden offered an abundance of fresh produce ready for harvest at any moment. Lu Xiaochuan's mother, Zhao Zuiping, along with his second aunt and several relatives, busily tended to the stove in the courtyard. The meals primarily consisted of communal dishes, such as stewed chicken and meat, accompanied by condiments like scallions and lettuce. Of course, peanuts were indispensable as a perfect accompaniment for drinks. The staple foods varied daily, featuring steamed buns, rice, and pancakes, filling the village with delightful aromas. Lu Xiaochuan also acquired several cases of beer and watermelons, and if he encountered vendors selling popsicles while wandering the village, he would typically purchase entire boxes. Naturally, beer was reserved for evening gatherings, as it was deemed unsafe to consume alcohol during the day while working, underscoring the paramount importance of safety. With hearty meals and invigorated spirits, the foundation was laid, and various pipes were installed, allowing for rapid wall construction. In northeast China, houses are built with thick walls, primarily using red bricks to ensure warmth. Within a few days, the exterior walls of the house were erected, while the interior walls could suffice with 24 centimeters thickness, with some areas even requiring only 12 centimeters. Zhang Yongmin was instrumental in coordinating the prefabricated panels, which had yet to arrive. Once they did, the roof would be completed. Neighbor Zhang Jiping closely monitored the construction, uncertain of how high Lu Xiaochuan's house would rise, as he had previously assured that its height was of no concern to him. After discussing with his father, Lu Jinyu, it was decided that the house would be built to the same height as Zhang Jiping's, as there was no need to surpass it. This realization relieved Zhang Jiping, who, despite having unfinished work at home, voluntarily lent a hand for a couple of days. Lu Jinyu, as an elder, chose to overlook past grievances and lighthearted banter ensued, dissipating any lingering tension. Zhang Yongmin was exceptionally enthusiastic, assisting in sourcing many building materials, and Lu Xiaochuan was aware that he would likely earn a modest profit from this endeavor. However, as the saying goes, a clear stream harbors no fish. Since his family was not well versed in these matters, it was only reasonable for him to earn a little in the process. Having not waited for the completion of the house, Lu Xiaochuan received a call from Fengyang. Upon glancing at the phone number, it appeared to be the landline displayed at Boss Tong's storefront. Lu Xiaochuan set aside his tasks and proceeded to the village office. Chapter 61. Acquiring the 3-story storefront. After returning the call to the village office, it was indeed Boss Tong on the line. Boss Tong, I presume you called to confirm your acceptance of my offered price? Lu Xiaochuan inquired with a smile. Little Lu, could you possibly increase the amount slightly? Just a little more, and we can finalize the deal, Boss Tong replied. Lu Xiaochuan understood that this call indicated Boss Tong had already acquiesced to the price of 550,000 yuan, and at the very least, no one had outbid him, so he wouldn't raise his offer any further. Boss Tong, my price stands firm. We need not haggle over a few thousand. Wouldn't you agree? Very well, I accept your price, but you will need to cover the transfer tax. Boss Tong insisted with his final stubbornness. Not an issue. Lu Xiaochuan decided to grant him this concession, allowing him to feel a sense of balance. All right, when shall we proceed with the transfer? I'm still at my hometown, returning to Fengyang tomorrow. How about the day after? After agreeing on a time with Boss Tong, he ended the call. The village chief, Lu Xiaoxi, had been eavesdropping on Lu Xiaochuan's conversation. Although Lu Xiaochuan hadn't mentioned any figures, it was evident he was negotiating a deal and arranging for a transfer. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Xiaoxi asked, Xiaochuan, have you bought a house in the city? Not at all, second brother. I could never afford a house there. I bought a second-hand motorcycle instead. I can't ride the family bike all the way to the provincial capital, Lu Xiaochuan responded. A motorcycle also requires a transfer? Of course. In the city, motorcycles are registered. Unlike here, where we can ride freely without registration or a license. Lu Xiaoxi nodded, saying, well, you've done remarkably well, Xiaochuan. In just 1 year, you've earned more than I have in a decade. Let us not be modest, second brother. As the village chief, you're on a bureaucratic path. Above you are the township chief, the county chief, the city mayor, and the provincial governor. You are merely one rank below the provincial governor. Without waiting for Lu Xiaoxi to respond, he dashed away. You little rascal, teasing your elder brother, came Lu Xiaoxi's voice from behind. The following day, Lu Xiaochuan bid farewell to his family and boarded the train to the provincial capital. Upon arriving in Fengyang, he first contacted Su Jibin. Su Jibin had been feeling anxious these past few days. Having resigned over a month ago, there had been no progress on Lu Xiaochuan's plans for the supplementary classes, which was understandably distressing. Although Lu Xiaochuan had promised him a monthly salary of 500 yuan, the lack of work left him feeling unsettled. Brother Ben, please remain calm. Entrepreneurship cannot be rushed. Today, I return, and we will finalize the storefront matter. Once the property is secured, everything else will fall into place. I know, Xiaochuan. It's just that when I have idle time, I become restless, Su Jibin confessed. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled. Don't worry, Brother Ben. You'll soon be quite busy. Just don't label me as a capitalist when that time comes. Rest assured, with my physique, I'm not afraid of hard work, Su Jibin declared, thumping his solid chest. The two individuals proceeded to meet with Boss Tong. Since the price had already been agreed upon, they decided to head straight to the housing authority. However, 550,000 is no trifling sum. It would be imprudent to carry such a large amount of cash. Lu Xiaochuan proposed that they complete the transfer first, offering Boss Tong an IOU, which he would then take to the bank to facilitate a wire transfer, thereby eliminating the need for cash altogether. Boss Tong, upon hearing this, shook his head vigorously, likening it to a rattle drum. Who could ascertain whether this young man possessed the funds or was merely attempting a clever ruse? If the property transfer were completed and he later claimed to be out of funds, it would lead to significant complications. To alleviate Boss Tong's concerns, Lu Xiaochuan produced his bank book and led him to the construction bank where Zheng Yanhong worked. Presenting the bank book, which displayed a balance of 1.7 million, Lu Xiaochuan garnered the assurance of bank manager Zheng Yanhong as a witness, and finally, Boss Tong was convinced. He decided to take the risk and trust Lu Xiaochuan, albeit with the stipulation that Lu Xiaochuan would first surrender the bank book as collateral. Lu Xiaochuan mused that Boss Tong was merely deceiving himself. What use was the bank book to him? If he truly wished to renege, he could easily report it lost. As a businessman, Boss Tong had acquaintances at the housing authority, and the transfer proceeded smoothly. Lu Xiaochuan paid the requisite taxes, and the group returned to the bank in Boss Tong's lada. Upon the successful transfer of funds, Boss Tong felt a sense of relief and returned the IOU. Shaking hands with Lu Xiaochuan, he remarked, Brother Lu, it has been a pleasure to collaborate. I am in the auto trade, so should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. How fortuitous, Boss Tong. I have been contemplating purchasing a vehicle recently. If I were to approach you, could there be a possibility of a discount? Lu Xiaochuan indeed had intentions of buying a car. Absolutely. It is a bit late today. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to my company to view the vehicles. Thus, we can consider today a successful collaboration. How about we discuss matters further over lunch? Boss Tong was ecstatic at Lu Xiaochuan's interest in purchasing a car. Very well, Boss Tong. I shall let you treat us for lunch. Lu Xiaochuan accepted Boss Tong's invitation. And, Manager Zheng, would you care to join us for lunch as well? Boss Tong extended the invitation to Zheng Yanhong. After a brief pretense of declining, she agreed. Recognizing that establishing relationships with various business owners could facilitate the bank's deposit and loan objectives, Boss Tong led the group to the Yuhang restaurant, securing a small private room where they ordered several signature dishes along with a bottle of Wulianya liquor. Given the time of day, they refrained from drinking excessively, opting for just a modest toast. The conversation predominantly revolved around Lu Xiaochuan, Boss Tong, and Zheng Yanhong, with Su Zhibin, as a subordinate, dutifully remaining silent and merely listening. Lu Xiaochuan learned that Boss Tong had partnered with friends to establish an auto trade company, which dealt in both new and used vehicles. The Lada that Boss Tong drove was a second-hand car, readily available for sale, while the new cars were too precious to be driven casually. He owned a nearly new BMW, which was only taken out for occasions requiring a display of status, as the rapport among them had yet to deepen. The group limited their consumption to just one bottle of liquor, and the meal concluded swiftly. The following morning, Lu Xiaochuan, accompanied by Su Zhibin, made their way to the construction bank to withdraw 250,000 in cash before heading directly to Boss Tong's auto trade company. Yesterday, Lu Xiaochuan transferred away 550,000 yuan. And today he withdrew another 250,000 yuan, leaving barely 900,000 yuan in his construction bank account. Zheng Yanhong couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief, lamenting how rapidly he was spending his money. With nearly 2 million yuan in savings, he had already squandered over half in just a little over 2 months. As for the car, Lu Xiaochuan had long since made up his mind. It would undoubtedly be the legendary Santana. The current national retail price for a Santana is over 120,000 yuan, yet it costs more than 170,000 yuan once all expenses are accounted for. Boss Tong helped to round up the necessary funds, and after spending half a day with Lu Xiaochuan, they managed to secure the license plate and complete all the requisite paperwork. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaochuan spent an additional 45,000 yuan on a second-hand 7-seat Chang'e van for tutoring sessions. The van was initially registered under Su Zhibin's name, with plans to transfer both vehicles to the company name once it was established. Lu Xiaochuan did not possess a driver's license, so Su Zhibin would have to drive the Santana, while Boss Tong arranged for someone to drive the van to the newly purchased storefront, where it would be parked for future use. It seemed imperative that he acquire a driver's license promptly. Chapter 62. Inviting Bai Ling to join it had been quite some time since Lu Xiaochuan last contacted Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling. He decided to call Yu Qingjun to invite the couple to dinner, as he needed their assistance with both the driver's license and the tutoring center. As the deputy director of the Fenghe branch, Yu Qingjun was naturally quite busy. However, he made time to accept the invitation. They settled on a dinner date for the following Monday evening at the Yuhang Hotel, conveniently located near Yu Qingjun's residence, with plans to meet in the hotel lobby. After work on Monday, Yu Qingjun first rode his bike home, then walked to the Yuhang Hotel with his wife, Bai Ling. As they approached the hotel, a brand new Santana was parked at the roadside. Lu Xiaochuan emerged from the vehicle, calling out, "Brother Yu, Sister Bai, it's been a while. Xiaochuan, what is going on? Whose car is this?" "I just picked it up yesterday," Lu Xiaochuan replied with a radiant smile. You bought a car? You've struck it rich." Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the surprise in the other's eyes. "Brother Yu, Sister Bai, let us head upstairs, and I'll explain everything." Once in the hotel's private room, Lu Xiaochuan invited Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling to take the seats of honor. They ordered their meals, and soon after, Su Zhibin arrived, having parked his car. Lu Xiaochuan introduced the three of them. As everyone settled down, Bai Ling eagerly inquired, "Xiaochuan, surely you can't be earning such substantial sums at the tutoring center?" "Of course not, Sister Bai. Have you seen the recent newspaper reports about the stock subscription certificates in the Magic City?" "I have. I heard many people made a fortune from those subscription certificates." "Did you?" "Indeed, sister, I also went to the Magic City, using the money I earned from the tutoring center to purchase 200 subscription certificates and made a tidy profit." Lu Xiaochuan recounted his experiences from his recent trips to the Magic City in detail, naturally omitting specific figures and information about his property purchases. Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling listened in astonishment, unable to fathom that Lu Xiaochuan, at such a young age, possessed such audacity and fortuitous luck, resulting in a significant windfall. After indulging in several glasses of wine and engaging in conversation, Lu Xiaochuan mentioned his recent endeavor to establish a tutoring class. Setting up such a class necessitates registration with the Industry and Commerce Bureau, as well as approval from the Education Bureau. Bai Ling, being a teacher and part of the education system, was approached to inquire if she had any acquaintances within the Education Bureau. Although Bai Ling was a teacher, she did not possess any useful connections in the bureau. However, Yu Qingjun, on the other hand, did have a connection. The deputy director of the district's education bureau happened to be a former classmate from his training at the party school. He agreed to invite him out for a meal to discuss the intricacies of establishing a tutoring class. Aside from the tutoring class, they also discussed Lu Xiaochuan's plans to enroll in a driving school. He was not hesitant to spend money, believing that the sooner he obtained his driver's license, the better. Yu Qingjun raised his glass to Lu Xiaochuan, assuring him that this matter could be easily resolved. He would contact Old Chun from the traffic police team to give a heads up, facilitating the process with a driving school. In 10 days to half a month, Lu Xiaochuan would surely have his license in hand. Lu Xiaochuan was aware that his favors with Yu Qingjun were dwindling and that it was imperative to maintain their relationship. However, he could not offer Yu Qingjun money, nor would Yu Qingjun accept it. Lu Xiaochuan signaled Su Zhibin to settle the bill. And Su Zhibin understood and exited the private room. Lu Xiaochuan leaned in and whispered to Bai Shiji, "I intend to invest 500,000 to register an educational training service company and subsequently open a training institution under the company's name while also engaging in some ancillary educational businesses. Given my youth and lack of experience, you are the only acquaintance I have in the education sector, which is why I would like to invite you to invest. If you contribute 50,000, I will offer you a 20% stake in the company. What do you think?" Yu Qingjun, as a public servant with a promising future, could not engage in business ventures. However, Bai Ling's situation was different. As a teacher, many individuals in similar positions were known to conduct business on the side. And even if policies were to change in the future, she could withdraw at any moment or, should the business flourish, resign from her public position. Thus, Lu Xiaochuan's proposal to have Bai Ling invest was a strategic move to strengthen his ties with Yu Qingjun through this mutual benefit. "This might not be appropriate, Xiaochuan," Bai Ling replied. "If I invest 50,000, shouldn't I rightfully receive a 10% stake?" As a teacher, she understood that tutoring classes were typically lucrative ventures, and she found herself somewhat intrigued by the proposal. Lu Xiaochuan expounded, "In truth, 20 is not an excessive offer. One must not solely consider the investment amount. By bringing you on board, I am actually benefiting from your involvement. If you simply make a few introductions among your colleagues at school, you could attract a significant number of students, which represents invaluable resources. It is I who stand to gain from your participation." Yu Qingjun remained focused on his meal, seeming indifferent to Lu Xiaochuan's discourse, as if it were merely a matter between the two of them. Bai Ling was acutely aware that Lu Xiaochuan had indeed offered her an additional 10% stake. She understood that his establishment of the tutoring class would not be hindered by her 50,000 yuan, especially since starting such a class would not require substantial funds. The 500,000 yuan for registering the company would undoubtedly encompass other business operations. While 50,000 yuan was no trifling sum, Bai Ling was capable of affording it. Nevertheless, she intended to discuss the matter further with Yu Qingjun once she returned home, convinced that without his influence, Lu Xiaochuan would not have considered involving her or granting her shares. "Xiaochuan, you have been planning this tutoring class for quite some time, haven't you?" "Indeed, senior sister. I was previously preoccupied with selecting a location. I have just secured a property, and I find myself rather perplexed about the next steps, such as registering the company. I recalled that you were on summer break, so I mustered the courage to seek your assistance. Have you finalized the property? Where is it? And what type of place is it?" Bai Ling appeared genuinely intrigued by the matter. In fact, Yu Qingjun, now serving as the deputy director, is inundated with social engagements and has a fair share of benefactors. However, he cherishes his reputation and certainly cannot accept handouts. The meager salary he and Bai Ling earn is hardly sufficient. "How about this? I will take brother Yu and senior sister to see the tutoring class property now." Right now? Sure." Yu Qingjun was also excited. The three descended the stairs, where Su Zhibin awaited them downstairs after settling the accounts. Lu Xiaochuan waved, "Brother Bin, let us take brother Yu and sister Bai to check out the tutoring class property." "All right, wait for me at the entrance while I fetch the car." Su Zhibin exited to bring the vehicle around. Once they were all in the car, they headed straight to the Metal Research Institute. Upon arrival, the barbershop and shops downstairs were still open for business. These two storefronts have separate entrances, not requiring passage through the main entrance on the first floor. Lu Xiaochuan retrieved his keys, unlocked the door, turned on the lights, and invited Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling upstairs. Yu Qingjun lacked any concept of the educational training business, but after Bai Ling surveyed the second and third floors, she spoke up. "Xiaochuan, how did you find this place? It is remarkably suitable for holding classes. How much is the rent? It can't be cheap." Chapter 63. Commencing preparations, Lu Xiaochuan felt no need to conceal the details of the property, smiling as he replied, "Senior sister, I genuinely do not know the rental price. I purchased the property." "What? You bought it?" Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling exchanged glances, realizing they had underestimated Lu Xiaochuan's financial capacity. Just how much has he earned in the magical city? "Yes. I also recognized the potential of this location and feared being beholden to a landlord in the future, so I made the decisive choice to buy it. However, this property will solely serve as my personal asset and will not be included in the company's holdings. It can be rented to our tutoring class at a low price." The property is destined to appreciate significantly, and naturally, I do not wish for it to be classified as part of the company's assets, as that would mean I would not benefit from the appreciation. It seemed Bai Ling had discreetly conferred with Yu Qingjun while they were viewing the property. At this moment, she remarked, I did not anticipate that you had already secured a location. It appears you have indeed been preparing for quite some time. In that case, I shall not be coy and have decided to invest. Thank you, junior brother, for allowing me a share of this venture. With Bai Ling joining the endeavor, Lu Xiaochuan felt a wave of relief and joy, exclaiming, That's wonderful. With your assistance, senior sister, I feel much more at ease. I was just fretting about registering the company and filing with the Education Bureau. There are so many details to manage, and I was at a loss as to how to proceed. Now, I will rely on your expertise to navigate these processes. No problem. I have plenty of time on my hands this summer. Bai Ling then recalled something and added, By the way, we must be meticulous about taxes when starting the tutoring class. We need to report properly. Therefore, we will need to find a financial officer. I had thought of that as well. We must ensure that all aspects are conducted in a proper manner. I am merely a finance personnel, and I must admit I do not know anyone in that capacity. It seems I will need to recruit a professional accountant in the near future. In fact, I have a prospective candidate. However, dear sister, is there anything you hesitate to discuss with me? Do you know any accountants? Sister Xiaomei is the accountant at the food factory, and she has recently been laid off, actively seeking new employment. Bai Ling said shyly, That is splendid. With Sister Xiaomei at the helm, we can rest assured regarding our financial matters. Sister, is there anything else you feel hesitant to mention? One should not shy away from recommending talent just because of personal connections. Late at night, the environment of the tutoring class had not yet been tidied up, making it rather unsuitable for extensive conversation. Bai Ling and I arranged to meet the following day to discuss in detail, conveniently inviting Yu Xiaomei, Li Yan, and others to get acquainted, and subsequently convene a meeting for a thorough examination of the situation. Tuesday arrived, and Li Yan was also off work. Lu Xiaochuan went to the storefront first, where he and Su Jibin swiftly cleared a few chairs and a table, and then the two drove to fetch Bai Ling, Yu Xiaomei, and Li Yan. Initially, they intended to find a restaurant to eat and converse, but everyone unanimously preferred to head to the storefront, especially Li Yan and Yu Xiaomei, who were filled with anticipation. Upon reaching the third floor of the storefront, they settled at an old office desk. Lu Xiaochuan produced a sheet of paper. He had drafted a rough plan the previous night and now distributed it for everyone to review. Lu Xiaochuan's preliminary arrangement was as follows. He and Bai Ling would jointly invest to establish a company, under which they would operate the tutoring class. Since he was a student and Bai Ling a teacher, both would refrain from daily management, serving merely as behind-the-scenes owners guiding the overall direction. Once Li Yan resigned from the Chunfeng tutoring class, she would assume the role of principal, overseeing daily operations, while Yu Xiaomei would serve as the vice principal in charge of finances, and Su Jibin would take on the role of vice principal responsible for logistics. Their salaries were tentatively set at 500 yuan per month, in addition to a 10% share of the tutoring class's income, with Li Yan receiving 5%, and both Su Jibin and Yu Xiaomei receiving 3% each. However, it was understood that they would only possess rights to dividends, with the equity remaining with Lu Xiaochuan. Everyone expressed no objections, particularly Su Jibin and Yu Xiaomei, as their salaries already exceeded their previous earnings at the factory by a factor of 2, and Bai Ling also had no dissent. With the profit-sharing arrangements established, they began to delineate their respective responsibilities. Since Li Yan had yet to resign, she would not participate for the time being, leaving Bai Ling and Lu Xiaochuan to handle the necessary procedures with the relevant departments. Su Jibin took the Changhe van to accompany Yu Xiaomei in searching for workers for renovations and purchasing office supplies. Lu Xiaochuan immediately handed over 30,000 yuan to Yu Xiaomei, entrusting her and Su Jibin with complete responsibility for the initial renovation and procurement expenses. Yu Xiaomei accepted the substantial sum with a commitment to serve as a diligent financial steward, ensuring timely reports to Lu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling. To establish the tutoring class, they needed an appealing name. The group brainstormed for quite some time, generating a plethora of suggestions. Ultimately, they settled on Qihong Education, a name proposed by Lu Xiaochuan. Thus, the inaugural high-level meeting of Qihong Education concluded. To celebrate the imminent establishment of Qihong Education, Lu Xiaochuan naturally treated everyone to a meal. This time, they did not opt for a grand restaurant. Instead, they drove to his cousin Zhao Lijun's Taoliju restaurant. Lu Xiaochuan decided that future gatherings for Qihong Education would be consistently held at Taoliju. Cousin-in-law Wang Jing observed Lu Xiaochuan arriving with a group of individuals for a meal, feeling a twinge of displeasure. She mused to herself whether this young man intended to indulge in a feast at no cost. Fortunately, as the meal concluded, Lu Xiaochuan instructed Su Jibin to settle the bill. Seeing that others had taken on the expense, she accepted it, of course, applying a discount of 10%. As they departed after the meal, Wang Jing discovered that several of them had driven there. Reflecting on how Lu Xiaochuan not only had prospered himself, but also associated with wealthy individuals, as evidenced by their vehicles. With everyone having clear roles, they divided their tasks. The following day, Lu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling commenced the process of acquiring various permits. Through Zheng Yanhong, they connected with leaders at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, while connections to the Education Bureau were facilitated by Yu Qingjun. A few meals and thoughtful gestures ensured that everything proceeded smoothly. Lu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling deposited funds into the company's temporary account, categorizing the Santana and the van as fixed assets of the company. A little over a week later, the capital verification concluded, and all necessary procedures were completed swiftly. Qihong Education Limited Liability Company and the Qihong Training Program were officially established on paper, with their office situated conveniently beside the Metal Research Institute. As for subsequent formalities involving taxation and fire safety, Lu Xiaochuan chose not to engage further, entrusting these matters to Bai Ling and her colleagues. He transitioned into a hands-off role, enrolling in Xian Driving School, facilitated by Yu Qingjun. Xian Driving School, located in Zhuanan, was surrounded by rural areas at that time. However, Lu Xiaochuan was aware that within a decade, Fengyang would vigorously develop Zhuanan, establishing a new district there. In over 20 years, even the municipal government would relocate to this flourishing area, heralding a vibrant future. The development of Zhuanan was merely a microcosm of Fengyang, which, in turn, represented a broader narrative of China's progress. As the winds of reform and opening up swept across the nation, cities everywhere would experience growth and economic ascension. Chapter 64, Shanghai. Here I come at Xian Driving School. Yu Qingjun had already made arrangements with Officer Chen from the traffic police. When Lu Xiaochuan arrived, he did not come empty-handed, presenting the instructor with a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes. Coach Qi had received a notification from the driving school principal. Aware of Lu Xiaochuan's connections, and upon seeing the gift of cigarettes, was naturally pleased and dedicated to his teaching. Once Lu Xiaochuan entered the vehicle, the instructor realized that this young man was indeed adept at driving. Have you learned before, Xiao Lu? He inquired. Yes, my family owns an old van, and I often drive it around home. Although without a license, I refrained from venturing onto the main roads, sticking to the village paths. Lu Xiaochuan fabricated a story with remarkable ease, refraining from revealing that he was, in fact, a seasoned driver with over a decade of experience, albeit only with automatic vehicles. Since you can drive, that simplifies matters, Coach Qi thought. Lu Xiaochuan's intent in attending driving school was merely procedural. He could easily expedite the process by paying a fee for his license. Nonetheless, he opted for the standard procedure. Coach Qi, to be candid, I can actually drive and wish to obtain my license swiftly. Could you arrange for me to take the test at the earliest opportunity? I am open to compensating for expedited service, Lu Xiaochuan stated. Certainly, that is absolutely feasible, Coach Qi mused, recognizing that having money made everything easier. After just half a month of practice, Lu Xiaochuan completed both the maneuvering and road tests, and his driving license would soon be issued. He merely needed to exercise a little more patience for a few days. Lu Xiaochuan resolved to take another trip to the bustling metropolis, as Song Yanhui and a nearby real estate agent from Jiaodong University had both contacted him. Song Yanhui informed him that the property he purchased had received its title deed, while the agent indicated that there was a house for sale in an old lane of the city. Preparations for the tutoring classes were progressing smoothly and without the need for his direct involvement. After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Ling and others, Lu Xiaochuan set off for the metropolis once more. This trip was devoid of the anxiety that had accompanied his previous visit, allowing him to travel alone with only some pocket change and a bankbook from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, which held a substantial sum of 300,000 yuan. Upon his arrival, Lu Xiaochuan first sought accommodation near Jiaodong University and promptly reached out to Song Yanhui. Song Yanhui arrived shortly thereafter and warmly invited Lu Xiaochuan to dinner. Having previously sold multiple properties to Lu Xiaochuan, Song Yanhui had earned a considerable commission and established himself firmly at the sales office, now bearing the title of manager. However, it was worth noting that many who held the title of manager were, in essence, still salespeople. Song Yanhui had adopted a more fashionable style and exuded a newfound confidence, expressing genuine gratitude towards Lu Xiaochuan. Accepting the 3 title deeds handed to him by Song Yanhui, Lu Xiaochuan raised his glass and said, Yanhui, there is no need for thanks. With your capabilities and hard-working nature, success was inevitable. I have further matters to entrust to you. What is it? Just say the word, and I will certainly oblige, responded Song Yanhui, downing his beer before refilling Lu Xiaochuan's glass. I am quite interested in properties in the metropolis. Please keep an eye out for any new developments. If I find something suitable, I would like you to assist me in placing a deposit. Later, please open an account at the Industrial and Commercial Bank and inform me. When I am ready to purchase, I will transfer the funds to you. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I might run off with your money? My instinct tells me you are not that kind of person. All right. Thank you for your trust, Song Yanhui replied, raising his glass once more, reveling in the gratifying sensation of being trusted. After bidding farewell to Song Yanhui, Lu Xiaochuan returned to his hotel, took a refreshing nap, and awoke rejuvenated. After enjoying breakfast, he hastened to the real estate agency near Jiaodong University. He was aware that the old campus in Suhui would soon transform into a commercial hub, making property investments in this area a wise choice. Manager Zhu, the one who had called Lu Xiaochuan, was pleasantly surprised to see him had indeed traveled from far-off northeast China to purchase a property. I didn't expect you to actually come, Lu. So, has the property you mentioned been sold? Lu Xiaochuan's expression shifted slightly. Not quite, but there are a few minor issues with it. How about this? Let me take you to see it first, and if you like it, we can discuss further. Very well. Lu Xiaochuan decided to take a look first. The agency was small, consisting only of Manager Zhu and a young woman. Manager Zhu left the girl to manage the office while he escorted Lu Xiaochuan to view the property. The house was not located in Suhui, but rather in Jing'an, which was quite a distance away. It was puzzling why it was listed by Manager Zhu's agency. Likely, the owner was in a hurry to sell, hence casting a wide net. Lu Xiaochuan and Manager Zhu took a taxi to the property in question. Before even entering the courtyard, they could hear raised voices and the sound of someone weeping from within. Indeed, purchasing this house seemed fraught with complications. The alleys of the Magic City were unlike the traditional Sihiyuan of Beijing. Many resembled large communal residences, and the ones they were viewing were akin to Sanyuan, significantly better than the communal ones. Lu Xiaochuan had only heard of these alleys before and had little understanding of them, believing they would surely appreciate in value. However, upon seeing the small courtyard and the exceedingly compact house, his resolve began to waver. Nonetheless, having come this far, he decided to take a look inside. Manager Zhu knocked on the door and called out, "Mr. Lin, I am the agent from Jiaodong University, here to show the property to potential buyers as we arranged a few days ago." The door opened swiftly, revealing a middle-aged man in his 50s who politely invited Manager Zhu and Lu Xiaochuan inside. In the courtyard, a young girl sat crying by the door, while a middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, glaring menacingly. "Is this a convenient time? If not, we can come back another day," Lu Xiaochuan remarked, sensing that the atmosphere was not conducive to viewing a home. After all, he wasn't particularly eager to buy. If it didn't work out, so be it. "Oh, it's perfectly fine. Please, come in." The middle-aged woman immediately transformed her demeanor, greeting them with a beaming smile. Upon realizing that the two were there to view the property, the girl spoke up again. "I will never agree to you selling this house." "What nonsense. Do you think your consent is necessary? The property deed only bears your uncle's name. We can sell it without consulting you," the woman retorted sharply. Turning back to Lu Xiaochuan and Manager Zhu, she plastered a smile on her face once more. "The child simply doesn't understand. Pay her no mind." The swift change in her demeanor left Lu Xiaochuan astounded. The girl paused for a moment, tears streaming down her face, and said, "Have you forgotten the promise you made to Grandpa?" The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. The woman disregarded the girl entirely, allowing her to ascend the stairs while still sobbing. Lu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had intended to merely glance and leave, yet when the girl stood up and he caught a glimpse of her face, he instantly resolved that this house must be his. Chapter 65. A classmate from a previous life. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Lu Xiaochuan's heart was set ablaze. It was not merely the girl's beauty that captivated him. She was someone he recognized. Lin Ruoyi, a classmate from his previous life at the Normal University. Students in the Magic City and the capital predominantly enrolled in local institutions. Particularly in the Magic City, few ventured north for their studies, especially not to a second-tier school like the Normal University. Previously, everyone had wondered why Lin Ruoyi had chosen to study in Fengyang. It now seemed that familial circumstances might have played a role. Perhaps it was due to some trauma from her family that compelled this young girl to journey to the north. When Lu Xiaochuan first entered college, his family faced financial hardships, often leaving him in a state of scarcity, sometimes even struggling to have enough to eat. Lin Ruoyi once took the initiative to lend him money to help him through tough times, and it was she who introduced Lu Xiaochuan to his first tutoring job. At that moment, he realized that Lin Ruoyi had already embarked on the path of working and studying diligently. One could say that Lin Ruoyi was his guiding light on this journey. Thereafter, Lu Xiaochuan no longer worried about having enough to eat. Eventually, Lu Xiaochuan found a girlfriend, and his relationship with Lin Ruoyi grew increasingly distant. After graduation, Lin Ruoyi married a classmate from the mathematics department, and it seemed she was living quite well. Thereafter, they lost contact. At a reunion after graduation, a roommate of Lin Ruoyi revealed to Lu Xiaochuan that she had harbored a secret crush on him. After Lu Xiaochuan began dating someone, Lin Ruoyi had even shed tears in her dormitory. Naturally, Lu Xiaochuan felt a wave of emotion upon hearing this. Given a chance at rebirth, one ought to repay the kindness of a classmate who had once helped and loved him, even if he could not offer his heart completely. A middle-aged woman noticed Lu Xiaochuan lost in thought, and, feeling displeased, inquired, "Sir, are you still looking at the house?" "Indeed, I am," Lu Xiaochuan replied, maintaining a composed demeanor as he briefly surveyed the property with Manager Zhu. In truth, there was little of interest. The house featured 2 stories with an L-shaped layout, stairs at the corner, 3 rooms on each floor, totaling approximately 90 square meters, with a modest courtyard of a dozen square meters. "I have seen the house. It is acceptable. Let us discuss the price. By the way, was that your child earlier? She seemed reluctant to sell the house. Is that a problem?" "Let me tell you, The middle-aged woman responded, "She is an ungrateful wretch." From the woman's words, Lu Xiaochuan gleaned the general situation. Though it was merely one side of the story, the middle-aged couple were Lin Ruoyi's uncle and aunt. Lin Ruoyi's father had married the daughter of the village secretary during a rural assignment in Huinan, and they had Lin Ruoyi. However, a decade prior, both parents perished tragically in an accident. Lin Ruoyi's grandmother had passed away even earlier, someone Lin Ruoyi never met, and the elderly patriarch of the Lin family had taken his granddaughter back to the bustling metropolis. A few years ago, upon the patriarch's death, he entrusted Lin Ruoyi to his eldest son and his wife, specifying that this property should be equally divided between his grandson and granddaughter. Through a series of maneuvers by her uncle and aunt, the naive Lin Ruoyi consented to transfer the house into her uncle's name. Subsequently, her cousin Lin Ruoyi went abroad to study in the United States, and now her uncle and aunt intended to sell the house and relocate to the same country. As for Lin Ruoyi, she was naturally sent back to her uncle's home in rural Huinan. Originally, her school registration was in Huinan, and she was merely studying in the metropolis. She would have to return for the college entrance examination. Now in her final year of high school, returning a year early was of little consequence. Out of familial consideration, her uncle agreed to provide Lin Ruoyi with 5,000 yuan as compensation, ostensibly covering her tuition and living expenses for her senior year. As for gaining admission to university later on, that would depend on her own efforts. According to her aunt's narrative, Lin Ruoyi was an ungrateful wretch, as this house belonged to their family and had no connection to her. Offering her 5,000 yuan was already a generous act. To their surprise, this young lady was still foolishly attempting to obstruct their plans to sell the house. Naturally, the old man's stipulation about equally dividing the property between the grandson and granddaughter was absent from her aunt's version of events. After hearing her recount the tale, Lu Xiaochuan had a clearer understanding of the circumstances. Calmly, he remarked, "If that is the case, I have completed the transfer. I merely require Mr. Lin's consent. That is only natural. The property is solely in my husband's name." "Very well, let us discuss the price." The Lin family has set their asking price at 120,000, which is evidently exorbitant. Before Lu Xiaochuan could respond, Manager Zhu immediately declared it unacceptable. Lu Xiaochuan smiled. "You two may not be aware that just a few days ago, I purchased a property in Qinghu Garden for a mere 760 yuan per square meter. Although your house is in a slightly better location, it essentially merits a similar price. Even if we consider 800 yuan per square meter, that amounts to 72,000. Adding the small courtyard of a few dozen square meters, I would value that at 20,000. Altogether, 90,000 should suffice. Furthermore, there is a complication on your end. While the property transfer does not require her consent, it remains a troublesome matter. 90,000 is out of the question. That is far too low. We can compromise at 110,000, but it cannot be less." Lu Xiaochuan would not budge, steadfastly insisting on 90,000. Naturally, no agreement was reached, and he bid farewell to Manager Zhu and departed. "Brother Lu, if you were to add just 10,000, they would likely agree. Why cling so stubbornly to the 90,000 price? This old alley house, once properly renovated, would be more comfortable than living in an apartment, and it is bound to appreciate in value. I am merely testing their limits. Rest assured, Manager Zhu, you will certainly earn your commission. Now, you may return to your duties. I will take a stroll nearby, and tomorrow we can return to negotiate." Hearing this, Manager Zhu, unable to persuade him otherwise, had no choice but to leave. Lu Xiaochuan wandered nearby and found a small roadside eatery for lunch. Afterward, he returned to the vicinity of Lin Ruoyi's home. After waiting for over 2 hours in boredom, he finally saw Lin Ruoyi emerge. Keeping a distance from her home, Lu Xiaochuan called out, "Classmate Lin, please wait a moment." Lin Ruoyi turned, recognizing Lu Xiaochuan as the one who had visited to view the property earlier. Her expression soured. "I will never agree to them selling the house." "I believe you are misunderstanding," he replied. "The property deed is solely in your uncle's name. They can sell it without your consent. Regardless of your grievances, legally, no one can assist you. Even if I do not purchase it, someone else will, and they may not be as inclined to help you as I am." Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Lin Ruoyi reluctantly paused. "Are you helping me?" "Indeed, I am assisting you. We are of the same age. I am also a senior in high school, and I empathize with your plight. Why not discuss this over there? Rest assured, I am not a malicious person. There is a police station nearby, and we can converse outside it. What do you say?" With that, Lu Xiaochuan walked ahead without waiting for a response. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ruoyi chose to follow him. Chapter 66. Lin Ruoyi's background. Lu Xiaochuan and Lin Ruoyi stood on the street outside the police station. "Your aunt has briefed me on the situation. Do you believe her one-sided account?" "Of course not. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out. Such matters are easily surmised upon hearing a few details." Lu Xiaochuan shared his conjectures, and Lin Ruoyi nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently offering her own version of events. In addition to the speculations of Lu Xiaochuan, there was another matter. Before the passing of the esteemed Lin Elder, he entrusted a sum of money to Lin Ruoyi. However, 2 years prior, When Lin Ruoyi's cousin sought to study abroad in the United States and found himself financially constrained, he implored her for assistance, and despite her initial reluctance, the young girl ultimately succumbed to her compassion and withdrew the funds for her uncle. In the subsequent year, while her uncle and aunt treated Lin Ruoyi kindly, their demeanor gradually soured, leading to a complete rupture in their relationship, culminating in their current intention to sell their home. Oh, can you imagine such matters as a child of a wealthy family? Lin Ruoyi mused softly. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled. A child of a wealthy family? Are you referring to me? You may find it hard to believe, but just over a year ago, I was utterly penniless, with my family encumbered by debt. Impossible, given your current affluence. You are here to purchase a house for my family, Lin Ruoyi retorted, skeptical of his claim. Lu Xiaochuan briefly recounted his journey to prosperity, albeit with a touch of embellishment, leaving Lin Ruoyi utterly astonished. The reason I wish to assist you is twofold. Firstly, we are of the same generation, and secondly, I empathize deeply with your plight, as it mirrors my own past struggles. Lu Xiaochuan felt compelled to weave a narrative, as he could not disclose that in a previous life she had been his classmate, had offered him help, and harbored feelings for him. Very well. Let us assume everything you say is true. How do you propose to assist me? Tomorrow, I shall negotiate further with them, aiming to facilitate an agreement between you and your uncle. Did he not promise to sell you the house for 5,000? Upon the transfer of ownership, I shall ensure that 5,000 is promptly delivered to you, with the remaining amount going to him. Additionally, once the ownership is transferred, I shall provide you with an extra 10,000, and since I plan to leave the house vacant for the time being, you may continue residing there. Is that true? Can I trust you? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Lin Ruoyi questioned, her disbelief evident. You have no alternative but to trust me. Furthermore, if I had no intention of helping you, I could simply negotiate with your uncle to purchase the house and evict you afterward. Why would I bother to discuss this with you? Besides, what could you possibly have that would be worth my deception? Lu Xiaochuan feigned annoyance. Very well. I have no choice but to place my trust in you, Lin Ruoyi conceded helplessly. Meanwhile, at the Lin household, the couple deliberated. Although the offer from the young man did not meet their expected price, it was indeed the highest bid they had received thus far. They began to regret whether they had set their asking price too high, pondering if a slight reduction might yield better results. After concluding his conversation with Lin Ruoyi, Lu Xiaochuan made a withdrawal appointment at the Industrial and Commercial Bank before returning to his hotel. He had not anticipated that in his quest to purchase a house, he would fortuitously encounter a former classmate from his past life. Ah, how wondrous fate can be. The following day, after withdrawing the funds, Lu Xiaochuan contacted manager Zhu and they proceeded together to Jing'an. This time, the Lin couple voluntarily lowered their asking price to 100,000, while Lu Xiaochuan countered with 95,000. Lin's aunt remained steadfast at 100,000, agreeing to include the furniture with the house, insisting that they only needed to pack their personal belongings before moving. Lu Xiaochuan surveyed the dilapidated furniture within the room and, upon noticing that some of the older pieces were still in decent condition, he acquiesced to the arrangement. However, he insisted on a tripartite agreement with Uncle Lin and Lin Ruoyi to prevent any future misunderstandings. Uncle Lin had no choice but to ascend the stairs in search of his niece, and to his surprise, she readily consented. They swiftly executed the agreement and proceeded to the housing authority. The transfer of ownership was remarkably smooth. Lu Xiaochuan immediately produced 10 bundles of 100 yuan notes, counting out 5,000 to Lin Ruoyi and handing the remainder to Uncle Lin. After finalizing the transaction, the group returned to Jing'an, where Uncle Lin and his wife handed the keys to Lu Xiaochuan, promising to pack their belongings overnight and vacate the premises the following day. They urged Lin Ruoyi to gather her own things as they intended to escort her back to Huinan. You need not move. I have offered her the house to reside in. You can leave without concern, Lu Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly. When did you two become so close? Aunt Lin felt deceived. Please speak with a modicum of respect. I only met her yesterday and empathized with her plight. Furthermore, the house is now mine, and whom I choose to let stay is no longer your concern. Just ensure you vacate on time, Lu Xiaochuan responded with displeasure. Before Aunt Lin could voice further objections, Uncle Lin tugged at his sleeve and whispered, as long as we have received the money, why concern ourselves with the rest? If Ruoyi doesn't leave, it saves us the trip to Huinan to see her off. Having said this, he turned to Lu Xiaochuan and assured him, rest assured, Mr. Lu, we will vacate before tomorrow night. Lu Xiaochuan chose not to press the matter further and accompanied manager Zhu back to the agency. After paying the agency fee, he entrusted the keys to the initially purchased third-floor apartment to manager Zhu, granting him full authority to rent it out. Subsequently, Lu Xiaochuan allowed himself a day of leisure, relishing the respite. The next afternoon, he ventured to the alley, where indeed, the Lin couple had vacated, leaving only Lin Ruoyi behind. Lu Xiaochuan refrained from climbing the stairs, opting instead to converse with her from the courtyard, where he handed her 10,000 yuan. I thought you might withhold this from me. In truth, it wouldn't have mattered if you didn't. You have already offered me shelter, she remarked. I keep my word. I simply felt it inappropriate to provide it yesterday. I shall return to Fengyang tomorrow, so you may reside here. Furthermore, If you feel uneasy living alone, you may invite classmates to keep you company or help me rent out a room. You can collect the rent initially. Lin Roy accepted the money, her heart a tumult of emotions, having endured much in recent days, betrayal by family, and the unexpected kindness of a stranger. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Why are you crying? It seems as if I have wronged you, Lu Xiaochuan remarked gently. Note my pager number. You can reach out if you need assistance. I have friends in Shanghai who can help you. With reddened eyes, Lin Roy nodded vigorously, ascending to retrieve paper and pen to jot down Lu Xiaochuan's pager number. As she watched him exit the courtyard, a singular thought occupied her mind. She must pursue her studies at Fengyang University in the future. After a trip to the train station to purchase a sleeper ticket for the following day, Lu Xiaochuan returned to his hotel to rest, awaiting his return journey. One evening, I received a page, and upon returning the call, I found it was Wang Dong on the other end. He mentioned that he had gone back to the rental apartment in search of Lu Xiaochuan, only to discover that Lu was absent and inquired if he had moved out. Brother Dong, I haven't relocated. I merely stepped out. How about this? You come to find me next Monday evening, and I shall await your arrival. It was evident that Wang Dong had pressing matters to discuss, yet the phone conversation was not conducive to an elaborate exchange, so they arranged to meet the following Monday. Chapter 67. Wang Dong's predicament. On Saturday afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan finally returned to Fengyang. He had resolutely decided that unless there was an urgent matter, he would not be visiting the bustling metropolis for the foreseeable future. Even if he were to go again, it would be by plane. The 30-hour train journey was simply too exhausting, with too much time squandered on the road. After a night of rest, Lu Xiaochuan promptly arrived at the tutoring center early Sunday morning. The prominent sign of Qihang Education had already been affixed to the rooftop, albeit still shrouded in red cloth, awaiting unveiling. Ascending the stairs, he found the interior had been completely rejuvenated, with freshly painted walls and the lobby partitioned. Only the tables and chairs were yet to be set in place, and a few workers were busy hanging blackboards on the walls. By early September, the summer break had long concluded, and Li Yan had formally resigned from Chunfeng Education to commence her duties here. Bai Ling, Yu Xiaomei, and Su Jibin were also present, and upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, they playfully confronted him. Oh, so you remember you're the boss? Quite the absentee manager you've been. Dear colleagues, I apologize. I have been quite preoccupied, Lu Xiaochuan responded. To make amends, I shall treat everyone to lunch today. Then I demand guabao ro. I want shui zhu ro pian. I desire gabagua. Not a problem. I'll arrange for all of it, Lu Xiaochuan conceded, clearly wary of these formidable ladies. Yu Xiaomei presented Lu Xiaochuan with the financial accounts. The 30,000 yuan he had previously provided had already been expended, and subsequent expenses were drawn from the company's funds. Lu Xiaochuan took a cursory glance. Yu Xiaomei, having honed her skills in a state-run enterprise, had meticulously maintained the accounts. Naturally, they dined at Tao Li Ju restaurant, supporting his cousin's business. Wang Jing was aware that they were dining on a tab, and this time she graciously offered 2 complimentary dishes. During a discreet moment, his cousin Zhao Lijun mentioned, your uncle and aunt will be visiting soon. We plan to go to Wang Jing's home to propose. Will you be available to accompany us? Sure, cousin. When they arrive, please page me, and I will join you to pick them up. As a younger cousin, Lu Xiaochuan was not typically included in such matrimonial endeavors. However, circumstances had shifted. Wang Jing's elder cousin had transferred the restaurant to Zhao Lijun, and upon returning to their hometown, it would undoubtedly be discussed that Zhao Lijun's cousin had prospered. Thus, Lu Xiaochuan's presence would serve to bolster Zhao Lijun's standing. After their meal, they returned to the tutoring center to convene a meeting and strategize the next steps. Su Jibin was tasked with overseeing the finishing touches on the renovation and classroom arrangements. He assured them that everything was in order, with the tables and chairs already ordered and awaiting delivery. The landline had also been installed, with technicians set to come and complete the setup the following day. At this juncture, the paramount task was recruiting teachers. Lu Xiaochuan resolved to invest in an advertisement in the newspaper to attract seasoned educators to join their ranks. Given the challenge of recruiting a sufficient number of full-time teachers in a short period, it is essential to also seek part-time instructors. Bai Ling and Li Yin will reach out to various institutions, including Provincial University, Medical University, Eastern Engineering, and Normal College, to establish connections with the administration or student unions, aiming to attract more university students seeking labor study opportunities. Among these, Eastern Engineering, Medical University, and Provincial University are prestigious institutions, while Normal College, despite being a second-tier school, offers relevant programs, making it a priority for recruitment. However, applicants from other universities will not be dismissed. Nonetheless, Lu Xiaochuan has specific requirements for part-time hires. All candidates must undergo an examination, achieving at least 85 out of 100 on a mock test. If their proficiency is inferior to that of the students, it would be impossible to deliver quality instruction. Those who pass the examination will receive training, followed by a trial teaching session, which serves as a second round of interviews. Successful candidates will enjoy favorable compensation, and even those not hired will receive a daily stipend of 10 yuan during the training period, ensuring that students do not leave empty-handed after several days of effort. On Sunday, Lu Xiaochuan spent the day diligently working at the tutoring center, and by Monday, he took a break to collect his driver's license from Xinxin Driving School, allowing him to legally drive on the roads. That evening, Lu Xiaochuan, rare for him, tackled a set of mathematics problems at home, as he had fallen behind in his studies. Before he could complete the set, Wang Dong arrived. "Donggu, come in. It's been a while. How was your holiday?" "Oh, it's a long story. I never imagined that running a tutoring class would be so challenging." Wang Dong was eager to share his woes. After resigning from the Chunfeng Tutoring Center, Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei promptly organized their own classes, hoping to earn a quick profit during the summer. They were hesitant to rent commercial premises and instead leased a ground-floor residential unit, making minor modifications to create 2 classrooms, which sufficed for their needs. They advertised in the West, and, with referrals from parents they previously knew, quickly assembled a class of new first-year students to teach the new curriculum. Additionally, they recruited several one-on-one students, feeling confident that this venture would yield steady profits. However, their optimism was short-lived when a few neighbors reported them, claiming that the influx of students was disturbing the peace. In such cases, unless the community raises concerns, authorities typically do not intervene. Yet, once a complaint was lodged, relevant departments investigated. Upon discovering that Wang Dong was operating an unlicensed tutoring class, they promptly shut it down. Fortunately, without imposing a hefty fine. With the previous location deemed unsuitable, they sought a new venue to continue their operations. But the landlord of the first property would not refund the rent, as the failure of the tutoring class was unrelated to their agreement. After relocating, they were again reported after only a few days, leading students and parents to withdraw from the classes and demand refunds. Faced with this predicament, Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei had no choice but to issue refunds. Some particularly difficult parents even insisted on partial refunds for the lessons already conducted, fearing that a tarnished reputation would hinder future endeavors. Currently, Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei are left with only a handful of one-on-one students, managing to scrape together a modest income, which pales in comparison to their earnings from previous part-time work during the summer. 2 individuals, resolute in their intentions, contemplated establishing a legitimate educational institution. However, upon inquiry, they discovered that registration necessitated a capital of 200,000 yuan. Though this amount would be returned after verification, the question loomed, where could they possibly procure such funds? After deliberation, they decided to seek the ingenuity of Lu Xiaochuan, known for his clever ideas. Upon hearing their predicament, Lu Xiaochuan immediately sensed that something was amiss. It was evident they had been reported by someone with ulterior motives, possibly even Wang Tongguang. Although Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei had no competitive rivalry with Wang Tongguang, their departure just before the summer break had undoubtedly caught him off guard. Moreover, Wang Tongguang suspected they had siphoned off some of his student resources. In truth, they had not engaged in any underhanded tactics, but Wang Tongguang's suspicions were unfounded. "Brother Dong, what are your thoughts now? Do you wish to continue establishing your own class, or would you prefer to seek other tutoring centers to teach?" If they were disinclined to venture out on their own, Lu Xiaochuan would naturally aim to recruit them to his side. Chapter 68. Wang Dong's choice. Lu Xiaochuan initially intended to bring Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei into Qihang education, but to his dismay, Wang Dong was unwilling to abandon his aspirations of independence. Despite facing some setbacks, he was determined to give it another try. They had come to seek Lu Xiaochuan's advice. "Brother Dong, since you and Sister Dongmei trust me so much, I shall certainly assist you. Here's an address. Tomorrow, you and Sister Dongmei should come here for a detailed discussion." Lu Xiaochuan pinned down the address of Qihang Education for Wang Dong. With a perplexed expression, Wang Dong accepted the note, while Lu Xiaochuan remained enigmatic. "All right, we'll visit you tomorrow," Wang Dong replied. The following day, Lu Xiaochuan arrived early at the tutoring center. Much had changed in just one day. The phone had been installed, and the desks and chairs had been delivered. Su Zhibin and Yu Xiaomei were directing the workers in arranging the furniture. Bai Ling was at school, and Li Yin was absent. It was revealed that she had hired several temporary workers to post recruitment advertisements. "Sister Xiaomei, Brother Bin, you've worked hard." "It's nothing, Xiaochuan. I earned significantly more here than I did at the food factory. I should thank you." Su Zhibin, now fully devoted to Lu Xiaochuan's vision, followed his lead without question. Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei located the address and ascended to the 3rd floor, where the sign for Qihang Education had been unveiled. Upon hearing their footsteps, Lu Xiaochuan stepped forward to greet them. "Brother Dong, Sister Dongmei, over here." He ushered them into the spacious hall on the 3rd floor and introduced them to Yu Xiaomei and Su Zhibin, emphasizing that Su Zhibin was Li Yin's boyfriend. "Xiaochuan, what is all this?" Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei were clearly bewildered. "This is a tutoring center I co-founded with friends. Sister Li Yin has also resigned from Chunfeng Education and is now the principal here. Today, she is out posting recruitment ads, and we have just finished the renovations. We are preparing to hire teachers." Yu Xiaomei warmly served them cups of hot water, which Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei graciously accepted, expressing their gratitude. "I've heard you've struck it rich. I didn't realize such a large tutoring center had come to fruition so swiftly," Zhao Dongmei remarked with a smile. her heart brimming with envy. This is merely a framework. We have yet to recruit any teachers. In the realm of education and training, human resources are perpetually paramount. Are you too interested in joining us? Wang Dongxin remarked. Didn't I just express my desire to venture independently yesterday? Why are you inviting me to join today? At a loss for words, he was relieved when Lu Xiaochuan interjected. Just kidding, Brother Dong. I've previously mentioned that the education and training industry is in its infancy, and the market is vast. Currently, there is virtually no competition among peers, so I still encourage you to pursue your own paths. We can even assist one another. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Wang Dong felt reassured. Sister Dongmei and I are presently facing challenges, and we are uncertain of our next steps, which is why we sought your advice. Brother Dong, Sister Dongmei, I have two suggestions, or rather, two options for you to consider. Please listen carefully and deliberate. Wang Dong recognized that the crux of the matter was at hand. Xiaochuan, please proceed. I have completely formalized the procedures for this tutoring class. I've been scouting locations since the beginning of the summer vacation, and I just finalized all the necessary paperwork a few days ago. My first suggestion is that you two could establish a branch under the name of Qihang Education, with all decisions regarding the branch entirely in your hands, unaffected by whether it incurs losses or profits. However, as it is a branch, we would require a 15% profit share. This way, you merely need to lease a storefront to begin recruiting students, while I will handle all the formalities for the branch. And what is the other option? Zhao Dongmei inquired. The alternative is for you to find your own location and undertake the necessary procedures yourselves. Regarding the 20,000 for the capital verification, I can lend it to you. After the verification, the amount can be returned to my account, and I won't require any interest. Do you really have 20,000? Upon uttering this, Zhao Dongmei immediately realized her mistake. After all, he had successfully established such a large tutoring class, and clearly, financial constraints were not an issue. You can lend us 20,000? Of course, as we are friends, this is naturally not a problem. However, I do require your assistance in return. What do you need us to do, Xiaochuan? I am currently looking to hire teachers, and it may be challenging to find experienced ones. I might need to recruit a batch of part-time university students, and I hope Brother Dong and Sister Dongmei can help train them for a month. Of course, you will continue your regular classes on weekends. You would only need to assist me in training the newcomers from Monday to Friday. I want to have you work for free. I can offer you a temporary employment arrangement for 1 month at a salary of 500 yuan. Are you scolding us? You can lend us 20,000, and we still expect to receive a salary from you? Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei decided to deliberate upon which option to choose. Regardless, they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Xiaochuan. Zhao Dongmei's gratitude was indeed heartfelt. Upon returning home, Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei deliberated throughout the night. Zhao Dongmei contemplated the prospect of aligning with Lu Xiaochuan, yet this would entail relinquishing 15% of their income, which was a bitter pill to swallow. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. One cannot simply open a branch under another's name without contributing anything. Wang Dong advocated for an independent approach, believing it would prevent them from being beholden to anyone else, and that if they were to fail, it would not tarnish the reputation of Qihang Education. Certainly, during this preparatory period, it is essential to diligently assist in organizing the training, and even engage in recruitment and similar tasks, as it serves as valuable experience for establishing one's own classes in the future. Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei ultimately chose to pursue independent ventures, and Lu Xiaochuan expressed his understanding, advising them to initiate the necessary procedures and to reach out to him when capital verification was required, as his funds were readily available. Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei were quite proactive, consistently offering their assistance whenever they were not occupied with administrative tasks or lessons, actively helping Li Yin with recruitment efforts and sourcing numerous mock examination questions for the candidates. They successfully secured trainers for chemistry and English, while Lu Xiaochuan was capable of handling the physics training himself. However, they were still in need of an adept mathematics teacher, and Lu Xiaochuan immediately thought of Liao Hongwan. Although he could not poach from Wang Tongwan's territory, Liao Hongwan was available during the day from Monday to Wednesday. So enlisting him to assist with recruitment and training was feasible, albeit with compensation. Liao Hongwan was delighted, as this opportunity would allow him to earn extra income without conflicting with his teaching duties. The advertisements were disseminated, and a steady stream of applicants arrived for interviews. Following the interviews and trial lectures, 6 full-time teachers were hired, all young individuals who had resigned from their positions at rural secondary schools to seek employment in the provincial capital. Simultaneously, Li Yin and her team returned with a wealth of names and contact information from various universities. Chapter 69. The competition scene. September 20th fell on a Sunday, and the third-floor hall of Qihang Education was filled with university students eager to apply for positions, numbering 20 to 30 in total. As the principal, Li Yin felt a tinge of nervousness addressing such a large assembly for the first time, so she brought along a water cup to sip from periodically to ease her discomfort. Hello everyone, and welcome to Qihang Education for this recruitment event. As you can see, we are a newly established institution, with classrooms located on the 2nd and 3rd floors. What is the purpose of our tutoring program? You may wonder. Take a guess. It is to contribute to the educational cause. to better serve the students of Fengyang, enabling them to enhance their grades and make academic progress. Li Yin gestured lightly with her hand and smiled as she continued, "Dear students, let us not indulge in lofty rhetoric. What you have mentioned is certainly valid, but our primary objective is quite straightforward, to earn money, and to help you all earn as well." Laughter erupted among the students as Principal Li's candidness resonated with them. "Students, it is said that a gentleman cherishes wealth, provided it is acquired through legitimate means. We do not steal or rob. We earn through our abilities. And there is no shame in that." Indeed, the notion of earning through one's skill struck a chord with the audience. You may be wondering if you can indeed earn money by joining us. Allow me to briefly outline our school's tuition standards and the compensation packages we offer. After taking a sip of water, she continued, "Many of you have likely engaged in tutoring outside. The current market rate is approximately 50 to 100 yuan per hour. Am I correct in my understanding? Indeed, the typical rate hovers around 50 yuan per hour, with seldom a price of 100. There are indeed many who tutor privately. Our aim is to create a high-caliber educational platform, targeting families with favorable economic conditions, which essentially means we will be earning money from those who can afford it. Our classes typically last for an hour and a half. Depending on the students' grade levels, the fee for one-on-one lessons is set at 4,060 yuan, with a commission of 4,045 yuan, primarily determined by performance. Thus, at the minimum standard, one can earn 16 yuan for an hour and a half of teaching. Additionally, we allocate 10 of the lesson fee as a reward, distributed through various forms such as year-end bonuses. As Li Yin concluded her statement, the audience erupted into a lively discussion, murmuring among themselves, convinced that these terms were indeed favorable, far surpassing the experience of seeking private tutoring independently. I was referring to the minimum standards. If everyone is teaching higher grade classes or small group lessons, the income would undoubtedly double. The compensation model at Qihang Education is quite similar to that of Chunfeng Education. After consulting with a few individuals, Lu Xiaochuan specifically proposed allocating 10 as year-end rewards or for referring students, as well as for student renewals, thereby effectively increasing the costs of resignation and breach of contract, thus maintaining employee stability. Principal Li, you mentioned that salaries are entirely commission-based. If you cannot attract students, will we not earn any wages? Inquired a bespectacled student. That is an excellent question. To alleviate any concerns, we do offer a guaranteed minimum salary. This means that if we fail to recruit students, preventing you from earning commissions, everyone will receive a monthly salary of 100 yuan. 100 yuan? That's quite generous. To be honest, I earn roughly that much tutoring outside. Indeed, this guaranteed salary is quite substantial. The university students initiated another round of discussion. However, if students leave due to your lack of ability to teach effectively, that cannot be blamed on the school. Of course, even if one deliberately neglects their duties, we will still provide that 100 yuan salary. However, you will not be welcomed back the following month. The distinction between a fulfilling meal and mere sustenance is clear to everyone, Li Yin continued. If it comes to that, why would one even seek a salary? It's better to leave promptly. None of us would engage in such shameless behavior. Exactly. We are all individuals of integrity. Principal Li, when can we commence our positions? Yes, I can hardly wait to join Qihang Education. Li Yin's earlier remarks had been thoroughly rehearsed with Lu Xiaochuan, and she had initially remembered them well. However, the enthusiastic response from the college students had caught her off guard. After a few interruptions, she found herself unable to recall the subsequent details. Suddenly inspired, she declared, "The terms are laid out before you, and we do have certain requirements for recruitment. Now, I would like to invite our educational supervisor, Teacher Lu, to elaborate further." With that, she gestured for Lu Xiaochuan to step forward. Lu Xiaochuan had intended to remain in the background, merely attending today's session, but unexpectedly, Li Yin had assigned him the title of educational supervisor and ushered him to the forefront. In a situation akin to firefighting, Lu Xiaochuan steeled himself to take the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have merely arrived 2 months earlier than you, collaborating with Principal Li and others to prepare for this tutoring program. Now, I will elucidate the recruitment criteria of Qihang Education. As the sage once said, a teacher need not be superior to their students, nor must students be inferior to their teachers. However, to effectively tutor students, it is essential that we possess a level of knowledge superior to that of the majority of our pupils. Thus, we must implement an entrance examination. For those wishing to teach high school, a score of 85 or above on a 100-point mock exam is required, while aspiring middle school instructors must achieve a minimum score of 95. This expectation is hardly unreasonable, is it? Immediately, voices arose in agreement. Indeed, it is not excessive. If one cannot pass the exam themselves, how can they impart knowledge to students? That would be leading them astray. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and responded, "Excellent. Since everyone concurs, the process becomes much simpler. Some students may express concerns, stating, 'I once excelled academically, but I have forgotten much over time. What should I do?' Once you have decided which subject you wish to teach, you may review and practice independently. Whenever you feel confident, you are welcome to take the exam with us. If you believe you are ready now, you may stay to participate in the examination. Upon passing the exam, one can secure employment, correct? Another individual inquired. This is merely the first hurdle. Those who pass the examination will proceed to our subsequent training program. Why is training necessary? Although all of you are university students, distinguished in intellect and learning capacity, the students we will face may not share these attributes. They might struggle with comprehension, or perhaps they may not be as academically gifted. Therefore, our training will focus on effective teaching methods and adopting the students' perspectives when addressing problems. Lu Xiaochuan continued. The training sessions will occur on weekends and evenings. After completion, there will be a standardized teaching demonstration. Those who succeed will be offered positions. Another question arose. If we attend the training but fail the interview, would that not render our time wasted? Chapter 70. Initial Development. Lu Xiaochuan felt a surge of frustration at this inquiry, but opted for patience instead. Students, in order to receive rewards, one must first invest effort. By participating in the training, you are only committing your time. While our tutoring program invests both human and material resources into your development without charging any training fees. This is a mutual investment. Should you ultimately join our Qihang education, that will serve as your reward. Moreover, even if you do not become part of our organization, your teaching skills will undoubtedly improve, which will benefit you in securing private tutoring opportunities in the future. Are we expected to pay you during the training period? Indeed, without investment, there can be no reward. If you are unwilling to invest even this minimal time, perhaps it would be best to remain where you are. Lu Xiaochuan refrained from expressing his anger. Yet other university students began to voice their discontent. The male student who posed the question turned red with embarrassment. Lu Xiaochuan swiftly sought to alleviate the awkwardness. It is understandable that some may feel this way, as everyone's time is precious. During the training, although we do not provide salaries, we will ensure meals are provided so that no one attends the training on an empty stomach. I will conclude my explanation here. Those who wish to take the exam may stay, while those who feel unprepared may return to study further and come back at their convenience. We will always welcome you. As the group had dwindled to nearly half, some expressed a desire to return home for a period of study before reapplying, while others remained silent. Perhaps daunted by the high expectations and reluctant to engage in laborious study. Lu Xiaochuan, however, held no opinion on the matter and respected each individual's perspective. Addressing the 15 individuals who remained, he remarked, "Since you have chosen to stay, please proceed to this classroom to participate in our examination." They were divided into separate rooms for the tests. 3 students took the physics exam, which Lu Xiaochuan had crafted by extracting questions from various practice books, merely altering the numbers in some instances. In the absence of computers or laser printers, he wrote the exam by hand, utilizing layers of carbon paper beneath. The exam was not extensive. Within an hour, the 3 had completed it. Lu Xiaochuan instructed them to wait in the classroom while he graded the papers on site. Only one, named Zhou Yunhao, achieved a score of 87, while the other 2 barely surpassed 70. The 2 students who did not pass observed Lu Xiaochuan grading and raised doubts about their answers. Lu Xiaochuan refrained from argument and instead explained the errors to them, which they accepted with humility. They acknowledged their prolonged absence from study had rendered them rusty and expressed a commitment to review their materials and practice before returning. Lu Xiaochuan naturally welcomed this resolve. Out of the 15 candidates, only 7 passed the examination, 3 in mathematics, 2 males and 1 female, 2 in English, both females, and 1 each in physics and chemistry, both males. The few who succeeded were elated, stating they could commence training that very day or assist with various tasks. The remedial classes had just been renovated, and cleaning had yet to be completed. Li Yin took the initiative to lead everyone in tidying up. The group displayed no discontent regarding the cleaning, working earnestly. Lu Xiaochuan approached Li Yin and requested that, in the name of the principal, she invite everyone to lunch. It was Sunday, and Wang Dong, Zhao Dongmei, and Liao Hongwen had classes and could not assist. Apart from Lu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling, the 2 owners, along with the 3 principals, 6 full-time teachers, and 7 part-time instructors, Qihang Education had grown to 18 members, marking a significant milestone. Lu Xiaochuan had obtained his driver's license and drove a Santana, while Su Zhibin operated a small van, and they also hailed a taxi, setting off in grand procession to Taoliju restaurant. At lunchtime, Taoliju was bustling. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan arrive with a large group, Zhao Lijun had no choice but to escort them to the largest private room on the 2nd floor, adding a few extra chairs to accommodate the sizable gathering. Lu Xiaochuan's sister-in-law, Wang Jing, warmly approached to take their orders, but informed them that due to the crowd, the dishes might be served a bit slowly. Although Zhao Lijun himself was at the helm in the kitchen, his former apprentices had become competent, yet the sudden influx of customers during lunch still posed a challenge. Let us forego the ordering. Just serve us what you think is best, and make sure it's substantial. If the food takes time, that is no concern. Bring us some tea and drinks to enjoy in the meantime. Very well, she replied, and promptly went to fetch the beverages. Lu Xiaochuan suddenly felt that he might have been a tad too ostentatious earlier, nearly revealing too much, and quickly turned to Bai Ling and Li Yin, saying, "General Bai, Principal Li, did I overstep? I trust there are no objections from you both? You've made all the arrangements. What more can we say?" At noon, without any preparation for alcohol, tea was served. Li Yin hastily introduced the new employees to the owner of the tutoring center, Mr. Bai, and invited him to speak. It became evident that Principal Li was also an employee, albeit a highly regarded one. Bai Ling encouraged everyone to work diligently, assuring them that the company would not neglect their efforts. She mentioned that she would not be a frequent visitor, as Principal Li would primarily oversee the operations, urging everyone to cooperate harmoniously. Bai Ling's demeanor exuded grace, and her words flowed with a calming assurance, leaving all in attendance feeling rejuvenated. When the dishes arrived, they were indeed sumptuous. The newly recruited part-time university students thought to themselves that although they were not earning money today, indulging in a grand feast was still worthwhile. Li Yin warmly invited everyone to partake in the meal, promising that the tutoring center would organize team-building activities quarterly, which would include not only dining but also various other events, with all expenses covered by the center. This news elevated the spirits of the group even further. The majority of the female teachers at the tutoring center lacked strong assertiveness, adhering to the principle of not wasting food. The meal stretched on for quite some time as they made a concerted effort to finish the dishes. By the time they concluded their meal, the restaurant had become less busy. As they descended the stairs, Zhao Lijun was standing in the lobby smoking. Spotting Lu Xiaochuan, he called out to him. Your uncle and aunt are taking the train to Fengyang tomorrow. We plan to visit Wang Jing's family the day after to formally propose. I intended to call you tomorrow to let you know, but since you're here today, I thought I would inform you right away. All right, wait for me tomorrow afternoon, and I'll drive you to the station, Lu replied. You can drive now? Is that car yours? I recently partnered with friends to establish a new tutoring center, and the car is purchased by the center, so I have no issues driving. Zhao Lijun had grown accustomed to the surprises Lu Xiaochuan presented and was now immune to further inquiries. Upon returning to Qihang Education, Lu discussed further plans with Bai Ling and Li Yin, preparing for another week of teacher training, with enrollment set to commence at the start of the National Day holiday. They deliberated over work policies, with Lu emphasizing a critical point. Teachers must refrain from conducting private lessons. Driven by self-interest, some educators undermine the integrity of the institution, which is strictly prohibited in the educational training sector. Any infractions would result in immediate dismissal and contractual penalties. After work that evening, Lu Xiaochuan first drove Bai Ling home before returning to the Anha community, fortuitously crossing paths with Yu Xiaomei. She mentioned that her mother-in-law, Aunt Wang, had expressed several times her desire to invite Lu Xiaochuan for a meal. Seizing the opportunity, Lu did not decline and joined her for dinner. The next day, Lu Xiaochuan rose early, seizing the rare chance to go for a run. Since he had started earning money, his lifestyle had become rather irregular. He had not been exercising or studying diligently. Determined to cultivate discipline, he resolved to change. After his run, he enjoyed breakfast out and then dedicated the morning to studying, memorizing English vocabulary and completing a set of math exercises. Only when his stomach began to rumble did he head downstairs, driving straight to Tally Restaurant. Over the next few days, he would assist his cousin with errands, naturally opting to dine at his restaurant without charge. Wang Jing was in exceptionally high spirits, as Zhao Lijun's family was set to visit her home the following day to propose, finally solidifying their impending marriage. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan arrive, I warmly inquired about his culinary preferences. Lu Xiaochuan, unreservedly, ordered 2 dishes for himself. After finishing the meal, he engaged in conversation with the waitstaff at Tally Restaurant. Lu Xiaochuan, possessing a wealth of experiences and knowledge, shared several jokes that elicited peals of laughter from the female attendants. Sipping tea, they lingered until 2:30. When Lu Xiaochuan drove to the North Station to pick up Zhao Lijun, they patiently awaited the arrival of his uncle and aunt, who finally emerged, laden with numerous bags. After nearly an hour, upon ushering the elderly couple into the Santana, it was their first experience in a small car. Upon learning from Zhao Lijun that this vehicle belonged to Lu Xiaochuan, they were taken aback, realizing their nephew had prospered far more than they had anticipated. Seated in the back, they glanced around nervously, concerned about soiling the upholstery. Upon reaching Tally Restaurant, the realization that their son owned this 2-story establishment brought a smile to Uncle Zhao Hongchuan's face. Both he and his nephew had achieved much more than their siblings. Wang Jing had already visited the family home in Xinping County with Zhao Lijun during the Spring Festival and was waiting at the restaurant entrance to greet them warmly as uncle and aunt. Lu Xiaochuan playfully teased, "Sister-in-law, isn't it time for you to change how you address me tomorrow?" Wang Jing's cheeks flushed, prompting Aunt Zhao to intervene quickly. "Xiaochuan, don't tease your sister-in-law. She is shy." The group entered the restaurant and settled into a private room. Wang Jing promptly sought to arrange the dishes, but Uncle Zhao waved his hand, saying they had already eaten on the train and were not hungry yet, suggesting they should dine together later in the evening. He also urged Lu Xiaochuan to retrieve the items they had brought, which they intended to present to their in-laws the following day. "Uncle, rest assured, I won't forget them. They're safely in the trunk, and I'll take them out when we arrive at my sister-in-law's home tomorrow." Zhao Hongchun finally relaxed. After acquiring this property, the keys had been entrusted to Zhao Lijun, who had also prepared the 3 rooms in the backyard for himself and Wang Jing to reside. Allowing the elderly couple to rest there first, With nothing pressing to attend to, Lu Xiaochuan went next door to Boss Ya's shop to purchase 2 packs of Hongta Mountain cigarettes to keep in the car. Boss Ya had already paid the rent for the second half of the year and was troubled about relocating by year's end, as he had yet to find a suitable storefront. Having previously inquired with Zhao Lijun, Lu Xiaochuan understood he had no intention of expanding the restaurant space, and thus he casually informed Boss Ya that he could extend the lease. Hearing this, Boss Ya nearly leaped for joy, asking, "Really, brother?" "Indeed. But if you don't wish to renew, I will lease it to someone else," Lu Xiaochuan replied. No, I certainly wish to renew the lease," Boss Ya exclaimed, before returning 2 new packs of cigarettes to Lu Xiaochuan, revealing that he had likely sold him counterfeit ones earlier. After exchanging the cigarettes, Boss Ya proposed signing a long-term lease agreement. Lu Xiaochuan did not agree to this, instead opting for a 3-year contract with the first year's rent remaining unchanged, and a 10% increase each subsequent year. Under pressure, Boss Ya, knowing he had no choice, reluctantly consented, quietly cursing Lu Xiaochuan in his heart numerous times. The Tally Residence restaurant is conveniently located beside the Normal University. Feeling somewhat bored, Lu Xiaochuan strolled around the campus, which remained just as he remembered, teeming with beautiful women, leaving him utterly captivated. He even encountered a few familiar senior sisters from his past life. Of course, they did not recognize him now, and he dared not approach them for a greeting. The campus remained unchanged, yet Lu Xiaochuan had transformed, observing the vibrant scenery and the energetic university students. He was filled with nostalgia, as if traversing through time. Indeed, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Upon returning to the Tally Residence restaurant, evening had already fallen, and his uncle and aunt were well rested. His parents had arrived, and Zhao Lijun naturally showcased his culinary prowess, preparing several signature dishes. The restaurant was bustling that evening, with Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing occupied at the front, leaving Lu Xiaochuan to dine with the older couple first. His uncle, Zhao Hongchun, was in high spirits and insisted on having a few drinks. Lu Xiaochuan, unaccustomed to white liquor, opted for a bottle of beer instead. "Uncle, you have to meet your in-laws tomorrow. Surely you should conserve your strength for the occasion," Lu Xiaochuan remarked wisely. "Yes, you make a valid point," his uncle agreed. "Let us only have a little tonight to warm up, so we do not embarrass ourselves in front of our new family from Xinping County tomorrow." As the 3 savored their meal, they awaited Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing, who finally joined them at the table after a busy evening that stretched past 8 o'clock. The restaurant was thriving, much to the satisfaction of Zhao Hongchun and his wife, who felt content observing their future daughter-in-law, Wang Jing. After dinner, Lu Xiaochuan drove back to rest, fortunate that there were no sobriety checks at that hour. Having consumed only a bottle of beer, his driving remained unaffected. He enjoyed a restful night and arose early the next morning to return to the Tally Residence restaurant. To his surprise, Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing took their time, not organizing the restaurant's affairs until nearly 9 o'clock. The trunk of the Santana was already filled, with Zhao Lijun seated in the front passenger seat, while his uncle, aunt, and Wang Jing settled into the back. Thus, the group of 5 set off. Wang Jing's home was located in the rural area of Yuhong district, not far away, approximately an hour's drive. Upon arriving at her residence, they were warmly greeted by a throng of relatives. Lu Xiaochuan had previously heard Zhao Lijun mention that the Wang family had a large entrance. Wang Jing's uncles and cousins were numerous, and among her generation, she had many brothers but few sisters, being the eldest girl, with several younger female cousins. In contrast, she had over a dozen male cousins. The previous owner, Mr. Wang, was her paternal cousin's brother, while Wang Jing had a younger brother still in high school. A large group welcomed the Zhao family inside. Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing introduced their parents, and the first meeting between the 2 families was filled with warm handshakes as they settled onto the Kong to enjoy tea. They also introduced Wang Jing's many uncles and older relatives to the Zhao couple. The younger generation remained outside, chatting amiably in the yard. As the new son-in-law, Zhao Lijun naturally offered cigarettes to the elders, and after that, he distributed cigarettes to Wang Jing's brothers outside. At that point, it was necessary to provide a box for each person. Fortunately, Lu Xiaochuan had bought 2 extra packs of Hongta Mountain cigarettes, just in case, or else Zhao Lijun would have run short. A few audacious young men even began calling Zhao Lijun brother-in-law. Unexpectedly, the male offspring of the Wang family flourished. Lu Xiaochuan mused, pondering that his cousin should treat Wang Jing well, should he ever commit any transgressions against her. This multitude of uncles and brothers would surely make him regret it. Little did Lu Xiaochuan know that the individuals present today were merely a fraction of the family. Wang Jing had numerous younger brothers still pursuing their studies. Chapter 72. The affectionate Wang family. The Wang family was well aware that Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing had taken over the Taliju restaurant. Zhao Lijun, at such a young age, had become a proprietor, much to the satisfaction of the Wang clan. They had even heard rumors of his cousin's newfound wealth, and upon seeing him today, it was evident that he had arrived in a modest car. With Lu Xiaochuan's mention, Zhao Hongchun summoned his nephew to the inner room to introduce him to the elders of the Wang family. His nephew was now a man of means, and his visit was a source of pride. Lu Xiaochuan politely greeted the esteemed elders of the Wang family, who could not help but commend his handsome demeanor and manners. Understanding the need to remain humble, Lu Xiaochuan refrained from overshadowing the elders, who were undoubtedly discussing matters of betrothal and marriage for his cousin. After exchanging a few words, he gracefully withdrew to converse with Wang Jing's brothers outside. Exhibiting his social prowess, he soon found himself engaged in lively discussions with several youths of similar age. Meanwhile, the women of the Wang family busied themselves in the kitchen, with Wang Jing assisting them. Several aunts exchanged pleasantries as they worked. "Little Jing, your cousin's brother is quite the handsome one. Did he drive here today?" One of the aunts inquired. "I'm not quite sure. I heard he opened a tutoring center. And the car was purchased for that," Wang Jing replied. "I heard from your elder brother that the property your restaurant occupies was bought by him. How can such a young lad possess so much wealth? Is tutoring really that lucrative?" Another aunt remarked. Wang Jing was equally puzzled by Lu Xiaochuan's sudden affluence. Knowing only that he had visited Shanghai a few times and returned with wealth, yet the details remained elusive. "Little Jing, does your younger uncle have a girlfriend?" Wang Jing's second aunt asked. "What? Are you hoping to introduce your daughter to him?" Wang Jing teased. "I heard he is a university student," interjected Aunt Shi dismissively. "I think the daughter of the third aunt would be a suitable match. They are both university students," another voice chimed in. "Yes. Your second sister is also a university student. Perhaps you could inquire for the third aunt, Little Jing. If this comes to fruition, wouldn't that strengthen our family ties?" Wang Jing felt overwhelmed by the suggestions and could only promise to ask, although she could not assure the outcome. At noon, the Wang family set several large tables for a feast, and Wang Jing's younger siblings returned from school, filling the atmosphere with lively chatter. Naturally, Lu Xiaochuan sat with the younger crowd, casting a sidelong glance at the table where several of Wang Jing's uncles surrounded the elder Zhao Hongchun, urging him to drink. It was clear that today, the elder was in for a challenge. Zhao Hongchun, indeed, had a considerable capacity for liquor, and with the joyous occasion of discussing the children's wedding date, he welcomed every toast, soon becoming quite inebriated. Wang Jing's uncles continued to persuade her to drink, particularly her younger uncle, whose insistence stirred a hint of annoyance within her. She tugged at his sleeve, urging him to temper his enthusiasm. With a smile, her uncle remarked, "My dear-in-law, look at my niece. She hasn't even crossed the threshold yet, and already her elbows are bending outward." Zhao Hongchun naturally lavished praise on Wang Jing, leaving her parents beaming with delight, and he also took the opportunity to commend Zhao Lijun. As the new son-in-law, Zhao Lijun dutifully offered toasts to the elders and then to his peers. At Lu Xiaochuan's table, Wang Jing's brothers grew disgruntled as Lu Xiaochuan abstained from drinking. "Brother, what gives? Do you look down upon our Wang family, refusing to share even a single cup?" "Not at all, my brothers. We are to be relatives from here on out. How could I possibly disrespect my own kin? The truth is, I must return this afternoon, and I'm concerned about the dangers of driving after drinking. Moreover, the spotlight is on you. If anyone is to toast, it ought to be your brother-in-law." Lu Xiaochuan showed little loyalty, promptly throwing his cousin Zhao Lijun under the bus. Realizing the situation, the others raised their glasses and went to toast Zhao Lijun. As a chef, Zhao Lijun was accustomed to drinking daily and had developed a considerable tolerance. However, after just having completed a round of toasts, he felt overwhelmed when several younger brothers approached him for drinks. Fortunately, Wang Jing intervened just in time, dispersing her brothers with the natural authority of sisterly blood ties. Defeated, Wang Jing's brothers returned to confront Lu Xiaochuan, who remained resolute in his refusal to drink. "Brothers, it's not that I lack respect. It's simply that drinking and driving is perilous. How about this? Another day, let us all gather in Fengyang, and I shall treat you to drinks, where we can truly measure our capacities, and may the best man win." Wang Jing's own brother, Wang Bing, supported the notion of not pressuring Lu Xiaochuan to drink, emphasizing the importance of safety. However, Wang Jing's cousin, Wang Zhe, accused Lu Xiaochuan of being disrespectful, suggesting he might simply lack the ability to hold his liquor and feared embarrassing himself. As the conversation grew heated, Lu Xiaochuan felt a surge of anger but refrained from stooping to Wang Zhe's level, determined to preserve the festive atmosphere. "Wang Zhe, should you continue in this manner, I might just call upon my sister to set you straight." The mere mention of Wang Jing caused Wang Zhe to relent, though he wore a disgruntled expression. Lu Xiaochuan, noticing Wang Zhe's demeanor, seized the opportunity. "Wang Zhe, I just overheard our elders mentioning an engagement ceremony in the city tomorrow, which I shall undoubtedly attend. Are you not obliged to go as well? Let us settle this then. Let us not disturb the familial harmony. If you lose, you shall call me brother from then on, and I shall have the final word in our conversations. If I lose, the conditions are yours to dictate." Wang Zhe, feeling a twinge of anxiety at this proposal, was encouraged by a few cousins who insisted he could not bring shame to the Wang family. At that moment, he knew he could not back down. "Fine. Let it be as you say. I shall grant you a reprieve today, but tomorrow we shall see who prevails." With Wang Zhe having already accepted Lu Xiaochuan's challenge, no one dared to pressure him further about drinking, allowing Lu Xiaochuan to enjoy his meal in peace. And truth be told, the dishes prepared by the Wang family were quite delectable. During the gathering, A curious incident unfolded as two young ladies lingered at the door, whispering and gesturing towards Lu Xiaochuan. Upon noticing them, Lu Xiaochuan looked up, prompting the girls to turn crimson and flee, leaving him utterly bewildered. The table he occupied concluded their meal rather swiftly, in stark contrast to the other table that had been reveling for nearly 2 hours. His uncle, Zhao Hongchun, was already inebriated, while Zhao Lijun was swaying unsteadily on his feet. Lu Xiaochuan's aunt assisted her husband, and Wang Jing supported Zhao Lijun as they bid farewell to her family, shaking hands and promising to reunite the following day. On the return journey, Lu Xiaochuan drove steadily. Upon arriving at the Taoliju restaurant, Zhao Lijun hurried to the restroom to vomit, proving that the new son-in-law had quite a challenge ahead. Lu Xiaochuan's uncle and aunt retired to the backyard to rest, while Wang Jing immediately immersed herself in her restaurant duties. The following day, Zhao Lijun arranged for a minibus to collect Wang Jing's family, which comprised only her parents and a few close uncles. Wang Bing and Wang Zhe accompanied them as well. The engagement ceremony was quite simple, involving the exchange of betrothal gifts and an agreement for Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing to register their marriage soon. With plans for a wedding in their hometown of Xining County by the end of the year, the elders consumed little alcohol this time, fostering a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. However, to avoid any discomfort for the elders, Lu Xiaochuan and several of Wang's brothers chose to sit at a separate table. Lu Xiaochuan, having prepared himself by drinking milk in advance to protect his stomach lining, seized control of the conversation with a few well-placed remarks, challenging Wang Zhe to a drinking contest. Although Lu Xiaochuan's drinking capacity was not significantly superior to Wang Zhe's, he excelled at consuming alcohol swiftly. Wang Zhe, unwilling to appear weak, engaged in the contest, and they began downing bottles of beer. Before finishing the 5th bottle, Wang Zhe collapsed under the table. A few friends helped him to the backyard, where he slept through the afternoon. By the time the elders finalized Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing's wedding arrangements and prepared to leave, Wang Zhe had yet to recover. Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing had no choice but to leave him behind, promising to return for him in a couple of days. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Xiaochuan reflected on his age, realizing it was unbecoming to engage in such childish antics. He hoped that Wang Zhe would not suffer any adverse consequences from the drinking. Fortunately, after a nap, Wang Zhe felt better and noticed the elders had departed, so he decided to stay. Being unemployed, he suggested to Wang Jing that he would work at her restaurant and learn to cook from his brother-in-law. In the restaurant's front hall, Lu Xiaochuan remained. Wang Zhe, now quite straightforward, approached him and declared, "Brother Xiaochuan, I yield. From now on, you shall be my brother. I mean it, as long as you're around. I will be your little brother." He added with a chuckle, "After all, we are relatives." "Just joking. What do you want to eat tonight? It's on me. Or shall we drink a bit more?" "Let us not," Lu Xiaochuan replied. "Just the thought of alcohol makes me dizzy. How about some porridge instead?" Wang Zhe had been thoroughly subdued by the experience of drinking. Lu Xiaochuan decided to stay that evening as well. They played cards for a while, and with their teamwork, Lu Xiaochuan and Wang Zhe managed to win a few dozen yuan from Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing, much to Wang Zhe's delight, who then called him brother with even more enthusiasm. Wang Jing was well aware that her cousin was usually quite obstinate and resentful. However, she did not expect him to be so thoroughly subdued by Lu Xiaochuan. The following day, Zhao Hongchun and his wife were anxious to return to their hometown, as the corn harvest season was approaching and a multitude of agricultural tasks awaited them. Despite their son and daughter-in-law's pleas to stay, the elderly couple insisted on departing early. Lu Xiaochuan assigned Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing to manage the restaurant affairs while he personally accompanied his uncle and aunt to the bus station. After purchasing their tickets, he also acquired a platform ticket for himself, ensuring that the couple boarded the bus before he took his leave. Upon exiting the station, Lu Xiaochuan hurried to Qihang Education, where teacher training had been underway for several days, and new recruits had recently been added. Those who had undergone training as part-time teachers were subjected to mock teaching interviews, with most meeting the required standards for formal employment. However, one sophomore from a provincial university, despite possessing all the necessary skills, became exceedingly anxious upon standing at the podium, stuttering and faltering in speech. After numerous rounds of training and mock teaching, the situation remained unchanged, leading Li Yin to advise her dismissal. Given her inadequate psychological resilience and eloquence, it was evident that she was unfit for the teaching profession. The combined number of full-time and part-time teachers had already surpassed 20. Li Yin expressed her concerns, noting that the guaranteed monthly salary for these staff members amounted to several thousand. She feared what might happen if enrollment figures were unfavorable. Lu Xiaochuan reassured her, stating, "Sisterly, you are overthinking. We are already in the process of distributing enrollment flyers, and once October arrives, we are sure to attract a considerable number of students. Our primary focus now should be on efficiently scheduling the teachers to accommodate all incoming students while ensuring that every instructor has classes to teach." Seeing Lu Xiaochuan's confidence alleviated Li Yan's worries. "All right, since you are the boss and remain unfazed, why should I be concerned?" She replied. "By the way, someone inquired about the commercial space downstairs. It seems they are interested in renting. I informed him that he could come by in the afternoon and would likely call beforehand." Lu Xiaochuan was aware that the commercial space downstairs was not situated in a bustling shopping district, making it challenging to rent out. The previous landlord had only managed to lease 2 of the 4 units, leaving the other 2 vacant. One of the rented units was a small shop, while the other housed a barber shop. The shop was performing reasonably well, but the barber shop had only one barber, its owner, and had already put up a notice for transfer. Unlike other businesses, the barber shop lacked substantial furnishings and equipment, making it difficult to garner a significant amount from the transfer. Lu Xiaochuan had a conversation with the barbershop owner and informed him that the lease would not be renewed at the end of the year, offering to reduce his rent by 2 months. Consequently, the owner decided against pursuing the transfer, opting instead to wait until the end of the year to vacate. Lu Xiaochuan had his own considerations. The upper floor was designated for tutoring classes, while the lower level was intended for cultural-related enterprises, rendering the barbershop somewhat out of place. The small shop, however, could be retained for the convenience of the teachers and students above. In the afternoon, the prospective renter indeed called, and Li Yin welcomed him over. Lu Xiaochuan took the keys to the remaining 2 commercial units and guided the visitor through the space. The individual was a young man in his 20s with long hair, giving the impression of an artist. Upon inquiry, he confirmed that he was a middle school art teacher, introducing himself as Mr. Huang. Art and music classes in middle schools were often regarded as peripheral subjects, receiving little attention, particularly in the 3rd year of junior high, where they were frequently sidelined. With physical education and arts teachers often being unwell and requiring core subject teachers to fill in. Teacher Huang has few classes at school, and his work is relatively relaxed. Yet his salary is rather meager. As a young educator, he finds it insufficient for his expenses. Thus, he contemplates opening an art class during the holidays to teach children to draw or provide tutoring for art students preparing for the college entrance examination. Possessing a keen intellect, Teacher Huang notices the prominent sign of Qihong Education, realizing that a sizable tutoring center has recently opened. He believes that establishing an art class below the tutoring center would facilitate student recruitment. Consequently, he visits the ground floor shop to inquire, only to discover that the landlord operates the tutoring center upstairs. Upon meeting Lu Xiaochuan, he is surprised by the landlord's youth, suspecting he might be a junior partner. Lu Xiaochuan shows him a modest storefront of over 50 square meters, which is quite basic, having only freshly painted walls, tiled flooring, and installed heating, with no other furnishings. Teacher Huang, intending to open an art studio, does not require extensive renovations. In fact, the lack of decor suits him, allowing him to create some murals on the walls. Content with the space, he inquires about the rent. Lu Xiaochuan had recently contemplated starting a cultural education-related business downstairs, such as a stationery or bookstore. Teacher Huang's plan to open an art studio inspires Lu Xiaochuan, as the art studio and the tutoring center could complement each other well. Both the ground floor shops and the barber shop share similar dimensions, with an annual rent of 1,000 yuan each. Upon hearing the annual rent of 1,000 yuan, Teacher Huang feels it exceeds his expectations, uncertain if he can earn back this amount given he can only operate the studio during holidays. His monthly salary at the school is less than 300 yuan, making 1,000 yuan surpass his total annual income. Chapter 74. Booming enrollment. Teacher Huang's psychological price point is 3,000 yuan per year, aligning with his annual salary. Boss, considering this is a corner shop, could you possibly lower the rent a bit? He asks. To be honest, I understand that 1,000 yuan is a standard rate. However, as this is my first venture, I genuinely fear I might not recoup the rent. Do not worry, Teacher Huang, Lu Xiaochuan replies. I mentioned that the rent is 1,000 yuan annually. But since you are opening an art studio while I operate a tutoring center upstairs, both endeavors are educational and can mutually benefit from one another. Therefore, I am inclined to offer you this special rate. With that, Lu Xiaochuan holds up 2 fingers. Teacher Huang, glancing at the 2 fingers, timidly asks, Are you suggesting 2,000 yuan? Lu Xiaochuan nods affirmatively, stating, Indeed, the rent for others is 1,000, but for you, it is 2,000. However, I have 2 conditions. What are the conditions? Teacher Huang inquires, astonished by the generous offer. The first condition is that students attending your art classes, including those from the school, should be referred to our tutoring center upstairs for academic support. Naturally, if any of our students wish to learn art, I will direct them to you. Teacher Huang immediately agrees, recognizing that a significant reason for opening the art studio is the tutoring center above, allowing them to mutually refer students. Additionally, the renovation of my upstairs space is quite simple. I would like to ask Teacher Huang, at his convenience, to assist us in crafting some artistic lettering or perhaps creating a few doodles to enhance the cultural ambience. Of course, I would compensate you for your efforts. Lu Xiaochuan presented a second request. Boss, you have been so generous, reducing my rent by 2,000. What need do I have for a fee? Rest assured, should you require such assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. My doodling and calligraphy skills are commendable and will surely meet your expectations. The 2 conversed amiably, and soon Lu Xiaochuan asked him to refrain from calling him boss, suggesting instead that he simply call him Xiaochuan, while he began to refer to the other as Brother Huang. Brother Huang, it's not that I am boastful, but I had no intention of renting out those commercial spaces downstairs. I am not in dire need of the rent. My concern lies in the potential disruption to my tutoring classes above. Your visit today to establish an art studio has sparked an idea. Do you know any music teachers looking to start a vocal or instrument class? You could introduce them to me. And I would only require $2,000 in rent from them as well. I aspire to transform this small building into a cultural hub, fostering a rich cultural atmosphere. Teacher Huang was greatly impressed. Xiaochuan, I did not expect someone of your youth to harbor such aspirations. It is truly remarkable. Tomorrow, I will inquire with the music teachers at school to see if they might be interested. Having finalized the rental arrangement, Teacher Huang planned to tidy up the room soon, purchasing some tables and chairs. Lu Xiaochuan insisted that Su Zhibin drive him to make these purchases, which deeply touched Teacher Huang. The promotional efforts of Qihang Education had begun to bear fruit, with formal enrollment commencing in October. Each weekend, numerous parents arrived with their children, armed with flyers for Qihang Education. Li Yin promptly deployed the most experienced instructors for trial lessons, resulting in the majority of students enrolling and paying for their courses. Achieving a successful start, Zheng Yanhong also brought Fang Tongtong to Qihang Education. Fang Tongtong had been accepted into a prestigious high school, where the academic challenges were significantly greater than those faced in middle school. Many classmates struggled, and during the first monthly exam, a considerable number failed in physics and chemistry. Not only did Fang Tongtong come herself, but she also brought along several classmates. As an old student and a personal connection, Lu Xiaochuan discreetly arranged for Fang Tongtong to receive a 30% discount, while maintaining the standard fee for others. Zheng Yanhong was also aware that half of the tuition fees collected by the tutoring center were designated as commissions for the teachers. Even if the tutoring sessions were free, the instructors still needed to be compensated, otherwise, the owner would incur losses. Thus, offering her a discount did not truly profit from her, and she was very satisfied with the arrangement. Throughout October, enrollment continued to thrive. Within just over half a month, many teachers had already secured 5 students each. In the following Sundays, classes were nearly fully booked. Those part-time teachers also began to acquire their own students, with some demonstrating high teaching proficiency, already having 2 or 3 students. Consequently, their monthly commissions surpassed the guaranteed salary, ensuring that they were not perceived as freeloaders. Li Yin and Yu Xiaomei, among others, wore smiles of satisfaction. With the surge in enrollments, Lu Xiaochuan was earning well, and they felt justified in their own compensation. Last month, there were no new enrollments. Although this did not affect their salaries, the discomfort of receiving their pay under such circumstances weighed heavily on their minds. Teacher Huang is remarkably efficient. Having adorned the corridors on the 2nd and 3rd floors with exquisite calligraphy and painted 2 beautiful murals in the large classroom, thereby elevating the cultural ambience of Qihang Education significantly. Half a month later, Teacher Huang introduced his colleague, music instructor Shen Dongliang. Encouraged by Huang, Shen expressed a desire to open a vocal class to teach singing or instruments, seeking to earn some extra income. Lu Xiaochuan believed he possessed a modicum of musical talent. However, due to the lack of resources in his childhood, he never received formal music education, a regret that lingered in his heart. In his previous life, Lu Xiaochuan harbored a deep affection for music. Though he could not read sheet music, he managed to learn to play the harmonica purely by ear, effortlessly reproducing melodious tunes after hearing them just twice, albeit at a modest level. Parents often wish for their children to fulfill their own unachieved dreams, and Lu Xiaochuan was no exception. In his previous life, he enrolled his son in a vocal class at the age of 8. While his son did not grasp the lessons, Lu himself learned to read music. This ignited a passion within him, leading him to self-study guitar and eru. He would often join the elderly in the park for music sessions or sing along using a mobile app. Thus, upon hearing of Shen's plans to teach singing and guitar, Lu Xiaochuan welcomed the idea with open arms. However, he did remind Shen of a crucial stipulation. Soundproofing must be incorporated into the classroom renovations to avoid disturbing the upstairs tutoring sessions. Fortunately, the guitar is relatively quiet. Had it been a drum set, no amount of soundproofing could contain the noise. Upon learning of the potential costs for soundproofing, Shen felt apprehensive. Lu Xiaochuan quickly assured him that he would cover the renovation expenses, offsetting them against his tuition for guitar lessons. Delighted by the proposal, Shen promptly agreed, securing the rental of the space and committing to ensure Lu Xiaochuan's comprehensive learning. With both music and art classes established in the 2 rented storefronts downstairs, Lu Xiaochuan contemplated the final piece of his educational vision, physical education. Once the barbershop vacated, he planned to invite Coach Bai to establish a Sanda class, solidifying the cultural and educational theme of his small building. Chapter 75. Chen Sumei is getting married. The enrollment process at Qihang Education progressed steadily, with tutoring classes gradually finding their rhythm. Naturally, various challenges arose during this operational phase, including managing difficult students or dealing with troublesome parents, issues that were to be expected. Lu Xiaochuan held firm to the principle that Qihang Education should not accept just any student for the sake of profit. Some children, being rebellious and disinterested in learning, resisted all attempts at guidance and education. For such students, it was imperative to provide early feedback to the parents and offer refunds to facilitate their departure, thus avoiding a situation where parents would spend money without seeing any improvement in their children's academic performance, which could lead to disputes. After all, the tutoring classes were focused on academic subjects, and they were not equipped to handle ideological education. The core philosophy was clear: once money was accepted, the students' grades must improve. It was essential to treat both students and parents with honesty and pragmatism, rather than falsely praising a student's intelligence and obedience when they were clearly neither. In the pursuit of monetary gain, one must not deceive others without moral boundaries, for such actions lead to the misguidance of the youth, a practice that should be resolutely avoided. Li Yan, with her wealth of experience, adeptly resolves various minor issues, rendering the involvement of Lu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling largely unnecessary. Principal Li has truly embodied his role, increasingly exuding an air of authority. Lu Xiaochuan has become less engaged with the tutoring classes, primarily assisting Shun Dongliang with renovations. The house has been fitted with a new ceiling, and soundproofing materials have been affixed to the walls. A trial on the second floor revealed that the guitar sounds from the first floor have diminished significantly, causing little disruption to classes and studies. On the other hand, Teacher Huang has adorned the walls with vibrant graffiti, and the necessary easels and furniture are now in place. With enrollment already underway, both Teacher Huang and Teacher Shun have not registered with the Education Bureau, instead utilizing the banner of Qihang Education, symbolically offering Lu Xiaochuan a 10% share of the profits. Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei spent over a month navigating bureaucratic hurdles, facing numerous obstacles without successfully formalizing the tutoring class. Ultimately, it was Lu Xiaochuan who sought assistance from the previous deputy director, which inevitably involved hosting a meal and providing gifts. Lu Xiaochuan even lent money to Wang Dong for capital verification. Wang Dong expressed his astonishment at the arduous process of establishing a legitimate tutoring class. Fortunately, the outcome proved favorable. The license for Dongmei Education was finally approved, allowing for enrollment to commence, with the inaugural registration bearing Zhao Dongmei's name, a rather romantic gesture representing both their names. Wang Dong's Dongmei Education is located in Pingyi District, quite distant from Qihang Education, and operates on a modest scale, having recruited a few part-time teachers. Lu Xiaochuan also dispatched Qihang Education's mathematics and physics instructors to assist with training and collaborative research. By the end of October, Qihang Education had begun to turn a profit, much to everyone's delight. To celebrate the tutoring class's successful establishment, a team-building event was organized at the Tally restaurant. During this gathering, Lu Xiaochuan did not seek the limelight. Under Principal Li Yan's directive, he and Su Jibin were first to arrive at the restaurant to place the order. Su Jibin, as the vice principal in charge of logistics, found his responsibilities diminished following the tutoring class's stabilization, leaving him with only the procurement of office supplies and minor furniture repairs. Additionally, he was tasked with driving home teachers who conducted evening classes, particularly the female college students, as their return to campus at night posed safety concerns. Naturally, Principal Li always accompanied the female teachers, ostensibly to show concern for his colleagues, but in reality, to prevent Su Jibin from being alone with them, thereby avoiding any potential romantic complications. "Brother Ben, I've noticed the early signs of your wife management," Lu Xiaochuan teased. Su Jibin offered a wry smile. "And you have the audacity to say that, when it was you who helped me find my partner." "No worries, Brother Ben. If you're not satisfied, I can introduce you to someone new. I know plenty of ladies," Lu Xiaochuan replied. "All right, stop boasting. If you keep it up, I'll tell Sister Li and see how she deals with you." "No, please don't. I fear Sister Li." Principal Li's stature continues to rise. The two continued their banter as they made their way to the Tally restaurant. With a larger gathering, they required 2 spacious private rooms. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, his sister-in-law Wang Jing approached to assist with the ordering. She and Zhao Lijun had recently taken the time to return to their hometown to obtain their marriage certificate, and she now proudly held the title of Lu Xiaochuan's legitimate sister-in-law. Wang Jing, brimming with vigor, has successfully propelled her restaurant business to great heights. Her cousin, Wang Zhe, who had only lasted over 2 weeks at the establishment, soon found it too exhausting and returned home, much to Wang Jing's relief. For managing him would have been quite a challenge. As evening fell, more than 20 teachers from Qihang Education gathered joyously, exchanging toasts amidst a lively atmosphere. Lu Xiaochuan stands out as a unique figure within Qihang Education. He neither teaches students nor engages in work. Yet he has forged close ties with several principals and spends his days immersed in study at the supplementary classes. The other teachers found this perplexing and were filled with curiosity. It was only when Li Yan revealed that Lu Xiaochuan is her cousin and also their landlord that the mystery began to unravel. He turned out to be a wealthy second-generation heir. Despite this revelation, he was not unpleasant and managed to mingle well with everyone. Lu Xiaochuan had not anticipated that Li Yan had cast him into the role of a rich heir, but it mattered little to him. With the supplementary classes gaining momentum, Lu Xiaochuan recognized it was time to refocus and dedicate himself to his studies, especially since he was already in his 3rd year of high school. Throughout November, aside from learning guitar with Teacher Shun, He devoted his time to studying at the supplementary classes. Gradually, he caught up with his coursework, regaining confidence for the forthcoming final exams. Since returning to Fengyang after the summer, he had not visited his hometown in Xinping County for months, only making a few phone calls to check on the progress of the house being built. By early October, the house was completed. Rural renovations are quite simple, essentially resembling a shell home with just a few pieces of furniture, so his family had already moved into their new abode. At Lu Xiaochuan's insistence, his father, Lu Jinyu, spent over 1,000 yuan to install a landline, facilitating communication with home. One day, while practicing guitar downstairs, Lu Xiaochuan received a page from home. He went upstairs to the supplementary class to return the call, only to find his father, Lu Jinyu, mentioning that Xiao Long needed to speak with him. Soon after, he heard Lu Xiaolong's voice on the line. Xiaochuan, there's something I think you need to know. What is it? Chen Sumei has dropped out. She hasn't been to school for over half a month. Lu Xiaochuan recalled that in his previous life, Chen Sumei had indeed dropped out during her senior year, though he could not remember the exact timing. You called to tell me this? If she wants to drop out, I can't stop her. Lu Xiaolong sounded a bit frustrated. Do you really not know, or are you pretending? Chen Sumei has feelings for you. Of course I know, but I hadn't thought much about it. All right, keep being stubborn. Xiaochuan, I've looked into it. Chen Sumei dropped out because her father wants to marry her off to the village chief's son to help her brother with his marriage. Apparently, they've already accepted the betrothal gifts. Chapter 76. A dash for the bride. The news from Xiao Long struck Lu Xiaochuan like a thunderbolt. He had never imagined that Chen Sumei's departure from school was due to this reason. It was no wonder that years later, when he saw her again, she appeared so haggard. He regretted having been so absorbed in his studies that he paid little attention to those around him. Of course, even if the previous Lu Xiaochuan had known of Chen Sumei's plight, he would have been powerless to intervene. Xiaochuan, are you listening? Is this true? Xiao Long, keep an eye on things for me. I will return tomorrow. After uttering these words, he ended the call. Although Lu Xiaochuan had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship with Chen Sumei, he could not bear to witness the unfortunate fate that befell his infatuated classmate. This time, he felt compelled to take action on her behalf, refusing to stand idly by as she plunged into despair. With the potential to achieve a second-tier university, it was imperative that he intervene, for to do otherwise would be to betray the sincere affection Chen Sumei harbored for him. Restless, Lu Xiaochuan promptly made his way to the train station to purchase a ticket for the following morning. He then proceeded to the bank to arrange for a withdrawal. Although the tutoring center's account was sufficiently funded, those resources belonged to the company and were not his to misuse. Initially, he had considered driving back in his Santana. However, with the highway still closed and lacking navigation, he felt uncertain about embarking on a long journey. The distance from Pingyang to Xining County was roughly over 300 kilometers, a journey of 5 to 6 hours. Given his unfamiliarity with the road conditions, he deemed the train a more reliable option. The next day, Lu Xiaochuan withdrew 100,000 yuan, stowing it in his backpack. Resolving Chen Sumei's predicament would undoubtedly require some financial outlay, though he estimated it would not be excessive. The funds he withdrew were primarily intended as an investment for his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, who had been assisting with the furniture store. Lu had promised to support him during the summer, but had yet to fulfill that commitment. Wang Guangxing had selflessly contributed to the household for several months, crafting new furniture without charging a single penny. After several hours on the train, he finally arrived at Xining County Railway Station around 3 in the afternoon. Upon exiting the platform, he immediately hailed a motorcycle taxi to return home. The new residence boasted an impressive facade adorned with ceramic tiles, and the interior was equipped with heating, a large stove providing warmth. It was mid-November, and Lu Jin had purchased coal, which they had been saving. Only upon learning of their son's return did they ignite the stove, resulting in a cozy atmosphere throughout the house. Upon entering, Lu Xiaochuan found the decor unsatisfactory in his eyes, yet the smiles on his parents' faces revealed their immense satisfaction. The wooden furniture, crafted by his brother-in-law Wang Guangxing, showcased commendable craftsmanship, adhering to traditional styles. Lu Xiaochuan, lacking the appetite for dinner, made his way to Xiao Long's house to inquire about Chen Sumei's situation. I have gathered more information, Xiaochuan. The Chen family has accepted the betrothal gifts and is merely waiting for Chen Sumei's elder brother to marry next month before proceeding with her engagement, Xiao Long whispered. So, aside from the betrothal gifts, nothing has been finalized yet? That's good. There is still a chance, Lu Xiaochuan replied, relieved. Xiao Long, will you accompany me to Shuanggo village tomorrow? Are you brave enough to go? We might need to negotiate, and it could get confrontational. Xiao Long could not afford to show fear at this moment. What is there to be afraid of? But just the two of us may be somewhat outnumbered. Perhaps we should invite Chaozi to join us in this endeavor. What do you mean to rob a bride? We are going to rescue a classmate, Lu Xiaochuan retorted, exasperated with him. Fine, do as you please. You always insist on your way, Xiao Long said with a mischievous grin. After their discussion, Lu Xiaochuan visited Zhang Chao, who readily agreed to join them, and they arranged to set off for Shuanggo village the next morning. Shuanggo village was divided by 2 ravines, each home to over 100 families, with Chen Sumei's residence situated in the western ravine. Lu Xiaochuan rode a motorcycle carrying Zhang Chao, while Xiaolong cycled. As they made their way to Shuangou village, the village was not far, a mere half-hour ride by bicycle. Upon reaching Shida town, Lu Xiaochuan felt that such an approach was somewhat reckless. He decided to let Zhang Chao and Xiaolong continue on their bicycles while he returned to the school to seek out their homeroom teacher, Ms. Du. Having an adult intervene would surely lend more stability to the situation, and Ms. Du could represent the school. Upon arriving at Shigo, Zhang Chao and Xiaolong inquired about Chen Sumei's residence, but no one seemed to recognize her name. Fortunately, Xiaolong had a moment of clarity. He realized that in the village, children were commonly known by their nicknames. When they initially asked for her full name, the older villagers were baffled. Thus, he rephrased their query. "We mean the daughter of old Chun, who is said to be betrothed to the village secretary's son." "Oh, you must be referring to Ermiai from old Chen's family. Their house is right in the middle of the village, next to the big locust tree. By the way, what do you need her for?" Xiaolong, somewhat lacking in tact, jokingly replied, "We're here to abduct her." Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan had arrived at the school and located Ms. Du, who fortuitously had no classes at that moment. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan unexpectedly appear, she initially thought he had returned to continue his studies and was about to commend him for being so ambitious. Lu Xiaochuan explained his purpose, seeking Ms. Du's assistance in persuading Chen Sumei to return to school. Although Ms. Du had not visited Chen Sumei's home personally, she had previously instructed other students from Shuangou village to contact her, only to learn that Chen Sumei did not wish to continue her education and intended to work after the new year to support her family. Given that Xining County was a poverty-stricken area, particularly in the rural regions where economic conditions were dire, Ms. Du felt regretful about Chen Sumei's decision to drop out, yet felt powerless to change the situation. Hearing that Chen Sumei had been betrothed by her family ignited her anger. In this day and age, how could parents still impose such restrictions? Surely, Chen Sumei was still a minor. Ms. Du arranged for a substitute teacher and promptly set off with Lu Xiaochuan. Upon exiting the office, she noticed Lu Xiaochuan had arrived on a motorcycle. "You must have earned quite a bit from working. Lu Xiaochuan, you've even bought a motorcycle. Why not hurry back to school? Are you planning to forego the college entrance examination?" Ms. Du admonished. Lu Xiaochuan earnestly replied, "Ms. Du, may I explain later? I promise that once we resolve this matter, I will return to my studies." The motorcycle sped swiftly, and within 10 minutes, they had reached Shuangou village. Upon entering, they spotted Lu Xiaolong and Zhang Chao standing under the large locust tree. "Xiaochuan, you're here. Oh, and Ms. Du has come too. Chen Sumei's family won't let her leave the house, and her father refuses to talk to us," they lamented, standing helplessly at her doorstep. Lu Xiaochuan called out from the entrance, "Chen Sumei, Ms. Du is here as well. Do not worry. We will persuade your family to allow you to return to school." The sound of Lu Xiaochuan's voice sent a tremor through Chen Sumei's heart, and tears immediately streamed down her face. Her parents had forced her to quit school and had promised her to the village secretary's son, all in a bid to gather the dowry for her brother. Naturally, she adamantly opposed this fate, yet her parents had knelt before her, compelling her to accept her destiny. Today, hearing Lu Xiaochuan calling her name outside, her heart, which had long been numb, suddenly felt alive again. Chapter 77. A single move to defeat the enemy. In November, the fields were devoid of work, and the villagers of Shuangou were hibernating at home. Upon hearing the commotion at Chen Sumei's doorstep, many gathered to witness the spectacle. Teacher Du exclaimed, "Chen Sumei's parents, your child has not yet reached 18. Your current actions are unlawful. Open the door so we may discuss this matter amicably. Otherwise, I will represent the school and report this to the town," prompting the police to intervene. Upon hearing the word police, Chen's parents were immediately struck with fear, realizing the authority of the schoolteacher. Reluctantly, they opened the door but remained defiant, stating, "Teacher, our daughter's marriage is a matter for her parents to decide. The school has no jurisdiction here." Chen Sumei's parents, your actions are indeed illegal. We are no longer living in the old society. A child's marriage must at least be agreed upon by them. Furthermore, Chen Sumei has not yet reached 18. The legal marriage age is 20. It would be wiser to allow her to continue her education and revisit this issue in a few years, Teacher Du reasoned. We are not forcing her into marriage. We are merely making arrangements for the future. In a few years, they can wed, and she has consented to this. If you don't believe us, ask her. Chen's father insisted, determined to uphold the arrangement despite having spent the betrothal gifts he had received. With her eyes reddened, Chen Sumei remained silent. Lu Xiaochuan spoke up. "Chen Sumei, speak boldly. Do not fear. We are here to support you today." "Indeed. With Xiaochuan back, what is there to fear?" Lu Xiaolong chimed in. "I." Chen Sumei glanced at Lu Xiaochuan, whose gaze seemed to instill her with courage. "I do not consent. You foolish girl, what are you saying? We agreed upon this at home." Chen's father roared in anger. "The child has expressed her dissent regarding this marriage. She should return to school," Teacher Du urged once more. "Absolutely not. To be frank, I have already accepted the betrothal gifts from the Meng family and have spent them. I cannot return the money. There is no way to retract this marriage," Chen's father confessed, resolute. "I will repay you." Lu Xiaochuan suddenly interjected. Chen's father stared at Lu Xiaochuan. "You? How can a mere student possess such funds? That is of no concern to you, Uncle Chun." You are marrying off Chen Sumei primarily for the betrothal gifts. Are you not? I shall cover that expense. Is that acceptable? Lu Xiaochuan asserted. Yes, Xiaochuan will cover the betrothal gifts. He is certainly more capable than your foolish son. Lu Xiaolong seized the moment to add. Chen Sumei's face flushed crimson as she grasped Lu Xiaolong's implication, naturally assuming it reflected Lu Xiaochuan's thoughts as well. Xiaolong, could you possibly keep quiet? Bringing you today was a mistake, Lu Xiaochuan muttered in frustration. Suddenly, Zhang Chao, who had been silent, spoke up. Xiaochuan, we have trouble. A group of people is approaching from that direction. Following Zhang Chao's pointed finger, Lu Xiaochuan indeed spotted 5 or 6 young men advancing menacingly towards them. Chen Sumei's brother, who had been hiding inside, emerged upon seeing the group and exclaimed, "It is the Meng family. How did they find out so soon?" Zhang Chao immediately grasped the situation. While inquiring for directions at the village entrance, Xiao Long, with a careless tongue, had boisterously claimed to be there to abduct a bride. It was certain that someone had tipped off the Meng family, and now they had come to demand an explanation. 6 individuals from the Meng family arrived. Amongst them the village secretary's son, who was slender and diminutive, resembling a dumpling in shape. Leading the group was the village secretary's nephew, Meng Xiangyong, tall and robust. It was perplexing how there could be such a stark contrast in physique between the two cousins. Lu Xiaochuan sensed the escalating tension and feared that a confrontation was imminent. With their numbers being fewer, he needed to safeguard Teacher Du if trouble were to ensue. It would spell significant complications. He quickly instructed Xiao Long, ride your motorcycle to the police station and inform them that a brawl is about to break out. Xiao Long acknowledged and took the keys to the motorcycle, setting off. Teacher Du called out to him, "Go to the town government and find Feng Xiangdou. Tell him I sent you." Xiao Long glanced at Lu Xiaochuan, uncertain whom to heed. Lu Xiaochuan nodded, indicating he should follow Teacher Du's directive. Just as Xiao Long sped away on the motorcycle, Meng Xiangyong and his companions approached aggressively, glaring at the group. "You lot, here to abduct a bride?" Teacher Du frowned. "What abduction? I am Chen Sumei's teacher, here to persuade her to return to school. What is your business here?" Meng Xiangyong swiftly recognized Teacher Du as a public servant, given her distinguished demeanor. Ignoring her, he turned his wrath towards Lu Xiaochuan, demanding, "Who are you two? And where did you come from?" With that, he prepared to strike. Teacher Du interposed, urging, "Do not resort to violence. Let us discuss this amicably. They are classmates of Chen Sumei. What if I do?" Meng Xiangyong retorted, pushing past Teacher Du and lunging for Lu Xiaochuan's collar. In the scuffle, Teacher Du was shoved aside, falling to the ground with a cry, seemingly twisting her ankle while still in her high heels. Upon witnessing Teacher Du's fall, Chen Sumei hurriedly took her mother's arm, rushing to help her up. Limping, Teacher Du rose and called out, "Lu Xiaochuan, please, do not fight." At this juncture, Lu Xiaochuan could no longer refrain from action, as Meng Xiangyong was already gripping his collar. Recognizing the need to subdue the aggressor, Lu Xiaochuan sidestepped, grasped Meng Xiangyong's arm, and with a swift motion, hurled him into a pile of firewood. As Meng Xiangyong regained his footing amidst the scattered logs, he seized a stick and, cursing, charged forward, swinging it down upon Lu Xiaochuan. He had never experienced such a humiliating defeat in Shuanggo village. While shouting for his companions to join the fray, it became evident that the Meng family, hailing from Donggo, had long been accustomed to bullying the predominantly Chen family residents of Shigo, who, while too intimidated to assist, merely watched the spectacle unfold, cautioning against violence. Seeing Meng Xiangyong armed with a stick, Lu Xiaochuan realized he could no longer hold back. He braced himself with his left arm, thankful for the woolen sweater he wore, which offered some cushioning, though the impact still sent pain through his arm. Meng Xiangyong's stick splintered in two, momentarily stunning him, before Lu Xiaochuan landed a punch squarely on his neck, causing Meng Xiangyong to collapse to the ground. As a few of his accomplices prepared to advance, Zhang Chao brandished a stick, standing firm and declaring, "I dare anyone to come forward." Zhang Chao is tall and robust. Although he may not possess exceptional fighting skills, he exudes an undeniable aura of courage. Upon witnessing Meng Xiangyong being knocked to the ground with a single blow, the others hesitated, intimidated by Zhang Chao's fierce demeanor. The onlookers gasped in shock as Meng Xiangyong fell, exclaiming that someone had been seriously harmed. Teacher Du was equally startled. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she had brought several students with her and felt a sense of responsibility. The Chen family, particularly Chen Sumei's parents, were rendered speechless by fear. Chapter 78. I will cover the betrothal gifts. Meng Xiangyong's fall sent shockwaves through the crowd, but fortunately he quickly regained his composure, slowly rising to sit upright before shakily standing again. He picked up a stick and called upon his companions to join him. Lu Xiaochuan urged Zhang Chao to swiftly retreat into Chen Sumei's yard, shutting the gate behind them. It was wise to avoid confrontation. Their opponents were numerous, and engaging in a fight could lead to injuries. Meng Xiangyong and his companions began to fiercely kick at the wooden door of Chen Sumei's home, causing it to tremble precariously. The door was not a solid barrier, but rather a wooden frame. Lu Xiaochuan grasped a carrying pole and defended himself through the gap in the door against Meng Xiangyong and his group. Chen Sumei's father and brother paced anxiously in the yard, worried yet aware that they could not offend the Meng family. At the same time, they could not simply expel Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao, who were Chen Sumei's classmates. Should anything happen to them on their premises, it would be difficult to explain, especially with Teacher Du present. Given the numerical advantage of their adversaries, it was fortunate that there was a door separating them, allowing Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao to hold their ground. As both parties faced off through the door, Chen Sumei's father pondered how to resolve this escalating conflict. Enough! A commanding voice rang out as a middle-aged man in his 50s approached. He was of modest stature, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a pen tucked into the pocket of his jacket. Secretary Meng, you've arrived. Chen Sumei's father greeted him promptly. Old Chen, what is the situation here? Before Chen's father could respond, Meng Xiangyong interjected. Uncle, these youngsters are Chen Sumei's classmates, claiming they have come to abduct her. They just assaulted me, daring to bully our Meng family. You must take charge of this. Secretary Meng's anger surged. He was well aware of his son's shortcomings. It was difficult enough for the Chen family to find a bride without money. He had lent them money, anticipating a marriage with his son and Chen Sumei. The betrothal gifts had already been given, and he was merely waiting to host a banquet for the couple in the coming year. Who would have thought that a disruption would arise unexpectedly? He addressed Lu Xiaochuan and the others. Where do you hail from? Why are you causing trouble in our Shuanggo village and resorting to violence? Lu Xiaochuan, faced with the accusation, promptly responded, Secretary Meng, let us not speak recklessly. We are Chen Sumei's classmates, here to persuade her to return to school. This is our homeroom teacher. Teacher Du, it was these individuals who initiated the conflict, and I was forced to defend myself. The onlookers can attest to this. Indeed, it was your nephew who struck first, another voice chimed in. He was chasing these two young men and even knocked over their teacher, injuring her foot. The Shigo Chen family is prosperous, although they cannot compare to the numerous and influential Meng family of Donggo. The recent incident where the Meng children kicked down Chen Sumei's door and pursued Lu Xiaochuan and his companions is utterly disgraceful. As a member of the Chen clan, while I cannot offer direct assistance, I can certainly speak a word of fairness. Teacher Du has also interjected. Secretary Meng, I am Chen Sumei's homeroom teacher. I have heard that her father accepted your family's betrothal gifts to marry her to your son, yet she is not yet 18 years of age. This is, indeed, illegal. Secretary Meng, recognizing Teacher Du's attire as indicative of someone not from the countryside, refrained from rash actions. Had it merely been those two impetuous youths, he would have dealt with them differently. Teacher Du, our rural customs differ significantly from those in the city. Children marry early here. Moreover, I merely arranged a betrothal with old Chen, and we intend to wait until the children are of age to formalize the marriage. This is not unlawful, is it? Lu Xiaochuan interjected. You are violating a woman's will by forcing a marriage, which is indeed against the law. Chen Sumei herself has not consented. If we escalate this to the Women's Federation, you will undoubtedly face consequences. Secretary Meng, as a leader of the village, you must recognize the validity of my claims. Young man, such statements should not be made lightly, replied Secretary Meng. It was old Chen who approached me regarding this marriage, and the betrothal gifts have already been exchanged. I am not coercing anyone. If she truly does not wish to proceed, simply return the betrothal money, and our Meng family will not pursue the matter further. Lu Xiaochuan glanced at Secretary Meng's son, whose demeanor was less than impressive, and thought to himself, with such a son, how would he ever find a bride if not for his father's position? Secretary Meng then turned to Chen Sumei's father, stating, Old Chen, if your daughter is unwilling, you should have voiced that sooner. What do you think you are doing now? Otherwise, please return the betrothal gifts to avoid the impression that our Meng family has forcibly taken your daughter. Having already learned that the Chen family had spent the betrothal money, Secretary Meng knew they would be unable to return it. After all, does your school manage students' education and also repay debts? Chen's father stammered, Secretary Meng, I have spent the money. I never mentioned anything about breaking the engagement. Teacher, as you can see, old Chen is not inclined to annul the betrothal. So please refrain from meddling in this matter, Secretary Meng remarked confidently, having already secured his position against the Chen family. Indeed, it is as if a dog meddles in affairs that do not concern it, echoed Meng Xiangyong and his companions, joining in the ruckus. Secretary Meng, would it suffice if I returned your betrothal gifts? Lu Xiaochuan inquired. Precisely. If the betrothal gifts are returned, our Meng family will not pursue this matter further. We are, after all, Mengs, and we uphold the principles of propriety, adhering to the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, he affirmed. Very well, I shall repay the money for Chen Sumei, Lu Xiaochuan declared, thus nullifying the engagement between the Meng and Chen families, with the villagers of Shuanggo as witnesses. Secretary Meng chuckled. Young man, do not speak so boldly yet. Perhaps you should consult with your elders at home first. Old Chen accepted my 10,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. Will you cover that for them as well? It is worth noting that nowadays, the typical betrothal gifts for a wedding are only 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. Despite his shortcomings, Secretary Meng's son is financially well off, and with such a sum, the Chen family would naturally acquiesce. I thought it was a significant amount. I will repay you right now. As he spoke, Lu Xiaochuan retrieved a bundle of 100 yuan notes from the pocket of his jacket. Not only was Secretary Meng taken aback, but so were the onlookers from Shuanggo village. How could this young man casually produce 10,000 yuan? Teacher Du was also astonished. Lu Xiaochuan had dropped out of school to work last year, and now he possessed such a substantial sum, enough to cover her salary for 3 years. Lu Xiaochuan extended the money through the door into Secretary Meng's still-dazed hands, saying, "Secretary Meng, please count it. Also, could you produce any IOU or receipt regarding the money Chun's family took from you?" Mr. Chun interjected, "We didn't write an IOU. We Rural Folk Value Trust. And such things are unnecessary. Trust? You promised your daughter to my son, and now you're going back on your word." Secretary Meng had not anticipated Lu Xiaochuan's immediate display of wealth. He wasn't particularly concerned about the 10,000 yuan, but rather about securing a daughter-in-law. The Chun family's Ermiai was quite attractive, a perfect match to enhance the lineage of the Meng family. Unlike his own wife, who was short, dark, and unattractive. He had initially been drawn to his father-in-law's wealth, but the result was a son who resembled a dumpling. Mr. Chun was at a loss for words. He had indeed promised Secretary Meng that his daughter, Chen Sume, would marry his son, but that had been out of desperation for money. Now that Lu Xiaochuan could provide the bride price, it would be preferable for his daughter not to marry into the Meng family. Her classmates were far more appealing than the Meng family's son. However, he was aware that he was now going back on his word, leaving him stammering and unsure of how to respond. Secretary Meng, I. Chapter 79. The deputy mayor steps in, seeing Mr. Chun at a loss for words. Lu Xiaochuan quickly interjected, "Secretary Meng, it is not that Uncle Chun is changing his mind. Chen Sume is not yet 18. And the engagement you arranged is invalid. It is against the law. Additionally, you can ask Chen Sume herself if she agrees." "I do not agree." Chen Sume answered immediately. "You see, you have heard her. Chen Sume herself does not wish for this. Forced affection is never sweet. It is said that the teachings of Confucius and Mencius emphasize familial propriety. You bear the surname Meng, undoubtedly a person of reason. You cannot coerce someone against their will. I have already repaid the Chen family on your behalf." Secretary Meng was cornered by Lu Xiaochuan's eloquence. The young man was far too articulate, and he found himself at a disadvantage. "Very well, let us set aside the matters concerning the Chen family for now. What about the injury to my nephew?" "Your nephew struck first, and I too have sustained injuries," Lu Xiaochuan replied, rolling up his sleeve to reveal bruises on his arm. Secretary Meng hesitated. He had already accepted the money, and with so many witnesses from the Chen family present, he could not compel Mr. Chun to marry off his daughter. Yet, if the matter ended here, the Meng family would suffer a silent loss. What would become of his authority in the village? Meng Xiangyong, sensing his uncle's indecision, began to shout, "Uncle, do not worry about that. Let us deal with this kid first." With that, he brandished a stick, ready to attack. Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao, however, were prepared, wielding a carrying pole to fend them off, but both sides merely exchanged blows without landing any significant hits. It remains uncertain how this farce will conclude. The abrupt roar of motorcycle engines heralded the arrival of Lu Xiaolong and Feng Xiangdong. Lu Xiaolong, having ridden his motorcycle to the town government, was unaware of who Feng Xiangdong was. Fortunately, he was not foolish. He first sought out Lu Xiaobei, known as Shigu, who worked at the town government. Upon hearing Lu Xiaolong's intention to find Feng Xiangdong, Lu Xiaobei was taken aback. What could Lu Xiaolong want with the town mayor? It was only when he learned that it was teacher Du from Shida Middle School who had sent him that he recalled Feng Xiangdong's wife was indeed a teacher at the school. Accompanying Lu Xiaolong, they proceeded to the office of Deputy Mayor Feng Xiangdong, who fortuitously was present. Lu Xiaolong recounted the events leading to the situation, and upon learning that a brawl was brewing in Shuanggo village, with his wife still on the premises, Feng Xiangdong immediately followed Lu Xiaolong to the scene. Upon arrival, they witnessed several youths engaged in a scuffle through the doorway. Secretary Meng, upon spotting Feng Xiangdong disembark from the motorcycle, recognized him as the deputy mayor dispatched from the county committee for experiential training. He quickly called over his nephew, Meng Xiangyong, who approached with a greeting, "Deputy Mayor, what brings you here? What is the situation, Secretary Meng?" Feng Xiangdong inquired, his displeasure subtly veiled. The village heads, often the local tyrants, typically held little regard for a deputy mayor. Yet, given his esteemed position, they dared not show him disrespect. "Well, it appears a misunderstanding has arisen between these youngsters and my nephew. I was in the midst of mediating when you arrived," Secretary Meng thought to himself, aware that such altercations were not typically within the purview of a deputy mayor. Feng Xiangdong mused silently that he had not seen Secretary Meng attempting to mediate. Yet he refrained from voicing this thought, simply stating, "The individual within is my wife. She sent her students to summon me." Realization dawned upon Secretary Meng, who suddenly recognized the implications. Teacher Du was Feng Xiangdong's wife, and now he had inadvertently offended an influential deputy mayor. "Ah, Deputy Mayor Feng, your arrival is most fortuitous. It seems I had intended to discuss a potential alliance with the Chen family, but regrettably, their daughter is a student of my sister-in-law. She mentioned that the Chen girl is still quite young and must continue her studies. I concurred, and thus, I came to confer with old Chun on the matter. Unfortunately, The children misconstrued the situation, leading to this altercation. Thankfully, I intervened in time to prevent any serious fallout. At last, the door of Chen Sumei's home swung open, revealing teacher Du, who limped slightly due to a twisted ankle, though fortunately, it was not broken. She recounted the sequence of events to Feng Xiangdong, who offered her words of comfort before stepping in to address the situation himself. I have gleaned the essentials, Secretary Meng, and it appears there has indeed been a misunderstanding. Given that the Chun family's daughter is still young and requires further education, I understand that the betrothal gifts you received have now been returned. I believe it is best to consider this matter closed. Indeed, Deputy Mayor Feng, I share your sentiment. Initially, it was old Chun who approached me. I thought, being fellow villagers, it would be beneficial to unite our families. However, since the children must continue their studies, I cannot impede their futures. The betrothal gifts have been returned, and we shall regard this as a closed chapter. After Secretary Meng finished speaking, he turned to Chen Sumei's father and said, Old Chun, it seems that our families will not be able to form an alliance after all. Let us leave it at that. What do you think? Despite the failed engagement, they still lived in the same village and could continue their interactions as before. All right, Secretary Meng, I acknowledge that my family was at fault in this matter. As long as you don't hold it against me, that suffices, replied Chen's father, having unknowingly used Secretary Meng's financial resources for over a month to resolve his son's marriage. He felt a pang of guilt, while also fearing to offend him. As you said, it's good that the child is attending school. How could I blame you? Let us not dwell on this any further. Chen Sumei and her mother stood in the courtyard, relieved to hear Secretary Meng verbally affirm that the matter was closed. However, Secretary Meng's son felt a twinge of disappointment. Upon hearing that his father had arranged a match with old Chen's daughter, he had been elated. But now it all seemed to have vanished into thin air. Yet, seeing his father relent and recalling that his cousin had just been bested in a scuffle, he dared not voice his discontent. Secretary Meng, being reasonable, demonstrated the high awareness expected of an old party member. Regarding the children's fight, he remarked, It's all your sister-in-law's fault for not properly supervising the students. Is your eldest nephew all right? Shall I take him to the hospital? Although Feng Xiangdong was the deputy town head, he maintained a humble demeanor, carefully elevating Secretary Meng with his words. Secretary Meng mused to himself, You praise my awareness. Yet what more can I say? If you hadn't shown up today, I would have extorted a few thousand from those two boys. Nevertheless, given the situation and the ladder Feng had provided him, Secretary Meng decided to ease the matter, stating, They are just kids, full of youthful vigor. It didn't escalate into anything serious, so let us consider it resolved. Thank you, Secretary Meng, Feng replied. It's not every day that you come to our Shuangho village. Please, come in for some water. I'll arrange a farmhouse dinner tonight. And I'll also apologize to your sister-in-law for my nephew's thoughtlessness in offending her. Secretary Meng feigned sincerity. We appreciate your kindness, Secretary Meng. But your sister-in-law has classes to attend, and I must hurry to return her to school. Seeing Feng refuse further invitations, Secretary Meng ceased his insistence and took his leave, urging the onlookers to disperse and resume their activities. Lu Xiaochuan lent his motorcycle to Feng Xiangdong, so he could take teacher due to the clinic for her sprained ankle, instructing him to leave the motorcycle at the town government for Lu Xiaobei. Feng did not decline and left with his wife. Chapter 80. Honor the elderly early Lu Xiaochuan. Accompanied by Zhang Chao and Xiaolong, also prepared to depart. Chen's father pulled Lu Xiaochuan aside and quietly inquired, Young man, where are you from? What is your relationship with my daughter, Ermi? The money you provided today, does it count as your bride price, or is it a loan to my family? Uncle Chun, I am from Liutuan, and I am just classmates with Chen Sumei. Rest assured, I will not ask you to repay the money today. I merely wish for Chen Sumei to continue her education and pursue university. The money can be considered a loan to her. When she earns in the future and is able to repay it, she may do so. If she cannot, I will not demand it back. Chen's father appeared skeptical, questioning how a mere classmate could afford to offer such a sum of 10,000 yuan. As long as he is not required to repay the money, it is evident that this young man comes from a wealthy family. With his handsome appearance, it would be far better for the daughter to marry him than the son of the old Meng family. In a few days, I must inquire about which family in Lu Tun he belongs to. Now that the issue has been resolved, the Chen family has agreed for Chen Sumei to return to school. Promptly, Chen Sumei packed her bag, eager to return to school today. As a senior, her studies are demanding, and she does not wish to waste a moment. Lu Xiaochuan rode his bicycle, carrying Chen Sumei, while Zhang Chao and Lu Xiaolong had no choice but to walk. Lu Xiaochuan instructed them to go to the town government to collect the motorcycle. Sitting on the back seat of the bicycle, Chen Sumei was pressed against Lu Xiaochuan's back, reflecting on the events of the day. Lu Xiaochuan had spent money and even fought for her. Tears of gratitude streamed down her cheeks, dampening Lu Xiaochuan's back. Previously, Chen Sumei had lived on campus. Upon returning to school, Lu Xiaochuan promptly contacted the dormitory supervisor to ensure Chen Sumei was settled in. He then went to the school cafeteria to buy steamed buns and braised dishes, as the students had yet to have lunch. At that time, the cafeteria offered only steamed buns and braised dishes. Most students brought their own lunchboxes to steam rice, accompanied by pickled vegetables. Only a few teachers residing on campus could afford to buy meals. Before leaving, Lu Xiaochuan insisted on giving Chen Sumei 100 yuan, which she accepted with a flushed face. She had hurriedly left home with only her backpack, forgetting her lunchbox, rice for steaming, and pickled vegetables. Since he had already covered the betrothal gifts, this additional 100 yuan was insignificant. In her heart, she had already recognized herself as Lu Xiaochuan's. Lu Xiaochuan understood that this misunderstanding had likely escalated, but there was little he could do. Chen Sumei was his classmate, and to be honest, he harbored a slight affection for her. However, seeing the pitiful expression on the young girl's face, he felt like an older man and could not bring himself to act on those feelings, fearing he might hurt her in the future. After all, upon entering university, he would face a vast and challenging world. Teacher Du's foot was not severely injured, and he returned shortly. They happened to meet at the school gate, where Teacher Du asked Lu Xiaochuan when he would return to school. Lu Xiaochuan assured him he would be back by next week at the latest. After waiting at the gate for a while, Xiaolong and Zhang Chao arrived on the motorcycle. Lu Xiaochuan handed over the bicycle to Xiaolong and gave him 50 yuan before departing, repeatedly warning him to keep his mouth shut. If the events of today reached their classmates, he would face a mixed confrontation from Zhang Chao upon returning home. Under Lu Xiaochuan's pressure, Xiaolong reluctantly accepted the hush money, vowing to keep silent. Realizing he would miss lunch at home, Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao found a small restaurant in town to eat before heading back to Lu Tun. He also advised Zhang Chao not to mention today's events, feeling more at ease with him compared to Xiaolong, whose loose lips could betray secrets. Upon returning home, his parents merely asked a few casual questions, to which Lu Xiaochuan deflected easily. Lu Jinyu inquired if he would return to Fengyang, and Lu Xiaochuan replied that he would go back to school next week, planning to visit the provincial capital during the winter break. Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping were relieved. Although their son was earning money, they genuinely hoped he would focus on his studies and aim for university. Lu Xiaochuan has moved into a new house, which is quite warm, and he wishes to invite his grandmother to live with them. However, his grandmother refuses, preferring to stay with her younger son, fearing that if she goes to the elder son's house, it would lead to ridicule about her younger son's filial piety. Lu Xiaochuan then visits his uncle Lu Jincheng's home, where his aunt treats him like a god of wealth and greets him warmly. Although the heated Kong in his uncle's house is quite warm, the entire room remains cold, necessitating the wearing of cotton coats indoors. Lu Xiaochuan once again brings up the idea of moving his grandmother to the new house, but she remains adamant, insisting that she is accustomed to the cold after so many years. Understanding the stubbornness of the elderly, Lu Xiaochuan realizes that his desire to care for his grandmother cannot bypass his uncle and aunt. He says, "Uncle, you should install heating in your home to spare the adults and children the suffering of winter. My grandmother doesn't complain, but she still needs to cover herself with a quilt while sitting on the Kong, and Xiaojing and Xiaorong are freezing their hands while doing homework. Indeed, we should install heating in our home as well. The new house of my uncle is so warm," his cousin Lu Xiaorong immediately adds. His aunt shoots Lu Xiaorong a disapproving look, saying, "It's easy to say, but how much would it cost to install heating? At least several hundred, perhaps over 1,000. It's only because your brother has earned money that your uncle's house has heating. Look at how many families in our village have heating, no more than 10. We have managed to endure with a heated Kong. While the heated Kong does warm the room, it suffers from unstable temperatures, leading to frequent colds. Heating systems maintain a more stable temperature, offering comfort. But the cost is a barrier that most families cannot afford or are unwilling to spend. All right, uncle and aunt. I will cover the cost of the heating as a gesture of filial piety towards my grandmother and both of you." Lu Xiaochuan then insists that his uncle accompany him to the county to arrange for the installation of the heating system, urging them to come quickly. Since he decided to spend the money, he wanted to ensure they appreciated it, not solely for his grandmother's sake, but also for his uncle and aunt. His aunt expresses her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. It's my dear nephew who has truly succeeded, and we all benefit from it." Naturally, his uncle is pleased as well. Who wouldn't he want a warm and comfortable winter? There's no need to go to the county. Heating systems are available in Shida town, and they offer installation services. Your heating was also arranged in town, he notes. Lu Xiaochuan follows through, immediately riding his motorcycle with his uncle to the town, bringing the heating seller back to their home, and ordering the installation of the heating system for over 800. Although it got a bit late, the seller promised to deliver the radiators and furnace for installation the next morning. Lu Xiaochuan merely needs to spend the money, as the rest is in his uncle Lu Jincheng's capable hands. Upon learning that her grandson is installing heating in their home, his grandmother first questions why he is wasting money. His aunt responds with a smile, "Look at you, old lady. Your grandson is showing you filial piety. So just enjoy the comfort without worrying about other matters." Accepting the expenditure, the elderly lady has no choice but to relent. In truth, older individuals are more sensitive to the cold. They simply endured it in the past due to lack of options. Now in her 70s, Lu Xiaochuan hopes that his grandmother will live for many more years, unlike in her previous life, when she passed away before reaching 80. In summary, the matter of honoring the elderly should be addressed promptly, lest one finds themselves regretting the inability to show filial piety in the future. which would be a true sorrow in life. Chapter 81. My elder sister is about to give birth the following day. Lu Xiaochuan intended to visit his elder sister Lu Xiaoyun, not only to check on her, but also to discuss the furniture store venture with her husband. Lu Xiaochuan's mother, Zhao Cuiping, accompanied him to see her daughter. Riding his motorcycle, they arrived at Shuangmiao village in Hechuan town. Upon hearing the sound of the motorcycle, the Wang family eagerly came out to greet them. Aunt Wang warmly grasped Zhao Cuiping's hand and exclaimed, I heard the magpies chattering in the trees this morning, predicting the arrival of esteemed guests, and here you are, dear mother-in-law. With her burgeoning belly, Lu Xiaoyun also came out to welcome them. Zhao Cuiping hurriedly urged her daughter to enter the house to avoid the cold wind. Although the house lacked heating, it was fortunately spacious, having been renovated not long ago. It is said that a woman carries her child for 10 months, though the actual gestation period is only 40 weeks, or just over 9 months. Presently, Lu Xiaoyun was already 37 weeks along, and in a little more than half a month, she would need to be at the hospital for delivery. The Wang family mentioned plans to go to the town's clinic for the birth, but Lu Xiaochuan refrained from commenting, intending to find time to inquire at the county hospital, as it would be more prudent for his sister to give birth there. The conditions at the township clinic at that time were far inferior to the clinics of later years. Stepping outside, Lu Xiaochuan called his brother-in-law Wang Guangxing aside and quietly suggested, Brother-in-law, we ought to install a heater in this house. It has just entered winter, and while it's not too cold yet, the weather will soon turn frigid. We need to ensure the house is warm for my sister when she gives birth. I was thinking the same, Wang Guangxing replied awkwardly. In a few days, when the weather improves, I plan to sell some corn in town to buy a heater. However, he was hesitant, as he had not spent the money Lu Xiaochuan had previously given him, saving it for the impending birth of Lu Xiaoyun's child. Why wait, brother-in-law? Let us go buy one now. I will cover the cost, Lu Xiaochuan insisted. Is that appropriate, Xiaochuan? You already gifted us a television last time. How can I let you pay again? Wang Guangxing protested. We are family. There is no need for such formality. This is for my sister, Lu Xiaochuan replied, pulling Wang Guangxing onto the motorcycle, and they set off towards Hechuan town. The streets of Hechuan town were more bustling than those of Shida town, with at least a 3-story government building. The town boasted numerous shops, and the two soon found a store selling heaters, ordering a stove and radiator with a promise of installation that very afternoon. On their way back, Lu Xiaochuan broached the topic of the furniture store once more. He had mentioned it previously, and Wang Guangxing had been intrigued, but during the months Lu Xiaochuan was away from home, he hadn't felt comfortable reaching out. Xiaochuan, starting a furniture store must require a substantial investment, Wang Guangxing remarked. Brother-in-law, I have brought you 50,000 yuan, which should be ample for starting the store and stocking inventory, Lu Xiaochuan replied. How much? Wang Guangxing nearly lost his balance on the motorcycle, quickly grasping Lu Xiaochuan's clothing in surprise. 50,000 yuan. Don't be too excited, brother-in-law, Lu Xiaochuan reassured him. Wang Guangxing thought to himself, how could I not be excited? I have never seen that much money in my life. Xiaochuan, is that really necessary? Please don't think me timid. I genuinely fear incurring losses opening a furniture store in the county. In my view, I shall first establish a furniture store in the town. The rent there is affordable, and it is conveniently close to home, allowing me to tend to family matters. Should the business prosper, we can consider relocating to the county in the future. What do you think? Shuangmiao village is merely 3 miles from the town, which is indeed quite near. If I open a furniture store there, I could return home for all 3 meals, significantly reducing expenses. Lu Xiaochuan pondered this and found it reasonable. All right, brother-in-law, I merely propose an idea. I will support you financially, but you must discuss the specifics with Grandpa Wang at home. I am not knowledgeable about carpentry. I have brought 50,000 yuan, which I will leave at your home shortly. Wang Guangxing quickly responded, no, if you truly leave that money at my house, I want to be able to sleep at night. Just lend me 20,000. I estimate that will suffice for renting a large yard, purchasing some tools, and acquiring a bit of lumber. Fine, it's your call. If there is a loss, I will bear it. You need not worry, brother-in-law. Lu Xiaochuan was indeed quite inexperienced regarding the furniture business. Rest assured, I doubt we will incur losses. While I cannot guarantee success in the county, our craftsmanship can certainly hold its own in the rural market. However, your elder sister is about to give birth, so the matter of opening the furniture store should be postponed until spring next year. As they conversed, they arrived home, where Wang Dinyang was already bustling about preparing lunch, and Wang Guangxing's elder brother and sister-in-law had also come to assist. Wang Guangxing is the second child in his family. Besides an elder brother, he has a younger sister who is in her 3rd year of junior high at Hechuan town. Wang Guangxing's elder brother and sister-in-law treated Lu Xiaochuan with great courtesy, knowing that their younger brother's brother-in-law had found financial success. Perhaps he could lend them a helping hand someday. In truth, once an individual acquires wealth, even distant relatives who would otherwise have little to do with you become exceedingly cordial, even if they may never truly benefit from your fortune. Lu Xiaochuan had previously heard that his elder sister's sister-in-law was not particularly easy to get along with. Yet today, she was as warm as family. At noon, Wang Guangxing's sister also returned home for lunch. Upon seeing guests, the shy girl greeted them and retreated to a small room to eat alone. The midday meal was quite sumptuous, and the table was filled with lively conversation, primarily revolving around Lu Xiaoyun's impending childbirth. After lunch, Lu Xiaochuan and his mother prepared to return home. Lu Xiaoyun wished to keep her mother, Zhao Cuiping, at her side, especially since it was her first childbirth. Having her mother nearby would provide an extra sense of security. Zhao Cuiping agreed to return home to settle matters, but promised to come back next week. Once home, Lu Xiaochuan contacted Qihang Education to inquire about recent developments. The supplementary classes were proceeding smoothly, and Li Yin asked when he would return. Sisterly, I fear I won't be able to return before the winter break. I must wait until after the final exams to come back. Li Yin, having grown accustomed to his nonchalant attitude, did not press further. Recently, Lu Xiaochuan had practically lived at the supplementary classes. And Bai Ling and Li Yin had questioned him about why he was not returning to school. Even in university, no matter how relaxed it may be, one cannot skip classes every day. Lu Xiaochuan openly confessed that he had withdrawn from the normal college and was preparing to retake the college entrance examination next summer. He now identified as a senior high school student. Bai Ling and Li Yin lamented their situation, contemplating the prospect of not attending university and the option of retaking exams. Was such a course of action truly feasible? Fortunately, Lu Xiaochuan had already encountered numerous peculiar occurrences. Rendering him unperturbed, he dialed the restaurant owned by Zhao Lijun, and Wang Jing informed him that business was thriving. Subsequently, she made a request. She wished to use Lu Xiaochuan's Santana as the wedding car for her impending nuptials at the year's end. Lu Xiaochuan could hardly refuse, reasoning that since the car would eventually need to be returned, it would be prudent to do so sooner rather than later. He contacted Su Jibin, requesting him to drive the Santana to Xining County. Su Jibin, an experienced driver, should manage the long journey without difficulty, as he had some spare time. They arranged for him to return the car the following Monday, and upon arriving in the county town, he would notify Lu Xiaochuan. Chapter 82. Back in the spotlight that evening, Lu Xiaochuan reached out to Bai Ling via pager. When she returned his call, he mentioned that he would not be returning to the provincial capital before the winter break, to which Bai Ling expressed her understanding. He also shared that his sister was expecting a child and inquired whether she had any acquaintances at the county hospital in Xining. Despite Lu Xiaochuan posing as a student from the normal university, Bai Ling could be considered his senior, as they both graduated from the same high school in Xining County. Bai Ling quickly provided him with the contact details of a classmate who worked at the county hospital. However, Lu Xiaochuan opted against calling her, believing that a face-to-face meeting would be more advantageous. The next day, he rode his motorcycle into the county town, purchasing a box of tea leaves and a pack of cigarettes. He was uncertain whether the recipient smoked, but he held the impression that most doctors had similar preferences, either tobacco or tea. Otherwise, enduring night shifts would be quite taxing. Upon arriving at the county hospital, he went to the general surgery department and inquired at the nurse's station before knocking on the door of the doctor's office. Ren Xiaojian, the attending physician in general surgery, had just returned from his rounds and was engaged in conversation with colleagues when he noticed a young man seeking him out, prompting him to step outside. Hello, Senior Ren. I was sent by Senior Bai Ling. I am also a graduate of the county high school. Ren Xiaojian recalled that Bai Ling had indeed called him the previous night, surprised that her acquaintance had arrived so promptly. Ah, you are correct in calling me senior. How may I assist you? While there were many graduates from the county high school, the bond of seniority was not significant, yet Bai Ling was his classmate, which warranted a certain respect. Lu Xiaochuan explained that his elder sister was about to give birth and that he had no connections at the county hospital. He sought Ren Xiaojian's assistance in locating a doctor in the obstetrics and gynecology department, hoping for a good ward and care during the hospitalization in 2 weeks, as having an acquaintance would facilitate the process. Lu Xiaochuan presented the cigarettes and tea leaves as a token of gratitude. Senior, I came rather hastily and only managed to procure a pack of cigarettes and a tin of tea. I hope you do not mind. Ren Xiaojian initially declined the offer, but given Bai Ling's favor, he felt obliged to assist. Moreover, Lu Xiaochuan's generous gesture made him even more willing to help. All right, jot down my department's phone number and my pager number. Contact me in advance when you come, and I will help you find someone. I also have a few acquaintances in the obstetrics and gynecology department. With that, Lu Xiaochuan entrusted his senior brother, assuring him that the junior from the obstetrics and gynecology department would also be prepared, sparing his senior any embarrassment. Lu Xiaochuan refrained from lingering and took his leave. This week, he had nearly completed all necessary affairs and was ready to return to school for his studies. Upon checking the calendar, he realized it was already the end of the week. He would need to request leave when Su Jibin arrived next Monday. He decided it would be best to wait a few more days. Finally, after a few tranquil days at home, Lu Xiaochuan found himself visited daily by Xiao Long, who recounted the happenings at school, mentioning that Chen Sumei was rather taciturn, engrossed in her studies. He also relayed a message from Teacher Du, urging Lu Xiaochuan to return to classes promptly. Lu Xiaochuan inquired, You haven't been spreading rumors at school, have you? Of course not. My lips are sealed. Xiao Long swore earnestly. If your lips are sealed, then surely there are those who speak freely. Lu Xiaochuan retorted, Isn't it situational? You did give me 50 yuan as hush money, after all. Until that is spent, My lips will remain tightly shut, Xiao Long replied with a mischievous grin. Trying to extort more money from me, are you? You're asking for a beating. The two engaged in playful banter before heading over to Zhang Chao's house. Zhang Chao was busy with his father, chopping hay in their yard, where they kept 6 or 7 cows that required ample fodder each day. Uncle Mansong, take a break. Xiao Long and I will help Chaozi with the hay. With that, they both pitched in. Once the hay was prepared, the trio stood by the cattle shed, watching the cows graze. Chaozi, you're doing well with these cows. They must be worth over 20,000 yuan altogether. Selling them would certainly suffice for a bride. Look at Lu Xiaochuan. He recently spent 10,000 yuan on a betrothal gift, and his bride is already secured. Xiao Long chimed in, never missing an opportunity to tease. Lu Xiaochuan kicked him lightly and said, I've told you, Chen Sumei and I are merely classmates. When a classmate is in need, how could I not assist? Keep talking back, and I'll stitch your mouth shut. And what if I have troubles too? Will you help me? Xiao Long dodged playfully. What troubles do you have? Is your father planning to sell you? Lu Xiaochuan chased him in jest. I'm out of cigarettes, and it's unbearable, Xiao Long whined. Lu Xiaochuan tossed him a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes. Does that alleviate your suffering? This remedy works wonders. All right, I understand now. You two are just ordinary classmates. Lu Xiaochuan found it futile to argue with him. Xiao Long was a bit of a rascal, but he knew Xiao Long could discern the gravity of matters and wouldn't speak carelessly outside. On Monday morning, Lu Xiaochuan received a call from Su Jibin, who informed him that he had already set off in his Santana. After having lunch, Lu Xiaochuan made his way to the town, this time opting for a motorcycle taxi to reach the county city. After wandering around the county city for a couple of hours, he received a page from Su Jibin around 3 in the afternoon. Upon returning the call, he learned that Su Jibin had arrived in Xinping County and was at a phone booth next to the department store. After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan hurried to the department store, where he indeed spotted the Santana parked by the roadside. Once in the car, Lu Xiaochuan intended to take Su Jibin back to Lutan. However, Su Jibin expressed a desire to return to the provincial city that very night. Lu Xiaochuan naturally disagreed. Ultimately, they found a hotel in the county city, where Lu Xiaochuan treated Su Jibin to dinner and took him for a stroll around the town before returning to the hotel to rest. Lu Xiaochuan chose to stay with him in the county city instead of returning home. In the evening, the two conversed for half the night. Su Jibin mentioned that he and Li Yan's parents had met, urging them to obtain their marriage certificate promptly and to wed in the spring of the coming year. This transformation in their lives began with their acquaintance with Lu Xiaochuan. Their circumstances had changed significantly, with increased income and newfound companionship, for which he felt deep gratitude. Brother Ben, haven't we strayed a bit from the topic? As fellow brothers, any thanks you owe should be directed to Coach Bai. By the way, I've also found a good opportunity for Coach Bai. What opportunity? We certainly owe Coach Bai our gratitude. Lu Xiaochuan revealed that Coach Bai would be opening a sparring class beneath the Qihong Education Building, as the barbershop would be vacating at year's end. Su Jibin clapped in approval. As their conversation continued, it became apparent that Lu Xiaochuan was the only one speaking. Su Jibin had suddenly fallen silent, and soon was snoring, worn out from a day of driving and navigating. The next day, Lu Xiaochuan purchased some local specialties from Xinping County and saw Su Jibin off at the train station. Departing from the station, Lu Xiaochuan drove his Santana back to Liutuan. Once out of the county seat, the roads turned to dirt, particularly the bumpy and narrow path from Shida Town to Liutuan, which was less convenient than riding a motorcycle. The only advantage was that in the biting winter, he was spared from the cold. Upon returning to Liutuan, Lu Xiaochuan once again became the center of attention as he parked his car in his yard, drawing numerous villagers to admire it. He refrained from admitting it was his own vehicle, claiming it was borrowed from a friend. Naturally, many praised his newfound success, noting that he was now driving a small car. However, some were envious, whispering behind his back that he was being ostentatious, and questioned how he would compensate if the car were to be damaged. Lu Jinyu felt that his son was being too showy, which displeased him. Yet he dared not intervene. Zhao Cuiping, on the other hand, remained unfazed, believing that borrowing a car was a reflection of their son's capabilities. After all, no one else in the entire Liutuan had managed to bring home a small car. Chapter 83. What is the cultivation level of your master? The village's gossip had little bearing on Lu Xiaochuan, as the following day he officially returned to school. He knew that driving the car to school would be too conspicuous. In his mind, walking to school in the winter was ideal. However, he overslept on his first day back and had no choice but to ride his motorcycle. Upon arriving at school, he first reported to his homeroom teacher, Mr. Du, marking his formal return. When he entered the classroom, his classmates were curious as to why he had returned before the end-of-term exams. After several days of attendance, they realized he was genuinely back to studying. Having arrived on a motorcycle, his classmates quickly recognized his newfound status. During breaks, they flocked to him. Lu Xiaochuan generously bought snacks and seeds for his peers, eager to rekindle their camaraderie after being away for over a year. Chen Sumei felt her cheeks flush. She hesitated to speak with Lu Xiaochuan, fearful of revealing too much and attracting the attention of others. If they knew that he had already provided a bride price to her family, it would be utterly embarrassing. Xiao Mingwei was also displeased. Previously the leader of the class, he felt overshadowed by Lu Xiaochuan's return, especially since he had lost to Lu Xiaochuan in a one-on-one challenge during last year's finals, leaving his pride in tatters. Fortunately, I sought out a master of Qigong and diligently practiced for a year, eagerly anticipating my chance for vengeance this year. I am determined to make him regret his actions. One afternoon, after lunch, Xiao Mingwei approached Lu Xiaochuan. Last year, you took advantage of having trained for a few days and defeated me. I mentioned then that I would challenge you again. Now, after a year of my own Qigong training, the time has come for retribution. Are you brave enough to face me once more? If you dare not, simply call me Big Brother and accept your place as my subordinate. Lu Xiaochuan had long forgotten this incident until Qiu's words reminded him of it. Yet, he found it amusing that someone in their senior year still held such juvenile notions. If you seek a fight, do not blame me for what follows. Were you trained in sparring or boxing for a year, I might have been concerned. But a year of Qigong? That hardly intimidates me. Very well, let us meet on the playground. Soon, all the boys from the class gathered on the field, and several girls joined as well, bolstering Lu Xiaochuan as supporters. However, Xiao Mingwei had a reputation at Shida High School, with many juniors and even middle schoolers coming to cheer for him. Xiao Mingwei began to gather his qi, adopting a stance characteristic of Qigong. Lu Xiaochuan found his antics amusing and, feeling playful, struck a pose of his own, reciting incantations. The universe is boundless. The heavens and earth lend their laws. Man follows the earth follows the heavens follow the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Warriors, heed my call. Let the flames of battle rise. He was unaware of where these words originated, yet he improvised a verse that left Xiao Mingwei bewildered. Having never encountered such phrases, Qiu felt a flicker of doubt, as they sounded quite formidable. As Xiao Mingwei attempted to channel his energy, Lu Xiaochuan stood still, perplexed. His master was known for swiftly incapacitating foes. Ultimately, he resorted to his trademark style. Once again, employing the same tactics, he effortlessly brought Xiao Mingwei crashing to the ground. Xiao Mingwei, your training leaves much to be desired. Go ask your master what level of qi he has attained. I suspect he hasn't even established his foundation yet. Though Xiao Mingwei was confused by the implications, he sensed it pertained to levels of Qigong mastery. Regardless, today had been yet another humiliation, compelling him to resolve to inquire about his master's level of qi cultivation over the weekend. As soon as Xiao Mingwei departed, classmates flocked to Lu Xiaochuan, inquiring about the meaning behind his earlier remarks. Lu Xiaochuan gestured for silence. Such discussions cannot occur in public. We shall talk in the classroom. Upon returning to class, the students quickly surrounded him, and Lu Xiaochuan, caught off guard, concocted a tale, claiming to be a master in the foundational stage, asserting that Xiao Mingwei's master was likely still in the qi cultivation stage. As for his own master, he was a grandmaster of the golden core stage. This left his classmates in astonishment. Naturally, some expressed a desire to learn from him. Lu Xiaochuan, with a guiding tone, responded, "The Tao is not to be transmitted lightly. My master has set strict rules. I may only impart knowledge to university students, lest my own abilities be diminished. Therefore, focus on your studies and excel in the college entrance examination, and I shall introduce you to my esteemed masters thereafter. But you're not even a university student. How were you taught first? I am not currently a university student, but once I complete the college entrance examination, I shall be. My mentor has chosen to impart knowledge to me early, recognizing my potential. If you all perform better than I in the final exams, I can recommend you to my mentor in advance." However, upon the mention of academic performance, my classmates appeared disheartened. Indeed, it is impossible to compare with Lu Xiaochuan. Alas, I must study diligently. Perhaps there will be opportunities in the future. From that moment on, the enthusiasm for learning among my classmates surged, leaving teacher Du perplexed as to what had suddenly improved the academic atmosphere. Lu Xiaochuan also immersed himself in his studies, with only a month left until the final exams. He needed to achieve commendable results, as he had boasted, and could not afford to embarrass himself. Unfortunately, this pleasant situation was short-lived, as Lu Xiaochuan soon found himself in trouble again. That afternoon, his cousin Lu Xiaojiang approached the classroom with reddened eyes, claiming he had been in a fight with classmates and had suffered defeat. Lu Xiaochuan could not ignore this and accompanied his cousin to the classroom of the third-year students in Class West. He had no intention of bullying anyone. He merely sought to understand the situation. However, upon his arrival, the child who had fought with Lu Xiaojiang immediately burst into tears from fright. "Alas, young brother, what is the situation? I have not wronged you. I merely wish to mediate your conflict, for we are all classmates and should coexist harmoniously." Observing the fearful expressions on the faces of the other students, Lu Xiaochuan listened as one brave student recounted the trivial details of the fight involving Lu Xiaojiang. The child involved in the altercation promptly apologized. Lu Xiaochuan then asked his cousin to apologize in return. Initially resistant, Lu Xiaojiang complied after Lu Xiaochuan offered him 5 yuan for pocket money, leading to a handshake of reconciliation. "May I inquire, why does it seem you all fear me? I do not appear menacing, do I? Brother, it is said outside that you practice Qigong and possess considerable skill." Even Xiao Mingwei, known for his prowess, has been bested by you. How could they not fear you? Lu Xiaochuan then realized the reason his cousin sought his support. Previously, Lu Xiaojiang would seek assistance from Lu Xiaohu, who was far more formidable than Lu Xiaochuan in Shidatown Middle School. To his astonishment, he had once again triumphed over Chiu Mingwei, and it seemed his reputation had preceded him. Chapter 84. The Professional Pitfall. Before long, it was Sunday. Lu Xiaochuan drove his mother, Zhao Zuiping, to his elder sister Lu Xiaoyan's home. The Santana could not enter the alley, necessitating a roadside stop, which naturally attracted the attention of the villagers of Shuangmiao. The villagers were curious to learn that Lu Xiaochuan was Wang Guangxing's brother-in-law. Wondering where Guangxing's in-laws had acquired such wealth, Zhao Zuiping proudly declared that the car was earned by her son, her face radiating with pride. Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback by his mother's penchant for boasting. Upon arriving at his sister's home, he found Lu Xiaoyan resting on the calm. The Wang family had been exceptionally attentive to their daughter-in-law, allowing her to do no work, and her face had grown rounder as a result. Lu Xiaochuan believed she should be admitted to the county hospital for delivery, but both his sister and her family disagreed, deeming it unnecessary. Zhao Zuiping also felt her son was overreacting. In rural areas, childbirth typically occurs at the township health clinic, a practice that has improved in recent years. When Zhao Zuiping gave birth to Lu Xiaochuan, it was at home, attended by a midwife. Lu Xiaochuan understood that explaining the complexities of these matters to them would be futile. After lunch, he returned home. Before leaving, he reminded his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, to call him immediately if anything were to happen to his elder sister, so he could drive her to the hospital. Little did Lu Xiaochuan anticipate that just 2 days later, on a Tuesday morning, before he could even reach school, he received a call from home. He promptly turned his motorcycle around and headed back. Upon entering the courtyard, his father, Lu Jinyu, informed him that his brother-in-law had called from the village office in Shuangmiao, stating that his elder sister was experiencing abdominal pain and was preparing to go to the hospital. Lu Xiaochuan quickly contacted his senior, Ren Xiaojian, at the county hospital. Ren, who had just finished a night shift and had not yet left, answered the phone and assisted in contacting colleagues from the obstetrics and gynecology department, assuring Lu Xiaochuan that he would wait for him downstairs in the inpatient department. After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan drove swiftly towards Hechuan town. Before he could turn towards Shuangmiao village, he saw Wang Guangxing approaching on a horse-drawn cart. The cart was laid with bedding, and his sister was lying on it, accompanied by Zhao Zuiping and the elder couple. Get in the car. I've already made arrangements with the county hospital for admission. Initially, they had intended to go to the town health clinic, but since Lu Xiaochuan had made the necessary arrangements, Wang Guangxing decided against any hesitation, assisting Lu Xiaoyan into the Santana, while Zhao Zuiping and Wang Dama sat in the back. Wang Guangxing took the passenger seat, and Wang Dage drove the horse cart back home. Hechuan town is adjacent to the county seat, merely a few kilometers away. In just over 20 minutes, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at the county hospital's inpatient department. Ren Xiaojian was waiting downstairs and, upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan disembark from the Santana, was taken aback. He hadn't expected this junior to have a car. However, it was not the time for inquiries, so he led the group to the obstetrics and gynecology department. At that time, hospital procedures were still quite disorganized, with Ren guiding them. They bypassed the registration process and went directly to Director Song of the obstetrics department to arrange for admission. Lu Xiaochuan requested a private room, ensuring that the accompanying individuals would also have a place to rest, while Wang Guangxing and the two elders busied themselves settling Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaochuan asked Ren Xiaojian to accompany him to pay the hospitalization fee. Brother, I am immensely grateful to you. Things are a bit chaotic today. Once it calms down in a few days, I will treat you to a meal. Ren Xiaojian waved his hand dismissively. This is a minor matter. No need for such formality. When Balan returns, we should all gather. He refrained from directly inquiring about Lu Xiaochuan's situation, knowing he could ask Balan later. All right then, brother. I want to be polite. When Sister Balan returns, I will treat you all. Please allow me that opportunity. Lu Xiaochuan understood that inviting Ren Xiaojian alone might not guarantee his attendance, so he thought to express his gratitude with a small gift. Well then, I just finished my night shift. I'll head home to rest. If anything arises, call me or find me in the general surgery department. Let me give you a ride, Lu Xiaochuan offered. This time, Ren Xiaojian accepted without protest. Lu Xiaochuan drove him home. The county seat was small, and Ren lived nearby, so they arrived in just a few minutes. After seeing him to the entrance of his building, Lu Xiaochuan honked and departed. He then found a fruit stand and purchased a generous amount of fruit, followed by a visit to a supermarket where he bought 2 boxes of fine tea leaves. The head of the obstetrics and gynecology department is a woman, so it would be inappropriate to present her with cigarettes or alcohol. Thus, tea leaves became the only suitable gift. Carrying the items upstairs to the inpatient department, I delivered fruit to both the doctor's office and the nurse's station. The nurses at the hospital are perceptive, and with proper etiquette, their demeanor towards patients and their families naturally improves. I then carried a bag of fruit to Sister Lu Xiaoyan's hospital room. Wang Guangxing informed me that the director had personally examined her and had just left. Lu Xiaochuan entered the director's office with 2 boxes of tea leaves. Director Song, I apologize for the trouble, he said, placing the tea on the director's desk. You are a familiar acquaintance of Xiao Ren. There is no need for such formality. Director Song replied courteously, not declining the gesture. Director Song, how is my sister's condition? Both the mother and the fetus are quite normal. However, the fetal position is slightly incorrect, and the baby is somewhat large. A natural birth may pose some challenges, so we will observe for now. If necessary, a cesarean section will be required. Rest assured, I will personally perform the surgery if it comes to that. I am immensely grateful, Director Song. I will return to inform them of this situation, and I shall undoubtedly trouble you further. The tea leaves are of my selection. Please do try them. Very well. Do not hesitate to reach out if any matters arise, she said. Once Lu Xiaochuan left, Director Song examined the 2 boxes of tea. They contained the familiar jasmine tea, whose packaging was decent, though not particularly valuable. It was indeed challenging to find quality tea in the current county town. Noticing that the packaging seemed to have been opened, she peered inside the tea box and discovered 2 notes bearing the image of an elder. Director Song mused. The young man, though still quite young, possesses a commendable sense of propriety. Lu Xiaochuan felt a tinge of confusion. He recalled that in his previous life, his sister had seemingly had a natural birth, so why was Director Song now indicating that a natural delivery would be difficult and a cesarean section necessary? Upon returning to the ward, he found his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, feeding sister Lu Xiaoyan some fruit. Observing his sister's round visage, Lu Xiaochuan quickly came to a realization. In his previous life, due to circumstances surrounding him, his sister held a lower status in her marital home. While pregnant, she likely had to perform household chores, and her diet might not have been optimal, hence the baby could not have been too large, making a natural birth feasible. In this life, however, owing to his own circumstances, his sister's status in her family had significantly risen. Now, her days were filled with eating and resting, and it was entirely normal for the fetus to grow larger. Lu Xiaochuan felt a bead of sweat trickle down. It seemed he had inadvertently caused his sister yet another predicament. Sister Lu Xiaoyan, however, did not share this sentiment. Ever since her brother's rise to success, her life in her marital home had been exceedingly pleasant. Her husband, Wang Guangxing, was exceedingly compliant, and her in-laws treated her with utmost care. Unbeknownst to her, she was on the brink of undergoing a cesarean section, a predicament inadvertently brought about by her brother. Chapter 85. Becoming an uncle. Lu Xiaochuan relayed Director Song's words, and both Zhao Cuiping and Aunt Wang were surprised to learn that a cesarean section was necessary. Zhao Cuiping inquired, will the surgery pose any risks? Lu Xiaochuan reassured her. No, the director will personally perform the surgery. It is quite safe. Wang Guangxing and Lu Xiaoyan were also reluctant to proceed with the cesarean section. Ultimately, the consensus was to observe for a few days and strive for a natural birth. If that proved unfeasible, they would then consider the surgical option. The single patient room contained merely 2 beds, permitting only one person to stay overnight. Yet, the anxiety lingered. Ultimately, Lu Xiaochuan reserved a room at a nearby inn for Zhao Cuiping and Aunt Wang to spend the night, with Wang Guangxing remaining as their caretaker, while the 2 would take turns during the day. With everything arranged, Lu Xiaochuan saw little purpose in staying and drove home. His father, Lu Jinyu, was indeed worried. But upon hearing that all arrangements had been made, he felt reassured. With Zhao Cuiping absent, Lu Xiaochuan took the initiative to prepare dinner, the staple being leftover steamed buns. Lu Jinyu found the meal quite satisfactory, pleasantly surprised by his son's culinary skills. The following day, Lu Xiaochuan attended school, as usual. Just after the first class, he was summoned to the office by Teacher Du for a reprimand. Lu Xiaochuan, you've just returned and already started skipping classes, haven't you? Teacher Du, please allow me to explain. I was at the hospital with my sister, who is about to give birth. Does your sister really need you there? I have acquaintances at the hospital, you know. Next time you have a baby, I'll help you find someone. I adhere to the family planning policy. 1 child is sufficient. No need for your assistance next time. Are you looking for a fight? Is this a joke? No, teacher, I merely misspoke. I truly had important matters to attend to and will certainly ask for leave in advance next time. All right, I'll consider your reasoning sufficient. You may return to class. Upon returning to the classroom, just as Lu Xiaochuan sat down, Chen Sumei inquired why he had been absent the previous day. Lu Xiaochuan responded honestly, and Chen Sumei merely acknowledged with an "oh," falling silent thereafter. The week unfolded without incident, until Sunday when his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, called to inform him that Director Song had announced the necessity of a surgical procedure. A natural birth was virtually impossible. They decided to heed the doctor's advice and were set for a cesarean section the following morning. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaochuan sought out Xiaolong to request a leave of absence for the next day. Early Monday morning, he drove to the county hospital. He first stopped at an early opening supermarket to purchase essential items for expectant mothers, then hurried to the 3rd floor of the inpatient department. Upon arriving at Lu Xiaoyan's ward, he found his mother, Zhao Cuiping, and Aunt Wang already present. They had been busy as well, having acquired fabric to craft several outfits and a plethora of diapers for the soon-to-arrive child. The small blankets and pads for the baby had been prepared at home well in advance and were also brought along. Director Song arrived early to discuss necessary preparations. with Lu Xiaoyun being the first to undergo a cesarean section. As soon as Song left, the anesthetist entered to provide instructions. Lu Xiaochuan, of course, did not forget to offer red envelopes to both individuals. While Director Song was accustomed to Lu Xiaochuan's generosity, the anesthetist was unaware of it. Upon feeling the envelope and noting its thinness, a hint of displeasure crossed his mind. However, upon returning to his office and discovering the contents were crisp 100 yuan bills, his mood shifted dramatically. Before long, Lu Xiaoyun was wheeled into the operating room, and the family began their anxious vigil outside. Initially, Wang Guangxing managed to remain composed, but soon found himself increasingly restless, while Lu Xiaochuan maintained his calm demeanor. An hour later, the operating room door finally opened, and a nurse emerged with joyous news. Both mother and child were safe, having welcomed a robust baby boy weighing over 8 pounds. Urging the family of Lu Xiaoyun to come in promptly, Wang Guangxing sprang to his feet, swiftly taking the small blanket to receive the newborn. Zhao Zuiping and old lady Wang also approached, gathering around to witness the moment, while Lu Xiaochuan joined them for a glance. The infant appeared wrinkled and it was difficult to discern their looks, yet the cries resonated loudly. Zhao Zuiping and old lady Wang beamed with joy, cradling the child before returning to the hospital room, while Wang Guangxing and Lu Xiaochuan awaited Lu Xiaoyun's awakening outside the operating room. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaoyun was wheeled out, and Wang Guangxing and Lu Xiaochuan hurriedly assisted in pushing the bed back to the third-floor ward. The elation on Wang Guangxing's face was unmistakable as he leaned down to converse with Lu Xiaoyun, who, still weak, could only respond with a blink. Lu Xiaochuan observed the tender exchange, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the display of affection. Upon returning to the ward, everyone busily attended to Lu Xiaoyun and her child, as she would need to stay in the hospital for several days due to the cesarean section. With everything taken care of by her brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, and the two elder women, Lu Xiaochuan felt his assistance was no longer necessary. He offered a stack of money to Wang Guangxing, intending to head home. Wang Guangxing resolutely declined. Xiaochuan, how can you put me in such a position? You are the one covering the hospital fees. I haven't even touched my own funds yet. How could I possibly accept your money? Lu Xiaochuan considered this and refrained from insisting further. After all, this was his own sister. The hospital expenses were settled, and he thought of it as his contribution. Just take care of my sister and the baby with the remaining funds, he remarked. You are contributing far too generously. Wang Guangxing chuckled. Rest assured, I will look after them diligently. I am so overjoyed that I could go 20 hours without sleep and not feel fatigued. Wang Guangxing was indeed thrilled. Who among new fathers was not filled with such exuberance? Nevertheless, do not overexert yourself. Mother and old lady Wang are here. They have experience and can relieve you for a while. I shall take my leave now. Call me if anything arises. Inform me in advance when you are discharged, and I will come to fetch you. All right, you can return to your studies without worry, Lu Xiaochuan replied. He drove home first to share the joyous news with his father, Lu Jinyu. After lunch, he finally arrived at school before afternoon classes commenced. Teacher Du noted his early return from his previously requested leave and refrained from reprimanding him. As soon as class was over, Lu Xiaolong rushed over to inquire. Did my sister give birth to a daughter or a son? Is he healthy? A boy, weighing over 8 pounds, and the delivery went smoothly, Lu Xiaochuan replied. The surrounding classmates congratulated him, rejoicing in his newfound status as an uncle. Chen Sumei was no exception. Suddenly, Lu Xiaolong whispered, Are you excited? Your sister-in-law's baby. Chen Sumei's face flushed immediately, grateful that the other students had not overheard. Lu Xiaochuan shot him a glare and kicked Lu Xiaolong to the ground. All right, Xiaochuan. So we are resorting to violence, are we? Let me tell you, this matter cannot be resolved without at least 2 packs of cigarettes as a hush fee. With that, he dashed away, just as Lu Xiaochuan lifted his foot again. That evening, after school, Lu Xiaochuan rode his motorcycle home with Lu Xiaolong. Passing a shop, he purchased 2 packs of Hongtam Mountain cigarettes, worried that Lu Xiaolong might inadvertently spill the beans, potentially causing a negative impression on Chen Sumei. Lu Xiaolong tucked the cigarettes into his pocket. These 2 packs will last until the end of the term. Next semester will require a new arrangement, Lu Xiaochuan thought, realizing that Lu Xiaolong had him right where he wanted him. Chapter 86. The 3-year agreement. On Sunday, Lu Xiaoyun was discharged from the hospital, and Lu Xiaochuan drove to pick her up. Upon seeing his little nephew again, he found him remarkably charming, with large eyes resembling black grapes and a round, adorable face. After escorting them to Shuangmiao village, Zhao Zuiping stayed behind to care for her daughter during the confinement period. This phase is of great significance, as it requires the attentive care of both Zhao Zuiping and Wang Dinyang. However, conflicts often arise when a mother-in-law and a maternal mother work together in such situations. Thus, before leaving, Lu Xiaochuan repeatedly cautioned his mother, Zhao Zuiping, to avoid any disagreements with Wang Dinyang that could adversely affect the delicate relationship between the sisters-in-law. Zhao Zuiping assured him that they would take turns caring for the newborn without interfering with one another, which allowed Lu Xiaochuan to depart with a sense of peace. The news of Lu Xiaoyun giving birth spread quickly among relatives, and during her hospital stay, Lu Xiaochuan's second aunt, younger aunt, and 2 maternal aunts visited to see the child, bringing gifts. Strangely, relatives living in the county did not come, perhaps due to lack of information or feigned ignorance. But such matters were inconsequential. After a few days of quiet study, the long-awaited final exams arrived on January 12th. Having diligently studied for over a month, Liu Xiaochuan was confident that he would achieve a total score of over 540, even with the stringent grading in physics. This year's spring festival was earlier than usual, with only 10 days remaining until the new year. As soon as the exams concluded, Teacher Du held a brief class meeting to announce the commencement of winter vacation. Once Teacher Du departed, the students began packing their belongings in eager anticipation of returning home. Finally gathering her courage, Chen Sumei asked Liu Xiaochuan to wait for her, as she had something to discuss. Liu Xiaochuan, aware of her intentions and somewhat apprehensive about the conversation, decided it could no longer be postponed. He helped her gather her things and offered to ride her home on his motorcycle, a perfect opportunity to converse along the way. As they rode on Liu Xiaochuan's motorcycle, Chen Sumei's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing. She believed Liu Xiaochuan understood her feelings, and without needing to say much, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Approaching Shuanggo village, they passed a small river bordered by a grove, at which point Liu Xiaochuan halted the motorcycle to speak with Chen Sumei. Her face was flushed, and her heart raced like a wild deer. She wondered what Liu Xiaochuan's intentions were by stopping the motorcycle near the grove, but she dared not dwell on the thought. Chen Sumei, I am aware of your feelings for me, but please let me explain. My previous assistance stemmed solely from our shared status as classmates. I could not stand idly by while you ventured into peril. I genuinely wish for you to attend university and experience a life filled with varied opportunities. My intentions are purely altruistic. Once you enter college, you will discover a world brimming with wonderful people and experiences, with many worth your anticipation. You need not sacrifice the entire forest for the sake of a crooked tree like me, Liu Xiaochuan. Chen Sumei was taken aback by Liu Xiaochuan's unexpected words. It was a revelation that he did not harbor feelings for her, and as the realization sank in, tears began to fall involuntarily. Liu Xiaochuan observed her in tears, feeling a pang of urgency, yet he resolutely said, "Oh, please do not cry. Allow me to explain. We are still young, and the world beyond is vast and promising. I am grateful for your affection, and I am not devoid of feelings, but if I were to accept you, I fear that as I meet more people in the future, I might inadvertently cause you pain. Rather than that, it is better to bury these feelings deep within my heart. You need not say these things to placate me. I understand you do not harbor feelings for me. Having visited the provincial city, you have surely encountered many graceful swans from the city, and naturally, you would not look upon me, this rural ugly duckling." Chen Sumei, frustrated, stomped her foot, witnessing her dream of love wither away. Liu Xiaochuan, feeling a twinge of compassion, suggested, "Let us make a pact. If, 3 years hence, you still hold feelings for me and I remain unattached, we shall be together. Shall we not use these 3 years to test our hearts? But before that, we must focus on our studies and strive for admission into our ideal universities. I will show you my true feelings." Chen Sumei wiped away her tears, revealing a determined expression, and without looking back, she walked towards the village. "Once we are on the motorcycle, we are still the best of friends, are we not? Why must it be like this?" After a moment's contemplation, Chen Sumei climbed onto the motorcycle. Liu Xiaochuan escorted her to her doorstep, and the two remained silent throughout the journey. The entrance to the Chun household was adorned with joyous characters, as Chen Sumei's brother had recently wed. After helping her with her backpack, Liu Xiaochuan smiled at her and rode off on his motorcycle, leaving her standing alone in the wind, feeling heartbroken and disheveled. Liu Xiaochuan felt he had not been harsh enough, having proposed a 3-year pact to anchor Chen Sumei, hoping that within that time she might find her rightful place in life or come to terms with her feelings for him. In his previous life during high school, Liu Xiaochuan had harbored some feelings for Chen Sumei. However, after his rebirth, he recognized that their paths were destined not to intertwine. Thus he refrained from causing her further harm, unaware that she had already suffered from his actions. Having resolved matters with Chen Sumei, Liu Xiaochuan returned home feeling lighthearted, only to discover that his elder sister Liu Xiaoning had returned. He reproached her for not calling him to pick her up. "I returned with classmates on a motorcycle. Why would I need you to fetch me? I didn't bring much. Are you trying to flaunt your car again?" Liu Xiaoning had already noticed the Santana parked in their yard. "By the way, your cousin called. You should return his call." After calling Zhao Lijun, Liu Xiaochuan learned that he and Wang Jing would be returning to Xinping County the following day, and that their wedding would be held in their rural hometown on January 16th. He was invited to the Zhao family's home to discuss wedding arrangements. Liu Xiaochuan agreed and informed Zhao Lijun that he would drive to the train station to pick him and Wang Jing up the next day. The following afternoon, Liu Xiaochuan drove to the train station to collect Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing, and they headed straight to Zhao village, which was also in Shida town and not far from Lu village. Upon arriving at his uncle's house, 2 of his cousins had also returned, while his second uncle's family was present. His younger uncle and 2 aunts had yet to arrive, but they would be there for the wedding in 2 days. Liu Xiaochuan's maternal grandparents have long since passed away. His mother, Zhao Cuiping, has 2 elder brothers, 1 younger brother, and 2 sisters. Among them, Only Lu Xiaochuan's eldest and second maternal uncles reside close to Zhao Tun and frequently visit, while the younger uncle and two aunts have not been seen in many years. However, it cannot be said that there has been no contact. When Lu Xiaochuan encountered difficulties last year, Lu Jinyu sought financial assistance from his younger uncle and second aunt in the county, but returned empty-handed. Conversely, his two maternal uncles from the countryside lent some money to his family. With Lu Xiaochuan's newfound wealth, news of his fortune has reached both the eldest and second uncles. As the new year approaches, Lu Xiaochuan has already purchased cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks in the county to present to his uncles as gifts for the spring festival. According to rural customs, unmarried young men are not required to bring gifts to elders, yet Lu Xiaochuan is an exception. Since his wealth is well known, his two uncles graciously accepted the gifts, feeling reassured that their nephew's childhood affection had not been in vain, finally witnessing a return on their investment. Chapter 87. Rural wedding banquets. In the 1990s, Wang Jing's maternal home is quite distant from Xinpingshan, having already hosted a banquet on their side. Thus, for the wedding on the groom's side, not many from Wang Jing's family will attend. Only her parents, uncles, and other close relatives will arrive tomorrow. Zhao Lijun plans to secure a hotel in the county and rent a bus for transportation. Once Wang Jing's family arrives, she will stay at the hotel with them. And early the following morning, they will go to the hotel to fetch the bride. Meanwhile, the preparations on Zhao Tun's side are nearly complete. The family convened to discuss the finer details to avoid any mishaps or misunderstandings that might cause embarrassment to the bride's family and friends. Lu Xiaochuan attended the meeting but refrained from voicing any opinions, as he was unfamiliar with such matters, merely assisting by driving. On the evening of January 15th, many relatives from the Zhao family arrived, and Lu Xiaochuan fetched Zhao Zuiping, along with his brother-in-law Wang Guangxing, creating quite a lively atmosphere. With so many relatives, the Zhao household could not accommodate them all, and naturally, Lu Xiaochuan's family returned to Lu Tun for the night. The next day, they set out early for Zhao Tun. Lu Xiaochuan's younger sister, Lu Xiaoning, chose to stay home to look after the house. Lu Xiaochuan drove to Zhao Tun, leaving his parents and brother-in-law behind, and promptly took Zhao Lijun to the county to fetch the bride. Lu Xiaochuan was already acquainted with most of the relatives from the Wang family, except for a few elders from the engagement, including Wang Bing and Wang Zhe, who also joined. The Santana car carried only the newlyweds and two attendants, while the rest of the Wang relatives followed on a bus. As they entered Zhao Tun, before even reaching Zhao Lijun's home, firecrackers began to explode in a cacophony of sound, with a crowd gathered outside, comprising relatives and family members from the Zhao household who had come to assist. Upon the couple's arrival, they welcomed their maternal relatives inside without any elaborate ceremony. A senior member of the Zhao family offered a few auspicious and celebratory words, and everyone took their seats to commence the feast. Lu Xiaochuan, of course, had no right to eat first. Instead, he joined several young individuals in serving the dishes. Most of the relatives from Zhao Tun were unfamiliar to him, but those who recognized him took the initiative to introduce themselves. Essentially, apart from his uncle, they were all cousins, with a few elder relatives whom he had to address as grandfathers. After calling out to a few uncles, his mouth grew sore, and he hardly remembered any names. His maternal uncle's family and two aunts had returned. He had not seen them in several years, yet he still recognized them and hurried over to greet them. However, his uncle and aunts did not recognize him, as he had transformed from a mere child into a young man over the years. The rural banquet was quite economical, lacking in extravagant ingredients. Yet the dishes made from chicken, duck, fish, and meat were plentiful and delightful. The local liquor was home-brewed white spirit, complemented by soft drinks like Shui Mei Lu and Dabai Li. The relatives and neighbors at the feast engaged in lively games of dice and toasting, creating a joyful atmosphere. Once they had seen off the guests from the bride's family and those who had come from the village to offer their congratulations, only then did the immediate relatives of the family take their seats to dine. As the newlyweds toasted their guests, Lu Xiaochuan followed closely behind with a glass and a bottle. His aunt, who had just welcomed the bride at the entrance, recognized Lu Xiaochuan as he stepped out of the Santana, realizing that the driver earlier was indeed their nephew. Xiaochuan, it's been years. I hardly recognized you. You've done well for yourself, even learned to drive. She then turned to Zhao Lijun, saying, look at Lijun. He has done well too. Renting a Santana for his wedding. This is quite a first in Zhao Tun. ISNT it? Before Zhao Lijun could respond, Wang Jing interjected, Auntie, the Santana ISNT rented. It belongs to Xiaochuan. Zhao Lijun felt somewhat annoyed at Wang Jing's interruption, knowing that his aunt had a penchant for valuing wealth. He added, he borrowed it from someone else. It's my wedding after all, so I shamelessly asked him for a ride. Borrowed. That's impressive. Not everyone can do that. Where did Xiaochuan manage to borrow it? Zhao Hongjun inquired. Oh, he borrowed it from the provincial capital. Didn't you notice the license plate? Lu Xiaochuan followed Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing to the next table to offer more toasts. His aunt and uncle, Zhao Hongjun, exchanged glances. Sensing that their nephew seemed to be thriving, even managing to borrow a car, they soon realized that among their relatives today, it was their eldest sister Zhao Zuiping and her husband Lu Jinyu who occupied the place of honor. Lu Xiaochuan's uncle and second aunt both worked in the county seat, and in the past, they always took the prime seats at the Zhao family gatherings. Today, however, the dynamics had shifted. Both brothers and their wives were busy toasting to the eldest sister's family, indicating that after more than a year apart, the eldest sister's family had indeed prospered. Eldest sister, isn't Xiaochuan still in school? How does he have connections in the provincial capital to borrow a car? Zhao Hongjun asked. He is in school. He is in his senior year now. Wasn't he at last year that we had financial troubles? He took a year off to work in the provincial capital. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but he returned with money, Zhao Zuoping replied, reluctant to divulge too much about her younger brother. Last year, she had borrowed money from every relative, and the wealthiest siblings had lent her nothing. It would be impossible for her to feel no resentment. Hongjun, you and the younger siblings may not know yet, but our Xiaochuan has struck it rich. Your eldest sister's house has been completely rebuilt, spacious and bright, with heating and running water. It's no less impressive than your homes in the city, interjected the second aunt. Lu Xiaochuan's maternal uncle, a graduate of a technical school, was assigned to a glass factory in the county town, while his aunt was the daughter of the factory's director, thus positioning the Zhao family as somewhat affluent in the local context. Lu Xiaochuan's aunt, possessing an air of superiority, looked down upon the impoverished relatives of the Zhao family. When Lu Xiaochuan's second aunt mentioned the new house of Lu Xiaochuan's family, it seemed to serve as a reminder to the younger sister-in-law not to exhibit haughtiness towards their less fortunate relatives. Time has a way of changing fortunes. After all, Lu Xiaochuan, the eldest nephew, had recently struck it rich. Present at the gathering was Lu Xiaochuan's second aunt, who felt puzzled, recalling that this nephew had caused trouble the previous year, and now, after more than a year of absence, he had suddenly become prosperous. The failure to lend money to the eldest sister's family last year had undoubtedly strained their sisterly bond, and it appeared that an opportunity for reconciliation would need to be sought in the future. Zhao Zuoping occupied a place of honor that day, basking in the compliments from her siblings and relatives, all thanks to her youngest son, which allowed her a moment of pride. Lu Xiaochuan, on the other hand, sat at a table with his cousins. His uncle's son, Zhao Liwei, still in elementary school, demonstrated impressive eloquence as he boasted to his elder siblings about his grandfather being the factory's director and the family's wealth, even mentioning the extravagant purchase of a pager for over 2,000 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan understood that the county's glass factory would most likely close its doors by next year, leaving most workers unemployed. However, he deemed it unnecessary to share such grim realities with a child and quietly observed his younger cousins bragging. Speaking of pagers, I have one too, right in my pocket, Lu Xiaochuan thought, as he noticed his younger cousin's boastful demeanor. Lu Xiaochuan's younger cousin, having seen him check the time on his pager, was skeptical, especially after hearing his new sister-in-law, Wang Jing, refer to it as such. You must be joking. It can't be a pager. It must be an electronic watch, he retorted, noting the similarity between the trendy blind man's watch and a pager. Lu Xiaochuan, show it to me. Is it a pager or an electronic watch? No need to look, it's an electronic watch. Let's not dwell on this. Let's eat before the meat is all gone. Lu Xiaochuan quickly diverted the conversation, unwilling to engage in a contest of wills with the child. Uffed. His younger cousin shot him a glance, as if mocking him for his apparent inexperience with meat. Lu Xiaochuan paid it no mind and hurried to finish his meal. Chapter 88. How does your uncle treat you? After the meal, Lu Xiaochuan accompanied Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing on a trip to the county town. As the Wang family relatives would not be leaving until the next day, and it would be inconsiderate to leave them unattended, Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing intended to show them around the new county and perhaps bring back some local specialties. Upon returning to Zhao Tun, everyone had already finished dining and was seated on the kong at his eldest uncle's home, sipping tea. Lu Xiaochuan had no choice but to wait in the side room. At that moment, his uncle Zhao Hongjun called out to him, "Come here, nephew." Lu Xiaochuan harbored no particular affection for his uncle. In his previous life, when his mother, Zhao Zuoping, passed away, his uncle's family had not been present. In this life, he had not seen his uncle's family for many years. It was likely that if they were to cross paths on the street, his uncle would not recognize Lu Xiaochuan. Nonetheless, being his uncle, Lu Xiaochuan felt it necessary to show respect as a junior. Upon hearing the call, he promptly ran over and inquired, "What do you need, uncle?" Zhao Hongjun expressed his satisfaction with Lu Xiaochuan's attitude and, emboldened by drink, inquired, "Xiaochuan, how do you feel about your uncle?" This question indeed left Lu Xiaochuan perplexed. He had not seen his uncle for several years. During his high school years in the county, he could say that he lived under his uncle's nose. Yet his uncle never bothered to visit him or invite him over for a meal. The county was quite small. Yet Lu Xiaochuan did not even know which direction to approach his uncle's home. Nevertheless, having lived a full life, he could comprehend his uncle's perspective. His uncle had married the daughter of a factory director. While not precisely a son-in-law, his family status was likely similar. He might have feared that inviting his nephew over for dinner would create an unwanted bond, leading to potential disputes with his wife if Lu Xiaochuan were to visit frequently. However, being asked about his uncle's feelings toward him left Lu Xiaochuan in a quandary. His memories of his uncle were primarily from childhood when his uncle took him hiking. and he recalled scraping his leg, only for his uncle to advise him not to complain to his grandmother. Beyond that, he had no recollections. With no other option, Lu Xiaochuan reluctantly replied, "It's quite good, isn't it, uncle? Why do you ask all of a sudden? As long as it's good, that's sufficient. Since you remember the good times with your uncle, could you lend me your Santana for a couple of days? The day after tomorrow. Your aunt's cousin is going to propose to his girlfriend, and I plan to drive it to help him make a good impression. Apologies, uncle, but this car is borrowed, and I intend to return it to its owner in a day or two." Lu Xiaochuan thought it was an obvious decision. He could not lend it out. Just moments ago, Aunt had already informed her cousin about this matter. If Lu Xiaochuan refused to lend the car, how could his uncle explain that? Zhao Hongjun felt a tinge of frustration. Why was this nephew so difficult to communicate with? Lu Xiaochuan thought, perhaps his uncle was being unreasonable, as he hadn't even consulted him before making demands. Moreover, why should his uncle's explanations concern him? Being a senior family member. He refrained from voicing his thoughts and turned to his mother, Zhao Zuiping, saying, "Mom, when are we returning home? My second sister is still alone there. Look at you, my child. You haven't even answered your uncle's question, and you wish to leave?" Aunt, unable to bear the situation any longer, interjected, "Lao San. The child has already stated that the car is borrowed. Why press him further?" Others looked on, feeling somewhat awkward and unsure of what to say. Lu Jinyu spoke up, addressing Zhao Hongchun, "Eldest brother, there's nothing pressing. We should head back now. The cattle at home still need feeding, and the second girl won't manage it alone." "Very well. Then, let us depart for now. Tomorrow, let Li Jun and Wang Jing visit you," Zhao Hongchun remarked, sensing the atmosphere had soured. With the celebration underway at home, further arguments would be unwelcome. His younger brother Zhao Hongjun and sister-in-law had always held themselves in high regard, often looking down upon their rural relatives. Now, seeing Lu Xiaochuan thriving, they expected to borrow a car without considering how it might be perceived. Yet, as the elder brother, he felt it inappropriate to voice his discontent. As Lu Xiaochuan's family prepared to leave, his uncle Zhao Hongjun seemed poised to speak, but Aunt interjected. "What more is there to say? Your nephew has become successful, and you no longer recognize him as your own. You still call him nephew, yet you treat him so," she continued. Zhao Zuiping, having endured enough of her sister-in-law's remarks, could no longer restrain herself and retorted, "Are you two never going to cease? Your nephew has grown up without ever tasting a single candy from your home. After a year of studying in the county, he has never even lifted a bowl from your household. How dare you show such audacity and assume a position of superiority over my son? And you inquire if your nephew treats him well. Do you not know the answer in your own hearts? Today, let me make it clear. The car is not borrowed by my son. It is his own purchase, yet he refuses to lend it to you." With that, Zhao Zuiping, disregarding the expressions on Zhao Hongjun and his wife's faces, dragged Lu Jinyu out. Wang Guangxing, being the son-in-law of the Lu family, had no place to speak and hurriedly followed suit. Lu Xiaochuan nodded at his maternal uncles before departing as well. Although Zhao Zuiping's ire was directed at the younger brother and his wife, Lu Xiaochuan's second aunt felt the sting too. Her nephew had spent a year studying in the county without her having visited or invited him for a meal. When her brother-in-law Lu Jinyu came asking for a loan, she had likewise offered him no warmth. Within their own home, the eldest uncle and his wife refrained from voicing their thoughts, but the second aunt did not hold back, wearing a look of glee at the unfolding drama. Only Lu Xiaochuan's younger aunt, having married far away and not having returned to her maiden home for years, was left in confusion, her face a canvas of questions. Lu Xiaochuan's younger uncle and second aunt did not linger, taking their children and leaving in a hurry, as the county was not far. The younger aunt intended to depart as well, but was retained by the eldest uncle, Zhao Hongchun, who insisted she should stay longer since it was a rare occasion to return to her family. Upon returning home, Zhao Zuiping was still fuming. Lu Xiaochuan teased her mother. "Why are you still angry? You scolded them. They should be the ones seething, not you. It's a pity we didn't invite my younger aunt to stay longer. Her home is so far that it's not easy for her to return. Never mind, your cousin and his wife will surely visit us tomorrow. You can send them back and conveniently bring your younger aunt along." With this thought, Zhao Zuiping's anger began to dissipate. Concerned for his wife Lu Xiaoyan, who was in confinement, Wang Guangxing hurried to return home, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to accompany him back. As the year drew to a close, it was time to address the supplementary classes. Lu Xiaochuan called Bai Ling to discuss distributing some benefits to the teachers as the year-end approached. They ultimately decided that Bai Ling would take the lead in purchasing New Year's goods, allocating 100 yuan per person. Bai Ling informed Lu Xiaochuan that she and Yu Qingjun would be returning to their family home in Xinpingshan during the Spring Festival to visit their parents, and they would bring along the accounts prepared by Yu Xiaomei for him to review. "Bai Ling, when will you be back? I will go to the station to pick you up. As for the accounts, I can wait until I return to Fengyang after the new year to look them over. Just give me a brief overview. No need for you to meet us. My home is not far from the station." "That won't do. I was planning to visit you in Fengyang for the new year, and since you are coming, it will save me some trouble. We must meet at least once." "All right then, we will call you before we leave to let you know what time our train arrives." Since Lu Xiaochuan insisted on picking them up, Bai Ling graciously acquiesced. Chapter 89. The new year, as Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing's wedding coincided with the year-end festivities, relatives hurriedly departed without lingering. Lu Xiaochuan's aunt visited with her daughter for a brief meal before swiftly leaving. Her home was in Helong City, over 100 kilometers from Xining County, and they were anxious to catch their train. Naturally, Lu Xiaochuan accompanied them to the station. In Xining County, located near Mengdong, it is customary for people to indulge in lamb and beef during the New Year celebrations. The village boasted numerous sheep farmers, and Lu Xiaochuan's family had purchased a goat. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, they slaughtered the goat, and Lu Xiaochuan carefully prepared half of it, placing it in a snakeskin bag and storing it in a vat to freeze. The winter in northeast China served as a natural freezer. This frozen portion was intended for Bai Ling and Yu Qingjun. In the days leading up to the new year, Lu Xiaochuan made another trip to Shida town, where he brought gifts to Teacher Du's home. Teacher Du was a commendable individual who had advocated for Chen Sumei during a difficult situation, even involving her husband, the deputy town mayor, to help resolve the issue. Although this was not the first time Teacher Du received gifts from students, it was the first instance of receiving items such as cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, rather than the usual peanuts and jujubes. After much insistence, Lu Xiaochuan left the gifts behind and rode away on his motorcycle. What followed were the customary preparations for the new year, including ancestral rites and the hanging of couplets. And after several bustling days, the festival arrived. The rural spring festival was far more vibrant and enjoyable than its urban counterpart. Despite a lack of material abundance, the festive spirit was palpable. On New Year's Eve, everyone gathered to watch the spring festival gala while keeping vigil. By the first day of the new year, the entire village exchanged greetings. On the second day, Lu Xiaochuan's grandmother and his second uncle's family visited his new home, where the entire clan gathered for a meal. His grandmother, beaming with pride as she looked at her grandchildren, could hardly contain her joy. Aside from feasting, games of mahjong and cards ensued, with participants of all ages and ranks joining at the same table. In the realm of gambling, there were no father-son boundaries. The winners laughed heartily, while the losers remained composed, as it was all in good fun. No houses or land were at stake. Previously, Lu Xiaochuan eagerly anticipated the revelry of the new year. Yet now, with newfound wealth, his enthusiasm had somewhat waned. However, he could not resist the insistence of Zhang Chao and Xiao Long, who urged him to join them at the table. He acquiesced to the camaraderie, finding joy even in losing a few rounds to his friends. Xiao Long had long been scheming, knowing that playing cards with Lu Chuan was a guaranteed win, and if he did happen to lose, he could simply default, considering it a form of hush money. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the new year passed swiftly. After the third day, they resumed visiting relatives. Lu Xiaochuan's elder sister and her husband were expected to return to their family home, but with the recent birth of her child, the third day marked the baby's full moon celebration, prompting Lu Xiaochuan's family to drive to their home for the occasion, where he naturally presented his nephew with a red envelope. At noon, Lu Xiaochuan refrained from drinking, as he had received a call from Bai Ling that morning. They were returning to Xining County and would arrive at the train station around 3 o'clock. Lu Xiaochuan had promised to meet them, and he intended to keep his word. Fortunately, he had already placed the half-goat in the trunk that morning, sparing him a return trip home. Before the clock struck 3, Lu Xiaochuan had already arrived outside the train station. Given the bustling spring travel season, the small Xining County train station was teeming with people. An endless stream of travelers, burdened with various bags, exited the station, their faces predominantly adorned with smiles. It was the new year, and regardless of how the year had unfolded, joy was essential. Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling, accompanied by their son Pippi, stood out as a family of 3. Upon exiting the station, they spotted Lu Xiaochuan waving at them. After ushering them into his Santana, Pippi, exhibiting remarkable politeness, greeted Lu Xiaochuan with New Year wishes. Lu Xiaochuan promptly produced 2 crisp bills, presenting Pippi with his New Year's gift. Observing the generous sum, Yu Qingjun hastily protested, "Lu, that is far too much for a red envelope. We cannot accept this." Lu Xiaochuan responded, "Having earned a bit, I find it uncomfortable not to share. Let Pippi help me spend it." "All right, accept it, and don't forget to thank Uncle," he urged. Lu Xiaochuan had become quite prosperous. Their tutoring class had only been operational for a few months, yet substantial earnings were already realized. Bai Ling interjected, explaining the tutoring class's progress. According to the financial records compiled by Yu Xiaomei, from October to December, the class had generated over 110,000 yuan in tuition fees. After accounting for staff salaries, operational expenses, and rent, the net profit stood at approximately 30,000 yuan. As per their agreement, 3,000 yuan would be allocated as bonuses for the 3 principals, while Bai Ling received over 6,000 yuan, and Lu Xiaochuan took home more than 20,000 yuan. Additionally, he had 4,000 yuan in rent from the tutoring class, which could be withdrawn once he returned to the provincial capital. Although the property belonged to Lu Xiaochuan, the tutoring class was still required to pay rent, 15,000 yuan annually for a total of 480 square meters across 2 floors, which was already a favorable rate. While it may appear as a mere transfer between hands, such procedures were necessary, given that the tutoring class was a partnership with Bai Ling, while the property itself was Lu Xiaochuan's personal asset. Upon hearing that Bai Ling had recouped her 50,000 yuan investment within just 3 months, earning more than his annual salary, Yu Qingjun felt a surge of gratitude, especially considering that the upcoming winter vacation would likely yield even greater profits. His sister, Yu Xiaomei, received a generous monthly salary of 500 yuan from the tutoring class, along with a year-end bonus of 900 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan invited Yu Qingjun to take the passenger seat and lead the way. With a smile, Yu Qingjun suggested, "Why don't you sit in the back? I'll drive. Your sister Bai Ling's home isn't far, and it would be easier for me to navigate." Despite being the deputy director of the district, he didn't own a car and felt a yearning to drive after a prolonged absence. "Sounds good, you go. I'm still unfamiliar with the roads in the county," Lu Xiaochuan replied, settling into the back seat alongside Pippi, while Yu Qingjun and his wife occupied the front. "Actually, I've been pondering something. Su Jibin helped me bring the car back from Fengyang, but it's just sitting at home and used. I'd be a bit apprehensive driving it back to Fengyang. Firstly, I'm not familiar with the route, and secondly, I'm out of practice. When you're heading back in a few days, let me join you. We can drive together. Once we return to Fengyang, you can keep the car. It'll be convenient for your commuting, preventing it from rusting away. I'll primarily be back at school preparing for the college entrance examination next semester, so I won't need it." That doesn't seem right. It's your car. What would I be doing driving it back?" Yu Qingjun replied, feeling somewhat tempted but too embarrassed to agree. "You are indeed mistaken, my friend. This vehicle is not mine, but belongs to the company. The shareholders are just myself and Sister Bai. So whether it is used by one or the other makes little difference. Furthermore, when Sister Bai attends her weekend classes, you shall serve as her driver. Note that this is a complimentary service. Our class does not compensate you for your efforts." As Yu Qingjun attempted to decline, Bai Ling interjected, stating, "Since Xiaochuan has offered, you may drive it then, but we must remember Xiaochuan's kindness. Not to mention, regarding the tutoring classes, Xiaochuan need not seek external investors. By involving me, he is essentially ensuring our profits. How could I not comprehend that? Xiaochuan, rest assured, whenever you require assistance from your older brother, you do not hesitate to consider me as your true brother. There shall be no need for formality." Seeing that his wife had agreed, Yu Qingjun quickly expressed his assurance. "Fear not. Yugu, should I need your help, I will undoubtedly seek you out. Far more reliable than my biological brother, and I have no knowledge of the word formality." Suddenly, Pip, seated beside Lu Xiaochuan in the back, interjected, prompting laughter among the group. Chapter 90, Bai Ling. The second-generation official Yu Qingjun drove swiftly to an area of single-story homes behind the county government and finally halted before a small courtyard. Lu Xiaochuan recognized this as the residential district for officials of the county committee and government. Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling had brought a considerable amount of items. While Lu Xiaochuan contributed half a sheep, together, they moved their belongings into the courtyard. The yard was modest yet well-organized, featuring a flower bed and a grape trellis, beneath which stood a tea table accompanied by several chairs. Bai Ling welcomed Lu Xiaochuan into the house, where her parents were present, their faces lighting up with joy upon seeing their daughter and her companions. Bai Ling introduced Lu Xiaochuan to her parents, and he promptly greeted them. Bai Ling's father, in his 60s, sported neatly combed gray hair and wore a pair of reading glasses. Although not particularly tall, he carried himself with a straight posture, and Lu Xiaochuan could tell at a glance that he was a retired official, likely of some standing. He pondered, could it be that Sister Bai is indeed a second-generation official? After moving the items, Lu Xiaochuan prepared to take his leave, but Bai Ling was adamant that he stay. Her parents warmly insisted he sit down for a cup of tea before departing. The Bai household was spacious, with a wall of bookshelves in the living room filled with an assortment of books. Lu Xiaochuan quickly scanned the collection, noting a significant number of historical texts. It was clear that the elder gentleman had a passion for history and had spent ample time reading since his retirement. Bai Ling briefly introduced Lu Xiaochuan to her father, and when she mentioned their initial meeting on the train while discussing history, Bai's father's eyes sparkled with interest. "Young man, do you also enjoy studying history?" "Oh, I have merely perused a few books in the library. It is nothing more than a casual hobby. Hardly worthy of the term study." Lu Xiaochuan noticed a copy of Ming history on the coffee table and remarked, "It seems you have a considerable understanding of Ming history." Bai Yi. "Indeed, I am retired and with time on my hands, I have read it several times. One might say I have a bit of knowledge on the subject." "Have you also delved into Ming history?" "Yes, I have read a few works. Though my understanding pales in comparison to yours. The emergence of the book The Events of the Ming Dynasty has significantly propelled the popularization of Ming history." Decades later, with the rise of online literature, novels involving time travel often focus on the late Ming period. Numerous enthusiasts have engaged in discussions regarding this era online, and Lu Xiaochuan, having read extensively, possesses a certain level of understanding. In this age, due to limited channels for acquiring knowledge, few young people are well-versed in history. Upon noticing Lu Xiaochuan's genuine understanding, Mr. Bai became intrigued. "Young man, What do you believe to be the primary reason for the downfall of the Ming dynasty? Regarding this question, discussions proliferate online even decades later, and an exhaustive elaboration could occupy an entire day. Lu Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and replied, Mr. Bai, I merely offer my humble opinion. If I err, please do not mock me. Not at all. Engaging in discussion is merely a pastime. What is there to be right or wrong about? Mr. Bai was genuinely eager to hear the young man's insights, especially since his own daughter had graduated with a degree in history, and he had been praising Lu Xiaochuan. The reasons for the Ming dynasty's demise are undoubtedly multifaceted. Land consolidation, natural disasters, peasant uprisings, the rise of the later Jin, the obstinacy of Emperor Chongzhen, weak leadership capabilities, and the accumulation of wealth by landlords and merchants. It is difficult to pinpoint which factor served as the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. However, one often overlooked cause is the shortage of silver, which led to disrupted economic circulation. Noticing Mr. Bai's attentive silence, Lu Xiaochuan continued. The Ming dynasty did not produce silver in abundance. Rather, silver flowed into it primarily through trade with Europe and Japan, becoming the official currency of the dynasty. However, towards the end of the Ming, both Spain and the Tokugawa shogunate in Japan restricted the outflow of silver, causing the Ming to lose its source of silver and resulting in a currency shortage, essentially, a severed financial chain. Mr. Bai, having limited exposure to world history, was unaware of this detail. Lu Xiaochuan's explanation struck him as quite reasonable. It seems that history must be viewed not only longitudinally, but also laterally. Examining issues from a global historical perspective yields different answers. Young man, I did not expect you to perceive this aspect. Remarkable. Mr. Bai gave Lu Xiaochuan a thumbs up. Lu Xiaochuan, having merely gleaned this knowledge online as a facilitator of information, engaged in a few more exchanges before noticing that it was getting late and prepared to take his leave. Mr. Bai insisted on inviting him to dinner, hoping to continue discussing history afterward. Lu Xiaochuan politely declined, feeling it inappropriate to intrude on the family's gathering. As Lu Xiaochuan insisted on departing, Mr. Bai had no choice but to provide his home phone number, inviting him to visit any time. According to Bai Ling, Lu Xiaochuan had gifted them half a sheep, prompting Mr. Bai to retrieve a can of tea leaves from his bookshelf as a return gift for Bai Ling. Upon examining the can, Lu Xiaochuan was pleasantly surprised to find it contained pre-Qing Longjing tea, further affirming his belief that Mr. Bai had once held a position of leadership. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person have access to such exquisite tea, which wealth alone might not guarantee? As Yu Qingjun accompanied Lu Xiaochuan to the door, a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, rode into the courtyard on a bicycle. Yu Qingjun introduced him as Bai Ling's brother. Lu Xiaochuan greeted him, and the man nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Qingjun informed his brother-in-law that he was escorting a friend. His brother-in-law entered the house, bewildered and perplexed, questioning how his sister's husband could have such a young friend in Xinpingshan. As he started the car, Lu Xiaochuan rolled down the window and couldn't help but inquire. Brother Yu, given the demeanor of Elder Bai, he must have been a leader in the past, right? Their rapport had already established a level of familiarity. And Yu Qingjun candidly replied, my father-in-law was the secretary of the county committee in your region, but he has been retired for several years now. The man you just met is my brother-in-law, who was recently promoted to deputy county head. Lu Xiaochuan mused to himself, wow, Bai Ling truly is a child of privilege. After departing from the county town, they went to Hequan town to pick up his parents and elder sister before returning home, where darkness had already descended. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's car enter the village, his second aunt approached. She had completely transformed her demeanor and now maintained an excellent relationship with Lu Xiaochuan's family, at least on the surface. His second aunt informed Zhao Zuiping that Lu Xiaochuan's two aunts had come to visit his grandmother today, but left shortly thereafter. Lu Xiaochuan felt relieved. He had been concerned about any potential awkwardness between his father, Lu Jinyu, and his eldest aunt, and it seemed they had successfully avoided that situation today. Tomorrow, they would visit his two uncles and younger aunt, but as for his eldest aunt's family, he certainly would not be going there. Not to mention, the fact that her son got married without even inviting Lu Jinyu was rather inconsiderate. Relatives like his eldest aunt and younger uncle were perhaps best left unvisited. After 2 more days of family visits, on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling prepared to return to Fengyang, as work would commence again on the 7th. As the deputy director, Yu Qingjun naturally needed to set an example and could not afford any delays. Since they had agreed to return to the provincial capital together, Lu Xiaochuan woke up early and drove to the county town. However, despite the early start, he ended up running late. Upon seeing him, Elder Bai detained him for over an hour of conversation, only relenting when Bai Ling began to express her impatience. At around 9 in the morning, Lu Xiaochuan Santana finally exited Xinpingshan. With no highways available, they were forced to travel along the national road, frequently stopping to ask for directions. They found a restaurant by the roadside for lunch, and the journey of over 300 kilometers took nearly 7 hours. Fortunately, he was driving back with Yu Qingjun, and they took turns at the wheel, which lessened the fatigue. Upon arriving in Fengyang, Yu Qingjun treated Lu Xiaochuan to dinner before dropping him off at the rented Anha community, and then headed home himself. Lu Xiaochuan had left the key to his rental at Yu Xiaomei's house and first went to pay New Year's greetings to Aunt Wang and Yu Xiaomei, also giving Hao Hao his red envelope. When he retrieved the key and ascended to the 5th floor, he discovered that the apartment was still quite clean, thanks to Aunt Wang's regular cleaning, as otherwise, dust would have accumulated after his absence of over 2 months. The following day, Lu Xiaochuan took a taxi with Yu Xiaomei to the tutoring class. They first paid their respects to Li Yin and Su Jibin, having been absent for several months. Principal Li was undoubtedly displeased, so Lu Xiaochuan hurried to offer his New Year's greetings to appease her. Li Yan's face was filled with joy, and upon inquiry, Lu Xiaochuan learned that she and Su Jibin had already held their wedding ceremony. They had simply not informed him due to the distance. Intending to host a banquet in a few days to express gratitude to him and the colleagues from the tutoring class. During the winter break, the tutoring center was bustling, with teachers engaged in classes and classrooms nearly at full capacity. Li Yin inquired about expansion plans and whether a branch school would be established. Lu Xiaochuan decided to take a more cautious approach, opting to postpone any expansion discussions until after the college entrance examinations. Upon visiting the 1st floor, he noticed that Teacher Huang's art class and Teacher Shin's vocal class were both in session. Lu Xiaochuan stood at the doorway to greet them, ensuring not to disturb their lessons. The former barber shop had already been vacated, and the space was now available. Lu Xiaochuan remembered he had yet to discuss the establishment of a Sanda class with Coach Bai. Su Jibin was quite invested in this idea. He was feeling rather idle at the tutoring center. Should Coach Bai initiate a Sanda class, he could assist in teaching, providing him with some engagement. The two reached a mutual understanding, and Lu Xiaochuan purchased some cigarettes and alcohol from a small supermarket before driving with Su Jibin to the Yedong gym. The gym had just opened, and Coach Bai's Sanda class had only 3 students in attendance. Once the class concluded, the 3 of them headed to a modest restaurant for lunch. Lu Xiaochuan extended New Year greetings to Coach Bai and presented the gifts of cigarettes and alcohol. Coach Bai accepted them and inquired about the tutoring center's situation. Upon learning that it was performing well, he too felt pleased. Lu Xiaochuan candidly shared his thoughts with Coach Bai, who exhibited some hesitation. Su Jibin, standing by, encouraged him, "Master, what are you hesitating for? The space belongs to Xiaochuan. If you earn money, you pay him rent, and if not, then you owe him nothing. There's no need to worry. With the tutoring center above, students will not be a concern. Don't let such a splendid opportunity slip by. You once advised me similarly." After taking a sip of his drink, Coach Bai conceded. "You're right, Jibin. Why should I hesitate? I didn't realize I would also benefit from Xiaochuan's fortune." He looked at his 2 disciples, a smile of contentment gracing his face. "Master, let me remind you, when I had nothing and learned Sanda from you, you didn't charge me tuition. Now that I have achieved some success, shouldn't I repay you?" They settled the matter, though Coach Bai insisted on waiting until after the winter break to complete the gym's current class, as he did not wish to abandon his commitments midway. His professional ethics were commendable. "Absolutely, we cannot engage in that behavior. We'll wait until the school year begins. However, you can accompany us to view the premises now and contemplate how to renovate it. During this winter break, I will assist you in completing the renovations," Su Jibin suggested. The 3 of them enjoyed some beer, with Lu Xiaochuan and Coach Bai each having 2 bottles, while Su Jibin, who was to drive, merely sipped a small glass. After lunch, Coach Bai followed Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin to the tutoring center to inspect the premises, expressing great satisfaction with the 1st floor space, which required little renovation, only the purchase of some equipment and protective gear, a task Su Jibin would oversee. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing returned to Fengyang, and on the 9th, the restaurant officially opened. On the 10th, all staff of Qihong Education gathered at Taoliju for a banquet, celebrating Li Yin and Su Jibin's recent marriage. They had reserved the entire 2nd floor for the occasion. Li Yin, considering that many teachers were part-time university students, had informed everyone in advance that no gifts were necessary. It was simply a gathering to celebrate. Nonetheless, the teachers from the tutoring center collectively contributed to purchase a set of bedding as a wedding gift for the couple. Teachers are not required to give gifts, and naturally, Lu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling, as the hosts, were exceptions, each contributing 200 yuan, a substantial sum in the 1990s. Since it was a newlywed appreciation gathering, it was imperative to do more than merely drink. Lu Xiaochuan thoughtfully collaborated with the teachers for quite some time, meticulously preparing a variety of performances that showcased the festive spirit from across the province. Li Yin and Su Jibin were thoroughly exhausted by the arrangements. Unable to express their frustration, Li Yin shot Lu Xiaochuan a glare filled with daggers, wishing she could retaliate immediately. Ultimately, she informed Lu Xiaochuan that she would remember this grievance and would certainly repay him double when it was his turn to wed. Lu Xiaochuan, however, remained unperturbed, confident in his own resilience. The teachers at the tutoring center were quite astonished. Wasn't Lu Xiaochuan the cousin of Principal Li? His treatment of his own cousin seemed rather harsh, leading them to wonder if their familial bond was merely superficial. The commotion upstairs grew quite loud, prompting Wang Jing to check several times, secretly relieved that during her own wedding back home, she had the presence of elders. preventing Lu Xiaochuan from taking advantage of the situation to concoct mischief against her and Zhao Lijun. Li Yan's appreciation banquet was vibrant and boisterous, lasting until past 10 o'clock. Lu Xiaochuan arranged transportation for the teachers, ensuring that the male colleagues escorted their female counterparts home safely. He then took a taxi back to Lanha community, and by the time Li Yan and Su Zhibin settled the bill and sought him out, he had already vanished. In the following days, Lu Xiaochuan refrained from visiting the tutoring center, opting instead to stroll through Taiyuan Street and East Street for 2 days. He purchased several articles of clothing, along with a tape recorder and a camera. The tape recorder was intended for learning English, as graduation season was approaching, while the camera would also prove useful. Lu Xiaochuan took the opportunity to visit Wang Dong's Dongmei Education, which, while not as impressive as Qihang Education, still had a fair number of students. Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei earned quite well over the winter break, significantly better than if they had been employed elsewhere, and both were brimming with enthusiasm. Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei held deep gratitude towards Lu Xiaochuan. Without his financial assistance, their tutoring center would never have come to fruition. They warmly invited Lu Xiaochuan to dinner. During the meal, Wang Dong mentioned that their tutoring center lacked an accountant, with Zhao Dongmei managing the finances herself. Struggling to comprehend the tax matters, Lu Xiaochuan promptly offered to connect Wang Dong with Yu Xiaomei, who could assist with bookkeeping for a nominal fee until they could afford to hire a full-time accountant as their operations expanded. Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei mused that this meal was certainly worth the cost, as Lu Xiaochuan consistently helped them resolve various issues. Chapter 92. Brother. You have been deceived. After lingering in the provincial capital for several days, Lu Xiaochuan prepared to depart. School would commence after the Lantern Festival, and he intended to refrain from further visits to the city, focusing on completing his final semester diligently. Any other matters could wait until after the college entrance examination. He also contacted the landlord of his residence in Anha community to terminate the lease, planning to either rent a place or stay in a hotel upon his return. Before departing, Lu Xiaochuan discussed the subsequent operation of the tutoring class with Bai Ling, Li Yan, and others, refining certain work and salary systems. Lu Xiaochuan proposed that the employees should be provided with social security, at least for Li Yan, Su Zhibin, and Yu Xiaomei. Given the high turnover rate of teachers in the education and training industry, the participation of other full-time teachers would be entirely voluntary. If they chose to enroll in Social Security, the organization would cover half the cost, while the other half would be deducted from their salaries. Naturally, the group agreed to this proposal, as although the salaries in private enterprises are relatively high, they lack Social Security, which is incomparable to state-owned enterprises. The provision of Social Security would be beneficial, serving as a safeguard for the future and contributing to employee stability. This matter was entrusted to Yu Xiaomei, who, as the accountant, was well suited to handle these affairs. With all arrangements in the provincial city settled, Lu Xiaochuan returned to his hometown on the afternoon of the 13th day of the Lunar New Year, concluding his visit to the provincial city. After the Lantern Festival, the third year of high school commenced, and Lu Xiaochuan finally returned to the classroom, dedicating himself to his studies. Both his homeroom teacher, Mr. Du, and his classmates were taken aback by Lu Xiaochuan's determination to attend classes consistently until May Day, without missing a single lesson during that period. Efforts, of course, yield rewards. Lu Xiaochuan's grades steadily improved, scoring over 540 in the first mock exam and over 560 in the second. It is worth noting that such remarkable scores had never been recorded in the history of Shida Town High School, especially since the most diligent students were often recruited by the county's top high schools, leaving behind those who merely sought a diploma. During these months, Lu Xiaochuan not only exerted effort himself, but also inspired his peers. His study group included Chen Sumei, along with her deskmate Xie Yuewan, Lu Xiaolong, and Tian Jixue. Lu Xiaolong struggled academically. As an art student, he barely passed the art entrance examination, and the cultural course requirements were not particularly high. Yet he still fell short of the minimum passing score for art students. As a fellow kin, Lu Xiaochuan felt compelled to assist him, guiding him through his studies daily. If Lu Xiaolong failed to dedicate himself, Lu Xiaochuan would resort to physical persuasion, but rewards awaited him when he performed well, such as buying him a pack of cigarettes or some snacks. Under Lu Xiaochuan's firm yet encouraging approach, Lu Xiaolong's academic performance began to improve, presenting a promising opportunity for acceptance into an art school. Lu Xiaolong was not oblivious. He understood that his good friend Lu Xiaochuan had his best interests at heart, and no one else would care for him as Lu Xiaochuan did. Additionally, he enjoyed the unexpected benefit of engaging in playful banter with Xie Yuewan, which blossomed into a romantic relationship. Since Lu Xiaolong started dating Xie Yuewan, he no longer dared to use Chen Sumei against Lu Xiaochuan. Refraining from even mentioning the matter of hush money, it was enough that Lu Xiaochuan no longer sought any payment from him. During this time, an amusing incident occurred. Xiao Mingwei, having previously challenged Lu Xiaochuan and failed, inquired with his Qigong master about the levels of Qi cultivation. His master, known for misleading others, had never formulated such a theory and casually claimed it was 15 levels. Xiao Mingwei recalled that according to Lu Xiaochuan's theory, Cultivating qi beyond the 10th level was equivalent to foundational establishment. Upon realizing he had been caught in a lie, his master quickly corrected himself, stating that the 15th level of qi cultivation was actually the 5th level of foundational establishment. He reassured Qiu Mingwei to focus on his practice, promising to teach him a set of internal martial arts techniques in due time, which would surely enable him to triumph over his classmates. Upon returning to school, Qiu Mingwei immediately recounted the incident to Lu Xiaochuan, only to be met with derision. My friend, your master is nothing but a charlatan. Above the foundation establishment stage, there are no subdivisions, merely initial, intermediate, and advanced phases. Beyond foundation establishment lies the golden core, and above that, the nascent soul. For now, refrain from discussing this with your master. Simply inquire what realm lies beyond foundation establishment, and see if he can provide an answer. Qiu Mingwei was already convinced by Lu Xiaochuan's words, but remained perplexed. However, I am puzzled by one thing. When my master exerts his power, his disciples around him fall like dominoes. Surely, without profound inner strength, who could achieve such a feat? Lu Xiaochuan laughed so hard he could hardly stand, thinking that in the 1990s, people were still rather naive, and such tricksters were somewhat lacking in sophistication. What are you laughing at? Brother, you've been deceived. Here's what you should do. Buy some ice cream from the supermarket, distribute one to each of your classmates, and after they finish, we'll gather on the playground. You can exert your power, and we'll all fall back as well. Qiu Mingwei immediately understood, his face turning crimson as he realized he had been duped by the so-called Qigong master and had foolishly followed him for over a year. Then, was what you learned not genuine Qigong? Lu Xiaochuan contemplated revealing the truth, but decided against it, saying, you should focus on your studies and your physical training. Once you gain admission to university, you can come back and ask me. Fine, I believe you. Just wait. I will definitely come back to inquire, Qiu Mingwei retorted, storming off in a huff, unsure whether to be angry with himself or Lu Xiaochuan. Don't mind him, Xiaochuan. He's just a fool, remarked Xiaolong, who had developed an inflated ego and now held Lu Xiaochuan in higher regard than anyone else, having forgotten the days he once followed Qiu Mingwei. They were all classmates, and there were no deep-seated grudges. Lu Xiaochuan did not wish for Qiu Mingwei to fall behind in his studies, for he possessed a fundamentally good nature. He hoped Qiu could make the most of the last 2 months and strive for university admission. The teaching quality at Shida Town High School was indeed limited. There were some difficult problems Lu Xiaochuan had asked the teacher about, who could not clarify. Eventually, he decided to stop asking. Over the past few months, he had accumulated numerous questions, all noted down, preparing to seek clarity during the May Day holiday in the provincial city at a tutoring class. Upon hearing that Lu Xiaochuan would be going to the provincial city, Xiaolong felt a twinge of desire and pleaded to accompany him, as he had only ventured as far as Helong City during his art training. Lu Xiaochuan, why not take me and Su Mei along to broaden our horizons? Urged Xie Yuewan, her interest piqued. Chen Su Mei remained quiet. Ever since Lu Xiaochuan had made a 3-year pact with her, she had devoted herself entirely to her studies. Their relationship was somewhat delicate. They had not become a couple, but were closer than with their other classmates. To their peers, it seemed Lu Xiaochuan and Chen Su Mei were already an item, albeit without the public displays of affection typical of early romances, such as sneaking off to whisper in secluded groves. Lu Xiaochuan had fought for Chen Su Mei against Qiu Mingwei, and it was he who had persuaded her to return to school after she had dropped out. Though others were unaware of the details, it was hard to believe that the two shared only an ordinary classmate relationship. Lu Xiaochuan chose not to offer any explanations, fully aware that elucidating the matter would only exacerbate the situation and cause embarrassment to Chen Su Mei. All right, let us set off on May 1st and request a leave from teacher. We may return a few days later. But since our journey to the provincial capital is for the sake of learning, the teacher should acquiesce. Presently, Xie Yuewan and Lu Xiaolong expressed their desire to accompany him to the provincial capital. Lu Xiaochuan contemplated bringing Chen Su Mei along as well, for misunderstandings had already arisen, and he no longer felt apprehensive. He personally approached Teacher Du's office to request leave. Teacher Du was quite open-minded. Having witnessed their recent academic progress, she was pleased, and as long as it pertained to their education, she was supportive. As for the matter of early romance, she had chosen to disregard it, acknowledging her inability to intervene. Chapter 93. Arriving at the police station on May 1st, the group boarded the train heading to the provincial capital. Lu Xiaolong was filled with excitement, and it was also the first time for Xie Yuewan and Chen Su Mei to travel such a distance. They enjoyed the scenic views along the way, engaging in lively conversations, making the journey exceedingly pleasant. Most notably, Chen Su Mei wished that the train would never halt, as she delighted in chatting with Lu Xiaochuan, envisioning how wonderful it would be to share such moments indefinitely. However, after 6 hours, the train finally reached its destination. Having only consumed instant noodles for lunch, hunger began to set in by mid-afternoon. Upon exiting the station, they were approached by taxi drivers soliciting passengers. Lu Xiaochuan typically ignored such solicitations, focusing solely on his path ahead. He had previously informed Su Jibin to pick them up with a van, which should be parked across the square. He decided to find the vehicle, instructing Lu Xiaolong and the others to follow at a leisurely pace. Chen Sumei was separated from Lu Xiaochuan by a few individuals. As she stepped out of the station, a driver with dyed yellow hair reached out to grab her backpack, saying, "Hey, where are you going? Let me give you a ride." Being her first visit to a big city, she was unaccustomed to such encounters and dared not respond, merely retreating. Observing Chen Sumei's beauty and assuming she was a rural girl newly arrived for work, the driver audaciously attempted to seize her hand. "What do you think you're doing? Are you harassing her?" Xie Yuewan shouted emphatically, displaying a bravery that contrasted with Chen Sumei's timidity. "I'm not harassing anyone. I was merely inquiring if this young lady wants a ride." "What is your problem?" the driver retorted, his demeanor reflecting a lack of civility typical among those who engage in such unscrupulous behavior at the station. Seeing Xie Yuewan being scolded, Lu Xiaolong could not remain passive. Emboldened by naivety, he interjected, "Could you speak more respectfully? Why are you insulting people? Who are you to talk back? I might just hit you," the driver threatened, shoving Lu Xiaolong. Hearing the commotion, Lu Xiaochuan turned back to find that the group had fallen behind. He rushed over, only to discover Lu Xiaolong engaged in a scuffle with the yellow-haired driver, while Xie Yuewan and Chen Sumei attempted to separate them. The driver continued to behave inappropriately, taking advantage of the two girls amidst the chaos. Furious, Lu Xiaochuan could not believe that his first outing with classmates to the provincial capital had devolved into such an incident. He sprinted forward and delivered a powerful kick to the driver, who promptly fell to the ground, inadvertently bringing Lu Xiaolong down with him. The station drivers all had their accomplices. Upon witnessing the blonde being at a disadvantage, 3 more immediately surrounded him. Lu Xiaochuan, undeterred, instructed Xiaolong to escort the 2 girls into the train station. As he retreated, he shouted, "Xiaolong, go find the police." The group of Westerners closed in, and Lu Xiaochuan understood that he could not show weakness at this moment. He had to take the initiative. Instead of retreating, he advanced, seizing the blonde's hair and delivering a knee strike. He dared not aim for the chin, focusing instead on the abdomen. The blonde, sweating from the pain, doubled over, clutching his stomach. The other 3 hesitated at Lu Xiaochuan's ferocity, exchanging glances before deciding to advance. They knew that if they did not subdue this kid today, their ability to operate in the station would be compromised. Su Jibin parked his van opposite the station square, concerned that Lu Xiaochuan might struggle to find him. So he casually strolled to the exit to meet him. Upon arrival, he witnessed Lu Xiaochuan being surrounded and beaten by 3 individuals, prompting him to rush over. Naturally, Lu Xiaochuan could not contend with 3 opponents alone. He had already sustained several blows. However, with Su Jibin's arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The 2 were trained fighters, easily handling the 3 adversaries. The station had patrolling police officers. Upon hearing the commotion, they swiftly intervened to separate the combatants. By this time, the blonde had recovered enough to shout, "Brother Sun, you must stand up for me. These kids are violent. Look at what they did to me." Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. "Officer," he initiated the harassment. "We were merely acting in self-defense." "Silence. You will all come with me to the station to discuss this further," commanded Officer Sun, who clearly knew the blonde. Those who could navigate the station had naturally established good relations with the local police precinct. "Very well, we will accompany you to the station," Lu Xiaochuan replied. Turning to Su Jibin, "Brother Bin, I will go to the station. Please contact Brother Yu for me." "No way, this kid also threw a punch. And he has 3 accomplices," the blonde protested. "Officer, those 3 are my classmates. They did not lay a hand on anyone. Look, there are 2 female classmates, surely. They need not come along." Chen Sumei and Xie Yuewan, having never witnessed such a scene, were on the verge of tears. Officer Sun was unyielding. "No more nonsense. Everyone must go. We will sort it out at the station." With no other option, the group followed Officer Sun to the police station. The blonde glared menacingly at Lu Xiaochuan, whispering, "Kid, you'll pay for this soon enough." Upon arriving at the police station, they encountered the station chief, Yao Jianxun, who was just leaving. "What is going on here?" inquired Officer Sun, whose full name was Sun Shufa. "Oh, there was a fight at the station entrance. I brought them back for questioning. Are you heading out, Chief Yao?" "Yes, I will be back shortly. Please mediate this situation," Yao replied. Having dealt with such altercations frequently, he was accustomed to the chaos around the station. The 2 groups were taken to separate rooms, and Officer Sun first met with the blonde's group. "Brother Sun, that kid was too brutal. Look at how he pulled out a handful of my hair and kicked me in the hip. I'm still in pain. You must help me get him to compensate me handsomely. Look at you, acting all pitiful. They claim you were harassing them. Did you lay hands on the girl?" "Not at all, Brother Sun. I was simply trying to assist her with her bag. Is it unusual to have a little physical contact?" Huang Mao leaned closer and said, "Brother Sun, these young folks are clearly from out of town. After they assaulted me like this, is it unreasonable for me to request some medical expenses? If there's anything left after the treatment, you can be sure at 1T escape your share, Brother Sunday. All right, enough said, I understand." Officer Sun replied as he left Huang Mao and his companions behind and entered the room where Lu Xiaochuan and the others were gathered. Lu Xiaochuan was comforting Chen Sumei and Xie Yuewan, both girls overwhelmed by their first trip away from home, finding themselves at the police station immediately after disembarking. It was only natural for them to feel fear. Even Lu Xiaolong, typically bold, had lowered his head in silence. How can you young people engage in such unruly behavior? Fighting and brawling? Officer Sun began to reprimand as he entered. Officer, you should conduct your investigation before passing judgment. What constitutes fighting and brawling? It was Huang Mao who was harassing my classmate, and we were merely defending ourselves, Lu Xiaochuan asserted, aware that Officer Sun was likely an acquaintance of Huang Mao, clearly leaning in favor of the other party. Whether it was self-defense is not for you to decide. I have already conducted an inquiry, and it appears that they were soliciting customers. You misinterpreted the situation and resorted to violence. They claim you initiated the altercation, while you assert they did. This matter cannot be conclusively determined, but you must acknowledge that the other party was injured due to your actions. You struck quite hard, young man. Lu Xiaochuan realized that further discussion would be futile. Officer Sun, what do you suggest we do? Perhaps you could mediate? Seeing that Lu Xiaochuan was reasonable, Officer Sun nodded. All right, I will speak with the other side and attempt to mediate on your behalf. You are all students, and I would prefer not to detain you, as having a criminal record would be detrimental. 5 minutes later, Officer Sun returned. Young man, the other party has sustained injuries and requires hospitalization. They demand that you cover the hospital fees, nutritional expenses, and compensation for lost work. Considering you are all students, I negotiated on your behalf. But they are adamant about receiving 3,000 yuan, or they will pursue further accountability. Su Jibin and Lu Xiaolong were aware that Lu Xiaochuan could afford to pay, but Chen Sumei and Xie Yuan were oblivious. What? 3,000 yuan? That's outrageous, Xie Yuan exclaimed, unable to contain her disbelief. Chen Sumei too became anxious, not expecting such a hefty sum. Officer, look, we are merely students. We don't have that kind of money, she said, lowering her head and beginning to weep. Lu Xiaochuan urged them to remain silent and addressed Officer Sun. Officer, it's impossible for me to have that much cash on hand. May I call my cousin to bring some money to help resolve this? Officer Sun, thinking Lu Xiaochuan was intimidated, noted his decent attire and considered that he might indeed be affluent. All right, provide me with the phone number and I will contact your family. Thank you, Officer Sun. Lu Xiaochuan responded, relaying Yu Qingjun's pager number to him. He really must be well off. Using a pager, Officer Sun remarked as he stepped outside to make the call. Although it is the 1st of May today, Yu Qingjun remains at his post, diligently working in the office. As the end of the workday approaches, the pager suddenly goes off. Upon checking, he sees that it is a call from the local police station. Puzzled, he wonders why they are using a pager instead of the office phone for such matters. He picks up the office telephone to return the call. And just as he is about to speak, the voice on the other end interjects. Your cousin is involved in a brawl at the train station and is currently at our police station. We have mediated the situation, and he has requested that you bring money to settle it. My cousin, Yu Qingjun, is perplexed, as he has 2 cousins, one residing in a distant province and the other still in elementary school. Is it Lu Xiaochuan? Aren't you his cousin? Yes. He is my cousin. My apologies. I have many cousins, and without your prompt, I wouldn't have known which one you meant. I will head over immediately. After hanging up, Yu Qingjun tries to reach Yao Jianchun at his office, but there is no answer. He hurriedly descends the stairs, gets into his Santana, and speeds toward the police station. Upon arriving, he encounters Yao Jianchun returning from outside. Director, what brings you here? Why didn't you call ahead? I did call, but you weren't available. I came over right away. Old Yao, let us talk in your office. I had a minor matter to attend to. Come, let us have a cup of tea in my office. Both men, holding the rank of division leaders, share a long-standing acquaintance and mutual respect. As they settle in, Yao Jianchun pours tea and half-jokingly, half-seriously inquires, what brings the esteemed director you to my humble abode? Cut the pleasantries. I have a close young friend who reportedly got into a scuffle at the square and is now at your station. Your office just called me to bring money for mediation. Yu Qingjun, having spent time at the grassroots level, understands the dynamics at play. Aware that the local ruffians are well acquainted with the police station, Yao Jianchun immediately recalls a group of individuals brought in earlier by Sun Shufa. He stands up, saying, I wasn't at the station earlier. Please wait here. I will investigate the situation and report back to you. Sure, my young friend is a student. Known for his exemplary character, he is not the type to engage in fights. He has been recognized for his bravery by the Yuchuan police station before. Before Yao Jianchun can leave to gather details, Yu Qingjun preemptively asserts, rest assured, I will not allow my young friend to be wronged. There may be a misunderstanding at play. With that, Yao Jianchun exits to find Sun Shufa in the outer office. Shufa, what was the situation with the group you brought back earlier? Oh, it was just Huang Mao trying to solicit business. A few kids from out of town got into a fight with him. I thought I might help mediate. I just finished calling that kid as cousin, but he hasn't arrived yet. As Sun Shufa speaks, he notices Yao Jianchun's troubled expression and thinks, oh no, what if that kid has some connections? What's wrong, Director Yao? Do you realize who you just called? That's Director Yu's cousin. I've heard that the incident started because Huang Mao was acting inappropriately. I know you are acquainted with them, but do not make any foolish moves regarding this matter. Yao Jianchun sighed in exasperation, expressing his disappointment. Immediately, cold sweat trickled down Sun Shufa's back. Director Yao, I truly did not know. I merely observed that Huang Mao was being quite severely beaten and thought it prudent to mediate the situation. While Huang Mao may have his flaws, I doubt he would dare act inappropriately. Regardless, he is the one being assaulted, and your cousin did not suffer any losses. Could you perhaps speak a few kind words on my behalf, suggesting that this was merely a misunderstanding? Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, it would be best to release everyone and conclude this matter. What do you think? Very well, but be cautious next time. Do not associate too closely with them, understood? As for Huang Mao, you must handle that yourself. I shall not intervene. As a brother in the same department, Yao Jianxun felt compelled to support his subordinate. Especially since Lu Xiaochuan had not been wronged, it was the other party who suffered. This explanation would suffice for Yu Qingjun. Thank you so much, Director. I will address Huang Mao. If he dares to utter a word, I shall charge him with disorderly conduct. Sun Shufa understood that how he resolved matters was no longer Yao Jianxun's concern. He promptly returned to his office. Director Yu, I have gathered the details. It turns out that a few drivers at the station were competing for passengers and had snatched a young girl's backpack. Your cousin mistakenly thought he was being lewd and gave them a beating. We have suffered no losses here. It is clear that this was merely a misunderstanding. Their poor attitude while soliciting passengers led to their deserved punishment. Since it occurred in front of the station, our people brought them back to clarify the situation. Now that we understand, there is no issue, and they can be released shortly. Thank you. Old Yao, I apologize for the trouble. Yu Qingjun also stood up. It was our colleagues who caused the trouble. I must instruct them not to overreact to trivial matters and to resolve situations on-site instead of bringing them back here. Our colleagues are simply fulfilling their duties and working diligently. You must not criticize them unjustly, Yao Jianxun replied. He was being courteous, and Yu Qingjun could not take advantage of the situation by obstructing their work. Director, as the end of the workday approaches, how about we dine together tonight? Yao Jianxun was eager to strengthen his relationship with Yu Qingjun. Let us postpone it for today. My younger brother has come from afar, and I must attend to him. We will reschedule. I promise to treat you next time, old Yao. Very well, I shall hold you to that. Yao Jianxun responded with delight. The specifics of who paid were inconsequential, for the true essence lay in the shared meal that would deepen their camaraderie. Yao Jianxun escorted Yu Qingjun out of the police station, where Lu Xiaochuan and several others awaited outside. Yao Jianxun grasped Lu Xiaochuan's hand, saying, "Young man, this is just a routine inquiry. Do not take it to heart. No need for formality. Director, cooperating with the police is our duty as citizens," Lu Xiaochuan replied. Yao Jianxun gave him a thumbs up. Director Yu, your younger brother possesses a commendable sense of responsibility. Chapter 95. This is a true brother. Upon exiting the police station, Yu Qingjun intended to invite a few individuals to dinner, but Lu Xiaochuan declined. Brother Yu, I appreciate the trouble you've gone through, but there is no need for you to treat us. With you present, I fear my classmates would hesitate to enjoy their meal. Yu Qingjun considered this and did not insist, observing the high school students before him, realizing that several generational gaps separated them. It seems rather peculiar. Lu Xiaochuan is not particularly old, yet their interactions evoke a sense of camaraderie, devoid of any generational gap. Yu Qingjun suddenly became aware of this phenomenon. Lu Xiaochuan possesses an astonishing level of maturity and experience that is incongruous with his age, truly a prodigy. He informed Lu Xiaochuan to contact him anytime should a need arise, and with that, Yu Qingjun departed in his Santana. Lu Xiaolong was somewhat taken aback. How did Xiaochuan become acquainted with the leadership of the Public Security Bureau? Seemingly, on very familiar terms. As a student hailing from a rural background, Lu Xiaolong had encountered very few officials. The director of the Public Security Bureau was an esteemed figure, even if Yu Qingjun was merely a deputy director. He noticed that the Santana Yu Qingjun drove was the same one that Lu Xiaochuan had previously taken home, indicating an extraordinary bond between the two. Ignoring Lu Xiaolong's astonishment, Lu Xiaochuan hurriedly gathered a few friends to dine. After disembarking the train around 3 o'clock and enduring the ensuing hustle until after 5, they were on the verge of hunger. Upon boarding the van, Lu Xiaochuan instructed Su Jibin to drive directly to Tally Restaurant. Brother Bin, do you need to call Sister Li Yin to ask for leave? Or you could bring her along, and we can all dine together, he suggested. Do you really look down on me, Brother Bin? Is my standing in the family so low? You know, I call the shots at home, Su Jibin boasted unabashedly. Brother Bin, wait a moment. Let me record this. Please repeat what you just said, Lu Xiaochuan teased, leaving no room for his dignity. Good words should not be repeated. Haven't you heard that before? Su Jibin, aware of Lu Xiaochuan's propensity to record, wisely refrained from repeating himself. Amidst their laughter, they arrived at Tally Restaurant. Yet Su Jibin did not exit the vehicle. He encouraged Lu Xiaochuan to enjoy the meal with his classmates while he refrained from intruding. Lu Xiaochuan understood Su Jibin's disposition and wished to spare him any awkwardness. Brother Bin, if you're not eating here, I'll pack up a couple of dishes for you to take home to enjoy with Sister Li Yin, so you won't have to cook, Lu Xiaochuan offered. Fine. I admit it. I'm not responsible for cooking at home. You don't believe me, do you? I concede, my standing in the family is indeed low. Su Jibin conceded, Realizing he could not argue further, the group entered Tally Restaurant, where the proprietress, Wang Jing, greeted them warmly. Lu Xiaochuan ordered sweet and sour pork and braised eggplant, requesting Wang Jing to pack them for Su Jibin, who waited downstairs while Lu Xiaochuan ascended to the second floor with his 3 classmates. Once upstairs, Wang Jing followed, observing Lu Xiaochuan's classmates, particularly Chen Sumei, who was quite lovely. Could it be that Xiaochuan has developed feelings? Xiaochuan, see what your classmates would like to order. Feel free to choose anything. Just to clarify, this treat is on me, she said. In that case, we shall not hold back, sister-in-law, Lu Xiaochuan replied, handing the menu to the 3. Lu Xiaolong perused the menu for quite some time before settling on boiled pork slices, while Chen Sumei and Xia Yuewan were too bashful to even glance at the menu, stating they would eat whatever was available. Recognizing the situation, Lu Xiaochuan took charge again. He ordered sweet and sour pork, stir-fried green beans, a lady's dish of snow bean paste, and a mushroom soup, perfectly complementing the meal. Sister-in-law, please urge my brother to expedite the cooking. I am truly famished. Rest assured, it will be prepared shortly. In the meantime, please enjoy some tea, Wang Jing assured them before descending with the menu. Xiaochuan, impressive. You've made so many acquaintances in the provincial capital. Today, who is the leader at the Public Security Bureau? And where did this sister-in-law from the restaurant come from? As soon as Wang Jing stepped out, Xiaolong immediately bombarded him with questions. They are all my cousins. The one running the restaurant is naturally my sister-in-law. Come on, I know nearly all your relatives. And I have never heard of anyone from the provincial city. How come 2 cousins suddenly appeared? Xiaolong was clearly skeptical. Believe it or not. How about I take you downstairs to see for yourself? With that, he truly led Lu Xiaolong downstairs. Su Jibin had already prepared 2 dishes, and upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan descend, he greeted him, took the dishes, and drove away. Lu Xiaochuan hurried with Xiaolong to the kitchen, where Zhao Lijun and his apprentice were busy at work, several woks sizzling simultaneously in a delightful frenzy. Upon seeing him, Zhao Lijun chuckled. What's the matter? Are you that hungry? Coming to the kitchen already? No need to rush. The dishes will be ready soon. Oh, Xiaolong is here too? Lu Tun and Zhao Tun lived close by, and Zhao Lijun often visited Lu Tun as a child, so Xiaolong naturally recognized him. Brother Lijun, I didn't expect you to open a restaurant. Impressive. Lu Xiaolong quickly showered him with praise. Impressive? I'm not like you well-educated folks. I can only cook a few dishes to earn a modest living. You two should head upstairs and wait. The dishes will be served shortly. Back in the private room, Lu Xiaolong immediately said to Chen Sumei and Xia Yuewan, don't hesitate to eat. This restaurant owner is indeed my cousin. Soon, the dishes arrived. The hallmark of a northeastern restaurant is the generous portion sizes. Even a single soup was already quite lavish. Lu Xiaochuan, why did you order so much? Can we finish it? Xia Yuewan, visiting a restaurant for the first time, found previous outings to be merely snack bars. Haven't we been hungry all day? You two dig in, let us not pretend. If it's not enough, we can order more later. Alright, it seems I'm benefiting from Sumei today. Xia Yuewan no longer held back and picked up her chopsticks to eat. She even served Chen Sumei a piece of meat, saying, Sumei, you should eat this. You're too thin. Xiaolong coughed lightly and remarked, just eat your own. Why are you serving Chen Sumei? Lu Xiaochuan is here. Lu Xiaochuan shot him a glare and used the communal chopsticks to serve both Chen Sumei and Xia Yuewan a piece of guabao roe. Chen Sumei blushed again, softly murmuring a thank you as she lowered her head to eat. Xia Yuewan inquired, Lu Xiaochuan, is it alright for us to eat for free at your cousin's restaurant? Don't worry, even if I ate here for a year without paying, my cousin wouldn't mind. Now eat up. Lu Xiaochuan was also hungry and focused on his meal. This meal lasted over an hour, and they nearly finished the dishes on the table. Lu Xiaochuan and Xiaolong were both burping, while Chen Sumei and Xia Yuewan maintained their decorum, not devouring their food as ravenously as the 2 boys. After satisfying their appetites, they left Tally Restaurant and found a nearby hotel, booking 2 rooms, one for him and Xiaolong, and another for the 2 girls. They were tired from the day's activities and needed an early rest. Chapter 96. University is wonderful. The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan did not rush to take the 3 to the remedial class. Instead, he led them for a stroll around the normal university campus, allowing them to experience the ambience of university life in advance. In the midst of spring, the campus flourishes with vibrant blossoms. Observing the teaching buildings, library, playground, and the verdant flora, as well as the leisurely college students, a sense of longing emanates from the eyes of the 3. After departing from the normal university, Lu Xiaochuan guided the trio to the nearby medical college and provincial university. Each institution possesses its unique charm, with provincial university boasting the largest campus, which left them slightly perspiring after their stroll. Lu Xiaochuan, with a smile, inquired, so, what do you think? This is university life. The enormity of the university, far exceeding that of Shida High School, and its beautiful environment elicited exclamations from Chen Sumei and Xia Yuewan. There are so many beautiful girls. Clearly, Xiaolong's focus was different. Do you wish to attend university? Yes, the 3 replied in unison. With the objective achieved, Lu Xiaochuan hailed a taxi to take them directly to Qihang Education. where Li Yin arranged for several elite teachers to temporarily form a small class for them. The following week would be devoted to intense study. To spare Li Yin any discomfort, Lu Xiaochuan paid the tuition. Despite being the owner, he refrained from expecting free services from the teachers. As long as the classes were conducted, commissions must be duly honored, especially since his status as the owner was somewhat clandestine. Hence, he adhered to the norm of paying for their small class, eschewing any preferential treatment, thereby facilitating the management of the tutoring class and setting a commendable example for others. The payment was not in cash but would be deducted from Lu Xiaochuan's dividends during Xiaomei's accounting. Upon arriving at Qihang Education, Chen Sumei and her companions were astonished by the scale of the tutoring classes in the city, with numerous students attending for supplementary lessons. It was no wonder that such a significant disparity existed between urban and rural college entrance examination results. Xiaolong, unable to resist his curiosity, noted that Principal Li of Qihang Education seemed quite familiar with Xiaochuan, promptly arranging classrooms and teachers for their lessons, highlighting Xiaochuan's extensive connections. Xiaochuan, you're not going to tell me that Principal Li is your cousin, are you? You've guessed correctly. Impressive. I can't believe it. I've never seen this cousin of yours. Believe it or not, I have several relatives to report to you. Now, get to studying. Lu Xiaochuan feigned a kick toward him, prompting Xiaolong to quickly suppress his curiosity and prepare for his studies. Curiosity was not limited to Xiaolong. Li Yin, as a seasoned gossip enthusiast, was intrigued by Lu Xiaochuan's classmates. Aside from Xiaolong, whose name indicated a close bond, there was another female classmate with a striking appearance, and her connection to Lu Xiaochuan was all too evident. Li Yin called Lu Xiaochuan outside. Xiaochuan, honestly, what is your relationship with that beautiful female classmate? Just classmates. Oh please, you have many classmates. Why did you specifically bring her? Quit being nosy. I simply noticed her good grades and wanted to help her out. Once she gets into university, she can work at our tutoring class. Consider it a preemptive investment, do you understand? Li Yin scoffed. You can keep talking nonsense. Do you think I'll believe that? You two definitely have something going on, just admit it. Believe it or not, I'm a person of impeccable character. And you all have such thoughts about me. Get lost. Li Yin was thoroughly exasperated by him. Recognizing that her verbal wit could not match his, she resorted to her succinct mantra. All right, Lu Xiaochuan has returned to the classroom to study, she thought, leaving Li Yin fuming alone in the corridor, her curiosity unquenched. Each day, after class, they attended lessons in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English, with the remaining time dedicated to problem-solving and inquiries. Lu Xiaochuan managed to resolve all the questions he had accumulated over the semester. Naturally, he did not need to attend physics class. Instead, he seized the opportunity to visit a bookstore, where he purchased two historical texts. One was a history of the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties by the esteemed Wang Zhonghua, and the other was a history of the Mongol Empire by the French scholar Broussais. Intending to present them to Old Master Bai, Lu Xiaochuan, under the pretense of attending a remedial class to request exam questions from the teacher, devised 3 essay topics himself, prompting each student to compose 3 essays. One of these was naturally aligned with the essay prompt of the upcoming college entrance examination. In his previous life, the college entrance examination had long since passed, and while he could not recall the exact questions, the essay topics were indelibly etched in his memory. Lu Xiaochuan did not reproduce the original prompt, but crafted a similar one, explicitly instructing them to write argumentative essays when the time came for the examination. It would conveniently serve as a viable option. Particularly for Lu Xiaolong, a quintessential underachiever, Lu Xiaochuan reviewed his essays, urging him to memorize all 3, as they might prove useful in the examination. After several days of intensive study, Chen Sumei and the others reaped significant benefits. Though exhausted, their enthusiasm for learning remained undeterred. With even Lu Xiaolong refraining from slacking off, clearly, their time on the university campus was well spent. 5 days later, the study group had to return home. On the train journey back, Chen Sumei and Xie Yuewan continued their discussions about learning. This trip to the provincial capital had broadened their horizons, and with only 2 months left before the college entrance examination, they were determined to give it their all. Upon arriving at the train station in Xinping County, Lu Xiaochuan instructed the 3 to head back first, as he intended to deliver the books to Old Master Bai, which would be inconvenient with them in tow. He took a tricycle to Bai Ling's home and knocked on the gate of the yard. It was Bai Ling's brother, the deputy county chief, who answered the door. Lu Xiaochuan paid no heed to his official status. He maintained his composure, greeting him. Hello, Brother Bai. Is Old Master Bai at home? Bai Chenglin recognized that this young man was a friend of his sister and brother-in-law, and later became an esteemed companion of his father, promptly inviting him inside. Oh, Xiaochuan, you've come. Old Master Bai has been mentioning that you haven't visited in quite some time. With the impending college entrance examination, he expressed concern for Lu Xiaochuan's studies. Please, come in. Old Master Bai will surely be delighted to see you. Lu Xiaochuan entered the house with the 2 books in hand. Old Master Bai would undoubtedly refuse any gifts, yet he could not turn down the offering of books. Old Master Bai, I visited the provincial capital during the May Day holiday and brought you 2 books from the library. This one by Mr. Wang Zhongluo, A History of the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern Dynasties, differs from Mr. Chen Inca's work as it emphasizes historical analysis from economic and social perspectives. As for Grousset's History of the Mongol Empire, I believe, being French, his sources on Chinese history may not be entirely authoritative, yet his writing should be relatively objective. I personally look forward to your insights once you have finished reading them. Excellent, excellent. Old Master Bai exclaimed, taking the two books into his hands with great fondness. Urging Aunt Lu to hastily prepare dinner for Lu Xiaochuan, who was to stay for the evening meal, Lu Xiaochuan quickly took his leave, citing his imminent college entrance examination as an excuse to rush back to school. Upon reflection, Uncle Bai realized he could not hinder the young man's academic pursuits and arranged for Lu Xiaochuan to visit after the examinations to engage in discussions about history. Chapter 97. The college entrance examination. Upon returning to school, Lu Xiaochuan immersed himself in his studies. The academic atmosphere fostered by the Western study group invigorated the entire class. As the examination approached, aside from the mundane tasks of filling forms and taking graduation photos, Lu Xiaochuan remained entirely focused on his studies. His score in the third mock examination reached 576 points, and with a breakthrough in physics, surpassing 590 points seemed entirely feasible. Time flew swiftly, and the day of the college entrance examination finally arrived. On July 6th, all examinees from Shida Town High School, under the guidance of the principal and teachers, boarded a bus to the county city, where they stayed at the Yingzhou Hotel. This time, however, the examination venue was at the county's #1 high school. Whether Lu Xiaochuan wished it or not, he was destined to return to the county high school. In the afternoon, he and his peers visited the examination hall, and naturally, they encountered several classmates from their first year. After a long separation, some greeted him warmly, while others merely acknowledged him with a nod, and a few pretended not to recognize him. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaochuan's heart remained unperturbed. After all, he had already experienced this once in a previous life. Lu Xiaochuan, is that really you? Turning around, he was met with Zhang Wani's beaming smile. A ripple of emotion stirred within him. Zhang Wani had been the belle of their first-year class, and he had harbored a secret crush on her. However, her previous indifference to his attempts at closeness had left a lasting impression. Zhang Wani, it's been a long time. You remain as beautiful as ever. How annoying. You mock me as soon as we meet. How have your studies been? It was evident that Zhang Wani genuinely cared about him. Fortunately, I think I can score around 550 points, Lu Xiaochuan modestly estimated, refraining from boasting. That is impressive. Much better than your first-year results. Zhang Wani replied with a look of satisfaction. Back then, I didn't take my studies seriously, getting caught up in trivial matters. Returning to the town ignited my determination, turning misfortune into fortune. What about you? Surely you'll score over 600 points? Planning to apply to Tsinghua or Peking University? Zhang Wani was not only the class beauty, but also the academic representative. Oh, I'm not that remarkable. I dare not dream of Tsinghua or Peking University. My goal is to attend Beijing Normal University. Indeed, while Nuping County High School had produced its fair share of students who advanced to Tsinghua and Peking, who could confidently declare victory. Do your best, Lu Xiaochuan. Here is my home phone number. Let us keep in touch, Zhang Wani said, taking out paper and pen to write down her family's phone number. Lu Xiaochuan reciprocated by providing his home phone number and pager number. Zhang Wani paused for a moment. Her family lived in the county city, her parents were officials, and their financial situation was stable, so they had a phone. She had assumed Lu Xiaochuan, from a rural background, would not have such luxuries, yet he surprised her with his own phone and pager. Good luck to you too, Zhang Wani. I look forward to visiting you in Beijing in the future. Lost in a moment of distraction, Zhang Wani quickly realized her indiscretion, uttered a hasty farewell, and turned to flee. Standing nearby, Lu Xiaolong remained silent until Zhang Wani departed, at which point he eagerly remarked, "Well, Xiaochuan, it's no wonder you have little regard for Chen Sume, with such a stunning classmate at the county high school." Without responding, Lu Xiaochuan walked away, with Xiaolong hastily following. The eve of the college entrance examination is often the most arduous, with some feeling anxious and others exhilarated. Lu Xiaochuan, however, remained composed, drawing upon his years of experience. On July 7th, the college entrance examination of 1993 commenced, starting with the Chinese language test. When the papers were distributed, Lu Xiaochuan immediately flipped to the last page and, as expected, found the essay prompt identical to what he had memorized. He had already composed it with such fluency that he merely needed to transcribe it onto the answer sheet. Lu Xiaochuan tackled the foundational knowledge and reading sections first, reserving an hour at the end to diligently transcribe his essay draft, reviewing it thoroughly without making any alterations. When the examination period concluded, he submitted his paper. Upon returning to the hotel after the Chinese exam, Chen Sume, Xie Yuewan, and Lu Xiaolong quickly gathered around him. Xiaolong, brimming with excitement, wrapped his arms around Lu Xiaochuan's neck, exclaiming, "Xiaochuan, you are truly my brother." The essay topic was nearly identical to what we practiced in class. I wrote my memorized essay on it. I believe I can pass this time. Lu Xiaochuan shrugged off Xiaolong's enthusiasm, teasing, "Is your only ambition to merely pass? You cannot compare your aspirations to mine. Throughout high school, Have you seen me pass any subject? Whenever I did, it was through copying. As an art student, if I can score above 300 in total, I would be eligible for university. If I manage to pass Chinese, I should be in good standing. Despite Lu Xiaochuan's dismissal, Xiaolong remained elated. Chen Sumei and Xie Yuewan shared a similar sentiment. Their performance in Chinese had been satisfactory, and the essays they meticulously crafted over the past few days were undoubtedly superior to those written under pressure. This essay could potentially yield an additional 5 or even 10 points. One must not underestimate the significance of such a difference. In the college entrance examination, even a single point can drastically alter one's ranking. Xiaochuan, could you predict the major questions for mathematics and science? I'd like to prepare in advance. Lu Xiaolong, ever ambitious, pressed for insights. Lu Xiaochuan retorted, go find a fortune teller on the street if you seek prophecies. Do not expect me to possess such foresight. The lunch break was lengthy. After dining, Lu Xiaochuan refrained from taking a nap, as it was not his usual practice. On the rare occasions he did, he often awoke feeling disoriented. He also abstained from listening to music, knowing that it could lead to melodies echoing in his mind during the exam, thereby hindering his performance. Instead, he sat quietly in his room, attempting to clear his mind, waiting until Chen Sumei and Xie Yuewan came to summon him to the examination hall. In the subsequent subjects of mathematics and science, Lu Xiaochuan performed consistently, particularly excelling in physics, where he unleashed his full potential, completing the exam a half hour early. On the morning of July 9th, the final examination in English awaited Lu Xiaochuan. In his previous life, he had performed dismally, barely achieving half the marks on the English paper, suffering from a severe lack of proficiency. Since his rebirth, he had devoted the majority of his efforts to mastering the language. As the exam papers were distributed, Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback by a wave of anxiety, prompting him to take several deep breaths to steady his nerves. Overcoming this psychological hurdle, he began to tackle the exam. He was no longer the English underachiever of his past. English was no longer an obstacle on his path through life, and examinations had ceased to be his Waterloo. Lu Xiaochuan read swiftly and answered rapidly, astonishingly finishing the English exam ahead of time. Exiting the examination hall, he exhaled deeply, relieved that the Gaokao had finally concluded, marking the end of his high school journey. With the prospect of university on the horizon, he envisioned a world of vast opportunities, where he could leap like a fish in the ocean and soar like a bird in the sky. Chapter 98. High school is now a distant memory. With the Gaokao completed, all students and faculty of Shida Town High School collectively returned. Upon arrival, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Du, announced that they could gather their belongings and disperse, awaiting the reporting of their preferred universities on July 13th and 15th. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaochuan found himself in the company of his father, Lu Jinyu, his mother, Zhao Zuaping, and his elder sister, Lu Xiaoyun, who were all concerned about his performance. How did you do? They inquired. I did quite well. I could pass into university with my eyes closed, he replied. Is that true? If you get accepted, your father will treat you to 3 days of movies, Lu Jinyu exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy, even more so than when Lu Xiaochuan brought money home. Lu Xiaoyun, holding her 7-month-old son, chimed in, look how impressive your uncle is. He is on the verge of entering university. When you grow up, you must learn from him. Wang Guangxing was also pleased. His brother-in-law had proven to be a source of pride, excelling academically and paving the way for financial success. He had opened a furniture store in Hechuan Town, and thanks to their carpentry skills, business was thriving. In less than 6 months, he had even purchased a motorcycle. Lu Xiaochuan took his nephew from his sister's arms, lifting him high, eliciting peals of laughter from the little one, who unexpectedly showered him with a stream of innocent urine. Goodness, are you worried about your uncle overheating? I suppose I need a bath now, he joked, causing the entire family to burst into hearty laughter. Lu Xiaochuan, unbothered, cheerfully made his way to the bathroom. The joy was mirrored in Lu Xiaolong's home. Over the past 6 months, under Lu Xiaochuan's guidance, he had made significant strides in his studies, despite a weak foundation. Estimating his score, he believed he could achieve around 350 points. While this score was modest, it sufficed for an art student to gain admission to a university. On July 13th, all students returned to school to fill out their university applications. At this stage, they submitted their preferences before receiving their results, rendering the process somewhat akin to a blind bet. They were only provided with the cutoff scores. However, as long as they met the threshold, acceptance was virtually assured, unlike in 20 years' time when competition would become fierce, making it difficult to secure a place even at a decent second-tier institution. Their understanding of universities was derived solely from a few admission guides, which outlined various tiers for applications, allowing them to select 3 schools and majors per tier. In the foremost column, nearly all the classmates indicated their aspirations for Tsinghua University or Peking University. Why is that? The majority of them are far from reaching the undergraduate admission threshold, with many only capable of achieving scores sufficient for vocational colleges, and some not even qualifying for those. Given the uniformity of outcomes, one might as well list Tsinghua or Peking University as a whimsical embellishment. It could also be interpreted as a form of self-deprecation. Years later, One could proudly declare that they had once aspired to attend these prestigious institutions, albeit without success. Liu Xiaochuan estimates his score to be between 590 and 600. In his previous life, his dream was to pursue medicine, and now that he has been granted a second chance, he is determined to realize this ambition. This score, however, is inadequate for admission to the medical schools of Yanjing, so he refrains from applying there. Each of the three northeastern provinces boasts a distinguished medical university. Both Bin University and In University are commendable. Nevertheless, Liu Xiaochuan opts for the medical university in the provincial capital, as it carries the prestigious prefix Huaxia, which holds significant recognition externally. More importantly, Liu Xiaochuan is quite familiar with Fengyang, where his career and friends are rooted, making his admission to the medical university a secure prospect, even if he underperforms slightly. Regardless, it is a significant upgrade from the teacher training college he attended in his previous life. To be prudent, Liu Xiaochuan lists Dalian Medical University as his second choice, leaving the remainder of the options blank. Within the Western Study Group, Chen Sume estimates her score to be just over 500. Liu Xiaochuan advises her to apply to the teacher training college, a notion she shares. During the May Day holiday, he took her and others to visit the teacher training college, a place she remembers vividly and holds in high regard. Furthermore, becoming a teacher is her dream profession. Xie Yuan also applied to the teacher training college, though her score is unlikely to meet the requirements. She has opted for Helong Teacher Training College, which seems to be a safer bet. Liu Xiaolong's scores in the art entrance examinations are not promising, precluding him from securing admission to esteemed institutions. Following Liu Xiaochuan's recommendation, he applies to Dalian's Light Industry College, a lower-ranked university but a relatively stable choice, and Dalian as a city holds its own appeal. The applications are handwritten and ultimately submitted to their homeroom teacher. Mr. Du, upon noticing that Liu Xiaochuan had only filled out 2 options with the rest left blank, Mr. Du, concerned about any potential oversight, insists that he complete the application. Reluctantly, Liu Xiaochuan fills in a few additional schools, understanding that Mr. Du's intentions are well-meaning. With the completion of the applications, their high school journey comes to an end. All gatherings must eventually dissolve. Classmates bid farewell with a sense of nostalgia, capturing moments in photographs. Liu Xiaochuan's camera is put to good use as he and his peers agree to have the photos developed and placed with Mr. Du for collection. He realizes that this farewell may mean that some classmates might not cross paths for many years, if ever again, leaving them to reminisce through the captured memories. As their high school experiences fade into the past,